water safety. Water safety is actually sponsored by Nelson Mandela University. That boat, that water safety boat that you see floating out in the water, is pretty much a floating hospital. We've got everything on board, all elements on board, everything there is in place for safety. Shortly we'll see our safety skis joining them in the water. We'll also see jet ski assist skis as well joining forward. Around the water. Everything almost in place for a start here. Once again, we will be getting underway sharp at 7:33. Surfers, it's now 7:20. We'll start moving you guys in. So we've got two options. Paddle up between two boat yards. Otherwise, please get down fast. Bottom keyhole. Point. We can start clearing now, guys. We want to start sharp at 7:33.
Sorry, my hands are super cold.
surfers, we've got 10 minutes to start. We will get a clear lineup now. If I can please get one of our water safety skis and please just go through the lineup and clear the crowd.
Yeah.
Clear lineup this morning, we're under 10 minutes to start. Those free surfers can be up to the point, if you can please clear the lineup. We won't be moving out of the area now. One of our skis just to move through the lineup and clear the lineup for us so we can get underway at 7:33. Once again, water patrol, if I can get one of the skis to please just move through the line, get the last couple of free surfers out of the competition area. So we've got around 6 minutes to the start of heat number 1. Competitors in the lineup now, ready to go. So those free surfers, we need you out of the area, we need you down from the point here. This is where the surfers finish their ride. Alright, so if you haven't already cleared the lineup, we can now paddle in these free surfers. We need a clear zone. We now Now I've got 5 minutes to start. Going into the 5-minute mark. Folks, checking out over the bay. And taking the salmon rise. Start getting your phones out. Pictures. Post them on the socials. To start, so if I can ask competitors in that first heat to please hold your position, no more surfing.
Let me tell you what I feel like that. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like that. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like that. Oh, let me tell you what I feel like. One for the weekend, one for the road. Got the beat to the rhythm, take it back to the show. Show your love for the people when you come, when you go. Your next generation and the next.
Good morning. It is a chilly Saturday morning here in South Africa, here for the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. Morning, Luke. Griff. All Shaka staying warm. Seth Moniz in the first seat of the morning. Look out for zebras. You can see him at the wild animal parks and also in the water here. Crosby looking at it. Italo Ferreira preparing for the first heat with Seth, and also California's Jake Marshall as we woke up to beautiful waves. The Dolphins joining the party first thing in the morning on the sunrise. The best surfers in the world, truly, joining us in the action the last few days here in South Africa. What a sight to see. The best right-hand point break on the planet. Here for Stop 10 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Breathe it in. Close your eyes and be grateful that we're here in South Africa. We missed it dearly last year with the Olympic season and the world's best ready to play. Thanks for being with us. I'm Joe Turpel. Jesse Mendez, a Triple Crown champ. Yesterday was a lot of weights, a lot of holds. We finished the opening round for the women, but we knew that today was going to be the best day of the forecast, and it's providing already. Free surf's looking great. Men are on today.
No doubt about it, Joe. It's firing back just behind us. It's no doubt about it. 6-foot faces, even a few bigger sets coming through. We still have that wind that's coming from the northwest, which is pretty usual here early mornings, but once it clocks in, because it's already pumping, we've seen some barrels, and once it clocks in, it's going to be amazing. Yeah,
48 degrees Fahrenheit, 9 degrees Celsius. A cold morning. It should heat up a bit when the sun comes up. As you see the playground we get to compete on today. Italo taking on Jake Marshall and Seth Moniz. We'll have a big day for the opening round for the men. Then we'll get both elimination rounds out there before dark tonight, as Luke Thompson is now preparing for a big debut here at J-Bay after winning in Bolito. Impressive emotional victory just up the coast. Got the call up to the main event, but he's got a big draw, you know, especially for the hopes of South Africa to win a world title this year. Luke will deal with Crosby Colapinto, but also world number 1, Jordy Smith today.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting day. Obviously, with firing waves that we have on offer, it's going to give plenty of opportunities for everyone to do the best surfing. But I'm actually very excited to just watch Luke, because I've saw him surfing on the free surf the last few days, and he's been ripping. Obviously, when you put on a jersey, it's a different story for the first time, so let's see how he pans out.
Wildcard stories in South Africa are brilliant. We talk about it a lot at a lot of venues around the world, but remember the old Sean Holmes stories from back in the day where he would directly affect the world title race against Kelly and Andy for several years. As we are getting started, it'll be 30-minute heats today. Scored on their top 2. They'll have the Red Bull skis if they'd like to call for the Water Patrol assist to catch a lot of waves this morning. And it'll be an interesting one to see how Italo kicks things off here. A guy that's made the final out here in the past. It was a rare all goofy foot final a few years back. Runner-up to Gabriel Medina that season. Before that, Italo, had tough results here. He had about 4 years where he was either out in the second round or third round, but finally busted down the door, making finals day, and came very close to winning the event.
Yeah, I actually was filming the set as Italo was trying to pass by me, right in front of me, and I've noticed that he kind of stopped, and I even mentioned with you a little bit ago, which was kind of surprising. He let the whole set go by for them to cross my video because he didn't want to be in front of me, but usually he's that energetic guy, and today he's kind of calm, like maybe trying to keep the nerves out because the waves are firing. You kind of got to contain yourself because it's way too good out there.
Very polite and respectful of your clip.
I know. And like usually he would just charge through it, and I kind of actually felt bad, and I stopped filming halfway through the set because I didn't want to, ruin his concentration. But I was like, whoa, surprisingly, he's very calm today.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Usually jumping out of his skin, firing up, sometimes doing a backflip down the stairs before paddling out. But nice, calm feeling for Italo this morning. You see more Dolphins in the lineup here at Jeffreys Bay. Italo starting off really strong. The whole theme of Italo's start was feeling like a runaway season to be in world #1 from start to finish. It didn't really pan out that way. And he's now sitting #4 in the world. Jake Marshall's turned some big results in this year, including his highest combined heat total he's ever had on tour. That was back at Bells Beach. 18.33 total, some 9s went his way. He's had a few quarterfinals this year, which is still his personal best result that he's had on the championship tour. A couple of people are going, why are we still calling Jake an underdog when he's turned in big performances? And really, it's just coming down to him getting past the quarters, getting into some semifinals, winning some events. And that's his goal here for the last couple of stops of the regular season. Every surfer, in the top 22 has a mathematical shot of maybe climbing up into a position to fight for a final 5. We'll keep you posted on when people start falling out of the world title race. But with 10,000 points on the line for wins with J-Bay and then Tahiti, still everyone could pull off a miracle.
No doubt about it, but it's like you mentioned, it is really a miracle because for you to win a hit itself, it's already a lot of trouble on the World Tour. Imagine winning 2 events back-to-back in waves like Jeffreys Bay and Teahupo, so yeah, those guys, and Seth's one of them. I think he's way below in the rankings, and he has a lot of work to catch up.
Seth Moniz representing the island of Oahu, a fun surfer to watch who had a great rookie season, rookie of the year, in fact, in his first try against the best in the world. Finished just outside the top 10 that year, finishing 12th, and came very close to a major victory in one of the most memorable contests in history, finishing runner-up to Kelly Slater at Pipeline. And it was absolutely pumping. It was an emotional one for Seth, hanging out with what's like an uncle to him and Kelly. They had some emotional embraces in the water, and still his best finish he's had on tour so far. J-Bay hasn't been the best for him as far as results, but lately, man, I feel like he's really connected. He's brought some friends from home to hang out with him throughout this event, and still getting coached by the famous Doug Silva here at stop number 10 of the season. And for Jake and Seth, man, they've known each other for a very long time. Competing in the U.S. Champs, the NSSA National Finals. There was a time when Seth and Josh were both fighting for a national title. That's Josh is Seth's older brother. Jake was in the mix. Jake was the guy that could get 7s automatically. And they would team up and try to help each other compete against Jake. They were telling that story the other day It was classic. And you realize how deep these rivalries go to their childhood. And it's still going as grown men.
And you realize once they hit the water as well, there's a little bit of extra tension to it until they loosen up and ride a few waves. So it's always fun to watch a good battle that goes beyond 10 years. So these guys have been surfing against each other for at least, I would say, around 15 years.
Where's Italo going, Jesse?
I guess just trying to get some room. He's obviously in third priority right now, already took off on a 0.43, and just trying to create a gap and hopefully that a set swings a little bit wider. And you know, mostly the second wave kind of doubles up. There's more water in the reef, so kind of runs away from the surfers sometimes, not always, because those surfers are very explosive paddlers and just very fast surfers when they get on their foot. But it does help. Like, it's better than staying right by them and making sure if something comes wide, he's going to be in position for if the boys kind of push each other a little bit too far up the point. Because there's a borderline right there. I think Rosie was explaining that when we were seeing the graphics on the morning show yesterday. But that keyhole, it's a very good division point in between the session up the top on the right of your screen, where you can see a few guys paddling up the top right there. It's called boneyards and super tubes, which is obviously the best part of this wave. So some of the waves connect all the way through, but most of them kind of separate themselves. They get stretched out, so you don't want to be 10 feet deeper because you might not make it around and you might lose the wave of your life.
So true, Jesse. Well, we have a nice Saturday, very exciting Saturday, just getting started. Let's check in with Rosie Hodge and Miguel Pupo.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Down here at the Red Bull Athlete Zone, got Miguel Pupo just out of the water. This is classic Super Tubes. You've been here for a number of years, but tell me about the conditions and what it's like out there, and maybe even the temperature.
Yeah, it's a chilly morning. The wind's cold, but the water is warm, which is nice, and a lot of waves coming. When I first paddled out, I saw a lot of sets, so it's pretty consistent. I think it'll be a good day.
And we've been talking about this swell for quite a while. Is it living up to expectations?
Yeah, definitely. I think today it will be a classic day. It will be nice and sunny. There's no clouds in the sky, and I think it'll be a good day for sure.
Miggy, thanks for your time and good luck in the contest today. Back to you, boys.
Thank you very much, Rosie. I talked to Miguel before I got here. I was like, what do I bring? 3-2, 4-3? He's like, I'm all 4-3s, no matter what. You know, he's trying to stay nice and warm.
No wonder why he's cold.
Yeah.
No, I mean, why he was warm in the water.
Exactly.
He's on 4-3s.
He's got a lot of suit as he's hanging with Kanoa there after the warm-up. Kanoa's world number 3, who's actually coming up next against Joel Vaughn and Alejo Muniz. We'll see the Brazilian Goofy Foot Miguel take on Jack Robinson and Joao Chianca, and he number 7 this morning. And the plan is men's opening round followed by women's elimination round, men's elimination round to follow as well. We'll keep you posted on times and the format for those rounds later on today. We had some big performances though from top seeds like Molly Picklum yesterday, as we have our first real wave of the morning. Let's see if Italo can get some turns off. He had a .43, but now the first completion right there. Swinging into the second off the top. Nice easy pace for the 2019 world champ. Flow state activated, growing up on a right in Brazil, so his backhand's always been a weapon. And just attacking sections, completes that one down the line. And his coach Reynos Hayes liking that one. So he had the quick wave, .43, gave Jake and Seth room since he didn't have priority, and put himself in a good spot to attack that one, Jesse.
No doubt about it. He was one of those double ups that ran down the line. You saw Seth kind of trying to catch up and couldn't get there enough, but I personally think with the sets that we have on offer, that's a very small wave. Smart of him to do it with third priority, but the boys are playing a smart heat. They should just wait for the big sets to roll in because it's going to be a lot of difference. He demolished that wave. He had a lot of very good backhand aggressive turns, but everything had to be kind of similar in the same pace, and it looks like Jake Marshall on a nug here.
Jake Marshall starting things off. The regular footer from San Diego, California. Has a cool style, amazing on rail. Dealt with some downtime, just being deep on the point, out positioning Seth for this one, and throws down the carve and tail release. Little top turn just to make this section down the stretch. Jake winding up off the bottom, and a beautiful arc. Setting up the lip to hit, connects again. The sound of Greg Emsley off the tower as he is exciting all the people here. First thing in the morning, Jake Marshall connecting on a beautiful J-Bay wall.
And that's the difference that I was telling you, Joe. The wave quality and the wave size today is going to be crucial for those surfers with third priority trying to manufacture something out of a mediocre wave, because waves like this are going to come up and you're going to see how much it grows. He takes off, it's about 3 to 4 foot, and then all of a sudden it's a 6 foot face wave in front of him, maybe even bigger if you're talking about faces. But he takes his time, but it doesn't matter. Big opening turn right here. Kind of goes to a downtime once again, but it's smart of him to just let the board glide, high lines it, generate speeds, and here it starts to slow the wave down again, and he unleashes that massive down carve. Goes through that wobble, which is very tricky to read, and finish it off strong with the floater and a layback. Got it a little bit tight on that layback, could have opened up a little bit more, but there was a lot of damage done in that wave, and you know the judges are gonna love this down carve here. If you see that live, he gained so much ground and made sure he used every inch of that wall, which is not easy to do, mostly with all that chop going with the northwest winds. And you can see the difference of size on the wave right here for Italo Ferreira. Much smaller wave in size, also has a little bit of downtime, and he starts to demolish that wave, getting a very good rhythm. Put that third gear on. Back to back, nice snaps, but you can see and you can notice the lack of energy that the wave itself provides to him. Good surfing for Italo, but needs to do that on a bigger wave, which is also going to give him opportunity to open up more and have more variety of maneuvers instead of just, you know, that same gear throughout the whole pace of the wave.
What a gem for Jake Marshall. First wave in the morning. A beautiful J-Bay wall. It's got a really great ability to manage a lineup when he goes deep and holds position, and picked out a solid one. Had some downtime to start, but knew he could go the distance and get out in front for some clean arcs in the pocket. Arc, a classic movie back in the day, a signature film for Taylor Knox. Jake, growing up in San Diego, would have seen a lot of Taylor in between heats and in between competing on the championship tour. This was always an event that everyone expected Taylor to dominate. Came close in a final against Jake the Snake Patterson back in 2001. But it's where you really get to see what people can do on rail. You also have a lot of time to see if they can be exposed as well, if they have any flaws, keeping a nice line from start to finish.
Yes, this is a place that's going to show all your defaults. It's almost like a wave pool. Right now, it's still a little bit, as you can see it right there with Italo sitting on his board, there's a little bit of texture, and that's all because the swell's coming from the right of your screen to the left, and the wind's blowing completely opposite from the left to the right. So it just creates that little texture that it's called as deviled wind for the surfers, and it's very usual for this to happen here at Jeffreys Bay in the early mornings, and then the wind starts to clock in, and you're going to see all of that noise get cleared up, and that's what the surfers that are not in the first and second heat, they're always very happy because they know they're going to get the best end of the stick. So beautiful start there for Jake Marshall, well deserved, almost an excellent wave. For me, that was close to an excellent surfing right there. Maybe just the finish, like I mentioned, got a little bit tight, so that's why probably the judges didn't go a little bit above what he got, but incredible surfing and amazing wave selection for Jake Marshall.
7.83 for Jake. Italo Ferreira, 5.33. Those are the two biggest scores we have so far. Seth Moniz now with priority. He took off on one and stepped off, so just a 0.3 next to Seth's name, as he's trying to get a big start, and he's hoping for a set wave. We talked about this yesterday, how important it is to be on sets and how hard it is to get a score in the 7s or 8s if you're on mid-range waves.
For some guys, it's very tricky for you to be on sets because they're not patient enough, but I expected exactly what happened, like Jake Marshall to be on the best wave of the heat, because he usually does that. He pulls that. He's very smart. He knows, he reads the ocean very well, and he's very calm. So you don't usually see him committing mistakes with wave selection.
His best results this year for Jake, 5th at Pipe to kick off the year, equal 5th as he was heading into Abu Dhabi. Picked up a quarterfinal finish as well at Bells. That included that Personal best. Heat total 18.33 with unbelievable read on the Bells Bowl. And then also came off a quarterfinal at the last stop over in Saquarema. So found some magic in the Brazilian beach breaks as well to stay solid in his focus on moving back towards a top 10, top 5 finish. A place where he's sat for a bit at moments of his career. Working a lot with Chris Gallagher throughout his entire life. Even Chad Bonsack before that when he was just growing up. Learning how to compete in the amateur series. Italo asking for an update on the situation. They'll tell him that he's in second priority. He has a 5.33 and needs a 2.51 to take the lead. Surfline let us know a while ago that today, Saturday, would most likely be the best day of the waiting period.
Yeah, it's obviously last night you could see already the swell and just the ocean itself moving in and with the much more energy just before dark. And as we woke up this morning, we looked over our windows, it was still dark and we could see just lines rope into the lineup. And we have 6 to 10 foot faces today with side offshore winds like I mentioned, and then it cleans up in a few hours and then we start to get a little bit of an onshore breeze in the late afternoon or the mid afternoon. So but it's still, I feel like the onshore is a little bit better than what we have on offer right now, because as much as the lip is a little bit chattery, the face of the wave gets clean still, and it's easier for you to track your rail and use your fins to engage.
So next 4 days, you can see there quickly on the Surfline mats. Tomorrow is still a big consideration to running a lot of heats. So the weekend will be very busy here at Jeffreys Bay. And seeing the size of Jake's opener, that was a solid one there with a lot of room to move. A 7.83. Look connected with his decisions off the top and on the open face. Seth still holding priority. Line starting to come around the corner at the top of Boneyard. Right now, Seth's trying to predict if any of these will have the scoring potential he needs to go for a heat win. Not worried about second or third. You just want to win these heats to skip into the round of 16. On the other hand, there's some purists out there that wouldn't mind an extra surf on a day like today.
No doubt about it. And for Seth's situation right now, he kind of has the back against the wall. He needs to be looking for something of substance on the 7, like trying to match what Jake Marshall did on his first wave, because only with 12 minutes left, as soon as he catches a wave, he's going to the last priority. So by the time he gets back, another set needs to come. So most likely Jake Marshall is going to be seating out there with priority. He's probably going to play a little bit defense. So he sits in a tough spot right now. Luckily for him, the waves are firing, so most likely the next set he's going to rope perfectly on the point.
Seth this year has found consistency in the round before the quarters, picking up 5 equal ninths here in 2025. Last time he made a finals day, though, we go back to 2024 at Margaret River when he had his spot on the line, beat Ethan Ewing, got a semifinal finish. And his goal at the start of this year is to win an event. So there's a chance to do that here at J-Bay, and is always going to be a favorite at Teahupo in Tahiti, which is the last stop of the regular season. 11:19 on the clock. We mentioned Italo's final he's had out here against Gabriel Medina. Also a quarterfinal after some early round exits. Figured out the secret to success for the backhand at J-Bay, but then more recently, last time we saw him compete out here, he had that scary backhand float, did the splits, and that took him out for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I've actually, man, that was like, as you mentioned, I kind of flinched because that was very scary. If you haven't watched it, it's just such a nerve-wracking moment to watch him fall off the skies and do the splits.
Oh, it was such a heavy move. It took him out of the world title race, took him out of Olympic qualification as well, and had to bounce back. Italo, last year's runner-up in the world. And second, it's Jake Marshall finding the groove here this morning at J-Bay with a big 7.83. He's still out front. We'll be right back.
forecaster, one of the biggest snow period he's seen along the South African coast. So just under 10 minutes remaining, surfers. No change to situation. Blue first, red in second, looking for a 2.51. White in third, looking for a 7.54. And we see paddling up and riding. Just not holding on to that opening maneuver, so quick wave there for Jake Marshall. This is release now, up and riding in white. Sets up. Wait for this one to stand up. Builds up that board speed. He's looking to wrap.
Stop number 10 of the season, the Corona Cero Open J-Bay here at the bottom of the continent of Africa. Here in South Africa, here on the Eastern Cape. About an hour drive from the airport in Port Elizabeth. As you can see, this beautiful coastline that really helps these southwest swells wrap into the point here at Jeffreys Bay. Seeing boneyards at the top, and it just wraps into the best part of the point of Super Tubes. Hopefully you get those favorable winds that refract off the inland mountains and go right into helping out your tube rides. There's the keyhole entry right in front of Sharon's house. Sharon Kroc has just seen everything in pro surfing here at J-Bay. A lot of the best in the world stayed at her house for decades and would score waves from the top of boneyards and hopefully all the way down through Super Tubes. Make it to tubes and impossibles. Past the point and way down to Albatross as well. It's an enormous point. Takes a long time to walk from boneyards all the way to the end at Albatross. Probably like 20 minutes, maybe 15. I walk pretty slow. You just got to take it in. Watch the dolphins go by. It's gorgeous. You feel like you've arrived somewhere really special, and you truly have.
I mean, when you're walking up the point, it's pretty fun because you see everyone ripping, but down the point, you got to be looking over your shoulders nonstop, so it makes it a little bit longer. It feels like a little bit longer.
Yeah, surfing began way at the end at the point on longer boards back in the early days, and then everyone realized that Super Tubes was the best part of the wave. Super hollow, boards got better. Guys like Sean Thompson ate it up as we see replay of Seth Moniz using priority on this one.
Yeah, the clock was running down, so he kind of had to pull the trigger, and this wave didn't have too much opportunity and offer, so he had to kind of pull the Hail Mary to see if he could manufacture something. But yeah, going back to third priority now, Seth Moniz. I would say he's looking at least for a 12-point heat total in order to get first, and that's just lowballing, expecting that not many sets or not many opportunities are going to come towards Jake Marshall or Italo. So he's in a very tough spot as we speak.
Seth's been dangerous above the lip this year. Brought a lot of big full rotations, two bells and Winky Pop. That got him on a bit of a roll here. Paddling again, Seth in third priority. We'll see if he can make something out of this one. Tracking down the line, Seth is just going to opt out. 6:10 to go. If you're staying in third or second in these opening round heats, you're probably surfing again later on today in the elimination round. Meanwhile, Jake controlling a solid heat. 783.57 is in the spot for his second scoring ride at the moment. And you see a lot of heats like this at J-Bay, even with a great swell, tons of great waves when they come in. Sometimes there's these long lulls where it just can kind of come down to maybe top one wave in some ways, you know?
Mostly also with three men's in the water, you know, it kind of breaks it apart, and there's always someone that's going to be left behind in those slow heats, and this is the case for Seth Moniz. But for Italo and Jake Marshall, really this next set's going to make a lot of difference. If there's only one good wave on the set, we're probably going to see Italo getting the best of it and probably matching something around the 7-point range where Jake has. So Jake kind of needs to find that backup as soon as possible. But do you pull the trigger and then a good set comes with two waves, which it happens quite often here? It's a very tricky moment. I feel like I mean, knowing Jake and how he tends to deal with things, he's probably going to sit at least a few more minutes until he pulls the trigger on something on the average range. It's just a very collective, calm, reads the ocean very well.
Joel Vaughn coming up next. Rookie on tours, had some highlights this year, especially at lower trestles, showing off an aggressive aerial attack. The Brazilian vet, Alejo Muniz, finishing in the 22 spot to make the cut in the last position. Now he gets to enjoy the back half of the year. And Alejo's been clutch at J-Bay in the past. Even his first time quarterfinal, backed it up again. Kept showing up on finals day year after year out here. Looking forward to see how the veteran takes it on. But it's been the year of consistency for Kanoa Igarashi. 2 big finals this year.
And obviously I haven't watched all day of the training sessions, but I personally think Kanoa looked the best from the periods that I've saw the waves and people performing on top of the board. His board looked insane. He was very fast, cutting the water nicely, and as usual, always on the good waves.
Always on the good waves as we focus in on CT by the numbers. Average heat score this year so far is led by Italo Ferreira, who's world number 4 at the moment. When you just average out your top 2 scoring rides, he's at the top of the charts, just ahead of Jack Robinson. Running after this wall is Seth Muniz. Clean arc, starting to get active off the top again. Looking interested on the big end section. A nice lofty full road attempt, and he had it for a moment. That's the move that has helped him so often throughout 2025. Came close to a really tough landing there. Loses the finish. We'll watch this one more time, Jesse.
He was in the right direction. That wave was gutless, way smaller in size, and didn't have too much speed, so he had to go for broke. And the good thing for Seth that he has those tricks unlocked. Just a little bit of bad luck right there as he was landing that back foot. Looked like it went a little bit to the side of the board. We can probably have a better look here with the slow-mo. As he's landing very flat, which is smart of him right there. See that back foot goes towards the middle, but also towards the side of the rail. So as he lands with the weight on the front foot, you can see that inside rail kind of getting caught and unbalanced. He tries to regroup, almost makes it happen, but just wasn't enough, unfortunately. But one thing that I noticed on the CT by numbers, 3 out of the 5 most consistent surfers of the year are outside of the top 5. So that just shows sometimes, you know, the luck is not on your side, and that's just how surfing rolls. The guys are performing, but you're not making some heats.
Well, it's interesting too. You know, you're thinking about a scoring title this year. Italo's actually gotten the most points out of the panel this part of the season. 416.66. That's cumulative in his top 2 scoring rides. That's number 1 on tour, even though he's number 4 in the world.
Yeah, it's crazy. Obviously, Italo is one of those performers that go for broke every time, so he's not calculating so much. So a guy like Jordy, more mature, maybe sometimes holds it back a little bit more in purpose, and when he needs to, you know, put in a 6th gear, he'll do it. But this end of the heat's going to be very exciting. Let's get back to that, because it looks like there's lines approaching, and both of those surfers are kind of with hands attached. They need a backup or the best wave of the heat right now, which is Italo and Jake Marshall. I'm excited to watch.
This is why you come to Jeffreys Bay, looking out to the horizon. Wave after wave after wave, stacking out as far as you can see. Priority is with Italo.
What do you do now, Joe? Do you go, you pull the trigger on the first wave of the set, or usually the second one might be a little bit cleaner, even bigger usually, you know, better? Like, what's your guts telling you?
I would follow the Dolphins because they're riding the waves right now. Jake Marshall takes this one as he doesn't have a backup to the 783 and ends up misreading that first turn. So he's not making any improvement in the top 2. They're our friends. Wow, look at that perfect trim. Seth packs this one. He ends up incomplete. And that leaves Italo Ferreira with a chance to win this heat and send Jake into the elimination round. Italo only needs a 3.24, but he was left out of the set here. There he goes.
He needs to get out of that whitewash, Joe.
And a messy end section that he couldn't read there ends up falling, and we've run out of time.
And that's the same wave of Italo right there. A little bit cleaner, but just getting unglued. That second wave was the one, but just came way too wide, a little bit bigger. More water on the reef. Just even Seth was way down the point and couldn't make it around.
Wow.
The Dolphins made it.
The Dolphins always make it. And they made it look easy, look tough for our competitors as we ran out of time. This was Italo's, just a lot of froth on the face there.
Definitely no opportunity for a 3.27 unless he did an air right here. But just he was trying. He really tried his best. But yeah, very hard wave to deal with.
And what happened to Jake here?
Jake was, I mean, he was probably, he already knew he made the heat. He tried it better. He's whatever he had, a 0 point something. But just very lumpy wave with a lot of water moving, a lot of noise, and wasn't able to regroup. But better his situation, 1.4 in the last wave.
Jake Marshall, number 13 on the ranking, sends world number 4, Italo Ferreira, into the elimination round. And Seth Moniz will also have to pick up the pace in the ER later on today. Jake just picking off that gem of a wave was the big difference in that 7.83. As he's getting closer to the top 10. Jake moving on. Coming up next, Kanoa Igarashi, Joel Vaughn, and Alejo Moniz hit the lineup at Perfect J-Bay. We'll be right back.
Slow with the sets. What that means is next week that follows can have lots of opportunities. Let's see if we can work out for this one. Up and riding, up the back. Horn. Horn working through this one. Those rails nice and free as this wave stands up. Holds that rail, and we do have an exchange now. Igarashi out the back. He's not liking the look of it, so let's just keep our eyes through the inside here. Joel Ward. Working this one all the way through. Stepping up into the sunlight. Cut back into the pocket. He loads up through the inside. Goes for the big alley. Ooh! Goes totally inverted, doesn't hold on. Super shallow down there. This is Kanoa.
The Corona Cero Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Kuha Municipality, good governance through service. And by Yeti, built for the wild. What a nice Saturday morning, still enjoying this beautiful sunrise, and we're just starting off the second heat of the day. World number 3, Kanoa Igarashi, has been stellar this season, working with his coach, Jake the Snake Patterson. Snake, a 2-time champ at J-Bay. He's got a lot of knowledge coming from Snake, but he's also had a lot of success, multiple-time semifinal finishes at J-Bay for Kanoa in the past. As he takes on Alejo Moniz, the Brazilian vet from Bombinhas, who's back on tour after 8 years of battling it out with injuries and the Challenger Series. And also Joel Vaughn, the flyboy from North Shelley Beach. Board riders in Australia. Kanoa got this wave during the break, Jesse.
Let's catch up, Joe. Nice high line down the line. Carve, generating so much speed. He's got to unleash it right here. Beautiful layback snap. Another open up carve. The wave is very hard, tricky to read. Gets up in the leap down the line again and finish it off strong. That's a great start for him. Probably buckled the border there. You can see the movement. Showing to his caddy or his coach that there's something happening right there. It's probably going to have, that's the tricky part about breaking your board at J-Bay. We have no caddy, so you kind of have to come in and do the lap back around. It's hard to find the keyhole too, so.
And then Alejo Muniz also getting a start.
Yeah, this is a very chattery wave. First turn's nice for Alejo, very aggressive. Smaller wave in size. Looks like he's going to finish it off. A lot of aggression right there. Good surfing for Alejo, looked great. Just wave lacked a little bit of scoring potential.
And then Joel Vaughn, the rookie, finding his feet. This one already scored at a 4.4.
Yeah, zigzagging, getting the rhythm. Finds a nice pocket, opens up. Also another wave that lacked in intensity. You can see the difference of speed that those two surfers are carrying comparing to Kanoa Igarashi, but nice second carve right there. This wave's a little bit longer than Alejo, so kind of in the middle. Looks like he's trying to stall a little bit to maybe go for a punt. And there he goes. Oh, that wind. And that's the problem sometimes when you have that cross-shore, offshore wind. You want to make sure your board is angling with your foot against the wind so it stays to your feet. But right there, just the angle put the board away from him and he couldn't land it. And that's the lap, the runaround that Kanoa is having to do.
So Kanoa finding a great wave to start off this heat, but ends up feeling something in his equipment and doing the runaround. So Kanoa is still running all the way back up to Sharon Kroc's house at the top of the keyhole.
And it looks like he's going to meet up with Jake Pedersen right there.
Jake's already waiting for him. And that's just a skilled connection with these two. Being a great coach, being a two-time champ. He's not going to meet him down at the bottom. He's going to be waiting for him, or he's going to paddle out. He has a chance to say a few words to Kanoa. Kanoa listening, staying focused, and heading back out there. And actually having a longer discussion with Jake. And they've known each other a very long time. Had a couple of years where they weren't working together and then joined forces once again at the start of 2025, and it's really paid off.
Yes, definitely. I think it's a good match for them. It brings the fire and the strategy back to Kanoa's mind and not just the performance side of things, which is one of Kanoa's best strengths. But they shouldn't be talked too much on the shore because there's kind of a low right now, and you kind of want to make sure you find that gap before the sets roll in, because even on the keyhole, it doesn't matter if there's sets coming, you're going to have to wait. And it looks like there's a few sets way on the horizon stacking, but he might be back on time before that.
Joel Vaughn trying to throw down a huge result in his first appearance here at Jeffreys Bay. It's rare, but it has happened in the past. You think of an Australian that's named Joel as well, one of the best ever in Joel Parkinson, who won as a wild card back in the late 90s and beat one of our co-commentators, Ross Williams, in that final back in the day. Some people have that instant connection with J-Bay, but it is rare. And J-Bay is a wave where you remember all of those rides, you know, those instant connections where you see there's a special relationship that starts on wave number one. Joel's one of them. Tom Curran's another.
Yep.
The great Mark Occhilupo. You can still feel the energy of their waves, even if they're 20, 30 years ago.
But the style of surfing really matches those, you know, those names that you mentioned. It's almost like whenever you go to J-Bay, you're gonna, do it very well because you expect those surfers to just click it right on it.
Joel Vaughn, very focused, loves to surf, surfs bad waves, good waves, just wants to be in the water all day long. Had a nice dinner last night at a place called the Wall Skipper down the beach. Food's incredible here. He went with the oxtail and came into game day feeling really good. He's got his dad here for support as well. Vaughnie has had some great waves, longtime lifeguard for about 30 years. And Joel, obviously the older brother of Huey Vaughn, who's made some noise in the wave pool systems recently, and maybe he's turned in one of the best airs ever completed with that stalefish flip.
I mean, if it's not the best, the second best, because Mamiola did one in the same week. That was pretty incredible as well. But those two, for me personally, are the best airs I've ever seen.
And I suppose we mentioned before of like exposing flaws, like you're on a wave pool wave that are really long, like we had in Abu Dhabi this year. Kanoa, one of those strong surfers in wave pool systems. It kind of makes sense why he's been so consistent at J-Bay, where he has a lot of time to show how smooth he is, how calculated he is. on a long, demanding wave.
And he can also mix it up and being aggressive when the wave asks for it. It's kind of the type of wave that you need to be patient and wait for the wave to provide you the section. And as you see it, like this 5.83 that he got compared to Jake Marshall's previous heat, the 7.83. Both waves are pretty similar in size, but Kanoa's wave never really gave him the opportunity to slow himself down and get a full carve down like Jake Marshall's had. So it's also like a little bit of wave selection. Sometimes the luck of the waves you catch, it's going to help you with the scores, because Kanoa did great damage. He couldn't do anything better on that wave, just lacked a little bit of slowness to dig that rail a little bit better.
Alejo Muniz with priority at the moment, spending a long time on tour, qualified in a Rookie of the Year race with Julian Wilson, came real close as they were both inside the top 10 for a lot of that season. We'd mentioned that with Seth, where sometimes your rookie year ends up being maybe your best year on tour. And that was the same case for Alejo back in 2011. And you've known Alejo for a very long time, Jesse. He's fun to hang out with, very focused, and probably one of the hardest working guys I've ever met on tour.
Yes, mostly this last 8 years for you to fall off tour and have that much grit to get back after so much time going through COVID. Obviously, that was 1 year off for everyone, so he kept just himself day after day working on it and always believing when nobody was probably believing that he could get back on it.
19 on the clock here. Let's catch up with Jake Marshall with Rosie Hodge.
Our first heat winner of the day, Jake Marshall. The 7.83 was such a dream run. Do you want to talk us through that wave?
Yeah, that wave, it was really good. It was a really good wave. It was probably the best wave that came in during the whole heat. So I was super stoked to pick that one off. And it just kind of set up for me. It's a little tricky with this like kind of chattery devil wind. Like I haven't surfed out here much when it's been like that. I've kind of been waiting for the wind to go more offshore, so maybe that was an error on my warm-up. But no, I was stoked to get that one on the board, and then I was feeling really good. And I don't know, like just seemed like it kind of seemed to go flat towards the end, and I definitely made a couple of mistakes maybe at the end of the heat, but I kind of got away with it. Yeah, I don't know. It was like I felt like I surfed the first like 25 minutes of the heat great, and then just kind of fumbled right at the end. But luckily, I got through.
And how stressful is it when you need that back up and you've got a good wave in the bank, but then it's so close for your competitors to take your lead?
Yeah, it was definitely like I felt like I was in a really good position with Italo being like 2.5 points behind my wave, so I kind of knew like whatever wave he was going to go on with first priority, I just needed to I had that big gap between our scores, so even if I got a 5, I figured he would need at least like a 7.5. But yeah, so that last wave I thought my bowl up, and I just couldn't pick what turn I wanted to do. It ended up just falling, and then yeah, so I don't know, it was like the second wave of the set seemed to shift way in though, so he wasn't able to get on it, so kind of just got lucky on that one, I think.
Well, you got the heat win. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, thank you. Shout out to everyone at home watching. I know it's late, but hopefully, sorry for stressing you guys out, but stoked to get through.
Well done, Jake Marshall. Thank you, Rosie. He's got a lot of fans back home in Southern California. It is about 11:16 at night back where Jake lives. And so that was an easy ask for his friends and family to stay up to watch that win as he moves on. During the catch-up with Jake, Alejo Muniz got this wave.
Yeah, let's see what happens. That wave kind of bottoms out underneath him. Mistimed that turn, the second turn a little bit. This wave gets flatter. He just starting to get the timing back on. That's a better carve, opens up, more on rail. And finish it off strong, but oh, just a little bit later and maybe a little bit too much pressure on that front foot and gets caught.
And then with the Dolphins, Joel Vaughn.
That's probably taking his attention off, I bet you. Ooh, maybe just misread that wave. That wave's just running a little bit faster than he expected. And with this chatter that Jake Marshall was just mentioning, it's hard to gain traction, it's harder to gain speed and hit those lip line turns. You can see it that as soon as he hit it, it just kind of got unbalanced and got stuck a little bit more than he was hoping for. Didn't get the projection because that wave looked like it was a pillar down the line.
Jesse, it's interesting when you take off on a wave with dolphins or when you're duck diving through a wave with tons of dolphins, you kind of are closing your eyes going, uh-oh, here we go. Is there any room for me on this thing? And you always come up and you're all right. You know, it's like the Dolphins give you room. It's a crazy feeling because you think you might collide. You might not have room for your rails. Maybe Joel was distracted there. But, yeah, more often than not, you're just going, oh, whoa, I'm all right, even if they're surrounding you.
They're definitely sharper surfers than we are and much faster. So they know what they're doing better. But it really does take your attention off. There's no doubt about it. It's the same way as if there's someone in front of you and in your way. But it's obviously way more special because they're dolphins. But yeah, it's tricky to ride a wave with dolphins for sure.
One of the most gorgeous sights you'll see in our pro surfing world on the Kuha flight cam. Seeing these sets just peel through from the top at Boneyard through super tubes, impossibles, and beyond. A wave that gives you speed out of the gates and a nice wall to be creative. Kanoa Igarashi, world number 3, opened up with a 5.83, drops to the bottom, draws a line kind of reaching through that section and got off balance.
And that was a nug of a wave, Joe. Very good pace to it. We're kind of seeing that peeling off the back of our shoulders right there. Medium-sized wave. There's looks like some sets approaching. You can see Alejo kind of eyeing it down out the back.
Priority with Jovan. So a mistake from world number 3 on the fall will keep him in 3rd, and he's going to try again here. Silver medalist in Tokyo 2020 finds a little arc to start. Still fishing down the line. Already on his 2nd board of the matchup. Draws it off the top well. Nice open wall for Igarashi. Tags it. Springs into a nice section with a ton of speed. Kanoa is flying. Great bottom turn, attacking it with that solid off the top. Leaning back into it for a stylish finishing move. And a nice way to pick up the pace after a fall and a misread on that first turn on his 3rd choice in this matchup. Now wave number 4 coming in for Kanoa, and doesn't need much to take the lead off Alejo. Only needing a 2.27. So we'll see the lead change. First, we'll see what Jovan did here.
Yeah, let's catch up with Joe. Sprinting down the line, that wave is just stacking up sections in front of him. And that's the problem with all that chatter. It's so much harder for you to gain traction and projection. And the interesting thing about it, Joe, this first wave of Kanoa Igarashi was a better wave than the 2nd wave of the set, or at least a slower pace for this moment of the wind that we have. But Joe let it go. So given the opportunity for Kanoa with 3rd priority way down the line to find a backup, keeping the rails clean. See how that wave slows down a little bit more so he can actually extract some points out of it and gain so much speed. It's very hard to traction with all that noise and finish it off strong. It's not going to be a massive score, but that's a backup with 3rd priority. You take that any time of the day. That beautiful, strong layback. Gets up vertical as well, and you can see the nose of the board going all the way back around. Beautiful surfing for Kanoa. Just the wave obviously lacked a little bit of quality, but still going to be a decent backup for Kanoa.
Yeah, like you said, Jesse, smart move when you fell on a turn and you recover with 3rd priority. Meanwhile, Alejo Moniz gets stuck off the top and goes down.
Same mistake as the previous wave, the 4.1 that he had. So obviously we got to catch up to see what happened on the wave previously, but that looked like a missed opportunity for Alejo.
So on that last wave with that real classy finishing move from Kanoa, Igarashi turns in his best score, a 6.5, to go all the way out in front. Alejo to 2nd, Jovan to 3rd, with still 11 minutes on the clock for opening round heat number 2. We'll be right back.
Nature's Valley is about an hour and a half's drive from J-Bay. This is a route that my family and I have driven for many years along the garden route of South Africa. Always wanted to take that road down, a little bit of road less traveled. This is actually where the Kruit River meets the ocean. Those are like Titicaca mountain range in the background. I think places like this really put things into perspective for you. They make us feel small. This is actually one of Corona's 100 beaches too. It's got a massive cliff. And this is also where the Archer Trail, which is a very famous hike in South Africa, starts. Super stoked to be here and show you guys around.
Always great to run into J-Bay royalty like Emma Smith. You guys been to Nina's before. That's her family restaurant as she's showing us around this beautiful part of South Africa. Watching a wrapping cutback for Joel Vaughn. Growing in front of him in size. Nice arc. The Australian lights up the top part of the wave with the wrapping cutback. He's got his flow state activated in the good part of the wave now. Running through this inside wall, pulls up and under, trying to force the exit. But the hollow part of the wave was kind of almondy shaped and ends up clamping on the rookie. So Vaughn hoping for almost an 8 to take the win here. Alejo looking for just under a 7.6. Kanoa Igarashi still out front, now also has first priority. Kanoa, not just only the highest ranked surfer, but also the most successful out of this pack in history of Jeffreys Bay. Let's watch Joel's again.
Yeah, nice first start right there. Looks like that wave was going to have such a good pace. Gets another crack down the line. You can see that he starts to eye it down. That's super tube section that starts to get a little bit holler and faster. Slows himself down, puts in the barrel, but just the wave clamps with that wind's not helping, keeping it open.
And then also here, Alejo Muniz.
On a smaller wave, gets a little bit caught on that first bottom turn, cleans it up. It's very easy for you to get caught with all that chatter and that noise up the face. That's a beautiful third carve for Alejo. That wave is a little bit slower in pace, so it gives him a lot of opportunity to maximize the opportunity in front of him. Gets up and vertical. Nice closeout section, but just once again gets stuck. Same thing had happened on that 4.1, so 2 missed opportunities there for Alejo to finish it off with the right foot forward. Unfortunately for him, because he would have put himself in a way better position, because both of those closeout sections were the best that he got in both of the opportunities he had. Unfortunately for Alejo right there.
So Kanoa still out in front. The falls continue for Alejo, keeping him in the 4 range. Joel Vaughn's best of 4.4 as well. Alejo Muniz, 3-time quarterfinalist. He actually got those 3 quarters all in a row in his first 3 starts at J-Bay in the past. Kanoa Igarashi, 3-time semifinalist, including his last visit here to Jeffreys Bay, where he's found the recipe to success. He's had some breakthrough performances, even on board changes in the past. When he originally jumped on Sharp Eye, that was his famous semifinal run, his first semifinal finish he had at J-Bay, where people noticed a considerable difference of speed and the way he was performing. Now on to JS Industries this year, and you're starting to see something fresh once again. Well, next heat, Matthew McGillivray is coming up next, and maybe this is the best entrance to a heat we've ever had in surfing history. McGillivray out of the sky just moments ago.
That's ridiculous. Are you kidding me? That's James Bond status right there.
That was amazing. He was coming in hot.
Hands down, that has to be by far the best entrance we've ever seen in our life.
It's got to be. What a way to warm up. Adrenaline fired up. High fives from everybody on the beach. He's already in his jersey. Going to take that all the way back into the lineup. Look at him go. And he has that look on his face like, yeah, just another day at the office. checking out his home break from the sky. He's done that before. Matty McGillivray.
Do you think there's any nerves to this guy now?
I don't
There
think
can't
so.
be, right?
That was insane, Kaipo. How about that?
Yeah, well, I agree with you guys. That was the greatest entrance to a heat ever. And you know what we thought? He was late picking up his jersey. Where's Matty? Well, he's falling from the sky. The orange smoke bomb went off, gave us the landing position. Matty showed up. I mean, that's the way to enter the heat. That's got to be intimidating to the other competitors.
That's right. They're going, well, maybe Matty's a no-show. Hang on. Nope, he's jumping out of a plane.
007 style, just like you said. And I got a marine report also. We have multi-pod conditions right now. I mean, there's a ton of dolphins. About 53 spread out through the entire point right now, having a good time. It's a beautiful day.
Gosh, we love that. Thank you, Kaipo, here at Jeffreys Bay. Seeing dolphins everywhere you see. Now setting up a climb is Kanoa Igarashi, world number 3, getting out in front. Arcs it into the pocket with that super clean style. So precise. How about that? Was able to extend his rail through that section. Now off the top. Reaching off the lip again. He's got his flow. Can drop that back shoulder on demand and mix it up. He even wants a little vision there and rushes through that tunnel and attacks the end section. This guy is so consistent at J-Bay. Some of those sections could be hard to read, but he can adjust through the lip and make those turns bigger or stop him short if he needs to transition. Poetry in motion from Igarashi.
Joe, look at the control that he had throughout this wave, and the difference is you can see how much cleaner the lineup is right now. We do have a little bit of a swing of the wind, and you're gonna see how much traction he gets off the turns. Look how much he pushes on that rail on the fins. Gets a lot of spray up, and then regains speed very quickly and fast because the wave is letting him. The face of the wave is much cleaner right now. This is gonna be very good, healthy score for Kanoa. Mix it up with a nice barrel. And as the wave gets on the shore, finish it off strong. If you think about it, comparison to the 6.5, this wave is more aggressive. Have those down the line speedy turns, kind of air drops it, very risky maneuvers. And then he's able to generate speed to open up turns like that. Use it, mix it up with a beautiful little tucked in tube ride and finish it off strong. This is going to be a great score for Kanoa Igarashi.
Stellar finishing move once again for Kanoa, and just capitalizing on his opponent's mistakes. Alejo with several falls in this heat, even on better waves too. His finishing moves, he's gone down hard, so Alejo stays in second and Kanoa continues to improve. You have the 6.5 on wave number 4. On the comparison, wave number 5 is 7.33. The best number of the heat so far, heading into the final minute.
And so far, making the most of the opportunity he had with priority and without priority as well. The 5.83, 7.33, he was holding priority, and the 6.5, identifying that wave that Joe Vaughns didn't want and maximizing his potential.
Final minute upon us. Coming up next, we'll see Iago Dora and Connor O'Leary. I don't know how they're going to contain Matthew McGillivray after jumping out of a plane in his jersey. He'll be representing the local crew here. We've enjoyed Matty McGillivray on tour for several years. He just fell off at the midseason cut, so he's working his way back on the Challenger Series. But great wild card selection to mix it up with the best on his home break, giving Jordy Smith and Luke Thompson some backup. 20 seconds to go. We had world number 4 get sent to the elimination round in the last heat. That's Italo. Kanoa's one place better on the rankings, world number 3. As things are getting interesting in the final 5 talk. Kanoa wanting to be strong before heading into Tahiti with a lot of points out of this event. He would have marked this one as one he'd want to win at the start of the season. 2 finals this year for Kanoa. And now at J-Bay, one of his pet events, looking like he is still looking like one of the favorites to make it to finals day. Alejo Muniz and Joel Vaughn will be sent to the elimination round. And Kanoa gets a jump into the round of 16. Up next, Iago Dora, Connor O'Leary, and the guy that flew out of the sky, Matthew McGillivray. Coming up next in heat number 3, we'll bring in Paul Evans, Jesse Starling, and Kaipo Guerrero for the call right after this.
Matt McGillivray will be in white. So congratulations, Igarashi taking the win in heat number 2. We saw certainly in white Alain Munez coming in second. Blue Joel Vaughan taking third. So well done, Kanoa. Put together a well-structured heat there.
It's a great Saturday morning here in the Eastern Cape.
It's a beautiful morning in Jeffreys Bay. Iconic scenes at the wave and something we've never seen before as we have a look at local hero Matt McGillivray. Tell you what, if you're James Bond watching right now, you're not happy. You just turned your TV off, you got on the phone to M or Q. You need something because Matty just stepped up.
He did. I mean, have we ever seen anything like that before? Who skydives into a heat? That is just crazy. And Matty, he's definitely the competitor to do it. He's fearless when it comes to things like this.
It was pretty intimidating. Matt ran by. I was on the beach and Matt ran by, looking all good, and then Iago's just walking out to his heat just like it's a normal heat, and he's like going, what's going on right now? This South African's falling out of the sky as a wild card, ready to take me out. I don't know.
Love this energy. Having a look at a great matchup. Number 2 in the world, Iago Dora, 2 wins on the championship tour this season. Connor O'Leary, the big, powerful, goofy as well. And Matt McGillivray here as a wild card. And what an entertainer, what a showman, the real star, of course. You're looking at it, look at these lines coming through. We are set for a really fun morning for the men's opening round. John and myself, Paul Evans, Jess Starling, Kaipo Guerrero. We enjoying ourselves thus far. It's been pretty good first couple of heats.
It's been great first couple of heats. I mean, it's pretty pumping this morning. It's a little bit chilly, but I've been told the colder the better in regards to waves when it comes to J-Bay. So we'll take the cold if it means pumping waves.
Just already that energy as well from this crowd, just enjoying the surfing that we're seeing, and the waves just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, wait, it's warming up on the beach just because of the energy right now, and just because of what we're seeing. Like Iago right here on the backhand, Paul.
Dora, super precise and steep with that hit, as you'd expect from him. Glides over a section, and he's so good at finishing off that closeout maneuver on that float. Seasons past, that's been a real maneuver that's banked him points. On this occasion, down in there. It is technically difficult. It's going to be a talking point. We've actually seen, I mean, we're watching ultra elite surfers. We've seen quite a few of them struggle just so far, particularly with these sections, the timing of it, making these maneuvers. Let's have a look at O'Leary with that power and a real natural fit for the wave in terms of the energy that he can use from those big legs to hit this wave. But it's tough. It's really technical, Kaipo.
Well, what we're going to see right now is the goofy foots come into play. And so we haven't seen a lot of the backhanders right now. So seeing the goofy foots come into play is going to be a contrast, I feel, with this wind and the sections, and really having to go the fast and slow kind of section here, that you're going to, it's going to be an exceptional challenge for the goofs. We saw that with Italo Ferreira this morning. I think the same challenge is going to be for Connor O'Leary and Iago Dora. And you can see a little bit on this replay of, you know, like I talk about the fastness. So it's really having to take that high line through here, the section, then it slows up. But just picking your spots really hard on the backhand, especially given this win. And a little catchy there. And all this downtime, because it's kind of like you're seeking spots to put the board up. And once you do, you want to execute. And he does pretty well right there, but it's just, finish would have been really good in that impact. Looking for that high impact finish, but not getting it.
I mean, you can see it's good signs. I mean, Iago, we've got two of the best goofy footers in the world in this heat. Came down there and then did really well to pick up his speed through this next section to go up for that floater, but you can see that those fins didn't really engage. He had a little bit of wobble as he came down on that finishing turn there, but it's a mistake that can be made that early on in the heat, but he definitely will be trying to clean it up a little bit. But I really wanted to pick the brain on a couple of goofy footers here, because I just thought to myself, it'd probably be a little bit tricky surfing this wave. I mean, it's easy to get caught behind if you're not choosing the right lines. I mean, we talk about tempo a lot. Hoggy, Nathan Hedge, he's had a 10 here in the past. I was chatting to him. He said, pinpointing the right waves out here, finding waves that just are fractionally slower is how the goofy footers do best here. And he reckons those ones that break that little bit wider, that have a fraction slower tempo, they're the waves that the goofy footers really want to take and then choose their tempo so that they can really get up and under that lip.
Yeah, that's pretty much any point in the world on the backhand is choosing something that's a little slower when you're on the backhand. So yeah, you can apply that same equation here to J-Bay. But this is the guy with the entrance right here, Paul.
Yeah, love this from Matty. Looks so relaxed and comfortable as well. Saw him up in Bolito last week, competing with a smile on his face there. He's always pretty chilled as well. Very relaxed kind of guy as he moves around in his regular activities, and then obviously does some really, really exciting stuff as well. Surfing one of the iconic waves in the world, where he just happens to live as well. So very much at home here. He'll have a great read on this wave, and no pressure at all. It comes into this stage of the season, he's just got a chance to entertain the crowd. I mean, he's already done that, but with his surfing.
We hope to see that, right? We hope to see a pressure-free Matthew McGillivray here to really perform and really take out a lot of the top seeds, potentially, just because, like you said, there's no weight on his shoulders at all. This is a very familiar territory for him. This is his hometown, his home break. Everything's looking really good for him, but we've seen the history of surfing, Paul. Sometimes those expectations can get to a surfer as well.
South African crowds will be enjoying the next couple of heats with some strong showing from their countrymen right now out in the water. Lines filling through. It's crisp ruler edge. J-Bay at the moment, pretty much the perfect direction. Not so much wrap in, more of a push from much deeper. Really, really well lined up. Who's going to be able to pick waves that offer the best scoring opportunities? That section from the takeoff has been pretty fast, and seen a couple of surfers really struggle to hit it with speed and connect. Here goes Iago Dora on a medium-sized wave. And a little brisk snap to reposition low.
Wow.
Gives it a bit of a whack on the backhand, and then real patient, nothing forced or overly hurried. Now he's got speed.
Here he goes.
And a big, beautiful rotation.
That's
it. Is absolutely delightful. Iago Dora, brilliant surfing.
You could see him projecting that. You could see him searching for the ramp, taking that high line. We know that Iago's got that all in his arsenal. You know that's some of his highlights right there. It's extra hard with this offshore wind. Well done. That's excellent surfing.
He's been surfing with that risk all year as well. I mean, he just has been so carefree when it comes to really going for it, especially on those end sections where it's a little bit tricky. And today, I mean, we've seen a lot of people go for airs. The board comes away from them, the wind gets under their board. So much control on that last one from Iago.
Here goes Matt. Absolute blistering speed from him, and a first turn super committed. Rail surfing, again into a hard lip to hit. He'll do that. And those strong legs will get the recovery, just absorb that shock. So, different ways of getting numbers here. You think about point break surfing, kind of classical lines, and there is that. That's a big part of it. But also that progression. It's been one of the stories, more recent chapters at J-Bay. Matt will go again here. Bit of froth. He doesn't mind it. He'll park it here for some tube time. Vij for McGillivray. And he's driving through the barrel. The crowd loving this. Exits with the low line. He'll go again. Double tube for Matt. That one will consume him. What a heat.
I mean, it's on between all of these guys. Matty just wanting to keep that ball rolling, keep swinging through that inside, and he's got the crowd behind him today. I mean, we know how passionate South Africans are about supporting their people, and especially Matty. I mean, he's a local here, so he's got everyone on his side on the beach.
What this illustrates is the hometown advantage. This illustrates the home break advantage, to be able to identify this wave, pick it up, and find a really, really nice tube on this second wave that we're going to see from Matthew McGillivray. This one right here. This didn't look like much at the beginning, right? And he knew this section of the point. He knew it was going to barrel. Parked it well, controlled his speed, got a little bit of extra time there. Maybe got a little greedy, didn't probably need the second one, but still he's going to get scored on that completed barrel.
And then this one for Iago, I loved this. I mean, he was sitting that little bit wider, just like we were mentioning, and look at the tempo of this wave. It's that little bit slower. So we got a couple really classy carves done at the start of this wave. Highland came back down, regained, pushed really hard through that third turn. You can see he knows this wave. He knows the tempo. He knows exactly what he's looking for. And right here, we knew he was going to be loading up for this full air rotation there for Iago. And he's just been pulling these out of the hat all year long, and there's just the way that he had the control through the air here. There's a lot of wind this morning as well, but he's just found this wave, and look at that, just the technique, the control, the spin that he had through that air. It is so hard to do this morning. Some of the best in the world have struggled to do that exact turn, but Iago pulls it off on his first attempt.
Just corked out. So getting off axis right there, he's got a lot of practice in wave pulls, and that's how he has that consistency. It's similar to skateboarding, a corked out backside 5, if you would. And we talked about excellent. It was going to go excellent. Sure did, Paul.
Huge number for Iago Dora, 9.33 for him. Looking at that slow-mo, just how tech and how good he made that look. Also on the land, you see his face. You just saw him get that breath out, that exhale, as it kind of sunk in that he'd stomped it. I mean, just balletic in his approach. Everything is so tidy with his body position. That board super high in the air. And what an incredible start to our third heat from the opening round.
When you can do that, you become almost unbeatable. Because when you can put up excellent scores, really with the emphasis on a single big futuristic, if you would, maneuver that he's done over and over again. We saw him doing that at Punta Roca in the past, and on right-hand point breaks. We know he has that, and that makes him super, super dangerous. So he can actually get larger numbers off of a lesser quality waves, and that's really hard to beat when you have those combinations.
The confidence that Dora brings into top 10 on a season where really he's been going from strength to strength. He's been kind of bubbling. I know one of our commentary team, Jesse Mendes, has been talking the last couple of seasons about the improvements that Iago's been making season after season. And this year all really coming to fruition. And he's had to be a little bit of an extra character in terms of, you think about the Brazilians winning all the world titles with Italo and Gabriel, and of course Felipe, and then all of a sudden Iago's...
Well, remember, he had to come back from a broken foot that took him out for a long time, and that was a bad foot fracture. And so that, to get your confidence, to get your body back, to be able to do those high impact aerials, he's come a long, long way to do that. And that was a lot of work that he's put in. And so now definitely, you got to list Iago Dora as a title contender.
Absolutely. I feel like the last few years he's kind of had that underdog energy. You know, he's made a couple rounds and then made a couple mistakes, but it feels like this year it's different. He's cleaned up all of these little 1%ers that have just been hindering him in the past, but now Iago, like you mentioned, he's a title contender this year.
Just over 16 minutes to go here. Time for a quick break. Excellent surfing from Iago Dora. A massive 9.33 for him. More live action from J-Bay real soon. Looking back at the season on the championship tour, local knowledge for Baum over on the North Shore. Italo was unbelievable in the basin in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, it's been an incredible year. I mean, we're 10 stops in, and Iago, he got his first win of the year at Portugal. And then it was the story of the South Africans over in El Salvador with Maddie and Jordy in that, and Jordy taking the first win of his season too.
Jack rang the bell. That was a big one for Jack Robinson and, of course, Felipe Toledo. And the gas pedal that he had there at Burley Heads on the Gold Coast. And the Big Brew did it again at Margaret River 2 times. And Iago as well. Yeah, Iago found his second win at Trestles. I mean, he was so impressive there. Going to similar maneuvers that we saw him get with that 9, and then Cole. He was hard to beat. That power was unmatched at Sakurima. And then now we have an opportunity to crown someone else at the 10th stop, and potentially someone could get a 3rd win of the season here. And a pretty good year on the men's side for the Goofy Foot Union as well, with Italo Ferreira, Iago Dora coming through. We love the Goofs, and of course the big take it to the house call Houshmand. So Goofies are doing pretty good this year, Paul.
Got a couple in the water right now as well. We're looking for a first wave of significance. For one of them, Connor O'Leary, we've already seen something, well, close to perfect numerically from Iago Dora, that 9.33, and it set the tone for the heat. Under 13 minutes to go in it. Matt McGillivray, a couple of modest numbers from him. He would have enjoyed his tube time. The crowd want more from him. Expect more crowd noise as well, because coming up, we've got more representation from South Africa. We'll see the Big Brew Jordy Smith. He's coming up next. The wildcard Luke Thompson as well. So the South Africans will be in full voice. They appreciate any kind of surfing of high quality, like the stuff we've been seeing from Iago so far in this. A little kind of pause in the action, really, as this one just simmers down a touch. Let's go and hear from winner of the last heat, Kanoa Igarashi, with Rosie.
Yes, such a great performance from Kanoa. Rookie season 2016, you came to J-Bay. You've been coming here ever since. How much of an advantage is experience? We know that you got that first wave under priority.
Yeah, well, I remember my first year here as a rookie. My first 2 years here, I was like, oh, I hope J-Bay's never on the calendar ever again, because I don't know how to surf this wave. And I just remember I couldn't like get down the line. I couldn't even like put my rail in the water, and it was such a hard wave. Like, I swear I was like, it was the one event all year where I like couldn't sleep at night because I was scared I was gonna get embarrassed the next morning by whoever was in my heat. And I don't know, I just kind of like, you know, I felt like I sort of like kind of suffered a lot there, because I just felt like that was the one time I really felt uncomfortable in the water, was out here. And just because it kind of like shows everyone's flaws. Wave is so perfect, so, you know, if you don't have a good carve on you, or if you don't have a good in the pocket turn, you kind of get exposed. And yeah, all my Huntington Beach surfing was getting exposed out there for forever. And but luckily, year after year, I came here. I spent a lot of time here in the off season and stuff as well. So, and that kind of ultimately set me up to be able to surf this wave better than my rookie year. And year after year, I feel more and more comfortable here. And to where we are now, I feel like it's one of my favorite events on tour. So I'm pretty thankful.
It's a really good insight. Thanks, Kanoa. And talking about lean on your experience, Jake Patterson, 2-time winner out here. How great is it having his knowledge?
Yeah, I mean, having Snake in my corner, he has all his little tricks and his little tips, and he always gives me so much insight. You know, he'll tell me stuff. This year, he'll tell me some insights about some lineup stuff and some of the wave angles and stuff. And I was like, why didn't you tell me that the other year when we were competing? You know, like why do you hold some stuff? But yeah, it's so important to pick the right wave out there. It's a day like today is really perfect, but there's a lot of sort of intricacies in each wave and the way the angle of the wave when it comes in. There was one wave that I knew was a really good wave, and I had a feeling that they weren't going to see it, and it kind of went underneath, and I was able to sort of open up a little bit, and you know, like some little stuff like that where, you know, you see something in a wave where maybe someone else doesn't see is I feel like it all stems from having a coach like Jake.
Thank you so much for the time, and great surfing.
Thanks, Rosie. Having a look at your heat leader by some margin. Iago Dora sets up. Just little redirects, really. Super patient. Stands on the tail. Things will steepen up here. Hits it with a bit of vim. and then some speed through this section, just burning off speed. Really nice glidey hit into the lip again. The poise, as ever, is absolutely brilliant from him as he gets into the rhythm. He just finishes it with 3 really nicely executed turns. Again, he'll add to, well, he's got 4.83 as the backup. That's the number he's looking to improve on. He's already gone huge with the 9.33. You come to another part of the world after being at home and you wonder, you're number 2 in the world, you want to go out and perform first heat. How's it going to go? Well, I think we're seeing the answer.
Yeah, he's had great wave selection. As far as tempo goes on this wave, I mean, he's really been able to take his time and find those pockets that really allow him to open up without having to rush and think, I've got to get down the line on that next turn. This wave, a bit smaller, but great tempo. Up and under on this first section, and here he gains some speed. Beautiful turn. I mean, he really just got that pop at the top of the wave there. Came down the line again, so like you mentioned, only trying to better a 4.83 and got a series of really nice backhand Rios in there for Iago. I mean, it's not the 9.33, but it's a great surfed wave.
This is Iago safety surfing for his backup score, and that's exactly playing the game. This is the game of surfing, right? So he knows he's already got a huge number with a 9.33, just wants to improve upon that mid-range 4.83. Think he got the job done right there, showed some restraint in his surfing, which I really like seeing.
And then Connor, I mean, he's been quiet in this heat so far, but he got himself a score here. This wave, a 5.07, so he's got something of substance on the board here, and you can see how much power he has, even just based on that bottom turn. That entire rail is buried, his entire fin is coming out of the water. He's no stranger to a right-hand point break either. Serves Lennox head, he's gorgeous to watch out there too. Comes through this inside, that finishing turn, I mean, he just was driving off that back foot all the way through. He's got so much power. So you think that bowl and that pocket that J-Bay offers and Conor O'Leary's backhand, it's got to be a pretty solid combo.
Yeah. Look what happened, Paul. With Iago, he did back that 9.33 up.
Gets a really good number, the 6.5 for him, a massive heat total now, 15.83. And a great way to kick things off here at J-Bay. And using those smarts to build himself, well, it's not insurmountable at all, but right now it's combos required by a surfer's chasing. And let's have a look, CT by the numbers. This is counting wave scores, averages. And you look down this list here, we're seeing a lot of power from these goofy foots. These are backhand surfers at Jeffreys Bay.
Yeah, and I think when you look at the backside average counting waves, you have to take into account Gabe Medina and Italo Ferreira catch a lot of waves in their heat. So some of those waves that would be throwaway waves would bring down that average wave score. So I feel like the number for averaged out for both Gabe and Italo is a little bit low when you consider their overall performances out here at J-Bay.
Nat Young, of course, amazing on the backhand with the power. Some similarities to the kind of work that Conor O'Leary does, but just looking at that, think about that wave that we just saw from him, a little soft, and you kind of think he really wants something with a bit more significant in terms of the height of the wave, in terms of the power to really unleash upon.
Definitely. I mean, think about the strength that he has, and he's been really able to find these moments and create these moments this year where he's put that on absolute display. Thinking back to Bells, thinking back to Margs, where he was really able to find those bigger, suckier pockets and just unleash. He's got this really great ability to get up and under the lip, thinking that he's not going to make it, his nose is going to bury out, and then he just stomps on that back foot. He's so strong. Got to be one of the strongest guys on tour. Definitely one of the tallest guys in stature. And I agree. You got to think one of those bigger waves is going to look pretty good for Conor O'Leary.
Yeah, you can see the rocks. We still have a receding tide right now, so we've got a couple more hours of the tide going out. And we got looks like a leopard in the Red Bull athlete zone.
Cross Colapinto looking very fetching this morning as he goes through his final preparations.
Would that be a cheetah or a leopard, Paul?
I think that's leopard.
It's a leopard, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. There's the.
I mean,
we know that's the yellow jersey on the rocks right there.
Yeah, Jordy wears that one pretty well. He is comfortable being at home competing, as is this young man. Had his 21st birthday last week. And got a win as well on the Challenger Series. Got himself a wild card, featured here back in 2022. What an opportunity for him in absolutely pumping conditions at home.
Yeah. I talked to Luke just yesterday, and he's just
really, really excited to have a chance to go up against Jordy and to go toe-to-toe with Jordy right now in front of the South African crowd.
And you know what? Those two are actually really good friends. Jordy acts like a bit of a mentor to Luke. In Jordy's new movie, Plus 27, he took Luke over to Mozambique and it gave him pretty much an entire section of the movie. And those two seem to have a brilliant relationship, just like with this guy as well.
Matt McGillivray in full flow here. Holds his line into a nice vertical hit and just patient as he brings that one down and sets up. Positioning just impeccable on the wave itself, as this one will go into a pocket section for him. Some carves for patience, and then a speed run through and inside. He'll fling one down. Won't get the landing on that section. You can see just how shallow it gets there. It's super tricky. It only really adds to just how technical and impressive that big backhand rotation we had from Iago early in this heat. But Matt, you think about point break style carving surf, and he's got the air game as well, and he will try and use that here, but hasn't been super busy in this one. That's had to be a little bit patient in terms of the waves he's caught. Got those two in quick succession. Since then, he's had to wait. This is his reply.
Yeah, you'd have to think as far as point break surfing goes, he got his best result this year. You know, at a right-hand point break over in El Salvador, it was the second. So this wave, you know, he sat for a long time. He showed interest on Iago 6.5 though, but had the wrong priority, but came through on this wave and got a bit of damage done here. I mean, got a couple nice snaps in. This wave really started to slow down in tempo through here, and now he gained some speed through the inside. Kind of knew he had to go for something big, as there wasn't anything crazy before that, but just potentially the wrong angle going into that air.
Dora with plenty of speed, just shifting through the gears. He'll sting out the tail on the backhand, looking down the line and probing away. And that one will run. He'll push through the back. But the poise and the polish from him throughout everything he does. Meanwhile, O'Leary, he'll load up in. He'll look to try and use his weapons. A little flash of a quick turn, but just demonstrating that aggression that he brings. And then opening up the line to wrap back. And then a little disinterest with the frothy inside section, not offering a lot for him. So it's still, he has a little rueful glance down the line. And he'll be feeling he hasn't quite had the wave. Certainly in the practice, it's been pumping leading up to this. He's had some big sections. He's absolutely hammered them. He's still really waiting for that connection, Jess.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in this heat as well, you'd have to be frustrated. 2 minutes to go. You're in combination. You haven't really found your flow or your rhythm in this heat yet. So, yeah, I'd say a bit of frustration here from Connor, but there's nothing wrong with this serve. He's got so much speed coming down the line here on this wave, and that big hook in the pocket there, that was fast. It was whippy from Connor. Came back around, really pushed hard, put it on rail, and then this foamy inside section, it's not a good looking way to finish that wave there for Connor.
Well, this guy's just taking a victory lap. The heat's done. Both guys are in combo. We're under 2 minutes. So it's Iago Dora putting this one in the refrigerator. Already shut the door, and he's on to the round of 16. Paul.
Yeah, his work's done. That 9.33 really, what a moment of quality for him. And what a way just to open up. You think, well, obviously you don't know exactly when we're going to run, but you look at the swell and thinking about when competition's going to be on, and just starting with that momentum. We can run events this part of the season. A couple of days, 3 days, it can be done if the swell all lines up and they're consecutive. You think about just starting really, really strong and putting a bit of a statement down as well. And what a way to kick things off here and just show, yeah, Goofy's at J-Bay. We think about the power surfers. We've mentioned some of the icons that we used to see in here, but it's not all about that and that progression. That'll be an absolute tool and a weapon for him.
Absolutely, and I feel like he'll be picking apart his lineup. I mean, you can tell that he has really studied here and this lineup, and where sitting in the right spot is for the Goofy footers, and he's got so much support here. I mean, I feel like wherever we go on tour, there's got to be a massive Brazilian contingent of fans.
Says
down
it right
the
there.
beach.
Order and progression. And what did we see right now from Iago Dora? Progression. So, well done.
Beautiful Saturday morning at the iconic Jeffreys Bay. And a brilliant performance from the world number 2, Iago Dora. And it'll just keep getting better from here. We're looking at a really, really fun, full day of waves and competition. Iago serving a bit of notice. And waves will continue to pump through the morning and hopefully through the entire day here. A cool little moment as they'll share this one, little party wave to bring it in to wrap up Heat 3 of the opening round. We'll send the wildcard McGillivray and Conor O'Leary to the elimination round. We'll enjoy the aeronautics from Dora, more live action from J-Bay real soon.
Looking for completion. Progressing down the line. And he snaps it off the top to finish. So that was Jordy Smith. The surfer in the yellow vest. So world #1, of course, previous champion here at the Corona Cero Open J-Bay in 2010 and 2011. So it's been almost 15 years. So 18 years on the world tour for Jordy Smith. And what an honor it is to see him riding out here. Still going strong. World #1. He's being joined in the heat by blue. That's carve. And of course, very excited to see the wild card as well. Just took out the win for the Bonito Pro. That's Luke Thompson. Just going down here, welcome. This is the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. Day #2 of competition. At the waiting period and the event has been called on. We've got some beautiful 4 to 6 foot lines out the back. Some offshore breezes.
Back-to-back wins for the Big Brew back in 2010, 2011. It was a different time here at J-Bay. It was a great time for a then pretty young and fresh-faced Jordy Smith. His connection with the wave goes back as long as he can remember. Loves competing here at Jeffreys Bay and, well, getting a couple of wins early on. 2011, a little bit stormy, didn't mind it, got another great win.
Oh, his connection with this wave, it's just beautiful just to watch. Even in the free surfs, there's something about Jordy and J-Bay that is just so gorgeous on the eyes. And I mean, 2 wins back to back. He's had 48 excellent waves here. 4 of those being 10-point rides. And look how young he was in those. So he's looking to get his 3rd win here.
I was actually going to say the guy doesn't really age. He's the veteran on tour. He's still looking as sprite and as springy as ever, and he's the world #1 right now after 18 years on the championship tour. I mean, he's found the fountain of youth, and maybe the fountain of youth is Jeffreys Bay.
Can't wait to see how this one plays out. Jordy Smith, world #1 in the yellow jersey. Taking on Crosby Colapinto and Luke Thompson. This is Jordy's first wave.
Yeah, really nice connect with that first section here. He just has this incredible ability to do 1 pump for speed down the line. A lot of people have to do 3 or 4, but he just has this way of generating speed that I feel like no one else has with this wave, and he just connects so beautifully when he lays his rail, comes back around down through this inside section. It's just got a really nice tempo to it. Great carve back to the pocket here. And this is Jordy Smith. We knew that this was coming. Just his tempo, his timing with this wave, and the variety he has as well. Just so much to offer when it comes to Jordy at J-Bay.
Really what you see here, and I like that you brought that up, Jess, is his projection that he has off of a single bottom turn. And a lot of that I feel has to do with biomechanics and just that he has got a 6'3" frame that's slim and flexible, and that way he's able to create these angles on the board and create some power through his bottom turns, and that accentuates his top turns. Really smooth. I feel like this is Jordy still surfing kind of in 3rd gear right now, just to establish a number at the beginning of the heat. I think it's smart surfing. I think it's well timed and beautifully put together, but I know he has more for us than this.
You'd love if that was your 3rd gear surfing. That was so sick. I mean, how hard he was burying this rail in the water. Look at this. Look how far his rail is. As he comes back around, there is so much speed and power. We just saw all 3 fins, so his board almost pretty much horizontal there. He's just got so much ability just to lay that rail and get it so critical. And it looks like he might have got another wave as well for Jordy. So it doesn't stop. The Jordy show continues.
Picking up live action here, Jordy Smith streaking through a tube. He'll cover some ground. He'll pop out audacious. Had no right really to make that. And he'll just about hang on. And then won't be able to come around this section. Meanwhile, Cross looking forward to see what he can do here. Another surfer with a big, powerful frame. A really nice natural fit for this wave as he puts in a vicious snapping carve. He'll get cover as well in that morning sunshine, up for a big float with a lot of momentum, and then falls down a hole. Won't get the landing, but a good exchange there to see Crosby getting involved and connecting well. Loving the way that Jordy opened up with that smooth control. A lot of power in the water as well. Luke Thompson can hit it hard as well. We're going to see some water being displaced.
Definitely. And, you know, we've got the greats here. We've got Jordy, Ethan, Felipe. We know there's a lot of guys who surf this wave really well. But if you picked Crosby Colapinto as your dark horse, I feel like you're picking right. I mean, just the way he fits into this wave as well with his turns. He's got a really similar tempo to Jordy with his surfing. And he's got a lot of power behind him as well. That first wave, this one here, really impressive stuff from Crosby.
Yeah, this is for the Cross. I put him on my fantasy team just because of that. I think he has a frame that fits this wave. He's got that same power. However, you know, we saw in that graphic, this is his first time surfing J-Bay in competition, so he's still got some stuff to learn here. So we'll see if he's a quick learner, but I think overall his skill set applies to this wave, as you can see right here. Didn't get the finish, that's the unfortunate part, but I like how whippy it is off the top. And a little tube time as well for Cross. Sporting the leopard rip curl suit. And here we go, look first of Luke Thompson.
Yeah, Lukey getting his campaign underway as well. So he would be excited, but you'd have to think a little bit nervous as well. But Luke, he's come back. This is his second CT here at J-Bay, and he's a new guy, and he's coming off a big win on the Challenger Series. So just hitting a little bit of bump on that face there for Luke. So he'll be hitting the reset button coming into these next 22 minutes. And then Jordy, the show just didn't stop. He had no right, like you mentioned, Paul, making that barrier. He was completely gone from that one, and he just popped out of the foam. There goes the yellow, and unfortunately got a little bit behind on that section, but he just has an impeccable read on this wave. I mean, completely disappeared during that shack, and then out pops Jordy Smith.
Waiting for numbers to come in for Crosby. Let's see where it puts him in comparison with Jordy's 6.67. Didn't get the finish there. Some nice turns done before that. Will kind of set the tone. Luke just skidding out and losing control. Look to make amends and find something because he fell early on the wave. Means he got back for priority.
So there's a nice story here with Crosby. You see him with the leopard suit. He also has a zebra suit. Angus Forrest from Rip Curl gave us the information. They surprised all their team riders here in South Africa, bringing back those E-bombs with sublimated graphics on it, much like we used to see Matt Wilkinson have. So it's a cool process in which you can sublimate neoprene, and you can put any print that you want. It's basically taking a photo and applying it to the neoprene. And so all the Rip Curl team riders have both a zebra suit and a leopard suit in that E-bomb series.
Wilco's suits were iconic. They were hilarious. The fisherman suit he had for a while there too. They were pretty funny. It kept it nice and spicy during those times. But something I just wanted to touch on during Kanoa's interview, he said it can be really hard your first couple years here to surf this wave and just figure it out. It's so perfect. And he mentioned that it does show your flaws. And it's interesting that this is Crosby's first time here. Obviously, it wasn't on the schedule last year, but Crosby, he seems to have a pretty nice relationship with the wave pretty early on in his career. He's been coming here with Griffin the last few years that it ran just to get some reps in, and I think that's really come into play coming into his first year competing here. He looks like he knows this wave.
Yeah, interesting number for him, 6.33, so just under Jordy's score. Those two, not a lot to separate them at the moment. Jordy has the 4 in as well for the wave of the barrel that he came out of and then went incomplete. Expect him to improve on that significantly in the next 20 minutes or so as we'll fly above and have a look at a little moment of serenity and calm as this lineup will wait a while and then just absolutely pulse and fires down the point here with so much speed. There's a lot going on in terms of the surfing that we've seen in terms of tubes, full rotations on the backhand. We've had parachuting in from Matt McGillivray. I mean, what a morning already of surfing.
I know, and we've got almost the perfect direction of swell. So we want it to sit around that 220 degrees that comes in from that southwest. Today, the swell that's coming in, it's about 223, so it's almost perfect. That's why we're seeing these really beautiful lines come in. They've got that little bit of extra west in them, so those ones that come a bit wider have this beautiful taper to them, this really nice tempo, and that's where those ones that we saw Yago really capitalize on that last one. His 9 definitely had that just gorgeous direction come in and wrap around the point.
And really look forward to it. It's 9:15 local time. We got 10:40 as the low tide mark here, so really looking forward to this afternoon. After the bottoming out of the tide, then we have the swell in addition to about a 5-foot tide gain with that tide push. Expecting great things today. It should be a great day of competition, especially since we're getting through these heats in the receding tide, and we still have excellent waves even in the receding tide.
19 minutes to go in our 4th heat of the opening round. It features the yellow jersey of the world #1, Jordy Smith of South Africa. Here goes another South African. He's a wild card. His name's Luke Thompson. Deciding to push hard. Not a great decision, or just the execution. That one will get away from him. We'll have a little look down the line as well, as that wave will rattle off for a couple of 100 meters more, offering sections for him. Did he get a bit greedy, try and push too hard there, Jess?
I think he knows he's got to push hard, especially in a heat like this, but he probably just needs to simplify at this point. The highest score in this heat is a 6.67, so he just needs to be able to surf a wave start to finish. He's got the power, he's got the technique, he's got the reps at this wave as well. So 6s are easy for Luke Thompson, maybe overthinking it a little bit at this point, but you could see Jordy was looking at that wave as well. I'm curious to know if there was any go Luke before he was paddling in, because these guys, they're friends. And Luke, I mean, he was like a puppy over at Bolito. He could not believe that he won his first ever Challenger Series. Got an interference early in the event the year before, knocked him out in the opening round, then went on to win it that next year. And pretty interesting, actually, during the event, every single heat, the beach announcer found out that his warm-up song was Katy Perry Hot and Cold. So during all of his heats at Bolito, they'd blast Katy Perry Hot and Cold over the speakers.
When you think about Luke, he's 2 more good results away, or just another good result away on the Challenger Series, to meeting Jordy and Crosby full-time on the championship tour. That's his real mission right now, is to get through that Challenger Series. He's got 10,000 points with that win in Bolito, so he's well on his way. He does not, now we've seen, last year we saw surfers in the Challenger Series win an event and still not qualify. Yep. So he doesn't want to fall into that drain hole. He needs one more really good result, and we're going to see Luke Thompson on tour.
It could honestly be a couple of nights, really. Yeah. It could get him there, and he knows that as well. And there has been a direct correlation between winning at Bolito and qualifying that year. I mean, Ian Gouveia, Cole Houshmand, Rio Wider, a lot of people finishing at that very top end of the Challenger Series with a win at Bolito. So we hope that that trajectory and those stats really do play in Luke's favour coming into this year's Challenger Series.
Yellow jersey in motion. Smith holds the bottom turn, cruises with a bit of nonchalance off the top with his carve and turn, and then into the lip with the release of the tail. Pulls that one back. Amazing board control. We expect that from Jordy. It pretty much comes as standard for a surfer of his technical ability. And then again, not pushing too hard, just really matching the tempo and the rhythm of the wave. Nothing forced. Setting up for an inside section here. It'll get steeper, and he'll get a little bit of drift off the top as he just swings through, wrapping a carve in the pocket, bowled out section, shallow, up into the lip, a little hang time, and a nice tidy finish.
That was that was an illustration of patience. Did you notice he had like no nerves to him, not rushed at all? He was super casual at the beginning of that wave. I really enjoyed that. It's because it's not the single maneuver for Jordy, it's how he puts everything together. And he just comes through in this replay, Jess, just relaxed as ever on the outside section, but made up for it on the inside.
It's a performance, isn't it? Really start to finish. He just has this ability to keep you on your toes. You think, oh, he's gone on that, and then comes back up. Look at this, look at the foot adjustment. He knows exactly where he wants it on his board to complete the rest of this wave, and I love that point, Kaipo. He just had such impeccable patience and timing on this wave up into that second section there to keep, you know, this momentum flowing down the line. Comes down, really starts to push hard through this inside section here, up and over. And this is where we heard the crowd really start to ramp up and love this wave from Jordy Smith. I mean, you can see patience is the perfect word, Kaipo. He never overdid it on that wave. Surfed that wave exactly how it should have. Didn't push as hard as harder than he needed to on this wave, and he just found this tempo and stuck to it, which I feel like is Jordy's superpower at this wave.
Yeah, and this turn right here, right? The patience into this turn, it looked like, oh my, he's gone. No, he pulls it back underneath him, and then we talk about projection, makes it back up to the open face. Now, mind you, all he has to do is improve upon that 4-point ride, which he did, and so he's enjoying a Red Bull jet ski ride back out, Paul, but he should be increasing his lead over the rest of the pack.
And it's interesting, you know, chatting to a lot of people, a lot of locals around here before coming into this event when they were watching over at Brazil. It was just this storyline of it'd be so amazing to see Jordy at home in the yellow jersey. And then it happened, and it felt like this storyline started to unfold. So Jordy, I feel like he's coming into this, listening to him at one night after we watched his movie over at Mozambique, he just has this ability just to switch off everything. He said, I'm almost feeling more comfortable going, even though I have this pressure on my shoulders of being world #1, being at home. He said, it's probably the most comfortable I've been at J-Bay.
Yeah, they're pretty broad shoulders, aren't they? He wears it well. He's always been just overall pretty cruisy as well in terms of his energy. But the master plan all seems to be coming together at the moment. He'll get an improvement with his number, 5.33. So he'll nudge up that scoreline. He'll make the requirements a little stiffer for the likes of Cros, Lukey Thompson. Not a huge number required for Crosby, though. He's got priority as well. He's got the second highest score with that 6.33. So very much still in this. Interesting to see his patience. Just that one wave that he's decided to go on. Having a look at Jordy this year, and Kaipo, you've been watching him down the years. Apart from obviously the success and the 2 wins, what's different, if anything, about Jordy this year?
Well, I think it's an evolution over the last couple of years where, you know, there was a time where Jordy was traveling with a coach and being really serious. I think in the last couple of seasons, Jordy's just lightened up and just been like freed himself to the world, and he's actually just having a good time. A lot of times he's going to events just solo or with his dad, Graham, but he's just, I think he's mentally has taken the weight off of his shoulders, and I feel like as a prodigy and coming into professional surfing very early on with a lot of expectations, signed some of the biggest contracts in professional surfing, when he got onto the championship tour, there's a lot of expectation on him. I think that now he's freed himself up, and that's why you see the best ever Jordy. And yet another thing, Paul, is that Jordy has maintained extreme flexibility, and like I said, he hasn't really aged that much. It's not like he's bulked up a ton since he was a kid. You know, he's still kind of slim and flexible, so he's right there. I think it's a mindset thing, though.
Yeah, interested as well. You know, maybe 5 or so years ago, the style of surfing that was doing really well with the big, crazy full rotations, and you maybe think it's moving slightly away from him. I wonder if there's been a little bit of the Ethan effect as well in terms of the flow and the carving, and kind of almost coming back a little bit in terms of what the judges are scoring, and he's really benefited from that.
I like that. That's good surfing, right? And that's great surfing, and that's something, a foundation for any surfer, even if you're a recreational surfer watching pro surfing. You need to have fundamentals in your surfing even before you turn into an aerialist, because one look that's not good in surfing, Paul, is not having fundamentals and only doing airs. You know, we know those guys.
Here he goes. Here's Jordy Smith leading this heat with a quick wave. It decided not a lot going on down the point there. 11 minutes on the clock. It is the yellow jersey of the South African. Smith in the lead at the moment. Cros Colapinto, he's well poised though. Luke Thompson needs to fire up a bit here. The wild card, a crowd enjoying their morning, as are we. More live action from the iconic Corona Cero Open J-Bay real soon.
Of course, guys, another reminder to please go and download the WSL app if you haven't done so already. You need to see all of the stats as well as the live action from our broadcasters. So So if your friends and family can't make it down here to the beach, make sure to let them know to download that app. That's the WSL app on the App Store. You'll be able to see all the scores dropping from our judges' tablets. Of course, make sure to go and like and follow us on our social media platforms as well. You'll get to see some of the awesome content coming in from our media crew. Some photos, videos on our social media, so make sure to go and like and follow us. Go and subscribe to the WSL YouTube channel as well.
We're being treated to an absolute show here at Super Tubes this morning. Part of the reason for that is excellent surfing from Iago Dora. Let's go hear from him. He's with Rosie.
Yeah, the waves are firing. The scores are reflecting that. The 933 Iago, will you just take us through that dream run? Highest wave of the event so far.
Yeah, that wave started pretty good, but I felt like I didn't really connect with my turns, and I was waiting for a better moment on the inside to do like some really big turns, and then I saw the wave was kind of racing. I was like, okay, I'm not going to waste any time. I'm just going to go big on this. And I was actually like kind of like scared to hit the ramp because I had so much speed and the wave was kind of solid and shallow on the inside. And I was like, but if I hit it at the right timing, I'll be able to land it. And then just had the best feeling, like the best feeling on surfing, just like floating in the air like that and landing on the flats. It was so cool.
Well, it doesn't get any more difficult than that, but also talk about the key word in the criteria. There's also creativity. Are you enjoying, implementing that kind of quick reflex and really reflective surfing?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like this kind of wave really offers that. You can like really get creative. The lines, it's a perfect wave, but the lines are always changing a little bit. It's still kind of unpredictable when you're on the wave, so you always have to adapt really quick, or sometimes you need to race the wave. Sometimes it's going to wait for you a little longer, and sometimes it's going to give you a big closeout ramp like that. And yeah, it's such a fun wave to adapt and to be creative and like to draw your own lines.
Well, we're loving the surfing you're doing. Thanks so much for the time.
Freedom of expression for Iago Dora. We're loving the show he put on this morning. We're enjoying what we're seeing in the water as well right now. Yellow jersey, Jordy Smith controlling this one. Still the patience of Cross Colapinto in his CT debut here. Tell you what, he's going all right with the 633 locked in, and he's showing his read in terms of not being tempted into anything. There's going to be maybe an average or below that score. He wants a bit of quality. So far, the decision, well, we'll wait and see if it's vindicated. Next couple of minutes will maybe reveal, but at some point it's going to have to go something here.
Yeah, I don't mind what I'm seeing. It's just there's nothing going on. The clock's going to burn down. It's going to run down for Crosby Colapinto. He holds on to priority. If a set comes through, which likely it's going to come in within 6.5 minutes, we're going to see another set. Crosby executes on that, gets better than basically a 6-point ride. Then he won't give any of his competitors, really some time to respond to that. That would be the best scenario for Crosby at this point.
And for Luke right now, I mean, Luke, he's probably going to be having to try and channel his best 99 Parko when he got the win here as a wild card. I mean, we've seen it before, so I feel like Lukey's going to have to dig deep in these next 6 minutes to try and, find himself 12 points under priority as well after he gets that first wave too. So, right on cue. Looks like he's having a paddle here.
Thompson into action here, and he'll load up with speed. First turn from him is vicious. That's the turn he tried to do on his previous wave. Much better this time around. And he will streak down the line right now. And he'll hammer a steep hit. He'll get the recovery. He'll make it look dramatic and big and dynamic. And another great release at the tail. He's on his way to a number here. A nice little flick as he'll just stomp on the tail and swing the nose and look for a section to launch, and it's big. Lands that fakie and unable to ride out. Super technical, as Iago mentioned, scary in there as well, but a great wave from Luke.
something that you can notice as that wave went on, the pressure started to release, the nerves started to really die down as that wave came on. He landed a couple high-risk maneuvers, and then you could see he really started to open up down the line, and I love the fact that he went for that end turn because you can see the confidence built as that wave went on. So Luke, that's the Luke we knew at Bolito. He was going for these massive end section turns, putting it all on the line, high-risk maneuvers. So Lukey starting to show what he's really got in the bag.
Yeah, Paul, you used the word dramatic, and I thought a couple of these turns as we look at this replay were exactly that. On edge kind of surfing, you know, got the tail release right there, and just goes up for another down the line, building up some speed, the fast, slow kind of approach. But that flick right there, almost kind of catchy, but that was the drama right there. Made it seamlessly past, you know, the whitewater, even with kind of that fade. Another dramatic turn. It would have been really nice just if he just had that finishing air.
Oh, definitely. But I love the fact that he just built confidence down the line of this wave, went to this, and yeah, it was huge. It was creative, to use Rosie's term, and I mean, it was to add something different on this wave. So he's really sticking to that criteria of variety of big maneuvers as well. Look at this, just pushing hard off that tail, really responding quickly to it as well to keep his speed up down the line. And this, he was doing all so well there. I mean, he was coming down and then his back foot lifted up, his front foot maybe a little bit too far up on the board there. That nose went under, putting his momentum over his front hip and over the back of the wave there for Luke. But I think as far as, you know, momentum building in this heat, that was a great moment for Luke to find himself a 6-point ride.
Well, with that finishing air, with that kind of amplitude, it looks like, for me, it feels like he had to do a full rotation right there. That was a lot just to land on the nose of your board and to go for the air rev. And I think that's why he exploded on that final maneuver, right? Because it was way out in the flats to land on your nose.
Yeah, definitely. He landed a little bit too far up the faces. It was still that water rushing up. So Luke, though, if you'd have to think with the make of that would have been the highest wave score of the heat. So that's a massive compliment to Luke for his surfing.
Here's an important wave.
Colapinto pulls the trigger here. He's been super patient, commits to the first turn, and then wraps a rail. 5.9 for the requirement currently. He'll go to the air, he'll flare above, and a little finger flick as well. So waited a long time. Not the longest wave we've seen here, but critical sections, scoring sections, varieties, taking a lot of boxes.
Yeah, he is. I feel like he heard Kaipo in his ear for that section. You probably need to look for something a bit more full rotation here. Crosby, though, he only needed himself about around a mid-range score. It was a 5.68 here. Really nice first turn. He's got that kick of the tail on lock there. Came back around and then just really started to set up for this here. Just clicked and popped perfectly on that. Came down in the phone there, so got the spin round. So it wasn't a full rotation, but he got a lot of spin done on this one. I mean, look, he lands in a pretty hard part of the wave, but also kind of softened that landing for Crosby there, and he came down, brought that nose straight back round to the beach. I mean, pretty much is a full rote there, but Jordy, he's on the answer back.
The Big Brew, slightly smaller wave, the first section, as he'll have a little look out the back, and he'll just wrap to set up, and then down the line, gun in with speed, the lip line. He'll just flow through that, then he'll find the section. Just surfing off feel here, doesn't really need to look at the wave. Can literally surf this place blindfolded. The connection is impeccable. And a softer section will require a lighter touch. He's got that too. Onto the inside, things will tighten up. Gets a little sticky off the top by his own very high standards. Now, with more speed and some flight, and he'll put down the air on the inside. They're back in the Big Brew. That's what it says on the yellow T-shirts. This crowd love their sport, their surfing. They love Jordy Smith. They're enjoying what they're seeing. He's in the lead at the moment, but we are going to get a number both for that wave, but also for Cros.
Yeah, Crosby's definitely put in a big question mark on whether or not he's going to get that score there. So Jordy had to answer back on this wave.
Yeah, I don't know if this wave's going to better his 5.33, to tell you the truth. As we look at it in the replay, there's a lot of downtime. I mean, he's flowing with it casually. You know, has to speed up here. I'm sure he would have loved the ramp on the outside section just to match what he's seen from Crosby. Gets a good turn in there, but still, and it's not really on Jordy. It's, you can see kind of all the ribs and the lumps and some reverb on that wave and a sleepy section right here. So he knows he had to do something big at the end. And I think his score is going to stay the same. So it's really about that last score for Crosby to determine the heat.
Yeah, it looks like Cros actually got the score. So he's gone to the lead right in those dying stages. So just putting it all on those high-risk maneuvers there. And Crosby's going to walk away with the win.
Unbelievable cold blood from Crosby Colapinto. Waited an absolute eternity to pull the trigger with priority, and when he does 7-0-3, he'll pick the pocket of Jordy Smith and go to the lead and avoid the elimination round. So a heat that Jordy looked like he had pretty much stitched up in lots of ways, just in terms of momentum and overall flow. Crosby Colapinto enjoying himself here in the opening round. He'll get the win.
And he did it in 2 waves.
Economy of effort, sharp surfing. San Clemente's Crosby Colapinto. He'll be enjoying this. We'll see Jordy Smith and Luke Thompson head to the elimination rounds. It is opening round here at the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. Ewing, Houshmand, Mignot hitting the water. Turpel and Mendez coming in the booth. Rosie too. We'll be right back.
Yeah, really thanks, Johan. And we started the morning with Greg Emsley, the legend. And we're already into heat number 5 here for the men's opening round. It is in red, representing Australia, Ethan Ewing. In blue, we have from America, Houshmand. And in white, representing France, Mignot. Riding now. Looks like surfer in white. Jordy first blood out here is the Frenchman. Those 2 power cars off and out variety there to turn number 3.
Learning how to put fins in. Okay, let's try that again.
St. Francis is actually a lot closer to J-Bay than people realize. It's about a 20-minute drive from J-Bay to St. Francis.
Cape St. Francis is the place you go to when you need to surf a left. I remember getting to one of my first surf contests as a Grom and being so shocked that the wave was going left and I didn't know how to go left. So we came back from that event, had to put in some hours at the Cape St. Francis beach break and learn how to surf a left. One of my favorite places ever. I think some of my best memories growing up are here. Rich marine life, rich in lifts, really good rocks too, and such a beautiful little fishing town.
Always great catching up with the Smith family. Emma showing us around this beautiful part of the Eastern Cape. You also heard her on the call on the broadcast team up in Bolito at the Challenger Series as we have all locals down on the beach greeting Jordy Smith. Jordy got 2nd place in that last heat, so he'll be dealing with the elimination round on his favorite wave on the planet. His house just right here on the point, just staring right into Super Tube, so he'll be watching the rest of the round unfold from the comfort of his home. We've got heat number 5 getting started now. Ethan Ewing, Cole Houshmand, Marco Mignot. Thanks for being with us. Waves are pumping. Joe Turpel with former top 10 in the world. Rosie Hodge, a Triple Crown champion. Jesse Mendez. Rosie, there's a lot of energy in that last heat for South Africa. Jordy and Luke ended up in 2nd and 3rd, but they will have a chance to bounce back.
You said earlier this morning maybe the purists would actually enjoy having that extra heat out here at pumping J-Bay when the conditions have been absolutely stunning. But I definitely do think this is maybe like a little reality check for Jordy. He's maybe going to have to pick up that pace. And as well as Luke, he had made a couple of mistakes there. So we look to see the South Africans tighten things up.
Interesting breakdown when you have a surfer coming in with a lot on the line. We'll see what happens in this one. Nice roll on this one, setting up a big rooftop float. Marco Mignot, the rookie on tour, has a misread. And now it's Houshmand's turn in his first start at J-Bay. Second year on tour, fresh off the win from Brazil. Covering some ground. He's got the wave breaking on his heels, but still has a strong line to try to push out in front. And that thing's going to continue to break in front of him. So he had to kick out at that point of the wave. Marco falling on the float. Cole Houshmand getting his first wave scored in his career at J-Bay. Last year he was a rookie, but it was an Olympic season, so this event fell off the calendar. We'll have Cole pick this one up in the white water. See if he can throw something off the lip for us. There's a big backhand punch out off the top. Then slamming on the brakes. Cole's getting drained. Flying out with a ton of speed. He'll attack that lip line. Air drop and a big wipeout for the man from San Clemente.
That section is so sketchy. Heard from Yago Dora just how shallow and fast it comes at you, as we see Cole kind of catching his breath there, Jesse.
And it also kind of bottoms out under you pretty quickly, and you could see right there as he was landing that turn, he couldn't fit the rail of the board with the junction of the wave, so ended up going over the handlebars, which it looked like it was going to be quite a decent score with that first massive maneuver, the barrel, and finish it off strong. He was way down the line, but the wave had some size on it. Kind of a missed opportunity, but yeah, he's going to get back into ski and have a few other waves to approach his way.
Well, it's interesting. He was kind of feeling his way, his first wave, and then he found himself in a good position to enter a really hollow part of the wave to get barreled backhand and still have a chance to hit the end section. Was just a nice pickup from Cole, who's been figuring out this lineup really quickly.
Yeah, his first time here to Jeffreys Bay, had a couple free surfs, obviously hot off the win at Saquarema, went back home to California for the 4th of July weekend, and just recently flew into South Africa. So good to see how well he's connecting with this wave in such a short amount of time.
Nice pace on this one to start, Jesse.
Yeah, that was nice. That wave starts to run a little bit quick down, has some downtime right there.
First two turns were nice, and then just kept on breaking right in front of him, and he just fell out of rhythm.
But somehow he just kind of regrouped himself, and you know, those sets that are coming, it's pretty solid today, and those sets are coming very wide, and we've seen a lot of people, actually, a lot of sets going wide, and no one has been reading them, and somehow, lucky he's 220 pounds, because if I was trying to get in that whitewash, I'll be wiped out.
Just a late decision to catch this wave.
Yeah, and I even feel like, you know, just being caught behind like that and late to the section, the way he read this was great on his backhand like that, staying high and tight for that almond-shaped barrel, coming into the section a little bit late, and then, you know, maybe a little bit too much weight on that front foot as he's coming in for that landing.
Red Bull skis activated, so these guys can catch more waves instead of paddling throughout this entire heat. So it's a total dream come true for the world's best surfers, putting themselves in position to catch a ton of sets, even though they're the best paddlers in the world as well. You get to be in the right place at the right time, thanks to the local Water Patrol crew helping these guys out. Houshmand starts with a 3.97, while on his last opener 3.67. And Marco Mignot had a 5.5 to kick off this heat. But that's just leaving the man to beat. Ethan Ewing holding down priority, who won this event over Jack Robinson in the past. A wave that he was always supposed to dominate in his career. It's been an interesting year, though, for Ethan. You know, he hasn't won yet. He hasn't made a final this season, but he's made a few semifinal results. And sort of, I guess, maybe in venues you wouldn't really predict at the start, from Abu Dhabi to Portugal to Brazil, knowing he's grown up in beach breaks and North Stradbroke, but he always seems to be thought of as the point break specialist, and those haven't been his best results this season.
Yeah, I mean, he had a disappointing result for himself at El Salvador and definitely at Bells this season. He didn't have the result he was looking for, but Jeffreys Bay making back-to-back finals, got that win in 2022, got the second place behind Felipe Toledo. So, you know, he's got good memories here, and his surfing is just amazing.
I mean, if there's one event that I choose Ethan to win, this is the spot. So it fits so well, his surfing, and just how this is a type of event and venue that you have to be very patient and selective, because the sets really make that much of a difference. And he's one of those surfers like him, Jake Marshall, Jack Robinson, Felipe is very good at that as well. They don't mind setting anchor for 15 minutes and all that pressure to build up, and they have to perform with the opportunity they have in front of them. So this is one of the events.
And it almost seems like those events that we were talking about, El Salvador and Bells, like everyone was touting that those performances that he was doing as some of the best that we've ever seen, especially Bells, to see that momentum kind of chopped short. Yeah, he's kind of had a difficult run since then.
It is interesting. There was that heat he had at Bells where we're going, maybe that was one of the best modern day performances on the bowl, you know, period, in history of that long running event on the calendar. But then losing to Kanoa Igarashi later, not closing out events where there's a lot of points left on the table when you're not making finals, which has made this year interesting for Ethan, coming into Stop 10, number 5 in the world, and trying to hang on to a spot to compete for a world title this year at Cloud Break, as we just have a dreamy view of Jeffreys Bay. Break down all these sections for us, Rosie.
Yeah, what you're looking at up the top there, that's the boneyard section as it wraps through. That's kind of where you're looking up. Your eyes are always going to be up that lineup as the indication of where the waves are going to come from.
And it's like butterflies in your stomach going, oh, I think it's my turn, as we see the wrapping cut back from the Australian, world number 5, Ethan Ewing, in attack mode, releasing some water off the rails of that DHD. Hunting and just a little bit behind, but he'll get a start to the matchup. And now rolling in is Marco Mignot. The French-Mexican lays down the carve into the pocket, arcs it off the top of the wave again. Part of the rookie class this season. Mignot starting to run towards an end section, loves a ramp. This one setting up another rail hook. And now starting to drive, he's running out of wave. He does reach for a little bit of a tail low punt, but doesn't find the landing gear. Mignot's been sensational above the lip, especially in some clutch moments when he's been able to find a big ramp, especially at the start of the year. Portugal had a late closeout punch into the flats. El Salvador, he had a couple of big upsetting performances, like taking out Griff in the early rounds of the contest. We'll see if he'll get more chances here on the end of J-Bay, especially after what Yago threw down a couple of heats ago. Jesse, let's watch this one again.
Yeah, nice first opening turn for him. Wraps it around in the pocket. The wave starts to dissipate and the energy starts to focus down the line, so you can see that he has to kind of take his time and iron down the section in front of him. He has to go big because that wasn't much in offer on that wave. So he cuts it back around. It starts to get steep again. He's going for the Hail Mary. He had to. Like, otherwise, he would have just finished that wave. He would have probably get something into the 4-point, 5-point range maybe. And that's not what he's looking for. Mostly needing to win now in order to skip the second round. So, right idea. The execution needed to be a little bit better on that end, but it was a very tricky section to do in the air, nonetheless.
It seems like a tricky section for a lot of maneuvers. We saw Coles fall on the speed snap on his wave before, and more of a front-on view here of the carves from Marco. Rosie.
Yeah, just some strong maneuvers there, but this wave almost is that in-between wave where you're kind of seeing remnants of the old swell. There's a lot of chatter up the face. Pretty tricky wave to surf. And you can see that Marco's almost in 2 minds with his maneuver choice as he's heading down the line. Obviously, he hits that little bit of bump in the rail before he launches there.
And then the slingshot wrap from Ethan Ewing, Jesse.
Yeah, the wave starts to steepen up right here, but also same thing, just starts to run down the line way too quick, and we're actually about to approach. We're an hour away from the low tide, so what that does, that, you know, you take off, the wave kind of has, we got back to that after Cole's wave.
Cole just kicking out.
But just back to it, I guess, as you take off, you have that steep section, and then you have that transition where the wave starts to run down the line. And right now with that very low tide and quite some size in the swell, it's running pretty quick. So we've seen a lot of surfers not being able to make it around. And then it slowed itself down again where Cole got that second wave halfway through the lineup. So the surfer is really going to have to pay attention to identify which wave and when to run a little bit earlier than they're supposed to with this low tide.
Good call, Jesse. 15:45 on the clock. Mignot out front, 5.5. We just saw Cole kick out of his last wave, a 2.33. So that's a throwaway score for Cole. And when you're new to J-Bay, you're breaking down how he's going to perform. And so far, he looks like he's been enjoying his time here, going back to his last attempt.
Yeah, there's so many positive attributes for Cole. I mean, his big frame definitely suits these powerful, like open ocean running right-hand point breaks. And then just his approach on his backhand, I mean, he just clubs those sections and his timing is so crisp.
Talking to some of the great goofy foots who've been out here at J-Bay, and it's almost tough that, you know, Damian Hobgood doesn't have one of those huge wins out here because, man, he came close. And he was so consistent over all those years. Made the quarters so many times, 3 times semifinalist, 2 times runner-up in this contest. So not only did he come close to winning, but he had incredible consistency. It was like, Damo, how did you do that? And he's like, I watched a lot of Aki tape, you know, and he'd watch Mark Occhilupo Vision over and over again before coming here to Jeffreys Bay. He said he'd also hope for a ton of swell. And he said the bigger it was, if it was over 5 feet, the wave had a different pace. And for him, he was like, well, then I think the Goofies have an advantage with that tempo, with more size at J-Bay.
I totally agree with what he said and what he just mentioned, Joe, because the wave gets a little bit more farther away from the reef, so it slows itself down. Obviously, the beginning gets pretty quick, but then after has a nice space, and on your backhand, you can just open up and get up and vertical. When the wave's running too fast, it's very tricky for you to get vertical and critical and comparing to the forehand surfing.
Damo runner-up to Kelly in the pass in a final. Runner-up to Joel Parkinson more recently in 2009. Hope you're watching Damo. Marco Mignot out in front at the moment. Cole Houshmand second. Ethan Ewing, a past champ at J-Bay, still waiting out the back with priority.
Ferreira on the inside, on the racetrack here, Cole Houshmand. A little speed to him then, almost. That's what we used to there from the backhand. Strong backhand surfer, American surfer, Cole Houshmand. And there's the support for the big groove.
Flashing back to one of the best performances we've had from Ethan Ewing, picking up a huge victory, his first of his career. This was before bells in a big final over Jack Robinson.
Well, destiny has been fulfilled with this win for Ethan Ewing out at Jeffreys Bay. It's just, you know, when you see someone on just such an impeccable canvas, it's a matter of time.
Using all that speed from one of the fastest waves on the planet and just backed with his unbelievable progressive ability to throw down major turns on the open face, all synced up beautifully from start to finish. Poetry in motion from Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, and all that speed that this wave carries, it has to be matched and comboed with rail surfing. Otherwise, you're going to be skipping everywhere. Like, so it's a big blessing that the wave pushes you that fast, but you also have to have a lot of ability to control all the energy that you have.
That's such a good point, and actually something that Kanoa Igarashi brought up in his post-heat interview. He said when his rookie season on tour, figuring out this wave was so hard, he'd actually stay up at night because he didn't want to like embarrass himself when you're surfing. So to get that recipe right of the speed and control of the rail.
And let's get caught up during the break. Cole Houshmand got this wave, Jesse.
Looks like a runner here. Gets on the bottom. The wave just keeps flying down the line, and now it feels like it's going to hit that section that slowed itself down. Beautiful crack. Another big connection with the lip. Just gets stuck on his heels right there as he was transitioning from one rail to the other, finishing that third turn into the closeout. Unfortunately, because those 2 turns were massive. Smaller wave, but if you would have finished, would have get a good score.
Cole trying to have a late hustle to try to get a part of the WSL Final 5 this year at Cloudbreak in Fiji, where he got to compete last year in the regular season. It was between him and his good friend Crosby for the Rookie of the Year race. Crosby ended up getting the jump on him on the end of the season, but bringing so much happiness to the town of San Clemente. Place where we got to stop 2 stops ago on tour, and Cole turned in a quarterfinal finish and even eliminated Jordy Smith in Cole's backyard. Living up to those big heats, strong mind, cool under pressure, and picking up this 2nd championship tour win in a short period of time for Cole. Both finals over Griffin Colapinto, and now coming into stop 10, just outside the top 10 picture. Cole needing a 4.98 to catch up to Marco Mignot. Ethan Ewing holding priority. Let's catch up with the Cross, hanging out with Jesse Starling.
Crosby, let's go back to before that heat. Looking at the heat draw, you had 2 of South Africa's favourites. It's got to be a little nerve-wracking coming into that one.
Yeah, super nerve-wracking. I mean, it's not really too nerve-wracking because it's like the first round, no one loses, and I was actually really excited to come up against these guys because I've grown up watching Jordy out here, he's one of the best out here. Just the way he like reads the waves, and then I've been watching Luke out here too. He's been like reading it super well, and I knew it was going to be a good heat, and then it just kind of was a little bit slow, so that was a little bit of a bummer, but just it was nice being out there. The sets that came in were just absolutely beautiful, and like the first wave I got was like my first ever wave in a heat at J-Bay, so taking off, I was just like, oh wow, we're here doing it. So it was really cool.
You had to have a lot of patience in that one too. I mean, you only caught 2 waves, a lot of pressure coming into that 2nd wave as well, but you seemed really cool, calm and collected.
Yeah, I feel like just the back half of this year, I'm not like super high ranked or anything, so just kind of like learning about like trust and then just having fun with it, and you know, just trying to do my best surfing in New Jersey and kind of get to that point where I want to get to. So just excitement, you know, we're surfing J-Bay and it's firing, and it's like a beautiful Saturday, everyone's here, and the crowd's showing up, and it's just, it's epic.
We got to talk about the wetsuit. Do you reckon it makes you go a little bit faster out there?
Oh man, I hope so. I needed it, but I don't know. Rip Curl, they made a cheetah print and a zebra print, so I wanted to go cheetah print in that heat. So maybe bust zebra out for the next one.
Love it. Awesome. Thanks, Crosby.
Well done. Thank you, Jesse, as well. Crosby, wow, he had a huge heat on his hands, and he's in a great place. He broke it down well there in that chat with Jesse Starling, but, you know, for Jordy, he's at home. That brings a lot of energy. He hasn't won since 2011 out here. He's also world #1. He's got so much going on there. Then you've got Luke Thompson, who's just going, oh my gosh, how do I settle in to the CT jersey? So Cross almost had this clear path to go, hang on, I can play spoiler in this one. And from what you told me, Jesse, I mean, Luke Thompson was winning the warm-ups in the lead up to that heat.
He was, and sometimes, you know, it feels you're going against the biggest names and probably the best surfer, I mean, in the last 10 years out here, which is Jordy Smith. It feels like you need to do more than you should be doing, and that's just added pressure. That's the weight that you have when you put on a jersey on this level of surfing. So for me, I thought his wave selection was incredible. He just oversurfed a little bit too much and fell on the first 2 waves, and that cost him a lot.
Ewing steps into just his 2nd wave of the match. A big explosion there on that first snap in the pocket. Big redirect off the top, engaging the rails of the Darren Hanley design. Always loves that Juliet model. Always looks great, even when he's going straight down the line. Now steps on top of the float, climbs it, creates some space. And now Ewing ends up purling on the finish. So opened up with a 2.67, then a fall on the end section. A man who's proved to be one of the most efficient surfers on tour when it comes to wave selection, meaning he's rarely making those mistakes. He can usually keep his first 2. This will be a different heat, Rosie.
Yeah, it's interesting. This is kind of that smaller, like worm burner running wave that we see from Ethan. I'd love to see him implement all of these same maneuvers just on a bigger wave, on a set wave. I think that will be incredibly impressive. It's already like gorgeous surfing, but I think it's just lacking in the wave height. And then obviously the fall on this inside section was a little bit surprising.
It's very surprising, and I looked back, the same exact turn. We've seen Ethan fall, we've seen Cole Houshmand the same turn but on the backhand, and also Alejo Muniz falling twice. So there's something going on that little closeout that it's tricky for the surfers to ride out.
And when I look at the conditions and just the swell that we've had, we are seeing a lot of sand just deposited in between the crevices of the rocks. We've got that lower tide, so I think that little section gets a lot more bowly than people anticipate it to be.
Right there, just that big punch and just losing the rail.
He starts to press on the back foot right there to try and get the nose out of it, but he was a bit too late already for himself. But still, the damage was done. I love the body energy. You see, if you see him on a bigger wave, he'll probably contain himself a little bit more early in the event, how it is. But on that wave, he knew he had to put 100% into it to get a score.
4:50 on the clock. Rolling into this one is Marco Mignot with priority. Nice patience from the rookie, and now lighting up that first turn. Another big rooftop float for Marco. Laying low to come around the corner. Next section's going to peel in front of him, and now on the windup, third maneuver is a nice off the top. Driving into a big section to throw down the front side snap, and now Mignot's got to get out. So you could tell Marco trying to find pace, trying to create that real slow time zone that Jordy gets in, where it feels like he's controlling the pace of the wave, where he's never rushing and he's never out of position. And you can tell the rookie's just trying to feel it out.
And that's what we spoke about a lot before. I mean, on the morning show, the first day, it's going to be a big difference for the surfers that don't have too much experience here, mostly on a jersey. Feels like you're trying to play catch with the wave. Right here, he gets very critical. Connect with the lips a few times and finish it off strong. But like you mentioned, Joe, always trying to catch up to the wave. Felt like the wave was running a bit faster than him, and that's just timing. Finish it off right here with that nice connection. Very critical. But once again, the wave runs out in front of him.
Really good wave selection, though, from Marco. Like, he's done everything right, putting himself on the best waves, leading the heat at the moment, and that's going to add to that heat total with this wave. So playing a smart game.
And enjoying this rookie's performances so far on tour, learning a lot. All this is still into the making of trying to become a world champ. So even if you're out of the race this year, Marco knows that every wave is important on just learning the ropes, on performing at every venue on tour. Capitalized well in that section. Marco Mignot will turn in now his best score so far. 5.93, better than his opener of a 5.5.
But if you look back to that wave, 5.93, I felt like there's maybe a little bit more left on the bone.
I mean, if Eden's wave is a 5.5. Like a man.
Right there, Marco's dad was just breaking down the scores. That's his coach right there at the ball, Jason Aparicio.
Don't wake up.
But it's fun when you listen to the parents. You got to mic them up sometimes, you know, because they're always throwing scores down. I think his dad, Christoph, making comparisons to his start of a 5.5 and maybe wanted a couple more points on that 5.93.
I mean, it is an interesting point as Cole's just doing a quick in and out there, because that was a bigger wave. There was a lot of big maneuvers there from Marco, so maybe just disputing the point spread there on the two waves from Ethan and then Marco's last.
When you were competing, especially here at J-Bay, would your parents tend to overscore you or underscore you? Would they always go, got to go harder, row, or were they like, you got an 8 for sure every time?
Yeah, I definitely think my parents were always in that like very encouraging lane, but they were never like had the coach's hat on, right? So it was always like, yeah.
That's the best.
That's what you need.
Oh, you need that.
I know.
Keep it fun, right, Jesse?
You need the support from your parents. You don't need anything else. But hey, by the looks of things, like it's still 1 minute and 20 seconds left, and he's looking pretty solid right now. Like still with the two best scores of the heat, or sorry, the best score and the second very close to Ethan Ewing's best. So it might be enough. But yeah, clean up a little bit, time it a little bit better. I think the judges are gonna, you know, because he's being critical, he's being aggressive. Just the in-between, probably you get him to an excellent score.
I think flow is so important and such a important part of the criteria here at J-Bay, and something that the judges really lean on when they look at the waves. Yes, big impactful maneuvers, but it is that flow in between.
Yeah.
45 seconds on the clock. Marco learning a lot this year on tour. Looking for his first heat win since Margaret River, which was stop 7 of the season. Here we are at stop 10. 30 seconds to accomplish that. Priority is with Ethan Ewing, a champion at Jeffreys Bay. Mignot's dad is still looking for some information here. Ethan now just chasing a 5.84. The J-Bay champ is starting to roll into this one to turn the heat. World number 5 lays into a frontside carve. It's got a little downtime. Inside walls really starting to stretch out. Ethan's picking up the pace. Now on the wind-up. Big snap off the lip line. Driving into it again. This time keeps his board above water, and he likes it. That's about his biggest expressive claim you might see from Ewing. But knowing that he needs that score to come through to turn the heat, knowing that the elimination round is looking a bit frightening already, with a couple of members of the top 5 already in that round, and also includes world number 1 Jordy Smith. One more look here, Rosie.
Yeah, so he kind of takes off on this wave, and it almost fractures a little bit as he's finding that little bit of speed and looking for where this thing's going to grow. Takes a while to get that first maneuver in, but he definitely sinks his teeth into it. This is where it kind of goes a little bit sleepy, and that's usual for J-Bay to go through that section when that lower tide, screaming down the line. I think the question's going to be, he's got the 5.6. There's a kind of like a 2-3 turn combo there from him. So does it improve on that 5.6? The 5.6 was a bit of a smaller wave, but these maneuvers were really well placed, Jesse.
I completely agree with you. And you could also compare it to what Marco's got in the 5.93. He needs something very close to that. Obviously, criticalness, I got to give it to Marco. But if you talk about amplitude of the turn and smoothness and how he kept the flow, I obviously have to give it to Ethan. So it's up to the judges. The only lack is the wave size. That's the only difference in between the 2 waves. But the surfing dome from Ethan Ewing, it was above from what I thought the performance was from Marco.
Nice breakdown, you guys. You're looking at wave selection. Marco on the better wave, better flow and connectivity with Ethan Ewing. And we'll see how the judges react to that last wave. And they're taking their time. We'll look at Marco's 5.93 here.
So this is the highest wave of the heat, and like we said, you can tell it's a set wave immediately. It's a lot more overhead for him. That first turn was really great. That floater right there. Some downtime right here, Jesse.
Yeah, and downtime because just the wave was kind of running. It was a different downtime than Ethan's wave. And right here, he has to time that third turn right there and finish it off strong. That was a very critical turn.
And he got that bonus maneuver in there at the end. So comparable to Ethan's, I think the judges are really gonna consider this.
Split decision already from the panel. Ethan Ewing on the average, 5.93. He gets it at the buzzer. It was just right there. 11.53 total over Marco's 11.43 total. Ewing will skip the elimination round today.
I'm Switzerland. I think that was a really close heat.
It was. Those first 2 turns from Marco were actually very nice as well. It's just, I guess, the flow. He needs to kind of click the waves better and connect from the beginning to the end.
And identical scores in the 5.93.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So flow really stood out on the decision from the panel in that last heat where Marco had a bigger wave. We could tell they were separated maneuvers. He had to chase a bit. There was a lot of time where the scoring potential was going unwritten when he was caught behind, and that was the difference in a very close heat. World number 5 survives a close one. Coming up next, Griffin Colapinto, Leonardo Fioravanti, and Rio Whiteau. Be right back.
We have not seen these guys here in J-Bay since 2023. So happy to be back. And the only reason why we weren't here last year is because of the calendar schedule with the Olympics, but live action coming from deep around the corner there This looks like Rio Waida speeding down the line for wave number 1 here in heat 6. He's been spending a lot of time in the water in the free surf sessions and looking nice and comfortable out here at Super Tubes. Oh, lip line floater. Almost airdrop that. Nothing easy, even about that lip line floater out here at Super Tubes. These guys make it look easy. The girls yesterday, that surfing was incredible. It's been wonderful to watch women surfing grow over the last couple of years. And there's more women surfing. So there's more women surfing coming up a little bit later. We've got 8.
Leo with the lead and priority. He looks at this wave and he's like, take it. You can have it. Griffin's gone, yep, this is my chance. Starts racing down the line, does a speed check. His stance starts widening and you're going, oh my gosh. Is he really going for what he's going for here? Looking for something big, spring loaded, full rotation, and a perfect landing for Griff.
Wow, wow, wow.
That's a 10. That was psycho. What the just happened?
In body, out of body, locked in. Just dropped the 10.
I wasn't quite sure I've seen Griff levels like that before.
Griff just did the biggest of his life against me.
Is that the biggest they're ever done, maybe, in a comp?
It's just years and years of taking beatings, trying stuff like that. It felt like the biggest air I've ever done in my life.
You can watch that entire episode of Inside Pro Surfing, reliving the drama and the excitement of what happened at Margaret River. You can go to worldsurfleague.com and find all those episodes. Great team putting that together. Guys like Shannon Waller here on the scene at J-Bay, covering all the action. Griff and Leo, man, they've had some wild ones together, and that one was one of the wildest. And it seems like that happens to Leonardo Fioravanti much too often, especially for him walking away from great performances where he looks like he's in complete control. And then, if you're Leo in that heat, you're letting that wave go, right, Rosie? I mean, he did everything right, but Griffin went to another level.
Yeah, it's insane to watch these guys match up against each other. I feel like they bring out the best out of each other. I feel like Leo knows that Griffin's had his number so many times. There's been so many of those times where he's been left in the dark. So I love this matchup. I mean, Rio Waida as well, just good. I want to see him with a little bit of fight back in these last 2 events.
Yeah, Rio started off really strong this year, almost won his first event of his career. When you go back to Abu Dhabi, had some clutch performances, through Portugal, and ended up having some awkward heats, going back to Bells. He was really open about it on his social media and just saying, well, that was weird, I'm moving on, and lost early on the Gold Coast. And I think we all stayed there and surfed Burley for a few days. And what I saw from Rio was some of the best surfing I've ever seen him do. His brother Ryuki was getting clips, and you're going, wow, his surfing is certainly there. And he's just got to put it all together in heats again. As we break down the positioning of these guys, Jesse.
Joe, I'm actually surprised here. You see Leo. Oh, actually, we already have priority set. So something, maybe a paddle has made. That's why Leo's repositioning himself where he's supposed to, right in front of where Rosie mentioned to you as the keyhole right there. It's a good way for you to set up yourself where the reef kind of breaks it apart. But Rio was way down the bottom, and I expected Leo and Griffin kind of battle each other out all the way to the top. Like me personally, when I surfed against Leo, I'll battle a little bit with him and I'll kind of go away because there's no way you're beating the guy. He's gonna go all the way to San Francisco if you want to push it that hard.
Let's see what happened on this one. Rio Waida getting the first score in the heat, Rosie.
Yeah, locking in this 3-point ride. Coming out, you can tell already in the body language that he's feeling fired up. There's a bit of aggression through these turns. You can tell he's just kind of leaning back on that tail, stalling a little bit, waiting to gather some speed to re-engage that rail. Almost it feels like, it's a good opening wave for Rio. Whoa, that was awkward. And I think those floater maneuvers right there, that's a really awkward fall from him. but he's okay.
Yeah, he's all right. He'll shake that one off. You can tell it's just a warm-up. And when you're kind of standing and waiting, it's kind of hard to recover a wave. You know, judges kind of see that as almost like you could feel a little bit lost down the line. Sometimes you could recover from it if you do something just miraculous at the end section. But I think Rio knew halfway down the line that was going to be a warm-up, turning into a 3. Griff under the priority of Leo. So obviously there was some hassling to get the priority rotation started, Jesse.
Yeah, that's why I was super surprised. Like, he was paddling in, and I was like, Leo's giving up the inside. That's crazy. Mostly in a place like this where the set matters so much, and it's usually pretty slow. It takes a little bit for sets to come. So I was very surprised, but he was actually just repositioning himself to put himself in the perfect spot in the lineup since he has the right of way. So very smart of him, and I expect that from Leo every day.
And Leo, I mean, thinking about highlights from his career, I just remember the paddle battle that him and Jack Robinson had out here at Super. It's like one of the most intense things I think I've ever seen in competitive surfing, making their way out. So it's just like, Leo, you speak to any of the competitors and they earmark him as one of the most competitive guys. So yeah, it's just fun to watch these little early tactics play out.
Gosh, if there's like books for coaches on, you know, what they want their athletes to be like, Leo would be all over that book, you know, just his headspace, his confidence, his prep, what he can do in the water, you know, and he's come so close to getting his first win. Happened at Pipe twice where he's finished runner-up. Maybe the most heartbreaking this year, losing in a tie break to Baron Mamiya. As a reminder that Griff's finished the last 2 seasons #3 in the world. That's when the finals were on his home break at Lower Trestles. This year, it's all about a late charge, where Griff can't afford any more mistakes in these last 2 events of the season if he wants to give himself a shot to be a cloud break this year.
He has to gain ground right here, and this is a very important heat. You don't want to get sand out. You know, you feed the big brew, you're already in first, way ahead of everyone. He can give you the chance of maybe going to round 2 and dealing with that pressure, but a guy like Griffin, you want to avoid that, and this is a very stacked heat for the conditions we have on offer today.
Just about tracking like those guys ahead of you, like that important heat win for Ethan Ewing in that 5th place position. That's, you know, these guys are going to be so aware of that because it is going to be up to people in that top rankings falling out and you having a breakout result.
Jordy into the elimination round, world #1, world #4. Italo Ferreira also in the elimination round later on today. Rio coming around the corner. Setting up a little wrapping turn, just trying to find the rhythm on this one. And the Indonesian throws down a wrap and looking already distracted on the rest of this set. He'll now watch a nice carve from Leonardo. Now pulling in Fioravanti. Back into the sunshine at J-Bay. Late connection off the roof, but a perfect landing. What a great read from a solid competitor. Fioravanti getting a nice vision. Was back on his heels for a moment off the roof, but had perfect center over his surfboard and rode out just outside the top 10 here at Stop 10 of the season. So he knows there's a lot of points left in the year. That was an important priority role for him to have that over Griff on that opportunity, Rosie.
Yeah, really great wave for Leo there and well read with that priority. You know that Leo's been coming here for years with his stepdad, Stephen Bell, coming to this event. So has great connection with J-Bay, many hours out in this lineup, just reads it so well.
And just a nice, classy performance on those first few decisions, Jesse.
I mean, this is what we were mentioning when speed is combined with beautiful rail work right there. That wave was so running down the line so he had so much speed to wipe it off, and he just leans on that heels on the front foot combined and just beautiful carve, gets the barrel and finish it off strong with a nice connection with the lip.
Another angle here on this one, Rosie.
Yeah, just a beautiful read. And I mean, it's just such a good illustration of the flow that we've been talking about and the connection with the sections. I think Leo's just very reactive to what the wave's doing. He's never kind of waiting. It's the sections are presenting themselves and Leo's right there to adjust and make those decisions on the fly.
And also that wave was just as fast as maybe Marco Mignon's wave on the previous heat, but he just timed it everything perfectly. You know, obviously he had maybe a better coping at some moments, but man, that was beautiful surfing, he's going to get a very healthy score for that start.
Does Leo get some of the most waves in the free surfs with the best surfers in the world out there? How does he handle the big crowds in the lead up to events?
I mean, I'm sure he's fine. He's such a competitive surfer. But one thing that was very interesting right now, we see Leo paddling out, and we also, paddling after getting dropped off from the ski, and Rio Waida opted to actually paddle back out. So I got to see what the judges are going to or the priority judges, who's going to get priority to. It feels worth it for Rio Waida to actually paddle back out, because he actually caught the wave before Leo. Leo passed him, so he was supposedly in front on the run, but then Leo opted to get the ski back out, and he's getting priority. So very smart of Leo. That was a win-win for him right there.
He's so calculated, Leo. Every decision that he's making, as we see the score come through.
He has a purpose, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's not just surfing. Like, he's making sure he's doing everything right.
Fioravanti goes excellent on his opening ride here in heat number 6, something that he does quite often in big heats. But he knows it's not over till that horn goes off at the end. He's been upset a few times this year in very close decisions. We go back to Pipe. He had a close loss in Abu Dhabi as well, and he keeps picking himself back up. So resilient. Not just this year, but his entire career on the championship tour, rolling into this one. The Italian throws down a wrap to set it up. This thing could have a double up on it. Nice rails, and even is able to switch gears with that little lean back hack and then throwing the board out the back. It never quite grew into that double up and stayed pretty sloped out. Colapinto into another nice forehand hook. Smooth bottom turn, chuck tail reverse in transition. Starting to bowl out for him. Griff now hitting the lip line again and reaching for a big float and packing in the maneuvers in a short space. Using speed management well. Never look lost down the stretch. And finally gets involved in this heat on his opening ride.
Oh man, that was just such a good wave from Griff, and you'll just see the shape of it too when he takes off. It had kind of that little tempo where it was a bit more tapered and not so much down the line. Afforded him the opportunity to stay tight in the pocket.
Another nice look on this one for Griff's start, Jesse.
I mean, the combination of the next carve that he's going to do it right now with the blowtail is just so much board control and footwork right there. He's going to push on that back foot. Both of the foot move forward, but then he has to regroup it. And you can see as his bottom turning, putting that back foot back on the tail pad to stomp those beautiful snaps and finish it off with a nice floater. So this is, we have a heat in our hands.
This is feline. I mean, the way that he just had that body composure the whole way through and just able to adjust his body weight as soon as he's getting himself into that next maneuver. It's just such rapid fire surfing.
And look at that footwork right there. Oh, you could see it right there on that little last bump. Like, he went for a pump. As he's doing that, he's adjusting his foot back into normal position to go back to applying those massive maneuvers. That's great surfing from Griffin.
And how does that compare to the 8? Because you got to think now the judges have set the scale with the excellent wave from Leo, and that wave clearly, you know, better. So it's going to be fun to watch the scores and the numbers come through.
Gosh, he got so much in on that wall. Griffin Colapinto responding to the 8 from Leo Fioravanti. Rio still finding himself 2s and 3s so far here in heat number 6. For Leo and Griff and Rio, so important to try to put yourself in a position to compete for a world title. Griff winning at Cloudbreak last year over Rio Waida in that final in Fiji. So both of them inspired when they heard the update of Cloudbreak being the world title showdown in 2025.
Griffin also opted to paddle back out, but Griffin finished that wave. That was like a slower pace wave, so he finished like halfway through the point. And Rio, he finished it so far back, pretty much right in front of us behind our scaffolding here. So maybe a smart decision for Griffin, but probably not for Rio, because, yeah.
And understanding that sweep from the swell too. As soon as you're on that inside, like parallel with the bricks, it really pushes you down the point.
That's true. Every wave you duck dive, you're like 20 foot backwards.
13:58 on the clock. And just to note, there is an incentive by getting 2nd or 3rd in these heats. It doesn't affect your matchups like it does in the first half of the season. So post-cut, you still reseed. the elimination round and the round of 16, but it's not incentive based by your results in the opening round. Rio now tracking. He's got the wall starting to grow. Beautiful conditions, wide open face for Whydah to attack the lip line. And just slipping off. You can tell he wanted to do something crazy right there. And the small scores will continue for Whydah, as he'll stay in third. Colapinto, his opening ride, very close in the comparison to Leonardo, turning in a 7.8. Last of Rio right here once again, Rosie.
Yeah, I just feel like you can tell that Rio is like spring-loaded at the moment, and maybe the weight of his past results are weighing on him at the moment, because he just seems like a little bit heavy on his feet. That first turn really good, and then he even checks the equipment after that, Jesse, maybe thinking that he could have potentially creased it just above the fins, maybe.
Yeah, it kind of does that. Well, like you kind of have that feeling when the board does that and connects that way in the lip, but yeah.
Buzzer beater moment for J-Bay champion Ethan Ewing is with Jesse Starling.
Scary moments in the back half of that heat, especially those last minutes. How are you feeling?
Oh, not that stoked. I mean, I was happy to get an opportunity at the end, but yeah, it was really slow heat, and yeah, that first wave that I took just didn't end up being how I was expecting, and yeah, just didn't get too many opportunities, which was always hard, but yeah, stoked to get an opportunity at the end.
Let's get excited about something. I mean, it's been a long year. You haven't been home in a while, but J-Bay, the relationship you have with this wave, that's something to get pretty excited about.
Definitely, yeah. This is right up there with my favourite places I've been to, and yeah, we haven't been back here since 2023. So yeah, I was really happy to come back and yeah, just see everybody, and yeah, this wave's insane. So just really happy to be here.
And we were chatting before, just a little bit of fun and games for your model, the DHD Juliet, on the Challenger Series. Every single winner has been on a Juliet. That's a massive confident booster for you to know that your model, your boards, they work everywhere around the world.
Yeah, it's really cool. I'm stoked with how the boards are going, and Darren and all his team have been putting in like a huge effort to yeah, put out really good boards. So yeah, happy to be working with them, and yeah, it's a great crew there, so well done everyone.
Awesome, thanks for your time, Ethan.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Ethan. Obviously, you could tell by his composure there, that was not an easy one. Came down to a final wave and just got the nod. In fact, on the average, it works out that way sometimes. 5 judges on the panel. 3 judges actually didn't have him making it on that last wave. But on the average, it was just enough, and sent Marco Mignot into the elimination round along with Cole Houshmand, as we'll get caught up with what Griffin did during the interview, Jesse.
Yeah, this is a nice opening turn. That second turn giving a little bit more spice, but he gets stuck a little bit behind this section here. Bit sticky on that connection. He kind of knows, he feels it, and that's why these guys are so good. He knows he has to go massive, and that's what he's going to do here on the inside. Goes for a Hail Mary tail blow. As he was regrouping, just too much weight on that back foot and couldn't really regroup and get back on top of the board, but you kind of have to, like, and that's what I think it's very special from the top 10 surfers. They know exactly when they need to push and when they need to tone it down. So very impressive from Griffin right there. Just didn't go his way this time, but that's what he needed to do.
Griffin Colapinto taking advantage of the Red Bull ski. Now with that last score of a 4.67, he's just taking the lead off Leonardo Fioravanti. But still 10 minutes to go. We'll be right back.
Just going to go big and find the 9.17 that he requires. Going to be Miguel Cooper, Garchianka, Jack Robinson. How lucky are we watching the world's best out here? Best right-hand point break. Going to be another exciting heat. 8 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 8 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. This is heat number 6. Heat 7 coming up next. So surfers in the water, priority is...
Major highlights of what's been a great Saturday here at Jeffreys Bay, especially if your name is Jake Marshall. Really came down to what felt like best top one wave in this heat. He picked off the best looking set and got a 7.83. Was able to send Italo and Seth Moniz into the elimination round.
Yeah, he said it was stressful times looking for that backup. Kanoa was unbelievable this morning.
Gosh, he has just turned this into his pet event, multiple time semi-finalist, and still on fire, Jesse.
I was just tripping how fast both of those guys were going with that chatter on the face.
Leo Moniz fell a lot in this heat. Joel Vaughn was in the mix, but they're both in the elimination round because Kanoa had a 6.5 and also a 7.33. Then Iago went bananas. One of the biggest backside full roads we've seen at the end of Supers.
Near perfection. The 9.33 from Iago Dora just has impeccable timing, but also just bravery to absolutely attack those end sections.
I gave it a 10. And Jordy Smith was always going to be one of the favorite heats to watch, but he was upset by Crosby Colapinto this morning.
Yeah, it felt like this wave that he caught itself, he took off almost at boneyards, and I was like, oh my gosh, he's doing one of his things again. You know, he knows the wave so well, but Crosby was just getting those runners down the line that were more aggressive, and he went to town, and with the Hail Mary on the end as well, with the big rotation right here, we see a very lofty, kind of slow rotation, super smooth and nice to see it.
Cross looking comfortable, world number 1 into the elimination round. Jordy Smith right at home at J-Bay. Smith will be looking for a 3rd title. His last one out here in 2011. Seems like a long time ago, but this year's been very different. We know winning El Salvador, it had been about 8 years since he won a CT event. And that was at Bell's. First year he's won 2 events in the same season. And first year he's had the yellow jersey into his home break.
I liked what you mentioned about the bravery of Iago. You know how hard it is to do a closeout normal snap out here, and he went for a Hail Mary air. It's so scary to be with your back against the wall and like trying to land on the flats in your backhand without seeing it and without planning, with probably a lot of water in his face because of all the wind that we had this morning. It's very brave of him to pull that.
So 5:30 on the clock, going back to the start of this heat. Well, before the start of the heat, Griffin actually caught a wave when they were trying to set up heat number 6. And that's how Leo had a higher priority for the 8-point ride. And so Griff trying to make up for that mistake. And almost matched Leo, 7.8. One judge threw an 8-point ride on Colapinto's bounce back. But you don't want to give these guys an inch, so Leo took advantage of that. And they were able to position where they wanted to at the start of the heat without Griff hassling him for position. So now 5 minutes to go. Rio needs a 9.17. He's a little out of the mix here. And Griffin looking for a better backup than the 4.67 on this one. And just up and out, so he's in the back of the priority rotation. Leo controlling the lineup. That's starting to look very exciting right now, Rosie.
Yeah, we see those lines stacked to the horizon. There's going to be opportunity on the last 4.5 minutes of this heat. Let's see how they can capitalize.
Let's see Rio go to town on this. One of the fastest surfers in the world. Nice paced, wrapping cut back to start. In 2 minds on which move he's going to go for. Finds a section to snap. Slowing down for the wrap, gets stuck for a moment. Now pressing into a finishing move, and Rio rides away. Waves to the horizon, all stacking up and just draining down the point, and it's going to be a roll in from the whitewater for Leonardo. And now he'll work on his pacing here, nice and easy. Little fade back into a wall that's just starting to build down the line. Big connection off the top. Now fading into a section that might open right up. Still pacing with some carves. Heading way down towards impossibles, and he is going to load up for an aggressive closeout hack, and he is so light on his feet. Pulls it off without a problem. Now coasting into the wrapping turn is Griffin's section that he was going to coil up on for the top turn. Drives into an aggressive layback airdrop on a heavy section. What an exchange.
They kind of bring the best out of each other. You can see that those rivalries are great, you know, like they know exactly they need to go massive, and that's the only option.
And with so much just recent history with the two, they're ready to lift their game out together. They're going to compete on who's the best duck diver right there as we go back to the replay, starting with Griffin here, Rosie.
Yeah, so this is the third wave we saw Griffin get out of the exchange. Look at the height, maybe one of the biggest sets that we've seen all day, and I was almost going to mention it seemed a bit steep, like it was pushing out towards that open ocean, but as soon as it hits that more shallow section, it gives these surfers some really intense sections to hit, and you can tell it's quite measured. The boys really have to make sure that they lay that rail really well. It's so easy to just skits those fins out, and that right there was just such an attacking mentality from Griffin to do that maneuver right there.
I mean, that layback, you're going to see the lump halfway through. As he starts to stomp on that back foot, you get the nose out of the water. The wave breathes, and he airdrops off the sky. He's basically completely extended, falling off the roof, coming out perfectly and clean. That's some damage done for Griffin, and also from Leo in the previous wave.
And also the way like he placed that maneuver, he doesn't go right to the lip line, he does it just before the lip, so he has that opportunity to get his body up and under and maintain that pressure over the front foot.
And then the roll in from Leo Fioravanti, Jesse.
I mean, this is great. Kind of similar wave to what Rosie was mentioning in the beginning. It's kind of going out to sea, but then it steepens up. He gets up and vertical right here, so he gets a point of difference from what Griffin had out the back, a little bit more critical. This wave starts to double up, so he's just zigzagging, delaying himself to make sure he's on the steepest part of the wave. And right here, that was so scary. With your back facing the bottom of the wave, it's so hard to bring that board under back your foot. You're gonna see him trying to balance it out. Front foot comes unglued a little bit, the heels. So critical. Doesn't get more critical than that, a snap. That wave was 6 foot solid in front of him, and he just smashed it.
Is it like the layback, or is it that attacking approach from Leo? I think the judges are really going to be have their work cut out for them.
Rio getting in the mix, already scored at a 6-point ride, Rosie.
Yeah, this is Rio's best wave, and it definitely for me was this end section hit that he gets done, because there's a lot of like sleepy sections through the middle. This wave also, like that set, had that pushing out to sea, but he did that with a lot of speed and intent.
But I think the intensity that the other surfers brought it kind of like made us almost forget about this wave, because the waves are bigger, the waves are more critical, and I'm looking for a massive score for both of the surfers. But like you mentioned, like Leo had a little bit of a more critical section right off the bat, out on the lineup, and then finish it off with probably the most critical turn we've seen it so far, besides the airs we've seen it. But then Griffin Colapinto had that combo of the carve with the layback snap to finish it up. That was also incredibly performed.
Rio Waida getting the last wave of the matchup, throws a rotator to try to surf this smaller wave up and score. Rio still chasing something down the line and loading up. He will go for a big float, styles his way through into the flats. And Waida gives the fans something to scream about. That was a stellar performance for Griff and Leo. Rio finding his form towards the tail end of the matchup.
He's in the right direction. That was much better the last 2 waves. Like you mentioned, it felt like he was a bit sleepy, not so confident, but the last 2 waves definitely look much better for Rio.
Still waiting on the decision from that very important back and forth. Leo Fioravanti had the higher priority, did the roll in through the whitewater, had a very exciting finish, and like you were breaking down earlier, Rosie, which finish was more radical? They're both insane. Griffin put a lot into that layback off the lip, where Leo had to meet the lip line and into the flats, both incredibly difficult. As we'll see the last wave for Rio Waida again.
Good little runner for Rio, and you can tell that he's kind of finding that rhythm. I definitely think the experience that we're seeing from Griffin and Leo paying off in their wave selection. Rio finding his feet, finding his rhythm, and just hopefully going to build momentum through this event.
You know, for Rio, he's just trying to find that rhythm and pace. He'll be a little left out of the mix for trying to perform a buzzer beater. In fact, might be comboed after what Leo and Griffin just did on their final 2 rides. Well, decision's in for Leo Fioravanti. It's his best. 8.13 to go with his 8.0. So Griffin was left chasing an 8.33. And judges taking some time to check out the replay.
It's just similar waves, but very different approach of surfing. Like, if I would give criticalness, I'll give to Leo, because connecting with the lip here at J-Bay with all the speed and the power that the wave have is very difficult. And then on the other side, the combination of major maneuvers back-to-back from Griffin Colapinto when he got on the inside and the wave got very steep. He had that carve and the layback to finish. So it's such a tricky moment for the judges to decide. And obviously has to be with those two that already have previous matches that went very tight as well. So good luck to the judges on that one.
Leo remembers everything. You could ask him about a heat in his junior career. He'll tell you how it went. So that one's fresh in his mind from Margaret River, where Griffin threw the big full road. Another close decision coming to the end. Griff needs an 8.33. So one judge saying it's not enough. That's 2 saying it's not enough. And then an 8.3 and 8.7 as the average coming through for Griffin. It ends up a 7.87, not enough. Leo Fioravanti gets him back and goes straight into the round of 16.
Revenge for Leo. I mean, he's been hard fought for this guy. He's come up against Griffin so many times, and I love this. We're going to watch the react as we see them realize that Leo's made it through. He's into the round of 16.
Leo right there in the crowd. They want his autograph. He's like, hang on a second, let me listen for the outcome. And he'll realize that he got the jump on Griff in a very close heat. And really just the way he read that last exchange, noticing how hard that last turn was for Fioravanti to pull off.
Yeah, he was more critical, and it's very hard to be, you know, to go that hard. Like, it's very hard to connect the lip here at J-Bay, and he did that very well. And also, the start of his wave was more critical than Griffin's as well. But we're talking about
The Corona Cero Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Kuha Municipality, good governance through service. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Welcome back to the Corona Cero Open J-Bay Stop 10 on the Championship Tour opening round for the men. It's been a banger thus far. We're seeing all sorts of excellent numbers and some brilliant surfing go down. Having a look now, next matchup, Jack Robinson, 7th in the world. Got a little bit to do to get to the final 5, taking on the smooth, goofy Miguel Pupo. Ton of experience, Yao Xianka. a vigorous approach from him. Let's see how it plays out in conditions that are improving. Kaipo's looking really good. Sun's still blazing. Tide's going to bottom out and come in, and it's starting to pump.
It's been a dream day, hasn't it? It's been amazing, the amazing performances, and the fact that this long perfect point is such a great, such a great display for the surfers, and it really is how you put together everything on this wave. Although we've seen some dynamite vaulting moments, it really is about this long right-hand playing field, and it's nice and warm. We're just nearing the low tide mark right now. We actually are at low tide right now, and so tide coming in bears well for the future for the rest of the day.
Absolutely regal geometry on display as well. Fly over and have a look at lines filling in at Jeffreys Bay. Jack Robinson is the high seed in this heat. Rung the bell earlier in the season. Feels like a little while ago now. Haven't seen Jack in that kind of form where he just looks pretty much kind of bulletproof. Nothing can really affect him other than his own approach to wave riding. Let's see how he opens up here with his first wave.
Yeah, on the replay, just again, it's a long wave. You got to take your time. Paced for here, looking for a ramp down the line, does the alley-oop and lands on the roof, incomplete. So just a warm-up for Jack, and nothing ventured, nothing gained really, but other than putting himself in the back of the priority line. But it looks like there's plenty of consistency right now. And there is, hey, 2015 world champ, Adrian de Souza, with the pointing of Miguel Pupo's board there. And so de Souza, the coach for Miguel Pupo. Talk about a guy that can talk about heat strategy and knows how to put together a heat.
A little bit of insight in terms of positioning, just indicating where the sets are coming here. Always a bit of a conversation, exactly where you want to take off. Some of the OGs will reckon everyone's sitting a little bit down the line. They're kind of wasting a little bit of wave up the top. It's real quick up there, generally speaking. Most of our surfers tend to line up in the same spot and try and do stuff like this. A wave that'll hug the rocks here. Robinson will go fast. He'll go really high, corked out with the rotation. He'll throw that down as well, but already showing us signs in terms of his approach. He's going to the air Kaipo.
Seems like his game plan, right? Two air attempts, 2 misses, but it looks like that's what is on the menu for Jack Robinson in the beginning part of this heat. Just wants to get a good number on smaller waves. So I think to get a good number on a smaller wave, you need to do something exciting. Of course, Jack, a runner-up here in 2022 to Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, what a final that was as well. What a great matchup, Jack. With a bit of work yet to do, as we mentioned. 7th place coming into this 2 events. And 2 distinctly different ones.
Yeah, you know, see the front foot coming unattached there, and again lands on the roof, so it doesn't get that projection out in front of the wave. But I like what I'm seeing. There's a lot of spring in Jack surfing, a lot of spring in his airs. And that may be a little bit of a point of difference that he's able to show compared to a Miguel Pupo or a Joao Chianca in this heat.
Miguel Pupo on the backhand, silky smooth and composed. Joao Chianca, by contrast, much more vigorous with his line. Let's see how that translates to J-Bay.
Yeah, Chumbinho, Joao Chianca, his type of surfing is a much more acute, a lot shorter radius turns, a lot more snappy. And so we're going to see how he, has to be able to smooth that snappiness out on these long walls. It's a danger in a beach break. You see, he's a former champ over there in Portugal. Here he goes.
Chianca up and just snapping down. Nice and crisp from him. And he gets to open up with a load of speed here. And then cruising through with a really committed, hard carve, buried that board, and then he'll go for tube time. Nice cover and very well served, really. Think about the variety in the maneuvers and the ground he covered.
Surfing what is in front of you right there and not coming into the headspace of this is what I'm going to do on the wave before you get to your feet. Right there, what Joao Chianca did was he adapted to exactly what the wave presented in front of him. When this wave gave him a chance to slow up, he got that big hack in there. When he saw it speed up, he was able to tuck into the barrel. That was a well-orchestrated ride. We take another look here at Chianca and just kind of cruisy high line at the beginning. Nose just down the line. The wave's going to steepen up a little bit. And this is when he sees his opportunity. Come around this section. It slows up a bit and punches it way back there. Has to fade around that white water again. Tucks straight into the barrel. Has to get really compressed. And finishes off with a nice floater. I like the floater choice too at the end because that is a secured finish for Shianka. You want to leave the judges with a completion. So there's that big hack when the wave gave him a little bit of time. Tucks in, has to stay really small, not to drag on the roof, and then make sure he gets a complete lip line float.
Really well put together wave from him. We're speculating about his approach and how it will translate. Pretty good is the answer from our panel of judges. 6 points for Shianka. These waves that we're seeing, Jack attack and also Zhao, much smaller from the couple of bombs that we just saw in the conclusion of that last heat, with huge numbers coming in for Griff and for Leo, but not being tempted to look for bigger stuff early on in the heat, sticking on close to the point here and going at these smaller waves.
Yeah, a couple of small ones, but I have a feeling right now with the looks in the ocean, and look at the coaches there, that there's a set approaching, and there's the set, Paul. Miggy's got priority.
Pupo out the back here in the slot, and he'll get a little white water entry and then a slopey face that will allow him to carve. Now it'll get real quick and he'll get his skates on and he's trucking down the line. He'll hold the bottom turn, beautiful clip off the top, backhand, nice and vert again. Gets a nice little cooperative crumble from the lip line and then just bounces himself out off the bottom, cannot hold on. Robbo will get involved here. This one will steepen up and he'll have to cover some distance. He's seen a section down the line. He likes the look of it. He's absolutely flying through here. Robinson loading up. Big alley-oop onto a lip line. Dynamic surfing from Robinson. Each wave he's gone to the air, and that time the completion.
Yeah, quick little shot there of Leandro Dora, Jack's coach, as well as his shaper, Marcio Zuvi from Sharp Eye Surfboards. Both of them in the corner there at the Red Bull Athlete Zone. They like what they saw. You saw Jack Robinson on the couple of previous attempts on smaller waves land on the roof, and the waves were just kind of slid under him. He landed on the roof on this alley-oop, but the bigger wave allowed him to come through with the completion and made it a little bit dramatic too for the ride out. We'll take a look here first at Miguel Pupo. And Miggy, this was a gift right here. This is a beautiful wave. And his first couple of turns were well placed. Long arcing bomb turn, short. Aggressive top turn. Long arcing bomb turn, the same thing for the second turn. And this was the unforced error right here. Warble, wobbles, and that was a tragic one for Miguel Pupo. Meanwhile, Jack Robinson, really standard carve right here. He showed what is on his mind right now. He wants to go to the air. This is just seeking the ramp down the line, high line, speed, before identifying it, punches it out there. It's a full rotation on the alley-oop, lands on the roof, and comes through for the completion. We can see this in slow motion again. The alley-oop, a counter rotation going down the line. And really, Felipe Toledo was the first surfer to really make that into a thing here at J-Bay, and since then it's been adopted. That was a difficult landing on top of the roof of the wave, and just put that pressure, got centered over his board, got the completion.
Yeah, dynamic finish, wasn't it? The board and body just slightly got away from each other, did really well to control that. As he paddles back and waits for his number, let's go down and hear from a very happy Leo Fioravanti. He's got an excellent couple of times. He's with Jess Starling.
Leo, those heats, those exchanges, they're what you live for as a competitor.
Oh, especially Jeffreys Bay. I mean, against Griffin, is one of the best surfers in the world, and Rio. That last set was coming in, and there was about 10 lines, and I did not know which wave to go. You know, usually the second wave is better at J-Bay, but then there's like 5 behind the second wave. So I think I let the first, second, and third go, and I went on the fourth or something like that. Exactly what we live for, and I'm happy that I got the nod right there.
It's a good problem to have when you don't know what set to choose, because there's so many great waves. Chatting to your coach, Dog, he was so nervous during that. And you've had so many excellent heats and it's not gone your way this year on a couple of exchanges, but finally getting the jump, and you've just stayed so consistent this year, especially with these excellent heats.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of really good heats, like you said, that it didn't go my way, but I haven't been too bummed about it because I'm showing up and I'm putting out good scores. And when that happens, you can only be proud of yourself, and that's what I've been focusing on, the good, and just keep on doing that. And I came to J-Bay just keep on doing what I know how to do, and surely enough, if I keep getting to 15, 16 points, I'll start winning heats. So stoked that one happened. I mean, another great battle against Griffin.
We're impressed. We love what you're bringing this year. We also know you have a lot of fans back in Italy. Feel free to say something to people back home.
Un pensiero forte, forte, forte a Giorgio Pietrangeli, purtroppo ci ha lasciato qualche giorno fa, quell'ultima onda era per Giorgio, sempre nei miei pensieri, è lì come in acqua, e un abbraccio forte a tutti i ragazzi in Italia, Robby, tutti voi al Banzai che avete fatto un paddle out per Giorgio bellissimo, mi siete mancati ma vi ho pensato forte, un abbraccio forte, dai!
Awesome, thank you so much!
Thanks, Jess. Leo, again, going excellent. He's had huge numbers all season, big averages. Getting into that final pipe to kick the season off didn't go his way. It was a really close run thing. Kuiper down to that last exchange, and that can do a couple of things to the way you go about and respond and reacting. He has been brilliant all season. Good showing from him in the opening round here. Here's the replay of Jack.
So Jack's got to give it up here with priority with Miguel Pupo. Miguel down the line. Now he wants to get a completion on this ride, which he does. Big float there to skip that section. And just the ease of Miguel Pupo is really pleasing on these long walls at Jeffreys Bay. Punches the fins through the back there, and you notice that lip glide stays in the middle of the wave before getting onto the lip for the lip glide. Doesn't go all the way to the bottom so that he can just slide through that lip right there, clearing the section. That was a functional floater maneuver. So he did two things. He cleared the section and he got a maneuver in there. That's a little bit of a point of difference there. Punching the fins a couple of times, a couple of different in the variety, and then halfway through, lip glide completion. Study in slow motion. And this is going to be a good one for Miguel Pupo. This is very mature surfing from him. Not to get in front of himself, to notice that he needs a variety of maneuvers, sliding the tail there, puts the hand on the deck just a little bit for stability, and there's the numbered, Paul.
Yeah, really good score. Miguel Pupo 7-2-3, and he knew it as well. You just saw the way he kicked that board away. He loved the fact that he was able to, first of all, just arrest the forward progress of Jack Robinson by using the priority. And then beyond that, able to go in with sharp, incisive surfing on the backhand. Quite achiever energy from Miguel as well. Not going to be one of those main big stars in terms of the CT. And, you know, you look at him and his all-rounded ability at different venues all around the world. A major danger here at Jeffreys Bay on the backhand. Such a natural reader of the ocean and the rhythm.
He's just had a great year, right? Miguel Pupo, 13th year on the championship tour, 33 years old. He's had to battle, you know, being a victim in the past of that cut, battle through the Challenger Series to get back on tour and made it count. Here we go.
Zhao Shankar will get involved with a full-blooded carve to open up, and then he'll snap and go in through a racetrack section. And he'll go layback, snap out the tail. It's dynamic, board's doing loads, gets the nose pointing all the way back, releases that tail. Heaps going on here, real busy. Exciting surfing from him, loads of energy, polish as well, amplitude. I tell you what, this one's really well poised. Everyone's involved with a decent score. This will be another good number for him.
And you really have three different approaches in this heat to attacking J-Bay. You have Jack, who's concentrating on major maneuvers and major errors. You have Joao here, who's trying to really, he's electric, almost a little twitchy in his surfing sometimes. Double pump bottom turn, nice carve back, but you can see there's a little bit of extra kind of effort on the bottom turn that, you know, in perfect point break surf, and you don't want that. Now he smooths it up on this inside here. As the wave steepens up, it feels like Joao gets more comfortable on this wave. Some fin release there, and really, like I said about the acute, sharp angles, short radius turns in his surfing, and the float finish, which is a pretty dynamic finish.
A lot of work done there for Zhao Xianka, particularly on this end section here. Kaipo, variety as well.
Yeah, variety and also speed management, right? At this point, you can get going so fast and go too far down the line. And Joao, with these kind of short radius turns, the really quick snaps, able to get maneuvers in, but still continue to project down the line. And you can see how on his turns there, a lot of front foot pressure. That gets the weight off of the tail. That gets the fins to release. So he gets that extra 180, extra little torque at the end of that turn, which is really signature to Joao's surfing.
11 minutes on the clock here. A little moment to breathe for Zhao Xianka. The judges will deliberate on his score. The beach is packed right here. We're watching high quality surfing in the men's opening round. More live action from J-Bay real soon.
It's just a really special place for me, and where we love to come do walks, some runs, and hang out with friends. I feel like I'm getting a sense of what those first traveling surfers experienced when they stumbled upon Jeffreys Bay, and kind of just like walking through all these trails and different indigenous plants, and then, you know, discovering little glimpses of the ocean. Completely untouched, beautiful.
Corona Cero delivering the refreshment on a sunny Saturday at one of the iconic spots in global surfing. It's top 10 on the championship tour. Corona Cero Open J-Bay. Checking out live action, under 8 to go. Jack Robinson with priority and using it. And he'll snap out the tail, pushing hard. And a little too hard in terms of the disengage, and unable to get grip back on the face. So numbers for Zhao Xianka. Well, that put him in the lead. Kaipo, the 6'9" for him. A lot of content to the 7 that he did, and good enough at the moment to put him in the lead. I tell you what, this one's real tight though. Be really interesting to see how Miguel goes with his priority here. Does he wait a while? Does he pull the trigger? I guess the rhythm of the ocean will dictate that.
Yeah, and it would be smart for Miguel with 7 minutes on the clock to take the time and do not squander that priority. I know his set wave is going to get him the number that he needs. He just needs a mid-range score, 5.67. So it would be really important. And we've seen it in the past, too, with Crosby Colapinto in his heat against Jordy Smith, where you strike at the end, and you don't give your competitors a chance to. Well, here's one of the greatest, actually. I'm going to cut my sentence off right now. Number 77, three-time champ Felipe Toledo with a confident trot up the point.
Yeah, an unbelievable surfer and competitor at this wave. A paradigm shift, really, in the way that people approach this at the highest level.
That's 77. We've got 88, too. Pipe champ Baron Mamiya. So that's going to be a great one. Also joining them will be the rookie Alan Cleland Jr. That's a great heat.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about surfers that we haven't seen in competition before at J-Bay. Al Cleland, I've seen a couple of his warm-up waves. Got a unique line for sure. He is a unique character. Real spark to him. A great-looking matchup for Heat 8 in this opening round. That'll be coming up in 6 minutes' time. You can see conditions, they've changed a little bit. So those airs going a little lighter. And a lot more opportunity for surfers for different maneuvers. Some of that chatter that we saw early on this morning was really difficult to attack the lip, but right now surfers really able to open up, Kaipo.
Yeah, I feel as the day presents itself, we started off with that semi. It was a soft devil wind, but it was a devil wind. Now the land has heated up. That stills the wind, right? The convective effect of the heated land. So now we have this glassy kind of surface right now. What I would expect in the afternoon is for us to get a little bit of an onshore crumble. Here's your out.
Your heat leader will attack the lip, and he'll go again, putting loads into the maneuver. That one, just a little too much, and he'll lose the control, and he knows that that could be significant missed opportunities. Not real happy with himself there, and that is, I guess, the conundrum for surfers in how hard you attack. You don't want to be conservative and play safe at the same time. You're surfing one of the most perfect point breaks that will run and offer loads of sections, and he's a little bit rattled.
Yeah, we saw that in the past rides that we looked at those replays, especially in slow motion for Joao Chianca. You can see he's a very front foot, back foot type of surfer. He's driving off the front foot and pivoting off the back foot, but a lot of times when he's doing that snap, they're fin release snaps where he's putting more pressure on the front foot. We saw that right there, maybe a little bit too much pressure, because he wants those fins to release. He likes that slide factor to get that extra 180, but that time it just did not work out for him. But I think that's just all of the nature of his surfing. Taking a look here at the replay for Joao, he winds up off the bottom. Again, quick snaps in his surfing, and there's a little bit too much of the fin release. And that just, you know, your fins come out of the water, your board stops projecting, and that's what happened. He got chased off the face.
Trying to let go of some of that energy as he paddles back, and he'll renew and refresh, and new opportunities will come his way, but he will be down the order of priority. But it doesn't matter, because he's found one from down the point, and pretty decent to open up, as he'll once again use that rail and get loads of release and squirt and then drive. Commits into a lip line again. He'll drift above that crumble, and then he'll push super hard again. And in terms of a finish, overcooking it. Robinson, meanwhile, look at the speed he's got. He's gone to the air. Basically every wave, a big open tube for Jack, and he'll come out of that. And again, he'll pull in Robinson. Tunneled, and he likes it. The crowd love it. He'll emerge with yet more speed and a hack off the top. And what a wave for Jack Robinson. That would have looked and felt incredible.
Well, Matt Bemrose is happy. He's in Jack's corner. And Jack Robinson, impromptu in his approach. I think he was speeding down the line. He was showing us airs earlier in this heat. Speeding down the line, maybe looking for a ramp, but then he noticed that wave doubled up and offered him a barrel, and he's pretty much one of the best barrel riders on tour, Jack Robinson, and he's been that way since about 15 years old as a barrel prodigy. This is going to be a great one to break down. You can see Robinson just starts off now, he's just highlining it. Upper third of the wave, getting all kinds of speed, maybe looking for ramp, and goes, wait a minute, I'm going to duck in. Last minute, disappeared from view. Then the little double hand drag stall comes out of this one, gives a fist pump. He knows he's on his way to a great score. Off the bottom, slashes off the top. All he has to do is finish this off, and that's exactly what he did, standing tall, Jack Robinson. One more time from above, check him disappear. And then, of course, it's really important, Gets a nice snap there for the finish and just straight up claim. The non-claim. But he knows he did well on this one. Slow motion. Look at how he just barely gets underneath this chandeliering lip. Has to really compress himself. Gets small in a ball. He doesn't want to stall at all right now until he comes out. There he goes. Recognizes, hey, I can get a little bit more on this wave. Goes for the double hand drag, high line there. No problem for Jack. Already knows he's on the way to a good score. Why not? Put a bow on it with a nice carve to finish. It's going to be a big number. Chianca. Now he caught this one further down the point under priority. So that's one of the stories here at J-Bay. Such a long running wave that you can get something down the line and give yourself a chance even when you don't have a priority. Unfortunately for Joao, he just went down, caught a rail right there on the toe and did not get the completion and will not improve upon his score line. So all eyes on Jack Robinson and the last score coming in.
Final minute of our heat number 7 for the men's opening rounds. Waiting for a number, significant one for Jack. The requirement 6-0.
Jack's got it, no problem. He's definitely, well, in my opinion, because I'm not the judge, but a 6.08, Jack Robinson should certainly get that score. There he goes.
A double barrel for him and an excellent number again, and just showing his flow with the ocean, surfing to exactly what the wave is offering him, not forcing anything into the air early on. Multiple times built rhythm by stomping the alley-oop and then the double barrel and an 8-point ride for Jack. And right at the crucial moment of the heat, goes to the lead and will count down now. Not a lot of time left. Miguel Pupo's requirement, you see it there, 7.61. Not sure there's energy that he'll be able to connect with out here, but you have to say once again, Jack Robinson, who always will be in tune with exactly what the oceans provide, and that's the name of the game here at J-Bay.
Hey, adaptability for Robbo. And just great surfing. I mean, we saw air, we saw the barrel, put it together. Well-deserved win here in the opening round for Jack Robinson.
Momentum to the Jeffreys Bay campaign for Jack Robinson as he'll bring this one all the way through to the inside, and a great feeling from looking out from the inside of the tube here at Jeffreys Bay. Bemi stoked. So far, so good in terms of avoiding that elimination round and also doing it with a bit of panache and flair. Just a little announcement as well about his overall form. And there it is. Decent numbers for him. Chianca and Pupo rallied well, actually. Respectable numbers for them, but ultimately the best wave selection and the best surfing coming from surfer out of Western Australian, former finalist here, Jack Robinson. And that'll complete our 7th heat for the opening round. And Jack will take his time to come up the rocks and enjoy this moment. We're going to enjoy the next heat. We're going to see one of the greatest ever to do it out here at J-Bay, Philip Toledo. Stay tuned.
Toledo, surfer in blue, up and riding. Working this one through. How's that hack off the top? Drive, slices. Hopefully that will stick that maneuver. Tell you what, this man, Felipe Toledo, knows how to keep the crowd in the edge of their seats. Don't ever forget. The Gajipo morning in 2017 was cool, but we had never seen before. Double alley-oop on one wave into that northwest devil wind, coming in perfect 10-point drive. Still makes every single highlight real. Seen as one of the best 10-point drives ever in the history of pro surfing. That was spectacular. So first score coming in for blue, 4.17. Felipe, your first score, 4.17. The surfer in blue gets some points on the board early on.
Someone that's been unbelievable here down the years, a 3-time winner. Not only the victories themselves, but just the manner and the way that he's done it. And he's changed surf, and he's changed the way people look at this wave and exactly how and what you can do. And this particular wave here, Kaipo, unbelievable.
Unbelievable. That was his 2017 champs. 2018, he goes back-to-back. It was smaller J-Bay in 2018, but still the quick surfing of Felipe Toledo, just electric. And again, like you said, Paul, in a way redefining the way that people look to surf long right-hand points, just the quickness of his overall surfing.
Speed is your friend at J-Bay. One of, if not the fastest surfer ever, and able to cover so much ground, and that opens up opportunities and sections, and he will be the defending champ as well here. Got the win in 2023, and it meant so much to him. He did it feeling a little discomfort as well. Wasn't free surfing that year. Didn't look like it was slowing him down much in the water. But he'll come into this one taking on Baum Mamiya and Al Cleland's. And in terms of a year, bit of a mixed bag for Philippe. Obviously got that win on the Gold Coast, but other than that, well, we may be expecting him to do a little bit more in terms of finals days.
Yeah, he's outside the line right now for that final 5 position, number 9 coming into this event. So he's got some work to do. He is at a venue here that is probably favors him more than anywhere else outside of Rio, probably. Here's his opener. So he's looking for something down the line. The first look at it on this replay. And this is pretty standard surfing for Felipe. Actually getting a little caught up there. And another like skip of the fins. Yeah, and it does not get the finish. So see right here, he gets a little bit off, but has to make up for it. He just was not in sync in this wave, but it's just a starter for him. No worries. First wave of the heat, no problem.
A little bit of a rangefinder number for Toledo to open up. Just a 4.17. Expect him to get rid of that number and look to go real big here and do some damage at a wave that's been so good for him in the past with those 3 wins that we just saw footage of. Meanwhile, Mamiya will have a look and a paddle. He won't quite get there. It will also just run away. Will pick up action. Full flow. Big arc. Going all the way back to the pocket and squeezing the juice. Toledo. And he'll hammer that. Much more like it from him. Into rhythm. But patient at the same time as well. Just a little moment as he lets the wave breathe. And then he'll slide out the fins, showing that control and the light touch over a section. Bit of upper body movement as he tries to generate some speed. So Toledo not wasting any time with getting a wave to just kind of wash off what happened on his first one, and the squad like it.
Yeah, that was Rafael Romero, his trainer, who's a master at the art of gymnastica, which is really good for surfing as far as like opening yourself up, opening up your hips. A 2-time world champ Felipe Toledo. We didn't see what happened at the beginning of that wave, but he did pick up that wave further down the point. We talked about that in the last heat, Paul, is that the length of this wave does give surfers an opportunity, even if you don't have priority, to catch something further down the point like this, and it goes straight into the barrel. Kind of a roomy one. Nice cut back to follow for Toledo. Always sharp on the rails. And then that's the signature kind of quick Felipe snaps him. This right there, you can see that was actually a bog for Felipe on that turn. So he wouldn't be happy with those couple of turns right there. He would want a steeper face. Tries to make up for it there with a nice tail slide. Gets electric for the finish. And just has to bail out of this one there. Look above. A nice entrance and exit from the barrel. That was pretty clean. Roundhouse cut back because the wave did slow down quite a bit. Got that. That was an aggressive snap. And then right here, these are little kind of nursed turns. And he's going to have a second kind of nursed turn there by Toledo standards. But then looking to make up for it with a big tail snap there. Releases the fins and the lip glide. Puts it down.
Toledo on the Red Bull ski, motoring back to the top of Super Tubes. And the 3-time champ with a bit of momentum into the tube early on that ride. Multiple maneuvers. It feels like everything is available to surfers in terms of what they can do at the moment. Airs, tubes, big power turns, assaults on the lip. I mean, aside from going left, it's pretty much everything in surfing at this wave available to put a score together. Judges will deliberate and assign a number to what we just saw from Felipe Toledo. We're really looking for Al Cleland and Baron Mamiya to get involved in this, because it's been a quicker start from Toledo. We will have a lead. Running away with it as yet, but definitely momentum with him. Let's have a look at Al Cleland. Smaller wave on the inside, a little drift for his opening turn, and then he'll focus on a runner section. Trucking down the line, he's poised. And then he'll go nice and vert into a little bit of crumble, just a touch sluggish and a little bit disinterested. Didn't really get the tee off. He would have wanted a stronger finish on that wave. It just wasn't quite there for him. As he makes a debut here at J-Bay. And we talk about experience of this wave and how crucial it is, but we have also seen surfers come here and get unbelievable statement performances early in their career. What do we learn about Alan on this wave?
We learned that Alan has a nice snap going there, but he still is showing me that he's still learning J-Bay as far as wave selection, because this wave just peeled way too fast, so there was not a lot of opportunity there. Finds that open face here, but that downtime, you know, is not something you want. You can see it in his body English as he kicked out of that wave. Like, these guys know what a score is. They know when it's a keeper wave. And this wave that he picked had way too much of a wall on it. And so he had all that downtime. Hey, look at, he had a beautiful snap. He had a beautiful carve. It goes pretty flat-faced at the end, and so you see just the body English when he kicks out of that and saying, knowing that that's not going to be a meaningful score, and it's not. Comes in at a paltry 2.83.
Yeah, pretty modest number for him. Plenty of time though. We'll go inside 20 minutes remaining as we'll look at the refraction of this southwest swell that's come around the Cape and has lit up J-Bay for our second day of competition. Opening round for the men. Having a look at Baron Mamiya. Really looking to build a bit of momentum into this heat and into this part of the season. Got that win once again at Pipe early in the season.
Yeah,
J-Bay hasn't gone huge out here in terms of result as yet.
Ninth's been his best here at J-Bay. You can see him currently ranked number 8, so he's outside that. He's seeking a spot in that final 5. He'd be dangerous in Fiji. You mentioned Pipeline. Well, we all know how good he is at Pipe, but Baron did prove himself a little bit this year with some good results outside of Hawaii. Semifinals in Portugal, semifinals in Western Australia. And so that was big for the Hawaiian surfer to actually get a decent result outside of the islands. Tough part for Baron is he injured his knee over at Lower Trestles. He has a slight tear of his MCL in his knee, and he did that having to power through a wave in the, I think it was around the 16 for Baron, and had to withdraw from competition. So he still has a little bit of an injury that he's surfing on.
An opportunity for him here at stop number 10 with this before we head to Tahiti. See if he can get involved in that top 5 conversation. It would take a big result. All of those talking points and those numbers will be crunched throughout the event here.
I love you said looking forward to Tahiti. For someone like Baron, I mean, this is all about turns right here at J-Bay. But if he doesn't get the result here, he will have a second chance in Tahiti. And you don't have to do any turns at the end of the road, Paul. And we know what he can do on over there, because that's all about just like putting your head down, paddling into it, and take a line. And Baron's really, really good at that. So I feel like he's going to have 2 swings of it, but he's going to want to at least, I feel like he needs at least a quarterfinal finish here to put him in that realm.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well. Just pick up on what Kanoa Igarashi said in his post-season, particularly out here. He didn't want to get embarrassed. And, you know, the best in the world, the peer respect is something that really matters. And someone like Barron, he's proven how good he is on the North Shore, in Tahiti, in the barrels, but also doesn't want to be thought of someone that couldn't quite do it in the long walls at J-Bay. This is a place where you want to impress everyone else on tour as well.
That's true. I mean, I think, and all eyes are on you, and I think Kanoa also said, and it's something that many surfers have said about Jeffreys Bay, is that it exposes you because it's such a long wave, and you have to string together the performance along this super long wave, and exposes, if you have any flaws in your surfing, they're exposed on the long walls of J-Bay.
Fascinating event to watch. The approach of the surfers, aside from just situations in the heat, the different approaches to this beautiful wave. It's hard to really define exactly what perfection is, but I'll tell you what, it's a technical wave to do well at. Let's just zoom in on the race to the final 5. Big Jordy Smith, we saw him earlier today. He was a little miffed at going down. Yago Dora, well, he flew literally to avoid the elimination round, as did Kanoa.
Yeah, interesting, right? I think we're going to see Italo in the elimination round. We're going to see Griffin in the elimination round. We're going to see Miguel in the elimination round, and so that's going to be a challenge for all those. That's going to be opportunity also for guys like Jack Robinson, who's in the round of 16 with a heat win here. So, yeah, interesting play.
Speaking of Jack, let's go hear from him. He's with Jess Starling.
Jack, excellent follows you wherever you go. I mean, an 8-point ride, that heat, the exchanges that went down, it's a pretty great way to start your campaign here.
Yeah, I was so stoked to be back here in Africa, and yeah, for that wave to come at the end, it was, I was just free flow out there, just trying to put it together, and yeah, it ended up coming right at the end. So yeah, wasn't meant to be at the start, but came right at the end when I needed it.
Let's talk about your trophy cabinet, because you've won some of the most prestigious events that we have on tour. Pipe, you rung the bell, you know, coming into J-Bay, you've had a second here before, but adding the trophy to your cabinet here would be pretty big on your radar.
Yeah, it's such an amazing event, and yeah, to add that one would be amazing. Yeah, so it's exciting to be here. I'm just taking it all in. It's been like a long few events. We've had California, Brazil, so now we can kind of relax here and really enjoy it and just try and take it all in. Yeah.
I love it, Jack. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jack Robinson, the double tube for him. Place he is very comfortable indeed. We won't be seeing him in the elimination rounds as he got the win. Let's see how we go with 14.5 on the clock here. Toledo, 3-time winner here at Jeffreys Bay, 2-time world champ, of course. He's in the lead in this one. Not an insurmountable task for the likes of Barron Mamiya chasing him down, Al Cleland, but they got nothing significant on the board as yet. Not really able to connect with anything out there. Priority also with Toledo at the moment. A little bit of energy will stand up. Phil likes the look. He'll go here. Toledo straight on the tail. And then an opening carve from him. Nice looking section here. He'll go speedy snap. And then he'll blow out the tail and he'll control that real well. Straight into a bottom turn, straight up for a hit. Thought about trying to poke into a tube wave, ran away. Nice combo on that wave from Philly.
Good variety, right? Good speed, good variety. That's what makes Felipe Toledo just dangerous out here. And taking a look at that one further down the point. Nose has got to get busy. I mean, there's nothing huge numbers-wise put up in this heat. Here's Al.
Yeah, live action out the back.
Whoa.
Cleland will bog a rail. And he just saw him disappointed with himself or got hung up there. He's still got time here, but he needs to pick it up considerably because he'd be expecting Toledo won't be resting on his current number. Let's have another look at Phil's wave.
Yeah, textbook Toledo. Gets a nice carve, quick snap, variety there. Builds up the speed down the line, chucks it, pokes the nose, gets the revert out of it. Nice float there, thinking about something, nothing else in front of him, but all he has to do is improve upon a 4.17. I feel he improved upon that, and he's coming out of something right now with a bit of posture.
all the way down on an inside section. We've seen multiple times today surfers get shorter waves and then pick something up straight away. Meanwhile, here goes Al Cleland Jr. Speculative carve in turn puts him high and then puts him in great rhythm for a section. He'll swoop and connect and then flow in through the mid part of the wave. Hasn't teed off as such. He'll tighten up that bottom turn and he'll hit it really hard with a free fall right on cue. Another nice hit into the lip. And he's timing this really sweetly. Great flow. All right. Mamiya into the tube, really cash stall in. He's covered so much ground. He'll widen up the stance and go into the lip. What an exchange that was. Loving this.
Love the show. This is good stuff right here at Jeffreys Bay Super Tubes. And that was a pretty super tube for Baron Mamiya right there.
So much swag and attitude the way he pulled into that.
That's good stuff. I mean, and even for Al Cleland Jr. had a slow start out there and then just went hard at the end. We're going to take another look here at Baron and Mamiya. It's just a nice wind up, nice quick snap. Gliding down the lip, great projection here. Notice his waves doubles up a bit. And he knows how to kick stall. He knows how to get in the barrel. He knows how to project through it. Second section, just camping out in that barrel. And, of course, a nice, tidy finish for Baron Mamiya.
All right, we're game on here. This heat needed a bit of quality. It's exactly what we just saw. Good score for Felipe, and then a good wave for Al and for Baron. How good's this, Vij?
Look at this. And that's tube awareness that Baron Mamiya shows. You know, your average surfer would take a straight line through that. He gets a pump, adjusts his line in the tube, maximizing barrel time, and then straight up to the lip, gets those fins out the back, and he feels good about this. Al Cleland Jr.'s wave right here, he was a little sleepy to begin with, and like, oh no, is this trouble for Al? But then starts building momentum. That was a nice snap there. You can see he gets over a little ridge here where this wave doubles up on the inside, and then Al Cleland Jr. takes the hammer to the lip 3 times.
10 minutes remaining.
And a final big bash for the third one. That's good stuff right there on that Timmy Patterson shape for Al Cleland Jr. And this is high risk. You can see he's going to get some air under the fins, drops tail first into the flats for the completion. So I expect some big numbers for both Baron Mamiya and Al Cleland Jr.
9.5 to go here. We're waiting for numbers to come in for Baron Mamiya for the deep tube and the big hit, and then the combo turns for Al Cleland. An exciting heat, this one. We'll conclude it when we come back from break. We'll have the women's elimination round coming up too. Simmers taking on Baum. Stay tuned.
Your score, a 7.63. Last of white, 7.63. And last of Baron Mamiya in red, excellent score, 8.33. And the Dolphins stand to celebrate that as well. So watch them. So we've got Felipe Toledo, surfer in blue first. Red second, looking for a 5.17. And white in third, looking for a 5.87. Ferreira, this is Toledo. It's not only him, he's got a couple of mates sharing this way over there. Turns up at the top. He's going to stick with it. He might find something down the bottom as this one waits. The Dolphins are doing a couple of airs down the line. Toledo
In back-to-back seasons, Felipe Toledo is your world champion.
The consequence of being in a good run during the tour, it's hard. You know, like at my best, my head in the right place, my body in the right place, and I did it. And I got tour titles back to back. And then I was like, I can't do it for another year. It's too much. My body can take it, my mind can take it.
Felipe Toledo, he disappeared after he had back-to-back world titles.
I don't want to, but I need to. Just, you know, live 1 year pressure-free and relax, surf, enjoy the family, and come back to you guys next year.
And now he's back.
Chasing him down the line is Toledo. He's going to steal the spotlight. An absolute masterclass.
With tour titles and coming back, you want to show that you still got it.
An emotional victory for Felipe Toledo on the Gold Coast. And back to winning ways. And back at Jeffreys Bay, a spot where he's lifted the trophy 3 times. He's in a heat right now that's really caught fire, actually, and numbers in for that exchange before we went to break. Kibes, great numbers to talk about. And then this happened during the break. Dolphins, they're always part of this. This was Toledo getting involved again.
Toledo, a couple of Dolphins underneath him. I told him a high pod count today in the lineup. Nice carve for Felipe, but that's all he's going to get off that wave. He's got a lead in this heat. Stuck with it. So I take that back. He got a little bit more down the line. Don't think it's going to help his overall score line, which is not that replay right there. That's just a 5.87, 5.97, not top part of his top 2, so inconsequential for Felipe Toledo. But nice vision of the Dolphins.
He's enjoying the view. We're enjoying his surfing, his leads. Well, he's still hanging on to it at the moment, but just unbelievable to see the body surfing Dolphins that so alive here and vibrant with wildlife. And the Dolphins very much part of the story here from every single session that you have. And Toledo, in terms of a throwaway score, would be a memorable one for him, sharing that moment. He's got the lead. However, Barron, 8.33, gone excellent with the tube. Also Al up there with a big 7, and just 5s that they're after here, Kipes.
That's right. That's the story right now. Al and Barron coming through and making this a competitive heat. Al with priority. Doesn't need a big number, basically a 6. Just over a 5 for Barron Mamiya. So either of these two surfers can turn this heat into his final 4 winners.
Seen a lot of quality already go down today in terms of excellent numbers, and with a wave that offers so much like this, surfers get to go full repertoire, big turns, the tubes. We've seen huge airs as well. Felipe Toledo's numbers here at J-Bay, well, no real surprise, and just how good they've been down the years. And we'll see some lines come through. Priorities with Al Cleland. He'll need a wave, as does Barron Mamiya. He's already got the high score in this heat. He's got a bit of flow going. Nice grip on the wave faces. He'll knife through an opening carve and then set up. And he'll go into the lip and just sting it. Then a couple of pumps for speed and just loses that grip. So the requirement for him, it was just a 5.17.
Yeah. He's not going to get it.
Yeah, not sure we saw that, Kaipo.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. And, you know, he was hunting that wave. You see him slap the water. He knows that's a missed opportunity. That was an unforced error. He tried to load up at that last turn because he noticed he needed something really big, just even to get that 5.17. Because a couple of carves at the start, this is still not going to give him the score with that sleepy start. Then he gets a little punch right here. So he just needed another accentuated maneuver like that. That's why he lined up for it. And while he lined up for it, got over his front foot and slipped off.
Inside the final 3 minutes now sets up an opportunity for Al Cleland Jr. with priority, with a pretty big number. Second highest score, the 7.63 for those combos. And crucially on that wave as well, didn't rush anything. He knows exactly what he needs to do here. with that priority and the requirement, 5.87, absolutely doable.
It's a test for a rookie, though, because this is not just luck because you need a set. This is also your mind, because he's got to hold it together and perform to basically a 6. Now, 6s are not easy. You got to put some risk in 6. Oh, take a look at. Oh, we had something to pop up, but yeah. Al Cleland Jr. needs that 5.87 to go to first and skip that elimination round.
Yeah, that requirement, as you mentioned, the 5.87. So you need a bit of quality in terms of the wave on offer as well. Just how hard you push on that wave. Don't want to blow it early on by going too hard at the same time. It's easy to cruise through sections here and have a good time. But in terms of opening up and doing damage and pressing the panel.
Yeah. And let's just be honest, I mean, this is professional surfing, but there's still some luck involved, and you got to be lucky just to get a set wave in this last 90 seconds with priority. And the luck does not look like it's going to be on Al Cleland's side right now.
Under 90 seconds here. He's up on his board, meerkatting, just trying to scour the horizon. He can look up the point as well, towards magnitudes and beyond, see if there are indicators coming through. Just the way his gaze is at the moment, it's not really looking in that direction. That's the vista as we'll fly above. And look at this absolutely regal point break here at Jeffreys Bay. Super Tubes, the section for our competition. The most high performance section is what we've been treated to today. Electrifying surfing throughout the men's opening round. The opportunity to avoid heading to elimination. The moment the 3-time champ here, Toledo, with the lead in this one. It's not a huge one, Kaipo, but he's good enough for that lead at the moment, and it's about how really will an opportunity come his way under 40.
Yeah, this tense times for the surfer from Mexico, and there doesn't look like there's any kind of sustenance currently on the horizon or even hitting the point for Al Cleland Jr. So with 20 seconds to go, he's not even going to get an opportunity to get to his feet.
Toledo, he'll just bring this in with a smaller wave. He feels like his work's done. It's been pretty good work as well. He'll just check the watch and realize, well, this will count. Al Cleland up here. Can he build up a bit of momentum and look for that number that he needs? Decent high five. He basically needs a 6. He'll go to the air. A little kind of lazy in terms of the overall commitment. That's because the section was so soft, so unable to find what he needed there. He will head to the elimination round. He'll do that in the knowledge that he has gone up the scale with a big 7. That's decent. But this will mean a lot to Philip Toledo as well in his storied career. A new chapter unfolding here at Jeffreys Bay for him. No elimination round. He will get yet another win at a spot that he's been unbelievable. He's in very rare company in terms of his performances and particularly his victories here at Jeffreys Bay. Men's opening round is concluded. It's been highly entertaining. Women's elimination round coming up soon. We'll bring in Joe, Jesse and Rosie for the call. Stay tuned.
Welcome. This is the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. We have moved through to the elimination round. Heat number 1 for our women's division. So introducing these surfers. In the red, we've got Caitlin Simmers. And she'll be taking on Sarah Baum in the blue. Welcome, if you guys have just gotten down to the beautiful Super Tubes. Of course, championship tour stop. We're enjoying some of the best surfers in the world, lighting up the point break on Super Tubes, the best right-hand points in the world. So 2 ladies heats. There will be 2.
Welcome to Jeffreys Bay for the 2025 WSL Rising Tides. And we're here to celebrate women's surfing. We're here to empower the future generation, not just from South Africa, but from other African countries as well.
There's so many girls here.
Every year we come back, there's more and more girls in the lineup at J-Bay, which is so cool. And being able to inspire, you know, even just one young girl out there is like why we do what we do. It makes Rising Tides like so special.
There's obviously been an increase in females in the lineup. Hopefully in the next few years we get equal amount of guys and girls out in the lineup and just showing the guys that we can also rip.
The performance levels of the surfer girls are rising, and it's for a variety of reasons, but the Rising Tides is definitely one of them.
Hopefully I can be like them when I'm older. For that to be your job, that's like the best job in the world.
These girls now go back to their towns and their communities, and they just feel like we can be the next champ, you know? We can be a part of this bigger picture.
What a stellar edition of the WSL Rising Tides, brought to you by Body Glove. Always great to catch up with Houshmand, local legend around these parts that's providing a lot of opportunity for the next generation of up-and-coming surfers as we are kicking off the elimination round of competition here on Saturday. Waves are pumping. Classic day at Super Tubes. We've got Katie Simmers, the reigning world champ, current world number 3, taking on a South African wild card, Sarah Baum. And Toledo is just getting swarmed by fans on the beach after a brilliant performance in that last heat, getting the jump straight into the round of 16. Felipe proving to be one of the best ever at J-Bay, looking for a 4th title this year. If he gets 4, he even things up with Mick Fanning and Kelly Slater. Joe Turpel, Rosie Hodge, and Jesse Mendez here for the call. Rosie, I was catching up with Eric Stedman earlier, local legend, always helping out with the forecasting here. And he's going, man, this is just such an ideal day at Supers, coming off that devil win we had this morning. I mean, this is why we come to Jeffreys Bay.
I mean, it's just so picture perfect out there. We've even seen that wind back off. It's gone slack. It's glassy out there, so the conditions improving throughout the day. We've got some magic heats on deck, and I think that tide's going to start filling in.
Well, now it's getting even more uncrowded. Just 2 surfers out, Jesse, but it's also a big one for Katie Simmers. You know, she's dropped down to 3rd in the rankings. She held the leader's jersey for parts of the season. She got knocked out early the last time she was here by eventual champ Lakey Peterson. So for her, being the pure surfer she is, she just wants to spend more time in this lineup with just one other surfer out.
I mean, it's a curse and a blessing to be obviously in the round 2, but you get to surf conditions like this, you kind of almost want to be in that position. Obviously, she's going against our Baum. She's a very experienced surfer, obviously knows the lineup very well because she's from South Africa, so it's going to be a fun one to watch. And I think with bigger conditions, mostly for the women's, with so much pressure and power that it has on offer, like on her backhand, you can pivot a little bit more. It's easier to control the board, so it could be a big advantage for her. Let's see if she can translate all of that into a jersey, because it's not easy when you're going against, you know, the defending world champ.
That's right. Katie Simmers, the youngest ever to clinch a world title, did it last year at Lower Trestles in a battle against Caroline Marks. Started off in a great way in her world title campaign this year, making finals at Pipeline. Almost went back-to-back with her titles there. Won Abu Dhabi in the battle with Molly Picklum and has looked strong ever since. Gabby Bryan found form, took yellow for a bit. Right now it's Molly Picklum who's the first to clinch a spot in the WSL Final 5. So 4 spots remaining, and Katie wants to be one of them. She's got a shot to clinch here if she gets all the way to the final and wins the event.
Katie, I mean, I think for her, being in that #1 position comes with a lot of extra responsibilities at every stop on tour. You got to be on the media days, and people want to interview you. So maybe slipping into that 3rd place position, she can kind of go a little bit under the radar, and she's got an opening wave here.
Katie starting to dance down the line here at J-Bay, leaning into that snap just to continue her momentum down the line. Off the top there, flowing through that next section. Laying it down in the pocket again. Always unpredictable with her lines, and an unpredictable fall right there on her opening ride. But she was just starting to get her groove on.
I like the direction that she was going for. I think those smaller size waves that have that good pace, it's going to suit her surfing very well. And she was looking deadly all the way into that mistake Fortunately, maybe getting a little bit ahead of herself, but good start for her. And I think for, you know, the surfers that are so much, sorry, we'll get back to that after this wave from Sarah.
Sarah Baum just up and out.
But I think for surfers like her, that's a world champ going against a wild card, you need to apply pressure early, you know? Make them feel it. Like you're used to, you're in that stage all the time. So make them feel worried about themselves. So I think it's smart of her to just catch a few waves.
Sarah Baum rolling in and getting out in front. Redirects the rail. Starting to rush down the line. A lot of speed, but the wave continues to keep her behind, so she'll have to step off. Sarah Baum into her second start as a wild card here at Jeffreys Bay. And she was successful in making it to the quarterfinals the last time she was here. And even last year, there was a specialty event during the Olympics when the CT wasn't here, and she was able to win the J-Bay Classic presented by Corona and got even more reps here at the best point break in the world.
I mean, Sarah is just such an unbelievable surfer, really a prodigy when she was younger, coming up the ranks. I've known her for a very long time, so it's so fun to see her career flourish. She was part of the South African Olympic team that took on Tahiti, and just really impressed with her, but loved this wave from Katie. I mean, just the flow and the connectivity that she had, a lot of speed down the line, and just the body awareness, adjusting with every maneuver to make sure that she's ahead of it and keeps that speed.
I mean, it felt like the easiest turn she had in front of her. She was the one that got caught. Maybe, you know, sometimes you think, oh, I already made this wave, lose the attention just a touch. Because this waves previously were so much more dynamic, so much harder to do. The wave was kind of running down the line, this beautiful carve that she cuts it short right there, but a lot of rail in it. And then she, all of a sudden, she hits the easiest gutless slip, and then she just gets ahead of herself and gets stuck.
It's a lot of things that Katie does for pro surfing, and doing it so young. You know, just forget about numbers and scores and titles. Just what she does when she rides a wave. Why does that make such an impact on us?
She's just got such a unique style, such a unique read on waves that I don't think she's influenced by too much. It's all her own way, and then that's really what you're looking for, just that unique approach that's so refreshing.
I guess when you see someone that is as talented as Katie, when you actually forget that you're at an event, when you watch her surf, where she's bringing a free surfing approach, it feels really natural, and that's always going to be celebrated. We're watching Sarah here. What happened on this wave, Jesse?
The wave just ran a little bit too fast, but I personally think she took off on that wave maybe a little bit on the wrong positioning, probably from the previous wave that she caught, the 1.13. Maybe set herself a little bit out of position, because that wave kept peeling. I looked over my shoulder, and the wave was a very good pace wave, mostly for a backhand. Just needed to go over that section, and then the wave slowed down.
So scores in for Katie start with a fall of 4.17. Sarah Baum with a couple of one rangers at the moment. And I suppose in surfing, it's very unique when you compare it to other sports. You know, like when people grow up playing footy or they're playing basketball, you're not really going, I want to be a free footy player, a free basketball player, and just, you know, go away from competition. It's about competing. It's about playing on the court. Where surfers have a unique path. They could go closer to the art form and hide from events and someone judging them and putting scores. That can be uncomfortable. But then also there's those that are going, nope, I'm a champion. I need to compete at all stages. There's some that balance both, you know, where you want to watch their movies. They're surfing like they're making a movie in their heat. And I think every surfer on tour would love to be part of that list.
Yeah, definitely. I think Katie's done such a good job of that. She's put out so many good edits, but at the same time, she needs to satisfy that competitive appetite that she has. And she's so good. She's won her first world title so early.
Yeti did a really cool piece with her just recently that you could find on through worldsurfleague.com, talking about how sometimes she's uncomfortable with how competitive she is, you know, and she wouldn't be a world champ already if she wasn't. Always wanted to surf her best, but also never liking the feeling of a tough loss. And I think one of the most impressive responses to a loss was last year when she won her world title, when Caroline won the first title match. She had to go to her support crew, her family, her coach, and put the pieces back together.
Definitely. That was, I mean, it was such a clutch performance by Caroline, but also probably something that ignited that little bit of tenacity inside of her to, you know, sometimes you need to be like, I am hungry. I really, really, really want this. And to kind of admit that to yourself and refire the engines going into those next 2 heats in that world title matchup it just shows what she's made of.
Great to see Sarah Baum with his opportunity once again to represent South Africa in the jersey from the Durban area in South Africa, where you've seen a lot of big events for, gosh, decades. You know, the Gunston 500 turning into the event in Bolito, was at the pier before, and then now it's been at Bolito as a Challenger Series event for many years. So a lot of surf culture there for a long time. Interesting to note, though, Sarah Baum actually came very close to qualifying for the tour a long time ago. She was like 17, getting fifth at the US Open. It was kind of the next big thing for South Africa to give Rosie some backup on tour. And then when she didn't qualify, we're talking a couple heats away, she actually did one of the rarest things you could see. She actually moved away from competitive surfing. She needed to take a break. Sometimes when it comes that close, and how devastating that can feel, she needed to actually take some time off from the jersey.
Well, you know, Sarah's been surfing for a very long time, and growing up here, she was competing constantly, and you get into that thing where you feel like it's the only thing that's going to you know, validate you. And I think Sarah did such a smart thing. It's like, it takes its toll on you, Jessie, competing, especially getting that close. So to kind of recognize that and refocus your energy, fall back in love with surfing, and then come back to it is, yeah, a really mature thing to do.
Oh, the pressure's a real thing. You hear about that here and there. Like Ian Gentile had an example of that where he had to just completely stop, and then he fell in love with it all over again. I think Sarah felt that, relocated to Newcastle, was able to be a part of the Olympic team, and all that's changed. And I remember with you, Jessie, when you had that emotional speech when you won Cascais, there's a lot more going on behind the scenes sometimes of the ups and downs of traveling and always trying to come back from a tough loss, and those wins can be oh so sweet when you never give up.
Totally, and that was my first early retirement. I got back in about a day, but I got over in about a day. But yeah, it's sometimes you just got to step out and, you know, give it a look from the outside and see how much of fun also is with the pressure. And it's a privilege, like they say. It's a privilege being in this position. And that's something that you probably most miss when you stop competing. You can probably say that is just surfing against the best in the world in the best conditions. And that pressure, it's what drives them. But if it goes overboard, it can be very annoying to deal with. And most of those surfers actually go through that more than we expect. They look all tough, but deep inside they're dealing with a lot of stuff.
20.5 on the clock. Let's hear from one of the best at J-Bay. Toledo is with Jessie Starling.
Felipe, what a heat. I mean, all of you guys had 8s and 7s. Your competitors only needed 5s. I mean, probably would have been a little bit nervous for you out there, but I mean, it seemed like you guys had great energy in the water.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I woke up this morning with a lot of expectations on the waves and the swell and the winds and all of that. I expected to be a little bit better, to be honest. Not complaining, but when you come to J-Bay and you look at the forecast, you expect those waves, you know, that you see on the movies, the waves that we surfed years ago. But yeah, it was a little bit tricky, hard to surf. There's a little chatter on the wave. That board was brand new. I was testing that board on the heat. But yeah, I was able to find those first 2 waves, a 6 and a 4, and then backed it up with the 7. I knew it was kind of slow. Like every heat to now, it was pretty much like 1, except for Leo and Griffin. That was like 2 4 waves on the heat that they actually got pretty good scores. But other than that, it was like pretty much 1 wave on the heat. That was, you know, like the big decision, and I was able to capitalize on that wave. Of course, they all got scores, but the backup score was the major one, and I was able to add the 6 and, you know, kind of play with priority a little bit at the end. Went on that wave on the 5.33 or 5.3, whatever. That was kind of a mistake, but it was just cool to cruise with the dolphins along on the wave. It was pretty sick.
And I've got to know, you've had 3 titles here. You've had 47 excellent waves just at this wave alone. I think surf fans, including myself worldwide, love watching you here because we never really know what we're going to get once you're up on your feet. I've got to know, Do you know what's going to happen on the wave once you're there? You're kind of just reacting as it goes because it's just incredible to watch.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, it goes with the pace of the wave and how fast the wave goes and how fast I surf and timing. You know, I was watching Kanoa's interview this morning saying that he struggled a lot to surf this wave, and it is true. I feel like everybody struggled a lot. My first few years on tour, none of the boys were here yet, but I was surfing against Joe, Parko, and all these guys, and Mick, and B. Dubbert, and Taj, and it was so frustrating to see them rip this wave apart. And then I'm like, small turns and getting stuck behind the sections. Took me years to get the 3 titles and all those excellent scores, and I feel like my surfing suits this wave. And yeah, I just kind of go with the flow, kind of freestyle, take off on the wave. You kind of know what the wave's going to do, when the wave's going to race and it's not, if it's going to barrel or not. But when the section's coming at you, I just kind of freestyle and go with the flow.
We love the Felipe freestyle. Bring it on for the rest of the event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jessie Starling, one of the all-time greats at this venue, a 2-time world champ, 3-time J-Bay champ, getting the win there. And he remembers those early years. Toledo, second round loss in his first start here, then got an equal 13th the following year, then a quarterfinal, then back-to-back wins, semifinal, and then won in 2023. So he's looking for not just a 4th title, but to defend his title this year at Jeffreys Bay.
Yeah, just such an impressive record. Just mind-blowing how accurate he is with those excellent scores. Good to see him marching on.
It is a great theme that Jessie Starling brings up on a wave. It's like, are you in a clear headspace? Are you just simply reacting to what's in front of you? And there's some surfers that are so consistent, you can almost mind surf with them, and you kind of know what to expect. And Toledo brings the unexpected. As soon as you think you've seen it all, he'll do something crazy.
I was actually with Alejo as he did that reverse that caught everyone off guard. No one expected for him to do that early in a wave, like after 2 big turns as well. And me and Alejo look at each other like, man, the element of surprise, like he's one of the only guys that can bring in these conditions that we have on offer. It's so hard to do and very technical. And yeah, the brand new board. Alejo also was asking, what board is he riding? I didn't see him ride that board all the free surfs.
Yeah, interesting to just try one out in your heat, as we look what Sarah Baum did during the catch-up with Felipe, Rosie.
Yeah, found this really nice medium-sized wave, and I think this is what she needed, just something to kind of settle those nerves, wash off the jitters, and get a couple turns under her belt. Trying to find the timing on this one. She's kind of going through the motions on this wave. It steepens up right there. That was a nice turn. But it definitely feels like this is one of those waves that's going to settle her into this heat, and I hope we get to see more explosive surfing from her.
And also Katie Simmers on her best wave so far, Jessie.
Yeah, smaller wave. Let's catch up on what happened here. A little bit of downtime. She just reads the wave very well. Usually takes her time, starts to run, connects with the lip nicely. So much speed down the line. Beautiful open carve. Just the speed that she carries is very impressive, but that wave kind of running out in front of her. Probably would have liked to finish if she knew that wave was going to run that fast after that carve, just combo it up, maybe extending a little bit more of that carve to get a good deep depth in the bottom turn to finish it off strong instead of going down the line. But it's very easy to say that after you watch the wave.
Nice event where we've got South African representation, with Sarah Baum in the mix, Jordy getting some backup from Matthew McGillivray, also Luke Thompson, trying to fight for a title to protect it on the home court. Rosie, it's like personally being on tour and being the only one representing South Africa. Bianca Beitendijk went through that at times, waved the flag really well. Where Jordy's really used to that too. I mean, what's that like when you have these powerhouses of this Californian contingent, Brazilian Storms, and you're sitting there kind of going, I'm on my own here.
That's such a great point. You almost kind of attach yourself to, other traveling surfers. Traveled a lot with Australians, but yeah, you kind of form like a little bit of a clique. You get absorbed by some other little group. But I think for Sarah, being here on home turf, there are so many people that are making the pilgrimage up and down the coast, and they all here for that support. And catching up with Sarah's dad, Chris, yesterday in the supermarket, I mean, he's just probably so proud to see his daughter compete here and just to hang out with family, because she's been living in Newcastle, like you said. So to come back, South African soil, feel that special energy is, you know, it's like a lifetime experience.
And what are the feels like returning home to such a special place for you?
Oh, it's just like, it's unbelievable. It's kind of, it's spiritual. I mean, you sit at this place, you watch the dolphins come through the lineup, you watch the sunrise, and you just feel like you very insignificant in such a natural, just beauty.
Katie Simmers loving the beauty of this wall, starting to build down the line. Higher line approach now down to the bottom. Laying the rail down on that first turn. Always creative, always smooth. How was that? Down carve to set up for another beautiful snap in the pocket. And she'll actually lose her line for a moment. Getting distracted with what's out the back now. Looks like she's refocusing on this end wall starting to build. Hitting it off the lip. It's starting to race down the line, and she will step off. So Katie trying to improve on a 4.17 there. And you can tell towards the tail end of the ride, she almost started to see if there's another set coming through.
I mean, she knew there's more waves out the back. It's just a matter of how good they were, but the wave she selected was pretty great.
From the takeoff, looking smooth, Jesse.
Yeah, just you know, the thing that catches my eye is just the freedom that she carries, and she's like reads the wave very well. She's never really catching up to it. Stays ahead of it when she needs to, and then she applies pressure when the wave gives the opportunity. That was a beautiful down carve. Another one, but that wave kind of went out to sea a little bit. I think you mentioned that, Rosie, on the Leo and Griffin's heat. Like those bigger sets that sometimes they swing wide and they'd have a weird angle, but they doubled up and she gets one more crack at the top. Maybe mistimed just a touch on that wave and then decided not to finish, but she's definitely going to better that 4.17 with this beautiful down carve that she had when the wave gave her the opportunity.
And something I need to give Katie props for is just you're still seeing that little bit of wind chatter up the face of the wave, and she really cuts through all of that without compromising her style and keeps the speed through the maneuvers. It's so easy to kind of safety it and like burn off the speed, but she's just flowing through the bumps on the face. But I would like to see her just keep that engagement on the wave.
Sarah Baum just up and down on that wave behind Katie Simmers, but Sarah just being out quickly is able to regain priority, chasing an 8-point ride. Now that last of Katie Simmers came in at a 6.67. So that wave didn't really let her capitalize on the back end of that last wave. And talking to Eric Stedman, the guy with all the local knowledge, he said, yeah, there's a touch of south in this swell, just slightly under what's ideal, under that 220 degrees mark, but still a premier day at Super Tubes. Katie Simmers out in front. Sarah Baum needs an 8-point ride. We'll be right back.
So surf in the read, your situation, you're sitting with two scores, a 6.67 and a 6.33. So Reed sitting with a 6.67 and a 6.33. Surfer in the blue, Sarah Baum, now looking for an 8.0 to move to first. So blue, looking for an 8-point ride. 10 minutes remaining, surfers, 10 minutes. At the moment, there's the surfer in the red, controlling this one, sitting with two decent scores, a 6.67 and a 6.33. That's Katie Simmers. Of course, Sarah Baum, the local wild card, looking for an excellent ride of 8.0. So if you guys are just going down there, it is right around midday. So make sure that you go around to the park area, the Super Tubes Park, and grab some lunch. We've got some awesome food.
Still a gorgeous Saturday here in the elimination round for the Corona Cero Open J-Bay, and the surfers have some options on where they get to hang out at this great event. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Hey, here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and there's everything here for the coaches and the surfers to prepare for the upcoming heats. We got a cold plunge, we got a hot sauna, we have the warm-up area right there. We have a personal trainer, Rowan, he's on the scene, as well as smoothies available for the competitors and freshly pressed juice. I like the carrot ginger apple combination. Really good stuff all up here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Great spot to hang out. Rowan's really cool up there too. I think he mistaked me for an athlete the other day. He was trying to get me lifting some weights. So hang on a second. I might hurt myself. But yeah, a really cool place to hang out with the whole Red Bull athlete team. They're loving the setup. There's upstairs where Kaipo was, and then there's downstairs as well with great places to hang out for friends and family. And they've got the best seat in the house to watch these waves just rifle through super tubes on this incredible day of competition. Forecast-wise from Surfline, marking this as maybe the best day of the waiting period. There's still some things developing in the back end of the waiting period, but we knew we'd want to max out the heats today. And there's downstairs. Coaches, parents, friends. Best seat in the house, right above that little boardwalk where all the fans are looking on. We talk about, you know, the natural amphitheaters on tour. It's rare, though, to have this type of feel where you're watching a wave and you have to completely look 180 degrees to see the finish. One of the fastest, longest waves on the planet. Katie Simmers enjoying her time in this matchup. Just working on reading the points, but keeping it smooth. She can get away with a lot on this wave. Snaps it off the top and now kind of styles her way to the kick out. Her fourth wave ridden in the matchup, and Sarah Baum still needing an 8-point ride. It's fun when you see a surfer that doesn't look like she ever wants to force anything. You know, I think she'd rather highline a section instead of fit in a turn where it doesn't belong. Simmers now world number 3. And rare to see her dealing with the pressure of these elimination rounds on a wave that you'd expect her to completely dominate. But she had the heat with Lakey Peterson in the opening round, who is the reigning champ of the event.
Yeah, Lakey surfed incredibly well, and we just seeing Katie go through the motions there. It's interesting because I think when you have expectations of the swells, you watch Sarah on this one.
Sarah on the backhand, big opportunity to crush that section. Doing a great job there as she will step off. Just a one maneuver section for Sarah Baum, but capitalize on a bigger wall than what Katie was working with. But it is tough to keep single maneuvers as your keeper score on an event like this. They have to be really remarkable to stand out for the judges to give you a huge score when you've got so much scoring potential on a wave this long.
Yeah, because there's expectations. There's so much more on that wave itself that you probably got. Obviously, at some point, that wave slowed itself down and gave the opportunity for multiple turns. So you got to match what the wave gives you as far as opportunity unless you throw a Hail Mary, which wasn't the case. It was a very good turn. For me personally, my favorite turn that she's done so far in this heat, up and vertical. Just stomped on the back foot a little bit too much and didn't generate the projection down the line that she was probably needed on that section itself.
Sarah Baum's last score comes in at a 2.83. Last of Katie Simmers, a 4.03, so nothing changing in their score lines. Winners move on to the quarterfinals, where it's reseeded for the last time. And we had big performances. We mentioned Lakey defending her event title, but also for Katie's rivals in the world title race. Molly Picklum was sensational. Excellent scoring rides. Talked to Molly after. She's like, how good when the waves just come to you. You know, that's as simply as she put that. amazing performance on opening day.
Yeah, Marley's going to be really hard to beat in this contest if that opening round was any indication. Definitely has such a tapped read on the wave, and obviously, I mean, it's not luck when that wave's coming to you. She's obviously done her homework. She's been watching a lot of waves out here, free surfing a lot, and just has it so dialed.
And I think she kind of sits in the in-between of Gabby Bryan and Caitlin Simmer. She kind of has a different read like Caitlin does. She has more freedom, high lines a little bit more, not just up, like going straight into work. You know, she reads the wave better. But then she doesn't have the power that Gabby has, because obviously it's clear to everyone's eyes that Gabby is the most powerful surfer. So she sits in the middle. She has the power, has the creativity, so she's going to be so deadly. And the bigger the wave gets, the better it will be for her, because we know how good she is and deadly on those big sections, just going for Hail Marys.
Sarah Baum needs an 8 to at least match her result from the last time she put on the CT jersey at Jeffreys Bay. Left with an equal 5th, losing in the quarterfinals. Ended up going down to Carissa Moore. Carissa Moore, past champ at this event, one of her favorite events on the calendar. As you see the view on the beach, people actually standing on those big lava rocks, watching the world's best compete. Caroline Marks and Luana Silva will be out there next. Caroline looking for a late charge into the final 5. But she's taking on a fired up Luana Silva, who will be on her forehand in that next battle. Priority still with Sarah Baum. Couple of choices here, but when you need an excellent score, you can't really afford to take a small wave, Rosie.
Yeah, the wave selection is going to be so crucial right now, and just getting, you know, like we said, that really good turn on that last wave. You got to start linking those together if you want to find excellence and overcome someone like Katie. Because even the 667 from Katie, the caliber of surfing that she's doing, you have to try and eclipse that, and to do that, you need a bigger, better wave.
Now hitting the 2-minute mark. Sarah Baum working hard on the Challenger Series, as we've already finished 2 stops of the season. First to Newcastle, second one was up the coast in Bolito, which is just north of Durban. And now Challenger Series moves on to the US Open as Sarah's family looks on. Throwing a lot of support to her with a minute 40, and they're trying to will a wave to come in so she can extend this trip to Jeffreys Bay.
I know, they were smiling there, but you know, as a parent watching, you're
freaking out inside.
Yeah, freaking out.
They were so loud when they saw Sarah win her first heat. You know, when she was in this event in the past, she had Carissa Moore and Lakey Peterson in the opening round, and she won that one. And then lost to Carissa in the one-on-one format in the quarterfinals. So found instant success in her first appearance at the championship tour level. But she's starting to run out of time, a minute to go. This is where the patience has to pay off. But then you got to manage the clock. So see if Sarah just ends up just letting the clock run out, waiting for a set, or if she will try to make something happen on a smaller wave. Sarah's starting to move up the point. Katie's just letting her go. Katie kind of had a couple of waves where she was feeling her way down the line and ended up with 4s or keepers in the 6 range, 6.33 and a 6.67. And for Katie, it's just been a bit too long outside the podium. Missing out on going 3 in a row in Brazil when she was upset in the elimination round. Saw her drop to number 3 in the world into this event at Jeffreys Bay. And the clock's going to run out on wildcard Sarah Baum. Great to see her again. Great backhand attack here at J-Bay. As we wish her the best of luck, best of waves throughout her run on the Challenger Series. Hope she gets a full-time spot on the championship tour. And it will be Katie Simmers reseeded into the quarterfinals, as she still has a chance to clinch a spot in the final 5 here at Jeffreys Bay. We'll keep you up to speed with that round by round. As the 2 chat still through the lull, we'll prepare for Caroline Marks, who's taking on Luana Silva coming up next. A classic one there. Caroline, the goofy foot.
And introducing these surfers, in the red, we've got Caroline Marks. And she's taking on Luana Silva in the blue. So if you guys are just going down here, welcome. It's the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. We are just soaking up all of the energy. It's the middle of winter in South Africa, but some serious vibes down here. The beach is absolutely packed. You hardly walk on the boardwalks. It's weekend time. The Corona Ceros and the Coronas are flowing. We are enjoying some of the world's best surfers lights up the points of super tubes in Jeffreys Bay. How's it, guys? More look? Hope you guys are enjoying all the action down here. This is going to be called the surfers in the next heat. We'll see Francisco Vasalco take on Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson. So that's our next one out to the lineup. So heats on 55 minutes long in this round. So 33 to 3 o'clock.
The Corona Cero Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Kuha Municipality, good governance through service. And by Yeti, built for the wild. Elimination round continues here with Caroline Marks taking on Luana Silva. Caroline, a world champion, also an Olympic gold medalist, winning last year in Tahiti in the Paris Olympics. Winning her world title over Carissa Moore a couple years ago, then finished world runner-up last season to Katie Simmers. And Luana Silva's been the replacement surfer for Steph Gilmore at the start of the season. And now she's definitely earned her spot inside the top 10, now world number 9 after making that final, her second final of the year in Brazil, the last stop of the season. So a classic one, these two going head-to-head in really fun conditions here at Jeffreys Bay, looking for a spot into the quarterfinals. For Caroline, Rosie, we've seen so much of her, you know, being the youngest to qualify. She even had a wild card call-up at 13. She's done a lot, and she's still pretty much a Grom.
It's actually so true. And she's up and riding, but it feels like, you know, she's got that veteran edge to her now.
Starting to dance down the line. See how she keeps that high line, now dropping down to the bottom. Look out, lip line. She attacks there, has to adjust in the lump on the wave. Now Caroline resetting a little bit. Whitewater playing with her. And now back to business on their little J-Bay racetrack. Flying through supers. Loading up. Nice draw through the lip for Caroline Marks. She had to be patient, kept having to readjust, and then finally laid into it. And the Egan family loved that one. Fun to watch that. We had a lot of time to wait for that finishing move.
And that's the patience that you need to have here at J-Bay. Like, she probably went for 150 yards of not doing anything, but that was probably my favorite, or one of my favorite turns she has done this year so far. That it was like a hanger, like so much rail involved, but so critical on her backhand. It's so difficult of doing. So easy for you to just try and stomp on her back foot.
And it all just, the thing that I really want to highlight is the bottom turn of Caroline. She really tips that board over on its knife edge, over on the rail. That right there just gives her that little bit of squint up into the lip. But the two-turn combo was just so flawless. But I agree with you, Jesse. Like, one of the highlight maneuvers for me from Caroline. Has such a good read, and the timing is just, you can't fault it. Lots of speed going down the line.
I mean, you got to manage the speed as well. She had so much, like you mentioned, just probably 5 or 6 bumps before she started the bottom turn. Louis is frothing on that. That's as much as you're going to get out of Louis.
He's always cool, always comfortable. He's still so in love with pro surfing. Won a specialty event out here where Luke won a plot of land. And what a cool prize. You actually get a piece of this beautiful area at Jeffreys Bay. He won that so long ago. He told me, I believe it was last year, maybe year before, he actually just just sold it. But I think he had big plans for many years of maybe pulling up and calling it home for a while. And he said he finally had to let it go. But he said definitely one of the best prizes he's ever won in his career.
It's almost like being an early investor in Bitcoin, because you're like, how is a piece of land going to evaluate in, like, you know, this country that I've hardly ever visited? He obviously has a big old connection here with South Africa, but that's so valuable. Like, seafront property here in Jeffreys Bay, one of the premier breaks. And he did well.
Yeah, can we get a property in the water here? Like, you know, that little property, so you right on a spot in front of keyhole?
You mean like just, that would be a prize, right? Permanent priority?
Ever, forever.
Luana getting to enjoy this experience at J-Bay for the first time. Had her entire family supporting her. Came very close to getting a win for Brazil. At the CT level, it's only happened once on the women's side. Andrea Lopez won in the late 90s, and she was following Lulu, cheering her, almost going all the way. Really cool performances on the open face here, so we'll have a nice point of difference to the backhand of Caroline Marks. Caroline, who got that big finish, it was a 5-3-3 on a 2-turn wave. And here comes Lulu. Nice clean arc to start for Luana. Patience off the bottom, keeping her speed through every single point, and even a tail throw finishing move, blowing a lot of the back of the board out of that wave. Nice timing to ditch the fins and get a score to compare with Caroline Marks.
Yeah, very aggressive, and love the footwork from her. She's just shuffling up and down that board, making sure they're in the perfect position to get to those sections and land up and over it.
And what good can confidence do to someone, right? Like, how many times we've seen her in the biggest level and all of a sudden she clicks on and starts to do turns like this that she was totally capable of but couldn't put in heats. This is beautiful work from Lulu. Definitely a wave on smaller size and kind of short, but she identifies and she knows she has to go big to finish it up. Sets up for a great finish right there. Massive blowtail. And comes out pretty clean, smart to keep herself very low, center of gravity to get out of the whitewash.
Just so cool watching her eye-line too. She's kind of coiling up for that. She identifies that section and just hammers it and just makes sure that she gets that body up and over so she can just ride out like that. But that was so aggressive and so cool.
That was, yeah, that was great. That was one of my favorite turns of the day.
Coach likes it, Leandro Dora. Getting the shots, big lens there as well, as he's been set up in his corner all morning long. Started off about 48 degrees this morning, now 61 Fahrenheit. Started off about 9 degrees Celsius, now about 16 degrees, so things are warming up out there in the elimination round, and scores are in now for Luana. Very comparable to Caroline Marks, who had the big finish on her backhand, and Lulu gets a slightly better score at a 5.5.
Both waves, very similar score in both waves. Actually, all the score came out of that one turn, the closeout.
Leandro Dora coaching a lot of great surfers throughout his career. Joined forces with Adriano de Souza back in the 2015 season. That saw de Souza become a world champ and a pipe master. As we see Caroline getting a little caught. Priority goes to Lulu. Luke Egan was in the title race for several years. Really began coaching with, well, Mike Parsons, really. They kind of teamed up back in the day. And they've kind of shared responsibilities with, you know, Caroline Marks over the years. But then Luke really joined forces with Joel Parkinson. You know, when Parko was coming close to those world titles, he was kind of in the conversation of what Jordy Smith has been in, and, you know, of like, oh wait, Joel can't move on without a world title. And Luke was so dedicated, along with a guy named Wes Berg, who was more of that training fitness guy for Joel. And that had a happy ending, 2012. Parko won it all. I think that's also when Luke realized how rewarding it was to actually give all your knowledge and support to somebody else. And when Caroline won her world title a couple years ago, I don't know if I've ever seen Louis so emotional, you know, how good that felt to be dedicated with Caroline from her break from the tour to go on boat trips, you're starting from scratch. It's like a long time coming through all those ups and downs, and to let it all release, he might have been more thrilled than anyone else on the beach that day.
Yeah, I feel like as an athlete, when you lose your self-belief, but you find connection with a coach who's kind of carrying you through those moments and keeps that support where they're like, I know you can do it, and like reignites that confidence, the self-belief, like motivates you to go train and try your boards and go surf. And that support system is pretty much everything. You can be so vulnerable on this tour, you're traveling a lot, it can be pretty lonely. So yeah, it's cool to have those people you can lean on.
Couple lines out the back, just trying to keep their positions locked up in the right place. Remember, winners move on to a quarterfinal finish, but also get to have priority at one of the best waves on the planet. When Joe Parkinson was asked what he's going to miss about the tour when he was retiring, he's like, having priority at J-Bay when it's pumping. First thing that came to his mind, of being at these world-class venues, knowing that it's your turn. And you could take off wherever you want.
Well, this was kind of the wave that really launched him. He won this as a wild card back in 1999, and it was just like, it was so cool just to watch him and then get that world title years later. But yeah, I think he had a special connection. He'd be that guy sitting at the boneyard section, riding it all the way through.
All the way through. He does that in Point Break. Like, you do that at Snapper as well. Waves that you're like, oh, let this one go, and the wave looks junk, and all of a sudden you look back. I mean, you can't even see him looking back, but he's riding away for 50 seconds all the way to Cura.
Most people would be too deep, and he just found that special pace. It was good to see Joel and Mick together back at Burley Heads this year. Lulu has had a stellar season, her best year to date, as she found some crazy momentum at Bells Beach, making her first CT final. She hadn't cracked the quarters yet at that time, and now she's making a habit of it. 2 chances where she's come very close to winning her first major event of her career on the championship tour. The year started for her with a World Junior title in the Philippines. If you guys missed that heat, that final, you can still watch it on worldsurfleague.com. Go to the World Junior titles and rewatch that moment for Lulu. It came down to the buzzer, and she was thrilled just to free up her surfing a bit. You know, she was a giant name in the junior division. She'd already been on the CT. So her goal there was to try some things, try to feel loose, do her brand of surfing, and not feel the pressure of what she had felt on the championship tour. That was a successful mission that she accomplished with the Andradora.
Things getting pretty slow here on this heat. We still yet to see a set roll down. They did have a few chances, but they were smaller waves in size. But that's surfing. It goes through those moments, you know. Sometimes you have the unlucky heat that gets very slow.
Focusing on Lulu and what she's accomplished this year, we go to the CT by the numbers. Most upset wins on tour this season in 2025, with 8 of them for Lulu, meaning the lower seed beats a higher seed. And when you're starting off as a replacement surfer, you're in the bottom of seeding. You're always taking on the most successful, consistent surfers on tour. So big part of her success is having those key heat wins. And on the other side of the spectrum, against Caroline, she's been beat the most times by lower seeds this year on tour. So she's been knocked by the underdogs the most in 2025, which has made this year a little bit more challenging. You know, kind of like Katie had the opportunity to go 3 in a row in Brazil. Caroline had the opportunity to go 3 in a row in El Salvador. Another one of those upset moments for Marks this year.
Yeah, and that kind of slowed her momentum because we saw her doing so well in the lead up. She won an event. She's doing so well, like in that conversation for the WSL Final 5, now slipping out of that range. So I think Caroline's just got to find that little bit of mojo again and that little bit of momentum and rhythm through these last 2 events to be in that conversation.
Coming off a semifinal in Brazil, quarterfinal, which has been her home break for over a decade now at Lower Trestles, and the place where she got her world title and also runner-up in the world finish last season. But she had a stellar year last year, winning the Olympic gold, and almost went back-to-back with her world titles. has always made sense of J-Bay as a backhander out here. We've had a goofy foot champ in the past, Tatiana Weston-Webb, lighting this place up, taking some time off this year, but great to see her as a wild card in Brazil at the last stop. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson really close with Lulu. Kind of teamed up, giving each other inspiration. Betty Lou, not just 2 finals, but 2 wins this year. She's coming up next against Francisca Vaselko. Meanwhile, Lulu tracking down the line with some speed. Setting up her first little redirect in the pocket. Section coming down in front of her, but she's got some space. Nice whip there. Now starting to drive. Another section's going to keep her behind, but with all the speed she has, she's still fighting for some open face. Patience paying off for Lulu. Gets the snap and an air drop to finish.
Wow, that was a big set. This Caroline's actually not sitting that deep as we speak right now, but that wave was just very wide.
Solid one coming through. This is a great angle of it. Lulu taking the first and then just wave after wave, having Caroline not really in position to take off, Jesse.
Yeah, letting this wave go by. A lot of whitewash from the previous wave. It's the biggest wave of the set, so the second one kind of has it more of an inside track of it, but it seems like it was going to clean up on the inside for her. She decided and opted not to set anchor and wait for a cleaner wave.
Just such an, we'll talk through this replay, but this is a really tricky wave to surf for Lulu because you see her kind of tracking down the line, waiting to place her first maneuver. Here she finds a little bit of open face, almost goes a little bit too far out on that shoulder. And then again, some more downtime here. She's just trying to find something. There she gets a little speed check going. Lots of speed. I think the best turn is the last on this wave as it starts to steepen up, but we're definitely seeing those sets kind of wash through steep, and it's even breaking like off that car park section where it's a lot wider than what we used to at J-Bay.
So much speed where it looked like she could have been caught behind, but she's happy she hung in there for the finishing move. Right here, she was doing another setup turn. The finish was the best, Jesse.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think that first turn really put herself out of position and out of timing for the wave. I felt like there's a little bit more left and throughout the mid portion of that wave, but then cleaned things up and finished it off strong.
Always critical on that end section. You run out of water, it gets really shallow, and she took that wave so far down the point. She was caught inside for that whole set where Caroline was just out the back holding position. And so she really had to work her way to the Red Bull ski. She just hopped on it a few seconds ago. Dealing with the power of the inside of Super Tubes and towards Impossibles. But Lulu will be happy that she got a 4.6 in first. Caroline Marks now needs a 4.78 to answer back. So Caroline not needing much. And pacing herself here at J-Bay, not trying to run after everything that's moving. So she's really waiting for something special now. Last heat won by Katie Simmers. She's on the glass with Jessie Starling.
Katie, there's been a crazy run of wildcard stories this year who have had dominance through it, thinking back to the likes of Julian Wilson, Morgan Siblig. You drew the wildcard in this round. It's never an easy heat, no matter who it is.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of had a weird relationship with this wave too, so it's just trying to kind of just push that behind me and try to just have fun surfing, I guess, in a heat. And it worked out, like, honestly, I haven't gotten really above a 4 here, I don't think. I actually think I haven't. It'd be interesting to see if I did before this heat, but yeah, so I was just trying to pick like a decent wave and do a couple turns, and even then I felt a little weird on my waves, but I was just trying to surf, and yeah, it was fun.
Looking weird, but still getting 6s is still pretty good. I mean, you're here with your brother Timo. We've seen him out in the surf. He just came off a pretty cool event win, the US Champs, and you got to be there for him. Now he gets to be here supporting you on it. Must feel really nice to have, you know, your brother on tour with you and just someone to lean on in the times where you just want to probably switch off a little bit.
Yeah, my whole family's here, so that definitely helps to switch off, definitely. And yeah, I think it seemed a little bit meant to be because I kind of lost early in Brazil, and then I got home, and a couple days later I got to watch my brother win the US Champs, and which is like, it's probably one of the biggest contests in the US for junior surfers, so that was like really, really special. Just the fact that haven't really been home much this year, and I was home to see that, and that was really special. And yeah, and then he gets to be here watching me, and he also got to surf, and he's been surfing way better than me. He did like a huge air the other day, so it's fun. He pushes me to surf better, I think, so.
And last question, I've got to know, you speak to a lot of the goofy footers here, they watch heaps of clips of old surfers, a lot of Oki as well. Is there anyone here that you kind of idolise or would want to replicate their surfing at this wave?
I just want to surf this wave, yeah, like Joel Parkinson or Steph Gilmore, and yeah, Tom Curran, those guys rip pretty hard here, and they make it look really easy when it's not. It's definitely not.
You make it look pretty easy too. Thanks for your time, Katie.
Thanks, Jessie Starling. Great chat with Katie Simmers, who's talking about her relationship building on this wave. And you can tell from her, she's ready to learn. She's got an open mind. She knows there's a lot that she could take from a lot of the greats she just mentioned. She thought she hadn't had above a 4, but she did have a 5.33 in the opening round in 2023. But she did lose with 4s against Lakey Peterson in the elimination round. So it's not that instant connection she's probably hoping for, but she's in the quarterfinals, and she's got plenty more time to enjoy this lineup here at J-Bay. Lulu out front, Caroline Marks waiting for her last score, chasing a 4.78.
Situation change. Caroline Marks up into the lead. Lost the red at 5.83. So red, you move up to first. Caroline Marks. Blue, you want a silver. You're down to second. You're looking for a 5.67. So blue, looking for a 5.67. So move back up to first. Red was looking for another. Ended up finding it. But Caroline Marks, the American. So 11.5 minutes remaining, surfers, 11.5 to go. An amazing atmosphere down here on the deck. Beautiful Saturday afternoon. No better place to be than right here. Corona Cero Open J-Bay. Watching some great surfing, amazing conditions. Some stunning blue walls. Rolling down the point of the world's best right-hand point break. Super tubes, blue, you're in second position. You're looking for...
Gorgeous day continues here on Saturday here on the Eastern Cape of South Africa. I think for most of us, the first time we heard about this place or this area was when we watched Bruce Brown's Endless Summer. You know, watching guys like Mike Hinson, Robert August search for the perfect wave down at Cape St. Francis. Remember being a kid, the impact it made on me going, I gotta go to South Africa one day. I mean, that was just thousands of people that were blown away by the idea of traveling, discovering perfect waves. And, you know, J-Bay at the time started getting a little bit more attention with these movies that people were seeing and going into their local theaters and just being blown away at what's out there, especially here in South Africa. Rosie being so lucky that this is where she grew up. She knew about it right away, coming from a surfing family, and getting to come down here for the first time and then winning national titles as a Grom. A wave that means a lot to us here on the championship tour. Caroline Marks attacking the wall here at J-Bay. 2023 world champ loading up. Nice connection there on the backhand. So fast now in transition, but has nowhere to put that mayhem. And she will step off. Her wave before we went to break got her the lead of 5.83, sending Lulu down to second. Lulu just having an incomplete score there, so still second. And Caroline will be getting scored for that wave with 9:15 on the clock. Caroline hoping for a late charge into the final 5 picture. Betty Lou, who has a spot in the final 5, is actually in the elimination round, coming up next against the leader of the Challenger Series, Francisca Veselko. So a really important heat for Caroline if she wants to compete for a world title this year.
Yeah, it's all of these heats are so crucial. You don't drop any results, you know, from that cut line. And the women have just been so incredibly competitive. I mean, we've seen so many different winners this season. Anyone can come out and win an event, so it's a really competitive field.
8:25 to go. Luana will have priority now, representing Brazil, but growing up on the North Shore of Oahu, really close to Sunset Beach, where Betty Lou coming up next. She's really close to Haleiwa on the other side of town. But they grew up surfing each other's home breaks all the time. As you see the Red Bull skis, Water Patrol doing a great job throughout the day today. It was cold with that devil wind this morning. Things cleaned up nicely. And seeing a little more south of the swell. Wave selection being really important, but we've had some dreamy barrel rides throughout this event. Jack Robinson had a double barrel. Baron Mamiya had one in the last heat for the men. Caroline's last score is a throwaway of 5.2. So she's had 3 5s now. When you feel that as a competitor, Jesse, how do you break the cycle? When you know your first wave's in the 5 range, your second, then your third. What are you thinking about as a competitor?
I mean, sometimes, usually it's wave selection, right? Like you put yourself in kind of the same situation. But at this skates that she had, actually, I thought the 5.2 was the best wave she caught on the heat. This looks like it's the 5.83 that she's riding. It's just running down the line. That wave had a good pace to it. Right now, it slowed itself down, gets a nice up and vertical. And then once again, and then the wave runs away from her. But I think for this situation of the heat, I think she just mistimed that 5.2. She was a little bit out of rhythm on that first turn and then closed out as well, maybe a little bit too early. Could have delayed her bottom turn a little bit more. But usually it's just wave selection. You put yourself in kind of the same wave selection, the same waves that you've been catching before, but that's not the case for Caroline Marks in this one.
When you shrink things down to the top 10 after the cut for the women, and then everything just focuses on the final 5. Even if you're the 10th ranked surfer, you still got to be considering a late charge at the final 5. Some things are out of your hands, like the seeds ahead of you that can just do more damage by making heats. But you never know what's going to happen. If someone gets upset, you can get on a roll at the right time and put yourself in the title race. World number 4 coming up next through the keyhole, Betty Lou. And what a great opportunity for the leader of the Challenger Series, Francisca Veselko. Has had a wild card experience before this. For her first time getting a wild card at J-Bay. And it's fun seeing her enjoy that #1 seed on the Challenger Series, winning in Newcastle. And congrats to Darren Hanley, by the way. We have the Shaper rankings on the CT. It's another blowout for Mayhem. He's way out in front. But so far on the CS, both finals we've had, men and women, all on DHD designs. So if we had a Shaper rankings on the CS,
he would be
Darren's out front,
taking it down.
5 on the clock here. Lulu catching 5 waves, her best of 5.5. Got a lot of great moments over in Brazil with her family and with her boyfriend's family, Joao Chianca. So it was a happy travel over here to South Africa since she's accomplished so much. And she's a couple spots behind Caroline. Caroline's 6th in the world, Luana 9th in the world. And 10,000 points can change the back end of Lulu's year. She's really aware of that. Remember, the tour is expanding next year. So surfers that will be back on tour that we're missing, Brisa Hennessy, Sawyer Lindblad, you know, they were able to successfully stay in the 11 to 14 range. So they basically just have an extended off season. They don't have to worry about the Challenger Series because it is a transition year of making the tour bigger, Rosie.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you want to be traveling and surfing and obviously getting the payday of competition, but also on the flip side, I've been seeing a couple clips from Brisa Hennessy. She's in Cabo, catching a couple waves, having a holiday. So saw Sawyer Lindblad in the parking lot at T Street. I'm like, what are you going to do? You can do anything you want until we start up the tour next season. So hopefully a couple surf trips are planned for her.
That's exactly what I'd be doing. Just getting on a plane, surfing all the waves you'd love to surf that you can't get to when you're on tour. As we enjoy this recap, Caroline Marks loves a good section on her backhand. Still leading the heat with a couple of 5s. Still very close at the moment, Jesse.
Yeah, it's the battle of 5s, but unfortunately for the ladies, because they started off very well. This wave from Caroline Marks was a massive turn and kind of a mediocre wave. Like, the wave had actually good size, but just one of those that just runs way too fast. And Lulu, on the same hand, very small wave, but smashed it, and all of a sudden they kind of go through this weird rhythm, get caught out of position for some sets that swinged wide that were very good. Lulu, just a bit ago, I saw over my shoulders, also missed a very good wave that had such a good pace to it. And they're sitting in that position where it's just nerve-wracking.
Yeah, very close. Not a lot separating the two. Caroline's best of 5.83, but she found that little J-Bay super track going incredibly fast, made this bonus section and lit it up, Rosie.
Yeah, she's looking solid. I mean, just coming into the elimination round, it's always pretty nervous moments, and I think for her to hold her composure, keep that scoreline in the mid-range to upper 5s is pretty good, but I think just for the confidence boost, like locking in those bigger numbers when you're comparing yourself to the rest of the field is kind of important, to lock in a big number.
The person that I least think has trouble with that is Caroline. Like I always like to mention, she's so good at slow cooking people. She never, if Lulu's gonna get 2 5s now, she's only gonna get above that.
Yeah.
If Lulu gets 2 9s, she's gonna get 2 9s. So she's just one of those surfers that know exactly what she needs to do.
She's a crock pot.
Yeah, literally. Like she does that all the time. You see in heat, she's constantly doing that. And then you think about it, oh, she just safety surfs. No, that's not the reason. She's just very smart, because when someone goes for 2 excellent scores, she goes and matches, but beats them just for a little margin. So she's just a very clever surfer with amazing talent. So it's a great combination.
Yeah, great combination with her coach having a ton of success. Also a goofy footer on this venue. Luke also working with Baron Mamiya in this event. That's been a great partnership that started off in Abu Dhabi this year. And now 1 minute to go. Up to Lulu. She's got priority at J-Bay. She needs still just another 5 we're talking about. 5, 6, 7. She might try to accomplish that on this wave. Looking for another big upset. Caroline's been upset the most on tour by lower seeds. Lulu dancing down the line, tagging a couple sections, smaller little runner. She'll hit the finishing move, and right away, did she need a bit more on that last wave, Rosie?
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I mean, you think about her 5.60, and then you also think about Caroline's 5.83. So it's kind of right in the middle of those two scores. It's just been, you know, the battle of the 5s and where this wave sits in relation to what we've seen in this heat. I think it's going to be just under. Jesse, what do you think?
Yeah, it's going under. I think if you just compare it to her wave that she previously had, the 5.5 with that big blowtail, it wasn't as dynamic as it. The wave was probably even a little smaller, even though that 5.5 was pretty small. It's on Caroline's hand, in my opinion.
Luke Egan applauding the performance of Caroline Marks as she will get into the quarterfinals. 'Quarterfinals. Quarterfinals. 'Quarterfinals. 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 'Quarter And she'll still have a chance to try to match that or outdo it by making her first final at Jeffreys Bay. Long way to go till we get there. Still the elimination round to complete. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is coming up next against the leader of the Challenger Series, representing Portugal, Francisca Veselko. We'll take a quick break. Back for more action at the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. We'll bring in Jesse Starling and Paul Evans for the call.
The Challenger Series is the battlefield.
Pray for me. Surfing brings me to all these places and connects us all. We're good friends, but competing is competing. Every heat is a fight for everyone's lives.
She has been smashed on those rocks. The stakes are higher, the pressure's higher.
The more we get heat, the more we stand up.
Surf Girls on Prime, featuring, among others, Kika Veselko of Portugal, leading the Challenger Series here as a wild card at the Corona Cero Open J-Bay World, where she'll take on world number 4, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, already with 2 CT wins this season. Surfer out of Hawaii going great here at J-Bay in the elimination round, though, Jess. Not where she would have been hoped to be at this stage.
No, I don't think anyone would hope to be here at this stage, but it's just another heat out J-Bay with no one out. If you want to put a positive spin on it, I mean, you take it. And Kika, she's getting this heat underway.
Tearing down the line, Veselko with the power approach that's served her really well in her career thus far. And then using that rail to join up the dots on a wave that stretched out and eventually went a little soft for her. And she'll look to try and pick things up considerably from the opening round, where she never really quite got to grips with it. We'll forgive her for that. We talked about how tough it is to come here without experience. We've seen surfers like Kanoa Igarashi already say that it took him several years to figure out. We do also have surfers that come here and just really connect early on with the wave. And as you mentioned, in pumping conditions, just one other surfer out now. A great opportunity at one of the iconic surf spots.
Oh, it is. It's what dreams are made of, really. I think every surfer around the world would take being in the elimination round if it meant that you got to surf pumping J-Bay with one other person out there. Kika got a lot of speed on this one, so she's trying to find her pace with this wave. It's fast on this one. Comes round, really gorgeous carve back to the pocket there. We see her showcase them time and time again at all different waves across the world, including Ericira in Portugal on the Challenger Series. So Kika, just 2 carves to start it off. Potentially maybe just one of those waves where it's just a settler. She's going to get herself a bit of a breathing moment, just a moment where she's like, okay, I've made 2 turns now. I've got my nerves out of the way. Let's push harder from here.
Plenty of time on the clock to get a couple of scores. Obviously, no real pressure for the wild card in terms of what they're trying to achieve here. But in terms of the career where you dream of getting on the CT and going up against the best in the world, I mean, they're all here. And they're surfers that she would have been watching for a long time. Chance to measure her surfing as well and really try and either find out or show, I'm sure she already believes, that she belongs here.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, there's a lot of pressure on the Challenger Series. It's a completely different format. You know, your 4-man heats all the way up to the round of 16. It's QS mongrel with CT surfing, and you have to find that balance of smart but just hungry for the win on the Challenger Series, where here I feel like you have a little bit more room just to be free and take some more time, especially in these 2-man heats in the elimination round. So it's a great opportunity for Kika to be able to kind of size herself up against a competitor, see where her surfing fits in, and if she walks away for some reason feeling like it doesn't belong here, well, what a great opportunity for her to take that back to the Challenger Series, take that back to training and go, this is where I have to be. If I qualify for the 2026 season, this is the level I have to be at. So I actually think this wildcard is a great opportunity for Kika to really just measure up, see where she needs to be and see what she has to do to get there. But she's got great technique, great rail work. We've seen glimpses of it in this heat already. You can tell she really drives hard, carries a lot of speed through her turns here, but just choosing a couple of these faster waves down the line. So needs to just settle, find herself those right waves that open up down the point a little bit. Maybe those wider ones that come through have that slower pace there for Kika. Betty Lou, on the other hand, staying very patient. We've seen that tactic play off really well so far this event.
In terms of her season this year, getting those wins over on the Gold Coast and then at Trestles, she's really stepped up her levels this year. I mean, the surfing was always there, but just in terms of going really deep into events and showing her class.
Yeah, I mean, before this year began, she never had a CT win. She's second at Sunset a few years ago, but Molly just has a unbreakable bond with that wave there. And Betty, you know, when you get there and you make a final, like, I'm so close to winning, it can be pretty frustrating to not get that crown. But this year, coming into the year, it hasn't dampened her sparkle at all. I mean, went and got her first ever CT victory at Burleigh, which the whole crowd was behind her. I mean, it was really cool to see Betty Lou just find her flow and this aggression in such a feminine way as well. I feel like she's just carried herself beautifully through the year, and then to come back to an event just a couple events later at Trestles and get another win, 2 wins in 1 year after not ever having one. That's got to show that she's top 5 surfer this year.
Well, speaking of which, 4th at the moment, including this event, just 2 to go before Final 5. You get this close, you have a season where you get a couple of wins, and really she's going to be pushing really hard to lock herself in for Final 5 and a shot for a world title.
And I think she would know as well that she's probably got to have a result here. She's got to break into the quarterfinal, semi-finals, maybe even that final, just to keep adding more points to her board, because there's people still chasing those Final 5. I mean, think about Caroline Marks. She's sitting number 6 in the world right now. She's just made it through that last heat, through to the quarterfinals. So she's adding points to her total right now. So she's knocking on the door, asking the question to be let into that top 5. So Betty Lou, I feel like she knows she's going to keep eclipsing those 5th places or those 9th places that she has in her repertoire this year. So another 3rd would really add to her list this year.
Yeah, it's crazy just how deep you have to go into events, really, particularly to move up, even just to hold your position inside that top 5. Semi-finals, really, or better, she would be hoping for, but not just hoping, going out there and trying to earn it as well with real high quality, high caliber surfing. See those couple of wins at Trestles and Burleigh, different sort of waves as well. So it's not just about the type of wave or the venue that matches her surfing. She's shown the versatility, but a very different task here. I mean, it's a right point like Burleigh, but very different sort of wave.
Very different sort of wave. Burleigh can be really tricky to read as well. It's a lot shorter in terms of point break, and it wasn't even perfect Burleigh. You know, we got some great waves for that event, but it wasn't perfect Burleigh. It was one of those waves where you had to adapt to what was brought to you really quickly, where J-Bay, once you put reps in here before, you can find this flow with this wave that is second to none, and you can match it on every wave you surf. And I feel like watching Betty Lou in the free surfs, she seems to have that. She seems to have this rhythm with the ocean out here and pace with the wave that really goes hand in hand. And she just has this lethal weapon, which is her massive forehand hooks, and they just throw so much water. You can tell she comes from a place where there's a lot of power pushing back at her in Haleiwa, and she really has found a way to keep pushing as hard as she does, even when the wave doesn't match her power. And I think that has been her strong point this year, just still being able to push as hard as she can, even when the waves are a little bit softer.
Big crowd on the beach enjoying the sunny Saturday afternoon, having a look at the tidal swing. So we're getting towards mid-tide on the flood, tide coming in. Generally speaking, it's exactly what you want here at Jeffreys Bay. I mean, it breaks throughout the tide as well. When it's smaller, it can get a little trickier on the high, maybe on the low as well as it moves off the shelf. But all of that tidal energy helping this swell in. Crowd on the rocks, absolutely loving it today. The South African crowd love their surfing. Sports mad nation in general. Springboks playing tonight. There's a few rugby shirts going down as well. They're fired up for that. Also, plenty of athletes from their region in this event. Not really had a great day thus far. Let's see how they go as we go through the elimination round. We just saw one local wildcard in Sarah Baum, who was defending champion in terms of the J-Bay Classic speciality event that ran last year. She was just eliminated from competition. We already talked about Jordy Smith in the opening round in the yellow jersey and how comfortable he is here. But it will take a bit of a read on ever-changing conditions. We've seen some seriously pulsing heats. We've seen quiet ones, a little wind shift as well. Factor in the tide. This is just all in a day's work for these surfers on the CT.
Yeah, you know, just a day's work. But these guys are used to it, and having these slow moments in heats where sometimes the ocean is just taking a pause, it's taking a breath in, and then we've seen a lot of people keep their cool and be able to have priority and sit for a while, quite like Betty Lou is doing right now, and then really capitalize on those opportunities when they do come through. Thinking back to Gabby Bryan yesterday, getting an 8-point ride right at the end of the heat. Molly getting a 9. So there is excellence out here, even when we do have these slow moments on the lower tide. But that last heat, there was those massive sets that rolled through it and caught some of the ladies off guard. So we know that there's still swell, there's still pulse out there, just having a little bit of a moment right now.
Always a talking point as well. I mean, elimination round, not where surfers want to go, but how many times have we seen that momentum come from getting that extra rep, particularly in a wave like this where the free surfing, it's pretty ferocious out there in terms of trying to get yourself a wave against the entire tour. The elimination round can provide just that little extra momentum for the women kicking into the quarters. We just saw Kate Simmers. Interesting as well in terms of the interviews as well. You win opening round, it's elation, you know, and then more like relief. Get through the elimination round and possibly the start of something brilliant here in South Africa.
I don't think it can hurt to surf an extra heat, especially at this wave. You know, speaking of Kanoa in his post-heat interview early on, he was saying that the first 2 years he was here, he didn't want it to come back on tour just because of how hard he found to find his flow, find his tempo with this wave. And it can, you know, really highlight some flaws as well. That's what Kanoa was touching on. So sometimes it can be a little bit scary and daunting how perfect the wave is, because you don't want to mess it up. You know, the whole world is watching this perfect canvas unfold and you're the person surfing it. But these guys, they take that as an opportunity and they take it in something in their stride. And I know this lady, she's going to be doing that in her next heat.
Yeah, have a look at this matchup. All of the experience. The world titles of Tyler Wright against Erin Brooks, who I thought was brilliant. One of the better surfers that didn't get a win in the opening round. So vertical and so fast on the backhand. Taking on Tyler, be a real contrast in approaches to wave riding. But interesting to see how Erin goes. And we talk about surfers that don't have as much experience out here. You feel like her approach is something novel as well. Caroline Marks and the work she's done over the past few years on the backhand. Be something slightly different gear from Erin, but just particularly how vert she goes is a real weapon here in these running walls.
She's so spring-loaded off the bottom. I mean, she generates so much speed off her bottom turn, and then as adds an extra whip on top. The fact that she can just drive up and then still create more energy and drive again, it's something that's really impressive from Erin Brooks. And not to mention, one of the best barrel riders, aerialists in the world. She has such a big variety of maneuvers that she can really rely on. So I feel like this year she's stuck to pretty traditional surfing so far, but you'd have to think if Erin could crack that top 5, she's a real threat over there in Fiji. Considering her first ever CT was there and she had a win in her first ever championship tour event as a wild card, if she made that top 5, she's challenging for the world title for sure.
Bit of energy, top of the point here at Supers. Sakura not interested at all, and just showing her experience and a read on the wave as well. Not tempted to anything, kick her buzzing around a bit. Betty Lou saying no thanks. Tyler Wright with Richard Marsh. Some final instructions as they prepare.
Matching weddies out there too, both opting for the cheetah print. Cheetah girls out in the lineup next. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there with the boards, the weddy, the singlet. Judges definitely won't have any trouble spotting Tyler Wright. We're having a little bit of trouble spotting waves at the moment. This one hasn't yet caught fire. More live action from J-Bay. It's taking a breather. We'll be right back.
Coming up next, it's going to be Tyler Wright versus Erin Brooks. And then I was looking at our first heat of the men's elimination round. I'm going to be seeing Jordy Smith up against Luke Thompson. Heat 2, Miguel Capone versus Marco Mignot. Heat 3, Ferreira.
Welcome back to the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. I'm standing with the heat winner, Caroline Marks. Caroline, we're talking about, managing nerves in the elimination round and just the hunger to keep surfing. Tell me about first-hand experience, how the conditions are out there and how you managed your heat.
Yeah, J-Bay is a funny one. The waves are so good, so you just want to keep surfing heats out here just because you want to keep getting waves out there, and obviously you don't want to be in the elimination round. But yesterday I had a really tricky heat. I feel like I didn't even really surf, so in a way I was like, oh, maybe it's a good thing, get to ride more waves today. And but yeah, it was really tricky out there. It goes wide, it goes deep, so I think positioning is a big thing, and reading the wave is a little tricky, and there's a little bump. I don't know, it looks really perfect, but it's definitely a bit tricky. But yeah, I got a few and I'm stoked. I feel like I'm building rhythm, so it's cool.
And it seems like Jeffreys Bay is a place that you really want to share with your loved ones. You're traveling with your little brother. How's that experience been, and what's that dynamic been like?
Yeah, it's been really cool. It's crazy to see how quick my brother's growing up, and it's fun to have him travel with me, and we're all the way in South Africa together, so it's been really special, and he loves to surf too, so seeing him get waves out at J-Bay has been really special. I'm almost more stoked to see him get waves than myself. So yeah, what makes our journey so special is sharing it with people you love, and I'm really grateful to have family here, and we're having a great time, so it's been awesome.
Keep enjoying it, Caroline, and thanks for your time. We'll send it back to you, Paul.
Thanks, Rosie. Very relaxed Olympic champion, Caroline Marks. Here we go. Let's get into it with Sakura firing up here. Nice section in front of her, and she'll load the speed. Unable as yet to get on the attack. She'll get a section here in a moment and a really nice connection. It'll just be that one hit from her. Bit of a trademark turn. She just hangs it up, gets the little airdrop down, which makes it look dynamic and pretty cool. She would have wanted maybe a couple more sections like that, Jess.
Yeah, definitely. She had to race a lot through that section there for Betty Lou. I mean, she got a big power punch on the end there, but I agree, maybe 1 or 2 more turns would have just been pretty nice, especially she waited a long time with priority for this wave. It does come in as the best wave of the heat, though. Lays it on rail, just a bit of a cut back to that power source there. I wouldn't say that was a big money turn on this wave because it really did come down to this last one. So bulk of the points here living right in this section. Big section, clicks with it, maybe slightly under, but still so much water coming out. Falls down with the lip here. You can see there, she just always is just pushing hard, and her board almost has to reverb back towards her with that lip coming back down. So really great control there for Betty Lou. You can see she's got really fast reflexes, obviously does a lot of work with her plyometrics. So Betty Lou getting the best way of the heat, but it's still a pretty small score, Paul.
Yeah, kind of vindicating her decision really in terms of not going early on. A couple of twos, just sort of scattered into the wind really as Kika Veselko caught there. Betty Lou identifying the sort of wave she wanted and then getting a bit more in terms of numbers on the board. It will be priority though, back with Kika right now, and a major opportunity here because after waiting for a long time, Betty Lou, although she did get the improvement in terms of what Kika's got, it's not something major at all, and she hasn't really asked a big question. And without any pressure, as we mentioned, Kika Veselko now with the lineup all in front of her, 14 minutes, priority, chance to get an attack, and that's what she likes to do.
I also think she wants more in this heat. She really wants to showcase her surfing because it is incredible when she does connect, and you don't want to walk away feeling like you never had that chance. You know, you got perfect J-Bay to yourself with one other person out, so you should, in theory, have an opportunity to really open up on one of these crisp, beautiful J-Bay walls that just streak down the line and everyone mind surfs. So she has every opportunity to be able to showcase her surfing on one of the best waves in the world. She just needs to pick her moment to where she can really lay into it and shine, show her strong forehand that she's got, and hopefully we'll see it on tour next year.
Number crunchers have been busy. Live rankings, this is as we are currently. We're still 13 minutes and a bit of change left for Betty Lou at the moment. It's actually dropped out of that final 5. Caroline Marks, we just heard from, got the win in the previous heat. She's jumped up. Betty Lou, of course, in the water at the moment, so still with plenty to say. That's where we are at the moment with our live rankings, and this is something we'll be revisiting constantly just because of how significant this event is, where it falls in the season, penultimate event before finals over in Fiji, and a major opportunity for surfers making a late charge. Also, in terms of surfers already with work done, but want to defend that position, want to contest a world title. That'll be something new for Sakura if it is something she's able to do, and you can't get there in the top 5 unless you've earned that spot throughout a season with... It's been busy, like a lot's happened. I feel like events have been thick and fast, relentless.
It's been a huge season this year. And you know what? Betty's got 2 wins this year, so she definitely deserves to be there. She's won 2 out of 10 events. The only other lady to win 2 events this year is Gabby Bryan. And that's a massive, you know, accolade to Betty because Gabby was in yellow for a big chunk of the season. This lady would love to challenge for Final 5 next year.
Bit of momentum here for Veselko. Nice wave, good connection. The third turn is really crisp. She gives a sort of swing with the shoulders and the arms and gets that momentum, gets out in front for the completion. So 3 maneuvers done. And her best surfing that we've seen didn't wait for ages with priority. Probably a pretty good call as well. And those decisions really being made by the rhythm of the sets, actually. It's just any sign of quality will offer the wild card an opportunity to do a bit of damage here. And it would be an upset as well. World number 4 coming into the event. Let's see where this goes with the judges, but nice rhythm and flow to that surfing.
Yeah, definitely. That's her best surfing we've seen. Probably this event so far. She really looked comfortable. She looks like she was able to open up. You can tell she's not sure if she's going to go for the jet ski assist or get back out the back. But as far as timing goes in this heat, you don't really want to be relying on a 2. So I feel like it was great for her to be able to get a score under her belt now that hopefully she can rely on as a backup and then find one of those sets in this next just under 11 minutes to really apply pressure on Betty Lou. So as far as executing with how long is left in the heat, I think she knew that you don't want to be making heats with 2s, or you don't want to get a 5 and then have a 2 as a backup. You want your 5 to be your backup. So Kika, pretty actually smart decision making right now.
A low-scoring heat will always remain tense and tight, and absolutely anyone's crowd enjoying their day here. We saw the ocean pulse for the previous heat. But right now, there's not been loads of energy come through, but we've got a bit of a move on the scoreboard, a significant number. Best of the heat so far for our surfer out of Portugal, leading the Challenge Series and meriting a wild card here at J-Bay. 5 for Kika Veselko. And that'll help her a lot, just in terms of settling her down and building a platform as well in terms of the scoreboard. With 10 on the clock, she's in the lead.
This is a great moment for Kika. Best wave of the heat so far, and now that she knows that she can do that surfing and get a 5, imagine what she can do when she really starts to put it on rail and connect like we know she can. So she has just under 10 minutes to really find one more opportunity where she can just, if she just does that surfing on one of those bigger open canvases that come through, you'd have to think it's going to be a pretty good score coming her way. So Betty really has to find a way to answer back right now and potentially drop both of her scores and lock in 2 new ones.
Yeah, we talk a lot about sort of mental space and what goes on in the mind. You can't get 2 wins in the season without having situations where you will need a bit of that resilience as well. And some moments where you feel, possibly this is getting away from me. There hasn't really been decisions that she's made that haven't come off her, and there just hasn't been a lot of energy, but she's well versed in surfer-on-surfer competition and already pretty experienced.
Oh, definitely. I mean, she's a CT surfer every day of the week. Her results this year's really reflected that as well, and I think we've seen a new Betty Lou come to the tour this year. She looks so much more confident in herself. She looks really confident in her equipment as well, her ability to fight back in situations like this, like you mentioned. And this is what these guys actually love. They love having their back up against the rope and having to fight a way out. And Betty Lou would know exactly what she has to do to execute and take the win here. But I mean, I mentioned it to Katie earlier, we've had a crazy wildcard run this year at a lot of events, so potentially we can see another wildcard upset this year, and it wouldn't be the first time it's happened.
It's a beautiful Saturday afternoon here at Jeffreys Bay. Kaipo Guerrero is out and about sampling the vibe.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And, you know, it's beautiful here. I'm getting some vitamin D under the sun. There's also vitamin D in my Corona Cero, Paul. It's 0% ABV. That means 0% alcohol by volume. You can enjoy it anytime, anywhere. I like it, and it's all natural ingredients, and I actually like it. I recommend it with a lime. You pop that lime in there. Oh. And then you take a big cold sip, and it is so good.
Oh, mate, you stay refreshed down there. He's enjoying his afternoon. The crowd enjoying it here too. Sweet action. Cheers, Kaipo. And the fans here on the beach enjoying their day. So far in this heat, they've had to be a little patient, as have our 2 servers in the water. But it will be the wild card at the moment, and time will continue to tick away. We talked about the mental, the mindset of Betty Lou, who's got that 4.33 locked in, and just a really small number, the 0.5. She'll be holding it together certainly for the moment, but at some stage here, I start to just get these nagging doubts. How is this happening? How am I sitting on a 0.5 after 23 minutes out in J-Bay when it's pumping?
I think if she could have painted her perfect heat, it wouldn't have gone like this, but she still has such a fighting chance. I mean, that next best wave that's going to come through, you'd have to think that Betty Lou, she's going to be on it. She's just going to be hoping that it doesn't come in 2 or 3. Because if it comes in 1, she's going to capitalize on that exchange. I mean, it looks like potentially there's a little bit of energy coming their way, so they're going to have to see if they're in the right position. Do they know their lineups well? Have they really fine-tuned those tiny little details when it comes to surfing J-Bay? Betty Lou, she's been here a couple times before. She's got knocked out in this round in 23, so she really wants to go deeper in it because she hasn't got better than a 9th here in the past. But Kika, she's got nothing to lose. She's a wild card. She can really come into this and ruffle some feathers and shake some things up. So right now, Betty Lou has 6 minutes to really try and find something big and excellent.
Set shaping up here, 6 on the clock. Betty Lou heading towards it, getting in a position to take off, which she will do. And a decisive moment. It's a solid wave, actually, with a lot of energy, and she gets caught in a low line, actually put herself quite deep to get on the wave, and ultimately that section out the back there can run away. And after waiting for so long for a wave, pretty significant size wave came through, and well, you speculated on positioning. I mean, you've got your lineups, but you don't know exactly how that particular wave's going to break, and ultimately for her, too deep.
This one looked like it split in two down the line as well. It went really fast through this section up just over from Boneyards, and then down the line when it comes through to that car park section, it actually had a really nice wall, but she was just positioned that little bit too far up. So potentially a mistake there from Betty Lou. She's not going to improve on her situation, and now she's going to have a fierce Kika Veselko, who is on the Challenger Series. I mean, is winning the Challenger Series, and there's a lot of do or die. I'll do anything to win on the Challenger Series moments, and they're pretty hungry. I mean, I imagine that Kika will make her way over to Betty Lou and not leave her alone with first priority there.
We have seen a couple of misfires create opportunities for surfers today by getting a wave just a little bit past the takeoff section, and then another wave will roll through. It's turned into a score. Let's see exactly where we go here. 4 minutes 40. It's your heat leader on a smaller wave from wider, and she'll set up and just clip the lip and just keep that momentum, because things will get steep and go faster through here. And this is where she'll try and connect with those power turns. Here's a steep section, and she'll punch that, a little tail release as well. So again, not making massive amounts of linear progress down the point here, but doing pretty decent work in terms of getting on the attack, linking a few maneuvers together, and also not hanging around with that priority.
Surfing smart, I mean, there from Kika. Her backup is a 2.77, and that left Betty Lou chasing a 3.45, which is absolutely nothing for someone of Betty Lou's quality. So Kika making the decision to try and drop that 2.77, which she definitely would have done here, floats that section, then uses that speed to really drive through that carve there for Kika. Big steep section ahead of her, and made the most of it. One big turn on that end section there. So not surfing out of her skin, but surfing pretty smart when it comes to the context of this heat and how long is left. So that's going to really apply some pressure, bump up that score for Betty Lou for what she's going to need to try and take the win here in this last 3.5 minutes. So really smart decision making here from Kika, especially when it came to that last turn. I mean, pushing really hard off that back foot. All of her fins would have been out the back of that wave. So surfing like she knows what's up, Kika, when it comes to the CT.
Oh, you can feel the tension here. 3 on the clock. Here goes Sakura. And this wave looks like a runner. This one much wider and shaping down the point. She'll join the dots with rail work outside, and then she'll take her line down through a really nice section and get the release in the snap off the top again. Really cool. And she'll combo those turns, and a lot more spark and drive from her, exactly what she needed at this stage.
Yeah, this is really starting to heat up. You can see she's whistling down the jet ski saying, get me back out the back. As far as shape goes, this wave had a really beautiful wall ahead of it, so Betty gained some speed right at the start here, slash in the pocket for Betty Lou, and picked the right line, stayed high to come back around, and really nice carve back to the power source here for Betty Lou. And then this turn here, best turn of the heat, pushed so hard through that section, came up and over there for a finishing turn. So Betty Lou knew that she needed to push back. She knew that, you know, it's do or die. She was in a danger zone when it came to Kika, and she's just dropped what is going to be the best wave of the heat. And it was, I mean, the pace of the wave, the tempo, the way she surfed it. She didn't need to push out of her skin. She surfed this to a beautiful tempo, especially through that inside section. That second to last turn, dug the rail, really pushed hard off her back foot all the way through. Look how much power is coming off her back foot there. So much, it actually looked like it lifted off the tail a little bit. Regained to come through this section and just attack. Up and over the lip there, drift the fins on the coping there. So Betty Lou, smart surfing on that wave there.
A really significant wave, not only in the context of this heat, also in terms of the live rankings and the push for the final 5 as well. Before this heat, being nudged out of that 4th position coming into this event, and right now in the lead, a 6.17 for her, the best wave of the heat, adding a little bit on top of Kika's best wave, the 5. And now with a minute to go, let's see if we get another little pulse come through, potentially some lines, a little bit of interest from Veselko out the back. Is not a big number for her, 5.5. tense moments this in the final minute, Jess.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. It's just been a bit of a frenzy in this dying stages. And Kika, she surfed a really smart heat. I mean, bettered her score on those last 2 waves, applied a lot of pressure, but Betty Lou, she just knows that situation too well. She knows exactly when she has to push, exactly when she has to pull, and just leave everyone guessing a little bit, going, oh no, are we going to lose Betty Lou in the elimination round? But she's just said, I'm not going anywhere. Dropped a 617, surfed that wave beautifully. Her style with this wave, they just go hand in hand. So Betty Lou keeping us on our toes there, Paul, but it looks like she's going to be into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, we speculated a bit about just where her mind would be without really getting anything from the ocean here, but kept a really cool head. And you think about just the way that wave broke, the pace of it, exactly what you would have wanted in terms of getting a good mid-range score as well. Most of the fire coming at the end. You've already got the momentum and the read, and it will be a delighted Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson who stays alive in competition here in a heat that was pretty tough in terms of opportunities for her. And she kept the focus and the concentration, ultimately delivered the best surfing and avoids a tricky wild card in Kika Veselko. And that'll be it for her at J-Bay, but she'll take that experience and she'll take it back to the Challenger Series where she is leading a significant European push, going really well for the women inside the top of those ratings. Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson, she'll advance to quarterfinals. More live action, a very special guest coming into the studio too. We'll be right back.
All I can say is your buckets of beers are going to a good cause. But keep them flowing, please.
Nature's Valley is about an hour-and-a-half's drive from J-Bay. This is a route that my family and I have driven for many years along the garden route of South Africa. Always wanted to take that road down, a little bit of road less traveled. This is actually where the Kruit River meets the ocean. Those are like Titicaca mountain range in the background. I think places like this really put things into perspective for you. They make us feel small. This is actually one of Corona's 100 beaches too. It's got a massive cliff. And this is also where the Otter Trail, which is a very famous hike in South Africa, starts. Super stoked to be here and show you guys around.
The coastline of South Africa boasting an embarrassment of riches in terms of natural beauty, and nowhere more so than the iconic Jeffreys Bay, where our attentions will turn to a two-time world champ Tyler Wright taking on a rookie in the form of Erin Brooks. A brilliant looking matchup in the water, a real contrast of styles and approaches. And here to talk us through that, joining myself, Paul Evans and Jess Starling, a very special guest, wildcard appearance here for Sarah Baum. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
We just saw you surf, obviously not the result you would have wanted. Just tell us a little bit, reflect on your heat, how'd it go?
Yeah, it was always going to be, I think, tough surfing at the home break and, well, home home country, and you know, we carry these expectations for ourselves, and I really just wanted to go out there and surf, and unfortunately we didn't have many opportunities, but I'm still super proud of myself and how I carry myself, so yeah.
And still some great involvement from South Africa. The men as well, that'll be an elimination round as well. But in terms of this women's round that we've got in the water at the moment, you can feel that tension, right? There's so much at stake. Second to last event of the year, obviously for you, not coming in with pressure from that, but going on around you, a lot of storylines. And I guess you can feel some of that tension, that pressure.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously watching the girls compete this year, it's, you know, they've all been ripping so hard, and yeah, it's going to be a really tight end to the year, and yeah, it's going to be super exciting watching, you know, the veteran versus the young gun. So yeah, we'll see.
Loving this matchup, Jess. How do you see Tyler Wright with all of that experience and some success here as well at J-Bay in the past, matching up with Erin Brooks? How do you think she's going to approach this heat?
This is an interesting one to me because both of those ladies, I mean, there's definitely the veteran and the underdog in this heat. I mean, Tyler with years of experience, she surfs this wave really beautifully. She's got that edge where she's done time here, and she understands the rhythm of the wave, and that's what we always come back to, where Erin, she's just this absolute firehouse. I mean, she can just really keep you on your toes. You're not really sure what you're going to get from Erin, but it's always going to be something pretty exciting. So the fact that this is her first CT experience here, there also is potentially not a lot of pressure on her shoulders when it comes to performing. She just gets to surf this gorgeous looking point and just unleash on her backhand and do it for the goofies.
In terms of her season so far this year, semi-final, she's made that a few times, hasn't cracked a final yet. Obviously got the win coming in as a wild card, but we did have so much expectation on her. That was created really by her own success. But how do you feel in terms of how she is, where she's placed on this tour? About par for the course from her?
I think when you qualify, and especially when you're scouted to qualify as well from such a young age, which she was, there is this level of expectation where people think you're just going to go in and probably win the first couple of events, but it's pretty easy. The tour humbles you, I feel like, on your first year as a rookie. I mean, thinking back to some of the greats who are now challenging for world titles, Ewing, you know, he fell off tour as a rookie on his first year. So I'm not surprised that, you know, she's had highs and lows this year, because it would be really hard to figure out. Her whole world would have been flipped on her head. You know, you're spending the entire year on the road. You've got competitors who know the ins and outs of the way you compete before you've even surfed a heat against them. And I mean, like, Tyler would have studied what kind of competitor she was before Erin has even had a chance to get to know what type of competitor Tyler is. So definitely the veterans do have that advantage when it comes to coming up against those rookies, but I have no doubt that she will exceed all of our expectations that we thought, you know, Erin was going to bring to the tour, just because of how good she is. And let's be real, she hasn't taken off above the lip too many times this year, and she has one of the best aerial games. So I feel like once she gets more comfortable of doing that in a jersey, she's really going to start to rise.
So 35 minutes in the elimination round. First few will go by without many opportunities coming through, as we just look at a setup here. And it will be, well, a concerted paddle from Erin, not quite in position. Tyler having a little look as yet. No priority established at the moment. These two really just kind of shadow boxing the top of the takeoff zone here. And a concerted paddle effort again there from Tyler, unable to activate and get involved. And it'll just be a tense beginning to this one, as that fast start that everyone tries to hope to get, it hasn't quite happened yet. Thinking of Erin coming here without loads of experience. Also on the backhand, and Sarah, I just wanted to ask you some of the challenges, and we talk a lot about the goofies here, and there really are some that are quite memorable in their approach, but particularly difficult to surf it. Well, what are some of the challenges of backhand here at this lightning fast wave?
Oh my gosh, there's so many. Yeah, it's such a hard wave to find a good tempo with. It's just like every wave that you come across, it's just like, oh, this thing's going to run down the line, so you start racing, and then all of a sudden it just stops, and then you're like, oh, like having to adjust, and then all of a sudden it starts racing down the line again. So I find it quite difficult and quite challenging. Looking over, you know, your right hand shoulder as well, you can't really see, you know, with too much detail what the wave is going to do, but in that sense as well, it kind of forces you to be present and you know, having to go top to bottom and not focus on what is going to happen down the line. So it's a bit of a mix, I guess, and definitely when it's bigger, it's a little bit easier to surf when it's a bit slower. And I find that at this size, it's really hard because you do have those fast and slow ones.
Especially the barrel as well, because I feel like it's a bit more of an almond-shaped barrel, which would definitely be more difficult for the goofy footer to be able to slot into that shape.
Yeah, definitely. You see some of the guys like Stevie Sawyer, the way that he can ride the backhand barrel here is pretty crazy, and I try and take tips off him, and you know, I'll try to get barreled and I'll just get absolutely thrown on my head. So I need to watch him a bit more. But yeah, it's a super hard wave and barrel to read, and yeah, because you can see it sort of doubling up and you know it's going to barrel, but all of a sudden it just picks you up and just throws you on the reef. So yeah, it's tricky.
There's nothing more humbling than building up the courage to pull it on your backhand and then going head first down.
Yeah, and you know it's shallow as well.
Yeah. Like, oh, awesome. Yeah. Cool. Never trying that again. No.
Coming here as a wild card, you spent a lot of time in Australia now, but back in South Africa, about this community here, obviously this has been an iconic spot for global surfing for decades now, but it means so much to have this event back on. We took the year off last year with the Olympics, but everyone really, really stoked in this community, and people coming from all over South Africa to come and watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I've actually been here this is my third time back to back. I was a wild card 2 years ago, and then we had the speciality event last year, and then obviously back as a wild card this year. So yeah, it was a bit of a different year last year, but it was actually quite amazing for me because I took out the speciality event and the surf was actually firing. Like Sally and I were just going back to back with waves in the final, and it was a great time to just be able to, you know, surf our chair with no one else out. And I still, like, we surfed against like Steph and Coco and all the girls, so it was really awesome to see them and to, you know, spar with them a bit, and yeah, just a lot of fun.
A little grimace from Tyler Wright back towards the beach here, partly due to the fact that the priority with Erin Brooks and some sort of remonstration from her point of view, possibly not agreeing with that decision. But that's where it is. It was Erin with the priority, so we haven't really got wave rides to bring you about, but a minor advantage in terms of Brooks with first dibs.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Erin on those last two waves, Erin really did make a big committed paddle for that first one, and then following, Tyler made a big committed paddle, and maybe a little bit of grey area there between priority for Tyler. Maybe she was thinking that it wasn't enough for her to lose that priority before a wave has even been caught, but they were committed paddles, and in these situations, that means Erin gets first priority, which is a big leg up before anyone's even caught a wave. We saw a bit of a priority mistake from Griffin in his opening round heat as well. I mean, took a wave in the break before the hooter even started. So these are those little 1%ers, you know. Unfortunately, you still make mistakes on the highest stage. I mean, nobody's perfect, but it is for someone who is in Erin Brooks' position, who hasn't surfed this wave a lot of times before. This is her first time competing here. It's definitely a one-up. You take it. You take the leg up with this amount of time to go, and the lull that we're having too. That next best wave that's going to come through, Erin's going to be all over it.
Still plenty of time left to go here. 22 minutes and 40 odd seconds for both Tyler Wright and Erin Brooks to find some rhythm with the ocean. It was a little patchy in the previous heat, and then it really came to life with the pulse in the final 8 minutes or so. But a sort of similar story thus far in this one. Had one set, kind of a mid-size one, and not offer a lot. No one able to connect, be in the right position to go a wave. So this tension and those nervous moments will continue to build for surfers out in the water, trying to get out of elimination, trying to put themselves in a position at a wave where you just want to keep making heats. Aside from the points available, just the surfing experience. Tyler Wright will get one here. So from under Brooks's priority, she has a swing. And a really nice crisp snap from her. Super casual in the body position, using the rail again. And just driving with the power and being real patient as well. It's been key to the successful approach to Jeffreys Bay throughout the day. Meanwhile, Brooks, a bit more significant energy on this wave. That's why she waited for it. And then that vertical backhand approach out the back. A couple of hammers from her. didn't go miles down the line. Let's see where this puts her. Well, there you go. You can see Erin. She will get back for priority as well. And she's doing it with a bit of purpose to her paddling. She wants to get back there. But already showing her read on this and identifying a much more significant wave.
2 shorter waves as well, but I think there was a lot of good signs on both of those ladies' last waves. I mean, that start of the wave from Tyler, gosh, she's got such great tempo with this wave. Her timing is really beautiful, and when she really lays that rail, it's got meaning behind it. I mean, this first turn, she just patiently waited for this to really start to steepen up. There's that trademark snap where she really kicks that tail out. That turn, though, really nice, cupped out, tight carve in the pocket there. Went a little sleepy through this inside section, but it was a great start to the wave for Tyler Wright. So imagine that on a bigger looking frame. That's going to be beautiful. And then Erin Brooks here waited a long time, used up this first priority, and this is the first we're seeing of the start of this wave. So got a bit of damage done at the start, had to move down the line pretty quick, and then came around here and went pretty vertical on that snap. Again with a big floater there, and then just got a little bit caught behind, but still got some damage done, and feel like that vertical turn, you can see she just wants to do that time and time again and go bigger each time. So both waves, although shorter than what we're used to seeing here at J-Bay, had really great signs on both of them.
And you can see the legs kick in from Erin as she makes her way back up the point here. Tyler on the outside. She got a lift from the Red Bull ski. And we'll go towards 19.5 minutes. Tyler's number, 4.67, decent mid-range for her. From second priority as well. We're expecting something a little better than that for Erin Brooks, though. And Sarah, you talked about the backhand and the challenge, and really unable to kind of look over that shoulder and see. It's all about just feeling that energy, and it's exactly what Erin did there with those connections.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the judges will really, you know, eat that up. They really want to see you hitting the critical sections and not quite, you know, playing it safe and carving down the line. So I think she'll drop a pretty good score for that. Oh, it looks like she did, 6.17. So yeah, you can definitely see bigger wave. She kind of hit the lip a few more times, and yeah, she got rewarded for it.
Interesting to see Tyler getting the ski and getting back for priority. And Erin Brooks, who didn't go as far down the point, opting to go analog and just paddle. And it will be Tyler Wright who will pick up that priority, and a chance for her really to have something to say with a significant set wave. Let's see if we'll get some energy indications way up the point. Could be that we've got some significant sets coming through here. Erin Brooks, good work, 6.17, didn't go a long way, but the rhythm to the surfing was nice and crisp and tight. At the moment, she has an advantage, just one wave apiece, 18 minutes and about 10 seconds to go in heat number 4 of the elimination round. Look at this stuff. Here's the energy we've been waiting for here. The corduroy lines as they'll wrap in to the top of the point. They'll come through boneyards and then to supers. And this is much bigger than anything we've seen come through. Where is the positioning of Tyler Wright? She'll be inside this first wave is a little deeper. Erin seemed well placed. She had to be a little wider, and it's a little trickier there to line up. So that wave comes through. Nobody able to be in a position to take it. Let's see, second wave of the set. Let's see if it's a decent choice for Tyler Wright, who will just open up. Really patient. She's covering a load of ground without having to do a lot. The energy of the wave is sending her flying down the line. She'll just adjust her line, and now things will get steep, and she'll throw in a layback. Waited a long time for that turn, and again, nice one from her. Good rhythm to that surf in, and she'll go into a hollow section with a ton of speed. She'll eject. So for all of the ground that she covered, 2 decent turns linked together, but just those 2 maneuvers, Jess.
Yeah, bigger looking wave. It had a lot of energy behind it, so she spent a lot of time kind of chasing that moment where it does slow down on the wave. I mean, she covered some ground. Then she was right up at the top, near where you paddle out, and right now she's way down near where you paddle in. So bit of a foamy wall here, so there wasn't a lot to work with. And this is that moment where she started to readjust her line, kind of high lined, gave herself a moment just to stop, re-prepare for this turn. put that hand in the water, push back with the tail. We know she loves that. And then really hacked into that second maneuver, steepens and closes out through that end section. So a lot of downtime. It's good indicators when she does lay into the turns that she's got power, she's got really great timing out there, but a lot of downtime.
Could she have got up there a bit earlier?
Yeah, potentially she could have. There was definitely a really nice vertical face in front of her, but highlined and reassessed for those next two turns. There was definitely one big vertical hit on that. So Tyler probably knowing that, thinking that she probably could have capitalized on that section, because a turn there, followed by those next two turns, that's a big score.
Let's get down and hear from Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson with Rosie.
Betty, just solid surfing there. That elimination round is so stressful. You've done some great surfing so far. You waited until the last few minutes to solidify your lead. Any nervous energy there?
Definitely some nerves, but more just like frustration of not really getting the ability to open up at the start of the heat. And, you know, that's not how you plan a heat ever. So really just happy to get that one wave and, you know, take the lead off that.
And with a couple of reps out here at Super Tubes, how are you finding the wave, and are you finding yourself really enjoying the lineup at the moment?
Yes, this place is incredible. This wave itself is so beautiful, and all you want to do is catch a million waves. But in a heat, you have to be very selective because there are, you know, the double ups and the cleaner ones. But yeah, just really enjoying this place, and I hope I can catch more waves.
Well, you're into the quarterfinals. That's the pointy end of the competition. So does the game plan change?
A little bit, but more just, you know, staying steady on my feet and, you know, trying to be consistent and, yeah, just keep surfing.
Thanks for the time, Betty. Good surfing.
Thanks, Rosie. Betty Lou through to quarterfinals here. Interesting to hear her thoughts on the plan that you come into your heat with. The ocean often has other ideas. Made that adjust real well. 14.5 to go in this one. Tyler Wright's number 417. Possibly a few more points on that wave. Didn't really activate. Let's see how Aaron Brooks can go with this priority. We'll find out when we come back from a quick commercial break. More live action. The women's elimination round will continue right after this.
Because we've got Jordy and Luke Thompson in heat one of the elimination round. I know, remember that round? I think two South Africans in the same heat. That's what it is. And I know both these guys are going to put on a mass on performance. And I know we're going to support the South Africans no matter what. Minutes remaining. Priority is with blue. Blue is sitting in second. Priority with red. She's going to take a look at this one. Our current team leader, a two-time world champ. Tyler Wright in the red, up and riding. Doesn't like it. Wants to kick out. So not seeing the scoring potential.
Top 10 on the championship tour, and we're delighted to be back in South Africa. Great energy on day 2 of our waiting period. The women's elimination round in the water, and loads of involvement from South Africa already today. Let's go down and hear from Kaipos with a local legend from South Africa.
Hey, I'm here with the guy that made probably the greatest entrance into a heat ever, skydiving from 45,000 feet. Maddie McGillivray, talk about their entrance.
Yeah, it's something I've always dreamt of doing, and then WSL kind of got behind it, and it worked out perfect running this morning because yesterday was really windy and today was going to be a beautiful day, so it was like, let's make it happen.
You kind of did a backflip on the way in.
Yeah, I was like lying on my back, kind of tracking, and then my good friend Gerrit jumped next to me, and he was above me filming the whole thing. And it was such a crazy perspective from up there, looking down at the lineup and seeing the lines rolling in down the whole of J-Bay. So it was a super beautiful view.
Well, that was absolutely sick. Okay, let's talk about surfing now. Heat 3 up against Italo Ferreira. Your thoughts on that matchup?
Yeah, it's going to be a gnarly one. Italo's obviously done so well out here before, so but it's looking like it's kind of crumbly, so it's really rippable. Yeah, I just hope I get some set waves and do some really big turns. That's kind of the only strategy, just go big.
Thanks a lot for your time. Thanks a lot for the entertainment. Matty McGillivray.
What a showman, Matt McGillivray. Meanwhile, pick up live action here. Tyler Wright leading the heat with a couple of 4s. And squeezing the juice here. Snapping off the top. Good rhythm. Bottom turn. Back into the lip. And dynamic maneuvering from her. Comboing it up. Meanwhile, backhand attack. Erin Brooks, the rookie, loading up with an absolute ton of speed and just winds into that maneuver. The wave will just stretch out a bit. That gives her a little moment to breathe and readjust and focus on attacking. Here she goes into the lip with loads of speed. And again, it's vertical on that hit. And it does feel like so far from these exchanges, Erin Brooks getting in a bit more energy, getting a little bit more work done.
Look how much spring she gets off her bottom turn. She just really loads up into this and then pushes hard again. That one in particular, she was just able to just drive all the way up. It's almost like she pops out of her bottom turn here and then through this inside section, I mean, really capitalized. That was a great turn there from Erin. Ran off down the line, but she's really just making the most of those big, steep sections coming towards her. And that's exactly what she's got to do. She's got to know that every single opportunity, the steepest part of the wave, I've got to capitalize it, and she did it from start to finish on that one.
Sarah's a fully paid up member of the Goofy Foot Union. You enjoying this stuff from Erin Brooks on the backhand, and also this from Tyler?
Yeah, absolutely. It just seems like Erin's been on, you know, the better quality waves. Besides Tyler's second to last wave, I think Erin's been on the bigger scoring waves, which I think is making the difference. That last wave of Tyler's looked good. She was a bit more aggressive in the top turn. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these scores come, and then we'll see if Tyler's makes it back out in time for priority, and then, you know, if she can be patient and wait for one of those bigger sets, and yeah, maybe capitalize on that.
We'll definitely mix things up on the scoreboard because that wave will count for Erin Brooks. It's a second ride. It's going to count for her. How significant will it be? She's already gone 6-1-7. Let's see where her number comes in. Tyler Wright, her number is in. It's her best, 5-5, so getting the improvement and heading towards that top score of Erin Brooks thus far, but we're going to get a number for the rookie as well. And it will put her in the lead if it's better than a 4, which we suspect it certainly will be. Let's see where that situation unfolds with 8 or so minutes on the clock, but a bit of pulse from some sets coming through. And talking of South Africa, we just had Matt McGillivray. Let's check out the yellow jersey of the Big Brew, Jordy Smith, and all South African affair. It's Lukey Thompson, fresh off a Challengers win. What do you think of this matchup, Sarah?
It kind of sucks, to be honest, because it sucks that we're gonna lose one of these guys. Obviously, I loved watching Jordy my whole life, and I've become really close with Lukey. He's one of my travel buddies now, and seeing him win last week was probably, I just had so many tears in my eyes seeing that on the beach, and you know, it's going to be a really good matchup. Obviously, Jordy's won here multiple times, and Lukey's also, he surfed in the wild card here a few years ago. So, yeah, hopefully it's just going to be a good matchup, and hopefully there's a few more waves and opportunities for them.
And also, Luke idolizes Jordy. I mean, he just is such a fan of Jordy, and chatting to him after his first round, he said, I think I was getting too caught up in the name that I was competing against rather than just surfing. And Luke was surfing pretty good. I mean, almost matched Jordy's best wave. And I was like, Luke, your surfing's there. You just got to block out the name. But just those two and that mentor role, I feel like Jordy's really taken on for Luke as well. It is bittersweet because you'd hate to see them match up so early on, especially the elimination round. But at least you're going to have one person through to the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. And then seeing Matty as well, hopefully he can get through his round. And yeah, I'm just, you know, cheering on South Africa all the way. It was so awesome to have us in the press release the other day, and like Molly was the only international girl there or international person, so it was like all South African affair almost. So yeah, it sucks that we're going to lose one, but I think it's going to be a really good matchup and a really good opportunity for Luke to give his idol a run for his money.
A moment of calm in the water at the moment. Fourth heat will conclude the women's elimination round at the moment. A surfer representing Canada, the Goofy, the rookie Aaron Brooks in the lead, just 2 waves ridden. Both of them pretty decent. 6.27 for her last wave. And it is her best, and adding a bit of pressure onto Tyler now. Aaron Brooks also has first priority, and Tyler's chasing down a 6.94. So she's going to need to find something here. And just overall her energy throughout this. It's not quite been at it thus far. We know her pedigree, all of her silverware that she's got. She's going to have to find a bit of fire here.
I mean, she's got a great relationship with this wave as well. She's competed here twice before, had a second, had a third. So really, she just hasn't tasted that glory when it comes to being on that podium here in at Jeffreys Bay. And she's had so many wins across the years here, but not one yet here. And I feel like, considering the places she's won in the past, I mean, Pipe, Snapper, Bells. I mean, they're all of these places where you dream of winning growing up, and this J-Bay is on that list as well. So I know that she definitely would want her hands on one of those titles right now. But like you mentioned, Paul, just slightly off. Just hasn't really had that moment where she's looked super comfortable and confident in herself from start to finish. Maybe a little bit of frustration at the start, just throwing her off a little bit, but how much has priority come into play in this heat? I mean, that tussle that we had at the start, Erin getting priority, then Erin choosing to paddle back out, Tyler opting for the jet ski, Erin now having priority again. So a lot of things going Erin's way in this heat. So Tyler having to dig deep and find those moments that go Tyler's way in this heat.
She'll try and buzz around a bit here. You saw her just speculate on a previous wave. She'll keep trying to do that and use all that experience. Just over 4 minutes to go. And once again, Erin showing no real interest. Tyler Wright will get going here. And a little look over her shoulder as well to see what's available will indicate not much down the line as well.
She's trying to sell Erin. She's trying to play the game right now, which is pretty smart on Tyler's behalf. I mean, she's got to find the best wave of the heat so far. Erin with priority is really going to try not let that happen. But Tyler has the ability and the relationship with this wave to surf a wave up. You know, it can be one of those smaller waves, and she can try and convert a score. And we haven't seen her really open up and unleash what we know Tyler can do out here. So if she can find one of those mid-sized ones that has that nice pace to it all the way through and open up like we all know that Tyler can, 6.94 is definitely not out of the question for her.
Just over 3 minutes and 15 to go in this fourth heat of the elimination round. Let's recap it. Tell the story of the heat so far. The backhand work from Aaron Brooks. She's been super selective and it's paid off.
It's paid off for the Goofy footer. I mean, she's surfing electric fast as well. She's just looking so hyper-focused, really attacking all of those big vertical sections and making all the Goofies pretty proud around the world.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's pretty inspiring, and it kind of just, I think the difference is, as I said before, she's just hitting the lip. I mean, Tyler smashed the lip just then. But the difference, the bigger wave, it seems like she's getting the second waves of the sets and just really going and hitting those critical sections. Yeah, it would have been awesome to see if Tyler could have got a turn off the top on that really big set that she had. And I guess it could have been the other way right now if she's only looking for a 6.94. So yeah, hopefully she gets another opportunity, and yeah, we'll see.
Erin also working with Snake, who's won here in the past twice before, and chatting to Kanoa early on, or listening, I should say. He was just holding back little things, you know, giving him little more pieces of information each year round, which I'm sure Erin is eating up right now. But this is better for Tyler.
Crucial wave for her. Little roof glide float, then a snap with some fizz. Nice tight pocket. And again, releasing that tail. She's been super busy. Really great hit. Almost loses the fins, and it just puts her a little back. So, bit of a misstep for the finish. It will cost her a bit in terms of scoring potential, but good work done before that. And the question facing the judges is that 6.94 or better. That's the number that she needs. You can see how shallow it is there on the rocks for Tyler.
She's right on that inside reef. So she surfed that wave all the way through. It's going to be interesting, this one, because she got a lot of damage done. It's definitely her best wave by far as surfing and variety and drawing creative lines on this wave goes. And that's exactly what she needed to do. She needed to break away from Erin and just find her flow on this wave. And she did that beautifully here. So Tyler, you can see one of those smaller inside ones, but it just had that pace to it across the reef, across the sandbar, that just hit this bank beautifully. Started off with 2 really nice carves, releasing the fins on that second one, goes up and over for the float, carries her speed. Really nice traditional surfing there. Snap up in the pocket for Tyler. Again, getting pretty funky with it, with her calves. Great connection there. Almost loses her footing, which set her up a little bit late coming into this end section turn, but really showing us a lot of variety, especially with these calves. Look how hard she was pushing into that. Slides the fins around. So Tyler, a lot of variety. She's definitely asked the question.
Clutch, surfing and performing. Judges have got an answer for her. 7.07.
Wow.
Jumps to first, still 20 seconds. She's back in. Pretty much on the rocks here and just exhaling all of that tension. Will we see anything come the way of Erin Brooks? Doesn't look like it. She just holds her head and she's disappointed with herself. Had control of the lineup when we talked about the experience of Tyler Wright and those surf smarts, and you can see how much that one stings for the rookie Erin Brooks. An important lesson she's learned right there, but Tyler Wright just surfed her way, just forced her way into quarters with a clutch wave.
Definitely. I mean, it's got a sting for Erin. You've just won the entire heat start to finish, but you could tell Tyler, she was frustrated with herself, with her performance, and you can tell on that last wave just how hard she was pushing, the variety she showed. She was surfing a lot freer, and it paid off for her. I mean, great wave and great clutch performance there for Tyler Wright.
So there we go. Tyler Wright will stay alive here at the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. She's through to quarters. Erin Brooks will bow out. It's been great having Sarah Baum in representing South Africa. Good luck for the rest of the season on the Challenger Series.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
More involvement from South Africa as well. We'll check out the yellow jersey of Jordy Smith. He's taking on Lukey Thompson. We're going to bring in Joe, Jesse and Rosie for the call. More live action from South Africa right after the break.
And that signals the start for heat number 1 of this men's elimination round. I'm going to hand the mic back to the legend, Greg Dempsey, and he's going to take us through.
Learning how to put fins in. Okay, let's try that again. St. Francis is actually a lot closer to J-Bay than people realize. It's about a 20-minute drive from J-Bay to St. Francis. Cape St. Francis is the place you go to when you need to surf the left. I remember getting to one of my first surf contests as a Grom and being so shocked that the wave was going left and I didn't know how to go left. So we came back from that event, had to put in some hours at the Cape St. Francis beach break and learn how to surf a left. One of my favorite places ever. I think some of my best memories growing up are here. Rich marine life, rich in lefts, really good rights too, and such a beautiful little fishing town.
Big thanks to Emma Smith showing us around this beautiful part of the world here in South Africa. Still enjoying our time here in big heats. And a huge one right in front of us, elimination round heat 1 here at the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. Features world number 1, South Africa's Jordy Smith. 18-year vet on the tour, 37-year-old taking on the 21-year-old superstar from Cape Town who just picked off one of the biggest wins of Luke Thompson's career up in Bolito in a big final over George Pitar. This one going head-to-head. A lot on the line for Jordy in the title race and a lot on the line for the young profile of Luke Thompson in his second start here at Jeffreys Bay. Joe Trappell, Rosie Hodge, and Jesse Mendez. A big one for George, a two-time champ at this event. He needs to survive this to stay strong in the title showdown.
For sure. This is, I mean, one of the heats of his whole year. He's in that pressure situation. You know, he's coming in ranked number 1, and I think from his earlier heat, you saw it in his body language when he came in after getting beaten by Crosby Colapinto, that he was disappointed, and he's going to have to shake that off and refocus for this heat.
So this has been an interesting thing that's happened twice today. Remember the heat that Griffin had Leo Fioravanti? Well, Griff took a wave right before the heat started, and that put him automatically in the bottom of the order for priority. Well, the wildcard Luke Thompson just did the same thing, got this wave, and he just basically handed Jordy first priority before the heat even started.
It's a dream scenario for Jordy. Now he can sit up whatever he wants in the lineup, put himself in the best position to get the next good set that rolls in, you know. And for a guy like him that has that much experience and that much knowledge, it's, you know, it's a step ahead.
If you guys want to read the rule book, it's on worldsurfleague.com. You could go under the section of general priority, and you could go down to M, that listing there. When a surfer rides a wave or receives jet ski assistance prior to a heat start, that surfer takes lowest priority position in their heat once it's begun. So in this instance, it was taking that wave for Luke, and kind of interesting. We've seen that twice today.
That is kind of funny that it's come up twice, but I think for Luke, you know, at this stage, as the wild card, you're learning tough lessons along the way, and I'm sure that's like, that rule is going to settle into his repertoire as he moves through his career. But, I mean, J-Bay, you kind of want to find your positioning. You're paddling out at the keyhole and you're trying to go further down the point. So, yeah.
So for Luke, his second time in this event. And he's got a lot of familiar faces celebrating him, but also kind of split because they're celebrating Jordy. We've only seen one South African world champ. That's the great Sean Thompson, who joined us for the call recently in Southern California. Sean's always been in Jordy's corner. And just seeing the brilliance of what's been just such a stellar year to celebrate the big man. 2 big wins this year. He's always been around. He's always putting himself in contention in the top 10. He's had a couple little injuries he's had to fight through, but he's never given up that dream of becoming a world champion. But it's just unprecedented. No one's ever taken 18 years on tour to do it. I mean, there's the Aki story where he disappeared for a while and came back and won in '99. You know, he was in his early 30s at the time. That was just a dramatic comeback, but this would be something different.
No doubt about it. It's hard enough to maintain yourself for a few years on tour, but 18 years, almost reaching 20, and it seems like by his interviews that he's going to push it a few years more. And if it's going for world titles this year, imagine like he still has a few years ahead of him.
And we say that saying, water off a duck's back. You know, when you lose a world title, when you lose big finals, things don't go your way. You know, we've been around this tour for a long time. People get rattled with those like ups and downs, and that sometimes shortens their career just by mentally getting taken down. Jordy just keeps on breezing. You know, no matter what's happened at the end of the year, he's still in love with pro surfing.
He is, and I think his self-awareness has grown this season, and I think you come onto the tour at such a young age and you're trying to fill these expectations without really recognizing who you are as a person and what you really want. And I think right now he just seems the most comfortable that he's ever been, maybe the most confident. He's got that veteran backing behind him, and I'm just really enjoying his attitude. So I'm keen to see Jordy do well. This is the most people I think I've ever seen at on the shores of J-Bay, and it's always packed year after year. So to see this kind of support and the country coming out to watch the surfing has been amazing.
Luke Thompson, now #2 in the world after that win up in Bolito. His hope is to stay in contention to be on tour full-time next year. He's got a lot of supporters, and it was a pretty emotional moment for him and all of South Africa when he won. Mike Frew, a great surfer from that region, was interviewing him on stage, and he said, 5 years ago you won the Pro Junior. 5 years later you've won the Challenger Series. And Luke was a loss for words. He just started bawling. You're just seeing everyone cheering for him. It was a really cool thing to witness. Watching Jordy now, who's gifted priority since Luke got the wave before the heat started, throws the carve to tail release. This man creates time on one of the fastest waves on the planet. Now starting to roll. Smith lays it down, solid, compressing power carve. Taps the lip, rides out with it, gives a solid fist pump to match the crowd's energy. Luke Thompson now hitting it off the top, getting a huge response from the crowd as well. South Africa celebrating surfing, and Luke Thompson feeling a flex in his equipment. So he'll be taking that wave into the beach for the board change. Wow, this place is electric right now.
We've been seeing a lot of that happen in the last few events where surfers like finish their wave or halfway through the wave already telling the board's broken. But what an exchange right there to start off the heat. And every choice you make in a heat has a consequence. Sometimes your mistakes turn out to be, you know, playing in your favor. And looked like that wave on the second wave had a great shape to it.
I mean,
what he's doing now is not easy.
No, I'm just watching him. He's come in on an awkward part of the bricks and just running over really sharp, muscly, urchin-infested rocks to gain that ground, do the board change, and get back to the keyhole.
That is rad.
Luke Thompson getting some high fives from the fans. His backup board will be waiting for him over at Sharon's house at the keyhole.
This is an interesting battle right here because looking over my shoulders, obviously he's smoking Jordy as he's running up the point, but he's still going to have to paddle out. And Jordy is slowly making his way out the back.
So as we watch Luke's opening ride, Luke's still on the beach. What did you see here, Rosie?
Oh, just such a beautiful, aggressive approach. I mean, a lot of people saying that he was one of the standouts during the free surf. To see him apply that same surfing to this heat, I think a lot of speed in his surfing, a lot of flow, and not too much downtime between turns. But I wonder when the crease happened, maybe on this finishing maneuver, Jesse, you see it kind of reverb right there. And
that looked like the most critical part that he could have done, right? Like right on top of the fin boxes right there, like the typical. That happens more than people would probably expect.
Well, lucky for him, that was the last turn, too.
That's true.
And this is what Jordy got to catch since he started the heat with priority, Rosie.
I love that first turn from Jordy, and another person that is just so... he's putting his turns in the exact right place, the pacing of his surfing. I mean, he rolls out of bed and he's got a bird's eye view of this wave, so he knows it so intricately.
This is going to be an interesting, like obviously Jordy bringing a much more aggressive approach and more variety to the table, like that first turn bringing the nose all the way back around and that layback combination with this finish right here. But it felt like Luke had a better pace of a wave, like the wave connected all the way through back-to-back major maneuvers, and the two finishing turns were very critical as well, and probably the wave with a bit more size on it.
So that was the difference on that. Right now we've got the Red Bull skis heading in to grab Jordy Smith here. Time is being paused here in this first heat of the elimination round. And Jordy on the back of the sled with the water patrol. at the moment. This heat is going on hold, and we'll give you some information in just a moment. So you can see time stopped here at the top of this heat in the elimination round. And we will be getting some information from our contest officials in just a moment. A very responsive team coming in. We heard the horn sound upstairs in the tower as we see the other ski there with Luke Thompson. So solid effort there from our water patrol here, getting both guys on the back of the sled and starting to move out the back. So this heat is put on hold, and we'll stand by for an update from Renato Hickel and our officials looking on. Great job for the team of the tower, Greg Emsley. Longtime touring professional, still an outstanding surfer. Everything just stopping at the moment as Jordy and Luke got off to a good start. As we wait for an update from our officials, let's catch up with Kaipo Guerrero with Tyler Wright.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Tyler, turning that heat last minute, last wave. Just your thoughts on that heat.
Yeah, honestly, I'd probably like angry snapped at the start with the priority call. Like, I didn't really understand it, and I don't think they did do a great job of explaining that in the heat, because I don't think she stood up. And then I understand about the restart, but yeah, so I think from that point, that kind of, she dragged us way down, and yeah, it kind of put us in a bit of a weird position for what I wanted to do. Yeah, look, I didn't catch great waves. I did great surfing though, and I think that's on that last wave I got to open up a bit more, and I think at the end I was just pretty mad. And I'm okay with that. That's just the way heats go. I knew Erin was going to throw down. It looks so perfect out there, but my wave selection I feel like let me down a little bit. But honestly, in the positives out of it, that's the second surf I haven't been in pain for the last 6 weeks, so I'm really happy with that, and the hard work that's gone into getting my body and hip and back out of pain and sort of moving, and being able to have kind of power go through that front leg. So yeah, a lot of hard work, but I'm really happy with the result, obviously, but performance-wise, I feel like I have a lot more to clean up here.
Can I get a little bit more info on what has been paining you? What has been the injury right now that you've been dealing with?
It's accumulation of things, but my sacroiliac joint and my lumbar, my S5L1, I think, disc as well. That's what came up, but that could be hurt at any point. But yeah, since Trestles, it's been a little bit of a tricky one to navigate. And so really happy with the sort of my team and the effort. I have Brett Jaros, Mark Kazuki, Inga and Kate from Surfing Australia as well. They've all been really instrumental in getting me back while we've been competing as well. And I think after Brazil, I really felt it kind of plateau, like I wasn't in pain constantly, but I had one surf, and then after that, it didn't feel right. And so I went home, reset, recalibrated, went in, did a bunch of DNS and with Inga at home, and that's been incredible. That's really when I feel like I've started to be out of pain. So yeah, really grateful for that sort of support.
That's great to hear, and we'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Kaipo. Great catch up with Tyler Wright as she broke that one down. Moving on to the quarters, still looking to win this event for the first time. And as you guys can see, the heat has been put on hold after a shark was spotted near the competition zone. WSL immediately activating the safety response protocols, where competition instantly goes on hold if there's any activity within a 400-meter radius. After activating our response protocols, making sure the area is clear, discussing with the athletes, they'll talk about when the competition will recommence. The safety of everyone involved at our events remains our top priority. Great job to the Water Patrol team, and they're still standing by. And we've got a lot of resources to monitor the wildlife. We'll stay tuned as well for further information from Renato Hickel, Jordy Smith, and Luke Thompson. Just trying to keep their head in the game. Taking this as a little downtime to remember how the heat started, because the heat is paused. And we'll still keep what's happened so far once this heat goes back in the water.
Yeah, they've obviously got a protocol in place. I will say, coming from South Africa myself, you kind of, it's something that is just part of your daily surfing experience. You've got 2 South Africans in the water, so I'm sure they know what's kind of going on. Jordy seems to be coming in and taking a break before it gets underway again.
So Jordy taking a moment, walking casually through the keyhole. This heat at the moment still on standby. 29 minutes and 26 seconds on the clock. Luke Thompson also on the back of the ski with the Water Patrol. Stay tuned for further updates.
Minutes and 40 seconds to the start. So Jordy Smith, Luke Thompson, about 8.5 minutes until we start up again. Once again, huge thank you to our safety team, keeping our athletes safe. So 8 minutes to the start. 8 minutes is perfect amount of time to get yourselves an ice cold bucket of Corona or Corona Cero. Remember, we've also got to warm up for the Springback game. But then we're going to do it in a bucket of Corona or Corona Cero. When you buy a bucket, the good news is you donate a portion of that cash directly to the J-Bay Community Surf Charity. Actually, rather buy 2 buckets.
Imagina, no funcionário fica mandando as outras. Aí a onda bate alguma coisa, tipo, o cara fala, opa.
Good afternoon, everybody. The heat with Jordy Smith and Luke Thompson was put on hold after a shark was spotted within the competition zone. WSL immediately activated the safety response protocols, where competition instantly goes on hold if there's any activity within a 400-meter radius. After activating our response protocols, making sure the area is clear, talking to the surfers, the competition will recommence very shortly. So less than about, I'd say, 7 minutes now for Luke and Jordy to get back underway. The importance is really based on the safety of everyone involved at our events. That is the top priority. And just staying focused over there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Marco Mignot with his coach, Jason Aparicio, is preparing for Miguel Pupo. It's going to be the overlapping format. So they'll reset and prepare for their matchup in the elimination round. Let's get you caught up, though, before we get started back up again of the action that we've had today as we crack open the pulse. It's been a busy day of action, and Iago Dora just breaks all barriers, doesn't he? One of the best finishing full rotations I've ever seen on the end section of Jeffreys Bay.
Oh, a 9-3-3 for that near perfect wave, and he just hammered this on his backhand. He's been so exciting to watch all year, and just to see him do that same dynamic approach out here at J-Bay has been a thing of beauty.
What a run for Iago Dora, looking absolutely brilliant. Then we saw Crosby Colapinto upset the South Africans in the opening round.
I was actually very surprised with the type of surfing that he did. Very mature for the first time ever on a jersey here. Identified great waves and kept himself very collected throughout the whole heat.
And we had this heat with Rio Waida was involved. He was a little left out of the best waves, but Leo and Griff, man, they've had some battles this year. Came down to this set wave. Very close decision. It went in Leo's favor.
And this one decided on this last exchange, on the sand, and Leo getting redemption against Griffin Colapinto, but just some incredible, excellent surfing from both of these surfers.
Gosh, that was a gigantic finish. It was oh so close. I think Griff right there probably felt like he did it again against Leo. Very close decision. Fioravanti happy to be getting the win there. And we saw Felipe in motion. Even had some waves with the Dolphins today.
Yeah, the element of surprise that Felipe brings it to the table is very second to none. You see it right there. Everyone's just thinking he's going to float the section. Goes for a reverse. Footwork, very impressive as well.
And a brand new board that he hadn't surfed yet. Not a lot of competitors do that. You know, even if a board's not magic, they at least know what it's going to do. So they'll just go with a board that they understand. But for Felipe, not the first time he's done that.
Yeah, he does plenty of times. There's only a very few people that I can think of that are comfortable doing that. And he's one of them. Maybe a handful in the last 10 years or something.
That was a crazy heat. Al Cleland, Barron, they were getting crazy ones. Big barrels. It really came down to having a better backup for Felipe, as we expect fireworks from him every time he comes out here to compete. We also had the elimination round completed for the women as well. And when you get past the cut, you get to the quarterfinals very quickly, as we're trying to work out who will be in the final 5 here at Cloudbreak this year. But for quarters, we've got the biggest names in the mix. Tyler got that last heat win in the elimination round, and she's playing that veteran role in this one as she wants to sneak into the narrative at the last 2 stops of the season as we bring up the final series.
Yeah, not too many upsets in the elimination round, and we're seeing some heavy hitting heats. I mean, to pick out a couple of my favorites, I think the 2023 final, Molly versus Lakey, I think that one's going to be a really fun one to watch go down.
I love a final rematch, so we're getting that one early. And then the world title rematch from last year, Katie Simmers versus Caroline Marks. Jesse?
Yeah, that's going to be exciting. Obviously, a big contrast as well. One goofy, one regular footer. It's going to be a different approach and something fun for us to just watch and digest and break it down.
Gabriella Bryan trying to get the yellow jersey back. She's been here probably the longest. She was upset pretty early in Brazil. So she jumped on flights, and gosh, she's so acclimated to the time zone, to the rhythm and the pace of Jeffreys Bay. As you see the yellow jersey of Jordy Smith getting back out into position. 29 minutes, 26 seconds are on the clock. And the opening scores are in from that first exchange. Remember, Jordy started with priority since Luke Thompson caught a wave before the heat started. So Jordy opened with a 7, but the wild card opened up with a 7.83.
Man, every choice has something that happens afterwards, and sometimes it just goes your way. Like you see that second wave of the set actually was cleaner. It linked it better, and he kind of went to town and got the better out of it.
So you can hear Greg Emsley on the tower, getting ready to start this heat once again. Jordy and Luke ready for action, wanting a spot into the round of 16. So Jordy had gone all the way to the beach and then heard that he was about to get started again, so went right back out to the keyhole and started refocusing on his world title campaign. Greg on the count. So we're back on, and if you're just joining us, the shark was spotted within 400 meters of the competition zone, and the heat was put on hold. So after closely monitoring the situation and monitoring the shark's exit from the competition zone, event officials and water safety confirmed that the shark is now out to sea and away from the competition zone. After activating our response protocols, making sure the area is clear, and discussing with the athletes, competition's back on right here at 2:31 local time. Safety of everyone involved at our events remains our top priority. Now Jordy with priority had the 7, and Luke Thompson 7.83. Hard not to think of great wildcard stories as Luke Thompson wants to put his name in the narrative to be next to guys like Sean Holmes, who was dismantling the top surfers of the tour for many years. He's just a danger man. And it wasn't just for Andy Kelly. He would knock out Taj Burrow. Taj was a weapon at this event. Right when they're in the middle of a title race, and Sean would just pop up, and just based on wave selection and his read on this lineup, it was sensational and really fun to have a local crowd get behind that.
Yeah, definitely creating headaches for the world's best. I definitely remember those contests where Sean Holmes was so dominant. And even thinking about this season, the domination of the wildcards, Jordy was knocked out by Morgan Siblick at Bells Beach. So he's been, you know, he's been a little bit rattled by the wild cards, and there you've seen that first exchange, Luke getting the better of it. So we'll see who can hold their composure.
Let's refresh our minds on how this one started and break down the 7s. Luke with the best 7, a 7.83, almost going excellent compared to Jordy's 7-point ride. Jordy's wave.
Fun to watch, you know, one of those waves that you show up on the beach and it gives you a smile. This layback here, super powerful, and combos it up with a nice finish, solid turn. But the wave was a little bit smaller inside and it was in blocks. This wave seems like it was a little bit more connected, so he was able to generate more speed. Starts off with a nice wrap right there, and then starts to put on the gas pedal. Big turn down the line, gets up and vertical, and sorry, gets a third carve. And then he goes up and vertical twice to finish it off the wave. Super critical and aggressive from the surfer in green, Luke Thompson.
Right there, felt the flex at the bottom of his board and had to go in immediately after a 7.83. Made the board change up the keyhole, went on hold, and we're back on now. So Luke now number 2 in the world on the Challenger Series. Lost to Italo in this round back in 2022, but was brilliant in the opening round. Matched Jack Robinson's best wave, a 7.77. So even a few years ago, Rosie, he realized he was being scored just like the best surfers in the world in his first try on tour.
Yeah, and that's huge for your confidence, just to feel yourself getting those numbers, because you really are trying to see where you stand against these surfers, especially as you go on that Challenger Series and try and make your way to the championship tour. So for Luke coming off that big win at the Challenger Series, his confidence would be skyrocketed right now, and even getting that 7.83 at the moment, he'd be feeling pretty good about himself.
And I think it's actually for him itself, it was a good thing to kind of have this little break, because it puts yourself back, it resets your mind. So maybe, you know, for a guy that doesn't have any experience on the biggest level, it's almost better. I feel like it's a little advantage, because he probably reset and was like, hey, I have a 7.83. It's a big score. He's probably very happy to get that big of a score on a CT level, but he needs to do some work because the waves are firing, and you expect Jordy Smith to do a lot of damage on these conditions.
Jordy Smith, such a rare thing to have a perfect heat in your career. We see it more often at waves of consequence where you're getting incredibly barreled, and those are remarkable, don't get me wrong. But to do it in performance waves where you get a 10 on a wave that's so demanding of Jordy Smith to be perfect at J-Bay, and to do it twice, that was a big moment in J-Bay history. At 2 10s against Leo years back. Up and out is Luke Thompson. Luke just fishing for something to work with there. His lower score, 1.5.
My only concern is for him to maybe start thinking that a 7.83 is enough and he just wants to get a quick backup or something. Like with the waves on offer and the high levels on the CT compared to the Challenger Series and the opportunity that the surfers usually get, it's like he needs another one of those, like at least, because Jordy is going to come in a good wave. He's going to pull the trigger probably in the right wave and get another big score. So be patient, you know, let the rotation of priority go down and make sure you come on another 8-point ride.
There's been stories of young, excited wild cards that come to play on tour, and all of a sudden the heat starts and they try doing backflips in 10-foot airs. You know, your brain can almost explode as we look at Jordy Smith, one of the best ever to ride this wave. Starts off with the climb, trying to find that beautiful tempo, big arc, engaging the rail. Hits it off the lip. Nice, easy pace to follow from the big man, and he'll line up this nice carve back into the pocket. Drives into another classic little carving section, and thinking about a big rooftop float, covering so much ground, beating that section. Snaps off the lip line, winds up again, and a huge response. World #1 flexing to this local crowd.
That crowd is going absolutely mad. It's making me so proud. I think in sporting moments for South Africa, this is really something that uplifts our nation. So to see everyone so invested, coming down here and supporting, they know the situation for Jordy. To see a South African in #1 in the rankings and to watch him perform like this, it's a special moment.
Against the next generation as well. And like I mentioned, a 7.83, it's not enough. And the pace that he carries through this wave is so smart. He starts it off kind of slower, makes sure he doesn't overcooks it. And I really like that turn right there. After he finished it, he looks over to the bottom of the wave to make sure all that noise and that whitewash from the previous wave tracking didn't bother him. So just knows how in tune and how present in that moment he is. Massive floater right here. Looked like the wave was going to finish, but somehow just makes it around. And I got to say, he's going to get something close to the best wave that we had so far today. That was Yago Dora's. Like, the damage he's done on that wave was incredible.
Just has so much time, doesn't he, Rosie?
And I think with J-Bay, it's not just the maneuvers that you're doing, it's what you're doing in between those moves. And there's no kind of tic-tac-toe for him. It's all just seamless, just a well-sequenced wave, choreographed.
It's such a good point. It's that it's easy to look lost on this wave or look like you're not sure where you should be going. Jordy never looks like that. And that one felt great. Super strong in that claim and also that performance from Jordy Smith. Had the 7, easily takes the lead there. But we'll see where the judges go with this one. So much better than his 7-point ride.
And it does feel like Jordy's pacing himself. I mean, this is a big event. He's a lot of is asked of him outside of the water. He's been doing a lot. So I feel like, you know, he's kind of keeping stuff in the back of his pocket. And I think he did that in his opening round too, against Crosby, where he could have gone a little bit harder on his opening wave. And now he's, you know, he's going through the motions, but he's going to get big scores with only being like maybe 35% Jordy.
Things very exciting in the water right now. All South African battle. One's a wild card, one's world #1. Jordy Smith taking a big lead over Luke Thompson. We'll be right back.
So 20 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in heat 1. We've got 30 seconds to the start of heat #2. Wow, folks, don't go anywhere. All right, 10 seconds to the start of heat 2. Counting in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Jordy Smith just heard the sound of a 9.43 from the tower. going with his 7-point ride way out front. So now Luke Thompson really needs to fight back here, needing an 8.61. The wild card from Cape Town floats it off the top. Little check turn there for Luke. There's his version of that rooftop float. Jordy was able to do that float and then created a bonus section to finish. The crowd is absolutely loving that performance there. Baum needed a front row seat for this one. Close to both Jordy and Luke. A big one for South Africa. We've talked about the representation, getting Maddie McGillivray in the event as well. We've had more than this in the past. You go back to those early years where Jordy Smith was just getting on tour. There was actually a year back in 2008. You looked at the opening round. It was Jordy, Travis Logie, Ricky Bassnett, Rudy Palmboom, Royden Bryson. You know, we've had the numbers from South Africa back in the day. As we check out the last of Luke Thompson, Rosie.
Yeah, I'm loving the aggression from Luke and definitely the speed from him. Just doing some beautiful surfing. I think the last floating maneuver, he flipped his board over just to have a look to see if he'd maybe buckled it again, because that was such a reverberating through that equipment on that landing.
And then getting a new heat started here with the overlapping format. It's Miguel Pupo versus Marco Mignot. Here's Pupo on the backhand, Jesse.
Yeah, Miggy actually started to pedal for that wave as they were counting down for the heat to start, so he delayed himself a little bit. But that wave, I mean, there wasn't much in offer. Sitting with like kind of fourth priority right there because it was way down the point. It was like, I'm just going to pull the trigger, probably warm myself up. And he's back in the lineup now.
So Miguel Pupo versus Marco Mignot. Priority heat is with Jordy Smith and Luke Thompson. Speeding down the line is Jordy after the 9.43. Attacking the whitewater targets. Filling in the gap well with a wrapping cutback. The best with speed management on this right-hand wall. Little off-balance float and trying to regather himself. Just a bit of a stumble coming off the top. And now speeding down the line. In the non-priority heat, rookie Marco Mignot lost on a really close decision to Ethan Ewing this morning. And has to eject right there. Ethan got the buzzer beater after Marco had been leading that heat. And that was a tough one, well, at least for his dad to walk away from. Felt like that Marco did enough. And now he's got to answer back here in the ER against one of the great Brazilian veterans of the tour. We'll watch Marcos again, Rosie.
Yeah, and as you see on your screen, that wind is picked up from that onshore direction, easterly direction, and it's made it a little bit tricky as you see him streaking down the line. But definitely that first move, he kind of got that rail stuck. Now he's looking down the line, finding some more vertical face right there. Waiting for this thing to stand up again, and Jordy kind of duck dive through that little lip section there.
Now Jordy on his last, Jesse.
Yeah, with that texture that Rosie mentioned, you can see the first wave of the set just very chattery, kind of broken, and that's what happened at Jordy's wave. He needs to keep the rails kind of flat, because if you try to dig too much, you're going to get caught, and all this lip line turns kind of the same way. It's definitely not going to better the 7-point ride that he already has, and he catches once again on that last bottom turn, but all because of that first wave of the set with this little bit stronger onshore winds that we have on offer right now. So you almost want that first one to clean the track up, and you have something like Marco Mignot's the wave behind, much cleaner in the face.
Miguel Pupo sending a little off the top into the first section. There's that chatter, tries to keep the rail strong on that surfboard from JS Industries. Nice patience from Pupo. Attacking the whitewater section. Still having a nice bit of open face there. He just needs to pick it up with the vertical part of the wave. It's an extended backhand float and he completely disappears. Italo is a hard wave to read there. Didn't have that easy wall just to go straight up to the top. Stayed pretty full on the face. And then fell in the finish, so a long way to go. Way down the line for Pupo, but these overlapping heats give you a lot of time. You're still scored on your top two. As Miguel's starting to head back up.
Yeah, and you even just watch him duck dive there. You can see the force of that whitewater as it pushes him back, but Miggy's ability to get to the top third of the wave and just crank it that much more vertical is just such a fun thing to watch. He had some great waves in his opening round, but yeah, he's got a good pace on this wave, and just being able to get more vertical even when it kind of slopes down is a huge advantage.
Yes, and that's an advantage you're going to have on your backhand, mostly in that first part of the wave, that the wave's a little bit fatter. On the bigger waves that swings a bit wide, he delays that bottom turn for so long because you can kind of stay on your heel easier than you can stay on your toes, on your forehand. So very, very clever that he picked that out and just gave himself an attack mode in advantage from obviously the opponent that he is against, Marco Mignot, regular footer.
And Luke Thompson getting the chip in, got a nice tail release right in front of Jordy, Rosie.
Yeah, this wave, you could just tell that it had better shape, more vertical sections to attack. That's our first look at it. So just getting hung up there on that last maneuver, but that was shaping up to have those more dynamic sections for him.
So tough fall for Luke as he goes down, still with a healthy total scored from our CT panel. 7.83 and a 5.17 for Thompson. So still needs an 8.61 to catch up to world #1 Jordy Smith. Miguel Pupo getting a 4.67 on that last one where he fell on the backside floater. And Marco Mignot, we saw him flying into screen with a 3.33. And Miguel will take advantage of the Red Bull ski here. Miguel looking for a second CT victory in his career. Picking up his first at Tahiti a couple years back in a tube shootout against the local Kauli Vast. So he's heading into a great territory of the tour. Tahiti's the last event of the regular season, and Miguel in a great position to have a late charge into the final 5.
What a special event to win as your first ever CT victory, and so well deserved for Miggy. That was like a really cool moment for him.
I think you look at results sometimes and it doesn't always tell the story of someone being maybe favored to win. And Miguel, who was so honest on the podium, he's like, yeah, I might not have the best results of like keepers, but I've always known this is my favorite wave on tour. We're talking about his win against Kauli Vast. It was something he just knew he could accomplish in his career. And he said he's had 8s, he's had big scores, and then just stumbled early in previous events. But Pupo definitely turning in his best so far in his career the last couple of seasons. And I really think his younger brother joining him on tour really inspired him to turn in just his best act as far as training, being a great example for Sammy.
Yeah, and also I think it helped with maturity, you know, because you're trying to help your younger brother as well and put your outside of the perspective of just being stuck in your own path. So it probably gave him a lot of experience to apply to himself.
Miguel Pupo and Marco Mignot still have plenty of time. Goal is to finish the elimination round in this overlapping format today on Saturday. We'll get to these heats very quickly. Italo Ferreira will have Matthew McGillivray. Cole Houshmand has a matchup with Rio Waida in Heat 4. Griffin, we mentioned, had that close decision not go his way this time against Leo. He has the Brazilian vet Alejo Muniz, who's made 3 quarterfinals in the past year. Then we'll have Joel Vaughn, Joao Chianca. Baron Mamiya has drawn his best friend on tour, Seth Moniz, once again in the elimination round. And Connor O'Leary will take on Al Cleland Jr. to finish off the day. Jordy looking for a 3rd victory here at Jeffreys Bay. Back in 2010 was his first ever CT victory. Talk about the names he got through then. He had a heat with Tommy Whitaker. That's the super coach these days. Joan Duru had a heat with San Clemente's Nate Yeomans. Owen Wright was a rookie that year. They had a heat together. Jordy got past him, then got past Adriano de Souza, then beat Durbridge in the semifinal before he met Adam Melling in the final. Looking at this one is Marco Mignot. Leans into a nice snap, puts him a little bit behind, but he's got the pace to go for that off the top of the white water. Right into a fading cutback. Now Marco blows out his entire board and ends up incomplete. Known for some hi-fi surfing, but ends up losing the handle on that in-section turn. Marco maybe a little left out of getting picked for Rookie of the Year this year. A lot went with Jackson Bunch to start the season. As we look at this one again, Rosie.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, a little bit left behind on that opening turn, but I like the intent. Second turn was looking nice. He kind of had to flatten that last one. He's reading this wave really well, like putting his maneuvers right where they need to be, and then just a little bit mistimed on that last one. Loses the finish.
Yeah, the rookie class was huge at the start of the season. Even got a late call-up for Al Cleveland Jr., which made it really exciting. Joel Vaughn bringing some fireworks as well, getting past the grueling midseason cut. So see how it finishes off with this stop in Tahiti remaining in the season. Of course, it'd be huge if you could make the final 5 as a rookie. We've seen that happen before with Morgan Siblick a few years back. Talking about Jordy's wins out here and the names he got through. In 2011, he was able to go back-to-back, which is actually a common theme here at J-Bay. Once surfers figure it out, they seem to be able to repeat that success. Jordy had an all-South African heat, just like he has now, but back in the day against Sean Holmes, he did get through that one. Had another classic one with Travis Logie. Travis Logie's hanging around here. He's been responsible for a lot of the big calls on the Challenger Series lately, but Trav, one of the fastest surfers in the world, had a lot of classics with Jordy, especially here at J-Bay. Jordy had to deal with Beat again, then one of the best goofy foots of all time out here, Damian Hobgood. Ace Bucket made the semifinal that year. We had an old round 4 back then where no one lost in the middle of the contest. And Ace won over Jordy and Julian with a 9.87. That's how Jordy had to get that extra heat in round 5. And then Jordy beat Fanning to take his second win of his career. Thompson trying to create an upset in the title race. Throws down his first turn, second one flying away. And now Jordy's on the next one. Smith opening up, big powerful frontside hook. Nice easy float. Now stepping into another big open face section to lay down the carve. He gets caught behind on that one. And you get so used to Jordy making every wave with a classic finish, but put a lot into that frontside meat hook, Ro.
Yeah, just so intentional with his maneuver placement. It is kind of very unfamiliar to watch him get caught behind like that, but those 3 turns were really indicating to good things. He's got to drop the 7 from his score line. He's locked in the 9, but this was looking just so beautiful, Jesse.
Yeah, that was so incredible. It felt like he was on his way to another 9, like looking at the pace of the wave and how much rail he was digging in both of the carves he had, but that wave just slipped out of his hand by a touch, and the wave kept peeling afterwards with such a good pace. Just misread just a touch right there.
And then what was Luke Thompson's intentions on this wave, Rosie?
Oh, he wanted to go huge. You can tell the way that he's coiling up. He's trying to eye off a section where he can really unleash, because he needs an excellent ride right now against Jordy. The 8.61 is what's required, so he's trying to surf to that number.
Luke Thompson quick to thank Quinton Jones, who's always been helping him and supporting him. Great coach from South Africa. Didn't have an easy road to that final. No, nothing's easy on the Challenger Series, but he had CT athletes next to him, from Eli Hanneman, who's already been on tour. Mateus Jordy, that was a huge clash early that he got through. Mateus was so quick to congratulate him on that success of winning at home, but also beating him in a really tough battle. And then George Patar in the final. I mean, the guy's fresh off the CT.
Yeah, it's been so epic to watch Luke. He can be so incredibly proud of himself, and it's just fun to see him get this wild card opportunity.
Also Oscar Berry before that, as we check out the recap here of the first heat of the elimination round, all South African battle. Both started in the 7-point range.
Yeah, what it looked like, it was going to be a heat that Luke Thompson was going to kind of get a little bit of step ahead, but he obviously started off very well with very critical maneuvers, very solid, sure-footed, composed on the board. No downtime, beautiful connection. with major maneuvers on this first wave for Luke Thompson.
You can tell he's just in a high gear right now. You know, coming off the biggest win of his career and just keeping that energy so solid at Jeffreys Bay.
Yeah, and having to do the switch of equipment as we see that board kind of flexed under his feet, actually riding Graham Smith's shape. So Jordy's dad shaping his equipment.
Then Jordy was able to go absolutely crazy. Had a 7. Luke beat him on the opening exchange to a 7.83, then responded with a 9.43 in the lead.
I mean, it's ridiculous. He looked at the bottom of the wave 1 or 2 times just to make sure that the tracking of the wave wasn't too on top of the whitewash and he wouldn't dig any rails. So just shows the attention that he's paying and how connected he is and in tune with this wave. And at the moment, finish it off very strong, and that was incredible surfing for Jordy Smith.
It's been quite a year for world #1. Jordy with 2 CT wins this year. First time he's ever had multiple wins in the same year. And first time he's ever won a contest on his board. His dad made for him. That was back in El Salvador in an all South African final. Been about 40 years since we saw one of those. Runner-up was Matthew McGillivray. And Jordy mixed it up throughout the early rounds. Had a mayhem through certain rounds of competition. But when it came to the final, he grabbed that V12 from his dad, G-Force. Here comes Luke Thompson. Nice opportunity to lay that rail down. Great style and flow through the climb, even popping the fins out the back into a nice, clean wrapping cutback. Keeping that flow in sync, going rail to rail and variety down the stretch. He will shut it down. What an answer from Luke Thompson. Marco Mignot in the heat with Pupo is getting caught behind. He steps off. Luke Thompson is showing his depth. Just 21 years of age. So much could be in your headspace right now with a huge heat on the line. All South African battle, world #1. Clearly one of Luke's heroes from the time he was a little kid till now. Jordy got the 9.43. Great response from Luke Thompson on this one.
Really good use of priority. And this is just championship tour caliber surfing. That first maneuver absolutely dismantles it and puts him in such a good position for that second maneuver. He's staying low and just anticipating the next turns. Much like Jordy, there isn't much downtime between his maneuvers, and the flow's beautiful to watch. Needs the 8.6 to take the lead. That's a really good wave.
That is a very good wave. The only thing is that you got to compare it to the 9.43 to it. I mean, he was solid. He was impeccable on that wave. I don't think he even had any mistakes as far as, you know, catching any rails or mistiming turns. It was just everything on the perfect spot to it. But was that enough to match almost the 9 point, or not almost match, but less than a point than the 9.43 from Jordy.
And then Marco on this one, Jesse.
Yeah, this is one of those waves that it's the second wave of the set, and it's coming a little bit further in, so it gets all that traction from the previous wave, and you see all that whitewash, and the wave just kind of ran away from him.
Standing by for the important score for wildcard Luke Thompson. Marco's up again in the non-priority heat. And now back to Luke live. Nice clean snap. And just flowing down the line off the top. Chuck tail reverse. Board flips under his feet. Scary little landing when your board's starting to flip underneath you with those sharp fins. He's already back to business with a minute 10 on the clock. Rosie, though, his wave before came in at an 8.13. His best so far, but still chasing an 8.31.
Yeah, he reaches excellence, but it's just under. And I mean, just watching Luke, you're just like, okay, this guy belongs on the championship tour. The caliber of surfing that he's doing, even that last wave, the little speed float that he got, going for that huge aerial maneuver. Just cool to see him keeping pace in this heat with Jordy.
Yeah, it's one of those heats that you could see, you know, the veteran just running away by far, by a mile, but he really put on a good performance so far, and there's still 30 seconds left. He's way down the point right now. He's gonna have to go for a Hail Mary, anything he catches, if it even gets enough time to reach the lineup where he's at. But good surfing. He should be proud of the surfing he performed today.
Luke Thompson showing up, profile building in front of our eyes, doing it on the Challenger Series, pushing world #1 Jordy Smith in this elimination round. 15.96 combined total for Luke in the second position. He's got a lot to be proud of, and South Africa's got a ton to be proud of. Jordy Smith, world number 1, survives a great battle with Cape Town's Luke Thompson and will be reseeded into the round of 16. Best of luck to Luke Thompson on his run to qualify for the championship tour. He's currently number 2 in the world. You guys can follow Luke's journey on the Challenger Series, with the next stop being the US Open. And now Jordy letting the big smile on his head, celebrating another great combined heat total this year.
He power sprayed Luke that was right behind right there. We couldn't see it from the screen, but that's why he was smiling. He's like, hey, I'm still in town, buddy.
You got to spray the grommet, right?
Oh, these guys are such good friends too, and Jordy's been a great mentor for Luke.
And obviously maybe his team manager, you know, as far as Smith Shapes is concerned. Jordy flexing his way into the round of 16. When we come back, the elimination round continues.
Pedal full, slipping white. Mignot. Vertical snap off the top. Coming through to the inside section. Carves off the bottom. Lightning fast off that inside section. Oh, down the layback, holds on. It's Ferreira now. For the line down the line. What's he got for us? Slices, dices, dissects over that section.
We kept hearing Maddie's name over the loudspeakers going, it's time for your heat, Maddie McGillivray, and everyone just looked up. Jumping out of a plane, skydiving with your jersey on, that's never been seen before, and clearly the best way ever to check in for a championship tour matchup.
Yeah, it was pretty funny because I was catching up with his girlfriend, Jam, and she was for a heat as he listens to classical music. So he was going to say, it's interesting to see how he's going to handle it, like with a shot of adrenaline just before paddling out.
Right, well now he's in the elimination round, so maybe he actually prefers a little more of a peaceful place and likes to build up with the adrenaline more naturally. It's not normal to jump out of planes, is it, Rosie?
No, I wonder if this guy even feels adrenaline anymore. He's just like such a cool character.
Just a little late decision to check out this wave. Maddie's in the non-priority heat with Italo Ferreira. So he knows he's got his hands full. McGillivray's turned in so many great memories on tour, but this man's a world champ and a finalist at Jeffreys Bay. Starting to tag a couple of sections, late climb, but he can land everything. Pupo in the heat with Marco Mignot will now take priority. When we say the priority heat, that means Marco and Miguel get to take waves over Italo and Matthew. So if you're the non-priority heat, you got to make sure you're staying out of Miguel and Marco's way. And then once the heat comes to a close, you turn into the priority heat. It just keeps on rotating. What a great time in the life of Jordy Smith, Jesse.
I mean, you're at home, you have all the fans around you, you just did the best performance of the day. Should be proud of himself.
And you just get to walk home to a house he just put some time into. Nice little remodel right here at Super Tubes.
Keen gardener, so he's probably going to go water the plants and just make sure everything's looking good. But it's so great to see him.
He has a green thumb.
It's so good to see him just get swarmed here. He's just he's a big icon right now in South Africa, so it's so cool to see him giving his time to everyone that's coming down to support him.
More on the gardening. That's really cool.
Yeah, well, he's got a big garden to look after. He's got a few homes all over the place, so he's got to be the greenskeeper.
Is he one of the funniest people you know?
Yeah, he's pretty hilarious, hey?
Sarcastic funny.
Yeah, kind of catches you off guard sometimes.
Always.
And I love when he brings it to post-heat interviews as well, because kind of shares that sarcasm personality, just loves to have a laugh. Keeps you on your toes, too.
I mean, his best interview was with you this year, right? Was it with you well, we'll get back to that after, but this wave itself, it was funny because Italo got way down the point. It was the same wave that Manu McKilliver couldn't make it around, but he was just behind us, almost in front of the keyhole, exit keyhole right here. But the interview that he mentioned at El Salvador is, oh, okay, it looks like, oh, that was Mitch?
Yeah.
It was like as good as J-Bay. I was like, okay, I have to say that.
Yeah.
If you guys missed all that, there was this often comparison of Punta Roca to J-Bay. And Jordy just hadn't been there for a decent swell, and he kept saying, who keeps saying this? It's not like J-Bay at all. And then this year, he had that heat where he kind of did that soul arch, stalled, got absolutely drained, came out, and he's like, okay, I see the resemblance. I understand now after all these years. And he retracted his statement as we watch Marco Mignot blow the tail, get stuck, and go down. It's a wave you can't really force it, huh? You've got to really have the right timing, right maneuver selection. Marco's down. Christophe once again.
But you're talking about forcing. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. You cannot do that. And I felt like he had a little bit of that on the previous heat, but he definitely cleaned up on this one. I think he's taking his space more, letting the board do the talk when it's time, and then when he needs to push, he's going for the big turn. So that's why he got rewarded a 6-point ride on that last wave in such a small wave, kind of down the line already. So good adjustment for him, because he has it in his hand. It's just a matter of putting in the work and putting in the heat. So maybe the coach right there, you know, noticing that the score weren't reflecting the way they probably were hoping for, and doing better this time.
Rosie, was it common for you to come down here to watch the event in person, or would you watch it on television back in East London?
No, I did. I watched it a few times, and then also remembering Sofia Milanovic was actually a wild card at this event when she was, I think, 13 years old, and always just been like, these are so impactful, having these events in your home country, being at that keyhole, shoulder to shoulder, walking up the beach with your heroes. It really just opens up the aperture of being like, this is it, like pro surfing, this is a career path, and it's really cool to see your heroes in person.
Well, we have the non-priority heat with a ton of time. I don't know if you guys could see that way at the right of your screen. You see that red jersey? That's Italo. So he's decided to go really high up for this non-priority portion of the heat.
He's running away from everyone because his 5.33 was literally so far down. Probably the most far down surfed wave we've seen so far today. Just paddling back out, catching that 3-turn combo, and now going way up the top. And smart of him, you know, you just want to try and create a little bit of gap in between your opponents. You have 4th priority with the 4th, with 3 of the best surfers in the world. So they're not going to let 3 good waves go by.
And it's interesting, up at the top, sometimes you can get lucky and it can have a different lower road on it where you can actually pass your competitors underneath them, even though they have higher priority than you, and the other heat has higher priority. You might get lucky where they won't be able to drop in and stop your wave in motion.
Well, the only thing he might ruin it for the guys up the top at Boneyards. Yeah. He might have to get kicked out, you know?
Yeah, usually you still have a free surf opportunity at the Boneyard section of the wave. Free surf always happens beyond supers and impossibles all the way down to the point.
And it's nice to see how the surfers are adjusting. We have seen that easterly wind pick up. When we were leaving the house this morning, it was so freezing cold. We packed like our snow jackets just in case, and to see the land kind of heat up so quickly today, you knew that onshore was going to puff up. So just making those adjustments, I think the surfers are really keeping an eye on what the conditions are doing and adjusting as needed.
Yeah, it's all about adaptability in heats, on tour, especially when you're a veteran, kind of redefining your surfing. Super smart for Miguel to just jump onto JS Industries. He is a very active team rider, likes to try out all the models that are available under Jason Stevenson. Coming on tour with Gabriel Medina and John Florence. Back at an old version of the mid-season cut, so Pupo started off at lowers halfway through the year. Marco Mignot is going to roll into this one. Nice patience to start, attacking well. Picking up the board speed on his JS, and now he will come down into a fun part of the wave has to kind of adjust that rail halfway through the turn. Going faster off the lip line again. And now Marco catching up to the end section well, and he likes it. Definitely found a good tempo to start, especially out the back. And now Miguel Pupo responding. Super smooth off the bottom, attacking the lip. Not rushing things, staying in the pocket well. Hand down, man down. And now starting to run after just an inside wall with a lot of foam all over it. He's running out of water in there. That is a scary section. Get out of there, Miggy.
You watched him widen his stance, anticipating that really just intense section. Good surfing out the back, though. A lot of good turns. Adriano, his coach, watching, head shaking.
I don't think he's stoked with the wave selection because, like, as much as he's surfed as good as you possibly could, wave was like very whitewashy the whole time. Felt like Marco's wave had way more quality on it. But it's so easy, you know, like how many times we've said it that, you know, you come on the first wave of the set and it's all chattery because of the wind, and the second one or third one are cleaner, and he did that. Sometimes it's just the choice you do. But this is a massive turn for Miggy. And right here you can see all that noise from the previous waves. Super, super white watery. We call it snowboard surfing, or at least I do.
And all that bubble too, it's hard to set the fins because there's so much oxygen underneath your fins. There's really no water to slice through.
And then Marco, how'd he do here, Rosie?
Yeah, Marco did so well. You can tell there's so much lump in this wave that he's got to kind of try and slice through. Just almost comes undone there. Does well to regather himself and keep that composure for that last hit.
This is a good score for Marco. I loved it. As much as he missed a little bit of that the rail on that carve, he was able to regroup, like you mentioned, and keep himself composed, because it's not easy to do that. Italo getting one of those waves at some part of it. Also kind of a wave that was like a little bit underneath. So, oh, Matt McGillivray trying to pull the priority.
And just couldn't get there. It's one of those ones that just went underneath him. So Italo accomplishing that goal there of kind of getting one from under priority.
But think how smart that was from Matt McGillivray, because that delayed Italo just a touch and he wasn't able to go back around. Like if he would have made around, the first few turns are great and looked like the wave was stacking up, and it hits that inside section when it slows down again and it gets very nice and steep. So very smart of Matty McGillivray to make him pay attention.
And a common theme that I've noticed all day is when the surfers come out, they've just been saying it's so much harder than it looks to surf today. And I think from what we were expecting with the conditions, it's been a little bit tricky today.
Rolling into this one, knifing that section. Local boy, Matty McGillivray, will step off. Matty McGillivray's turned in some heroics over the years. Has even had a perfect 10-point ride for a crazy tube ride at Teahupo. Giant barrel fell out of the sky. We made a bunch of skydiving references in that call for how weightless he was on a scary one, and just showed that he was much more than a point break specialist. We'll watch Matty's again, Jesse.
Yeah, I think Matty's just trying to find like those low rotors without priority that lines up pretty nicely, and he can get a backup going into the priority heat with something to build on, because obviously Italo already has two mid-size scores right there. So smart of him, but just that wasn't the wave yet. Needs to get back out and try to make good use of that the fourth priority that he has right now.
McGillivray falling off at the cut. He's had some memorable moments at Margaret River where he saved his position on tour. Margaret River being that spot for the cutoff the last handful of years has been great for a guy like McGillivray. Big open wall, he can really show how clutch he can be. This year came very close, and it was tough to see him fall because everyone felt a bit comfortable for Matty after he made the final at El Salvador, getting a lot of points there even before heading to the Australian leg of the tour.
And it's hard to be that first person that misses out getting cut, and then you got to change your attitude. You got to straight away be heading into the Challenger Series. So for Maddie, it's challenging. Like, you've been living the dream, you've made finals, and then all of a sudden you cut from tour and you have to think about going back on the Challenger Series and restarting your career.
I actually didn't even think it was possible for him to not make the cut after that final. I was like, oh, he made the final in this event, like he's set, you know, and then all of a sudden it's just very competitive tour. Obviously, no one's really running away too far, so it's a bummer, but you just got to suck it up and have to get back on the grind because that's your only option.
Happened a couple of times with me this past year. Gouveia third at pipe and then falling off as well. Didn't expect that as we look at Italo loading up. Powerful snap to float into a little arc in the pocket, keeping his line strong on that Timmy Patterson and going crazy with the blitz on the finish, landing hard in the flats. Now a big snap throw tail for Marco Mignot. He's getting creative with his maneuver choice. Now he's trying to catch up to some clear water. Made a good effort to get there. Looks like he is just going the distance. He's running out of water. Loading up off the bottom, attacking. And Marco just getting exploded on the inside. Matty McGillivray wrapping on that Channel Island surfboard. Reaching over a meaty section, but Matty lets go of it.
How's that blowtail from Marco Mignot? That was massive. That was a big section.
Marco Mignot getting loose. Drawing some different lines today here at J-Bay. Working out the timing and knowing that he could bring that high performance approach to this classic venue. We'll start with Italo Ferreira on this one, Rosie.
Yeah, Italo is starting to get that aggressive approach, medium-sized wave. He founds that connection right there. So much speed in his surfing, though. Loads up, staying low. Oh, man, that almost looked like it was going to be one of those awkward knee tweak maneuvers. Marco's first turn right here was sick, Jesse.
Yeah, that was incredible from him. The guts to go for that turn right off the bat. Slows himself down to make sure the wave gets steep. Just beautiful, so smooth. And that's what I said. He cleaned up his surfing a little bit from the previous heat to this one, but still keeping the progression and how aggressive he usually is. Unfortunately for him, that wave just kept running away and he wasn't able to finish, but that turn was special. If you combo it up with something else, it's gonna be a big, big score.
Marco trying to crush that end section, worked hard to get there. But that final section of the wave, when you're going that far, when you're running out of water, it's pretty sketchy. Sometimes it reminds me a little bit of the finish at Margaret River where you're running out of room. You can kind of see it coming, but it gets really hollow, and even just the curve of the wave looks really hard just to even do a snap sometimes.
And the crazy thing about it, Joe, is that you have no option. You just got to go for it. Like, those guys, they notice that it's getting to that point, and it gets worse and worse by every pump that they do down the line, but you have to go for broke. You have no room for, you know, nursing anything out here.
And if you're a traveling surfer coming here for a free surf, you don't have to hit that. You kick out. Kick out.
You kick out like a few miles before.
The judges love to see you get worked. Like, they love it. They're like, you're either going to make it or you're going to get worked. But either way, we want to be entertained.
I mean, I feel like everyone likes it, right? As long as they come out, you know, for a next wave and with no injuries, it's a good time always.
You start seeing dry rocks, urchins, currents going different directions, and they're like, yeah, hit it, hit it. Minute 25 left.
You must.
In the heat with Marco and Miguel Pupo. De Souza looking concerned for Miguel Pupo in this one, as he's been in his corner this year. It hasn't been a great venue for Miguel in his career. Round 2 losses, round 3 losses. He's had 3 in round 2 in the past. That elimination round feeling is a tough one. His best result was in 2022, where he got a 9th, so he's never made the quarters. And with Marco improving with his timing and a couple of throw tails, it's almost getting out of reach. We've got Marco with a 6.23 and a 6.0. And 45 seconds to shut it down. So Marco, unlucky in the first round. Had 3 judges having him winning on a 5-judge panel against Ethan Ewing. But Ethan lucky on the averages in his favor. So brought a little bit extra steam into this one. talking to Marco's coach, Jason Aparicio, he said this is all a process in building to be a world champion. You know, this is not just a vacation in the back end of the tour. It's about just building all the tools that you need to be a true world title threat. So one step in the right direction, getting a heat win over a Brazilian veteran, Miguel Pupo. Marco will be reseeded into the round of 16. Italo Ferreira and Matthew McGillivray will now move to the priority heat. And Big Hole Houshmand will be paddling out to take on Indonesia's Rio Waida in the next heat. 40 minutes to score your top two. And Marco will be heading into the beach. We'll take a quick break. The Corona Cero Open J-Bay continues. Right after this, we'll bring in Paul Evans, Jesse Starling, and Kaipo Guerrero for the call right after this.
We'll see in blue, Houshmand. Second in surfing white, Rio Waida. Riding, this is Rio Waida. Big, super spicy. I mean, equipment. A smaller wave that's just really quick through those transitions.
Nature's Valley is about an hour and a half's drive from J-Bay. This is a route that my family and I have driven for many years along the garden route of South Africa. Always wanted to take that road down, a little bit of road less traveled. This is actually where the Kruit River meets the ocean. There's a like Titicaca mountain range in the background. I think places like this really put things into perspective for you. They make us feel small. This is actually one of Corona's 100 beaches too. Got a massive cliff. And this is also where the Archer Trail, which is a very famous hike in South Africa, starts. Super stoked to be here and show you guys around.
Men's elimination continues here at the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. Will bring in Cole Houshmand, big, powerful, goofy foot with a lot of momentum as well coming into this event. He'll take on Rio Waida of Indonesia. Two more contrasting approaches. Let's see who can figure out this lineup and ultimately get out of the elimination round. Overlapping means plenty of waves being ridden. Ocean continues to pulse a little texture on the lip line. Some pretty whackable lips as well for the likes of McGillivray in action here. Trying to make up a bit of ground. And he does that with his first hit, kind of flings his board up there, and then a ton of velocity, arrives late, does it well, and that'll feel good. Two-turn combo for Matt. He's chasing down Italo's, built up a bit of momentum, crowd enjoying it. We're enjoying it in the studio as well. Joining myself, Paul Evans, Jess Starling, Kaipo Guerrero, and we're seeing lots of opportunities go down there, lots of waves being ridden, and I guess at this stage as well, still really early in the event, it's just about staying alive, Jess.
Oh yeah, it is, and it's putting your best foot forward every single time. And I mean, even these overlapping heats, they feel even more high intensity because everyone is catching so many waves.
Italo driving on the backhand. He's had really good rhythm and good read on pretty powerful sections. So much spring in those legs, and he'll just glide with no pumps at all. It looks really nice as he connects here effortlessly. Nice sting off the top, and then look at this bowled out section. A great hit for him, and a little look back as well. He's feeling it. We are too. That's going to be a number. So Italo Ferreira wasted little time on getting a couple of 5s in the non-priority part of his assignment against McGillivray, and then improving from that as well into the 6s. And let's see where this number goes for him. But he looks like he's enjoying himself.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's weird to see Italo in the elimination round. I feel like he's been super consistent this year, always putting his best foot forward, but I love seeing him on these J-Bay walls. I mean, just how technically good his bottom turns are, his entire fin just streaking out of the water here. So much speed carried from start to finish there, floats up and over this section, carries that energy and speed round through that next turn, and he's just so lively when he surfs. It looks like he's about to bounce out of the water off every turn, so he loves the amount of water he was throwing, the amount of speed he was carrying from start to finish. And Rio, he got started here as well, Kaipo.
Yeah, Waida, I don't know if we saw this wave. It's just a replay. Looks like just an in-between wave. He's in non-priority heat and just trying to get stuff going for Rio Waida.
Vader tagging this inside, setting up for a strong finish here. He didn't show much of himself in his opening round heat. He's got a little bit of work to do, taking on Cole Houshmand. This is a replay of McGillivray.
Yeah, a lot of energy on this one from Matty. You can tell that he really wants it. Got to that last section super late, but did well to hold on to that one there for Matty. And, you know, this is your home break. This is your home crowd behind you. You want to be doing well in these events. And then Cole, the big man, he got a bit of power done out the back. Look how much water he throws off his turns. He's so strong, coming off a win as well this season. I mean, second year on tour, he's already had 2 wins. He's pretty impressive and pretty consistent when it comes to how early on he is in his career.
Yeah, it doesn't come by accident for Cole Houshmand. He works super hard on land as well as cross training. So it's not just his surfing. This guy's, like, when we throw around this word athlete a lot with surfers, right? This guy's an athlete. He's big, but he surfs light, and that's because of all of the cross training he does. Here's some live with Rio Waida.
Yeah, talking about surfing light, electric speed and twitches from Rio. Will get to open up. Much better looking section for him. Love the commitment as he just tore through on a rail. And then no loss of speed at all. And goes in for a lip line finish as well. So much, much better. He knew he needed to fire up earlier. A little bit of a shocker opening round. We'll say the heat kind of went on around him with exchanges going down. He wasn't really involved. He's definitely involved in this one.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, he was frustrated coming into this event, has had a run of 17th places. He really wants to break out of this round and not finish with another 17th, because he was really open about it on his Instagram, really disappointed in himself. Everything feels good in the free surfs, but once he gets into this jersey, he seems to be struggling a little bit. But Rio just needs to do exactly what he's done in the past few years that's kept him on tour and got him, you know, pretty big results, including a 2nd place finish at the start of the year. It's just surf and enjoy surfing too. I mean, because when he connects and lights up, Rio, he's lethal.
Let's get down and hear from the big brew, Jordy Smith. He's with Rosie.
Yeah, so great to be standing here with Jordy, and just a lot of action in that heat, and the timeline a bit extended there. So talk us through the evolution of that one.
Sheesh, yeah, a lot happened. We started out pretty well, Luke and I. We got some 7s, and then the Johnny showed up. But we're South African, nothing we're not too used to. Don't know what type it was, but makes it exciting. You know, we went in, I think, 15-minute break. I went in, Luke stayed on the ski, and then, yeah, I was stoked. I kind of just spoke to my old man and to Shane a little bit, got some insight into what I was looking for. I was trying to actually kind of find out what scores we were going to get. Was he going to get the jump on my first wave, or was I? And turns out they were kind of very similar. And then, yeah, I just wanted to kind of try and shut down the heat after that, get a big bomb. And sure enough, got one, pretty much rode it up into my living room. So went the whole way, and I was just stoked to get that wave.
The 933 was special, and what was special about that ride was the crowd's appreciation for it, Jordy. I mean, it's just, you're such a legend here back at home. You're doing such a good job of keeping the South Africans proud. What's it like feeling that energy?
It's incredible, and that's just really what it's about, you know, to inspire these South Africans and the next generation coming through, to see how much stoke they have. We have like almost everyone in South African surfing down here in J-Bay, and so it's just to give them a lot of I don't know, yes, so to speak, and have them go all the way and kind of follow their dreams and do the best they can.
And lastly, I have to ask you about Luke Thompson. He's also just such an amazing guy. Surfing against him in that heat, but you've been a bit of a mentor to him, and also team manager. He rides your dad's boards.
Yeah, I was trying to get him to ride the bog rail board in that heat. But I think he actually broke his board on the last turn on his first wave, but it worked out in his favor that the shark came around. He's an incredible person, really hardworking, and obviously he's come off a big win in Belito, and I've just all systems go. I'm giving him every bit of energy, everything that I have, so that he can get back on this tour. And I told him before we left, I said, I'm going to see you here in 12 months' time, bro. And I really, really hope his dream comes true.
Inspiring a lot of people. Thank you, Jordy, for your time. We'll see you in the round of 16.
Well, now ambassador of a South African servant, he's mentoring the next generation. The day job, though, is wearing the yellow jersey, and he's still wearing it well here in a big scoring heat, high stakes.
I like it. I like it. You know what? When you're in Africa, you don't poke the lion. And that's what you did right there in that heat. 9.43, Jordy Smith. That was incredible. And I like it, too, because that was like a kung fu movie where the master and the apprentice had to battle. And the master still had the upper hand on the apprentice. So that was actually one of the most exciting heats so far in the comp.
I think as well, what a cool relationship between those two. You can tell that Jordy really cares for him and has had a role in nurturing Luke's career and getting here and coming off that big win in Belito, like he said. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Luke here in 12 months as well, and he was surfing like he belonged here too.
Houshmand on the attack, first clip for him. Just a little bit of wobbles off the bottom just from the wave, so unable to just really go hard at this yet. Let's see how the wave will stretch out or go a little soft before doubling up and then run. Houshmand with a bit of fizz as he'll hit the closeout section. Meanwhile, Italo drifts out that tail. Everything has a little bit extra in for him at the moment. Just seems to have certainly an extra gear compared to McGillivray in that heat.
Yeah, it's cool kind of to see the back-to-back different approaches for goofy footers on their backhand. A little bit more snappy from Italo Ferreira, a lot more kind of powery and sitting on that bottom turn for Cole Houshmand. He sits on his bottom turn. Well, Italo, you can see him, he kind of skips through that bottom turn, but here's a replay of Matty McGillivray.
Yeah, I mean, he knows this wave so well for Matty, and you can see just the patience between all of his turns. He's not rushing anything, just 3 beautiful turns put together. Not a single double bottom turn in that, just so much time, so well paced. And this is what you were talking about, Kuiper, a lot of power from Cole here. This is his first time ever competing here at J-Bay, and he looks really comfortable at home. I mean, timing this wave really beautifully, just relying on that strength, that bottom turn and that big explosion up into that top turn that he has in his back pocket. It's incredible. That last turn is a perfect example of it for Cole Houshmand.
And then here's the contrast, right? So you get like a little more skippy with Italo Ferreira. Not even going all the way to the bottom, like triple bottom turn there just for the float, the light-footed. But it's energetic. But it's just a different style of surfing that Ferreira brings. And checking out his boards, there's his coach, Reynos Hayes, this one of the ambassadors of Aloha. Just a good calming effect to the electric kind of personality that Italo Ferreira just carries around all the time. I think it's a good kind of yin and yang that those two have.
Yeah, it's an interesting point as well. Just with this wave in particular, we're used to Italo, big wave count, buzzing around all the time, super active in lineups, hunting waves down, going to the inside under priority. Not really something you can do here at Jeffreys Bay. He's going to have to sort of adjust from what we're typically used to seeing him do. Hey, he's made a final here before. He knows how to do it.
Yeah, I feel like we talk about it time and time again when it comes to this wave, patience and backing your just ability to be in tune with this wave and making the right calls on wave selection, because it really is so perfect. So it does come down to, do you know your lineups well? Are you picking those better waves that have that perfect tempo so that you can just keep going top to bottom? Not a lot of downtime on the ones you want to pick. So it is probably, as far as challenges go for Italo Ferreira, probably one of the places that challenge that mentality, just to sit and wait a little bit more. You know, thinking back to Newcastle back in the COVID year, he got 17 waves in one heat. That is ridiculous. So I mean, like, this is the place where we know he wants to catch a lot of waves. It's going to challenge him and really test his patience, which I think is awesome that every single individual has their own personal challenge with this place. And then Rio, like I mentioned before, the last 6 events he's had 17th, which is frustrating for him. So he's coming into this wanting to put his best foot forward, wanting to crack this round. That's the way to do it. Really nice big turn there. And you can see just so technically good, just textbook traditional surfing. Comes through this inside, doesn't hold back. Big floater to finish there for Rio Wider. He really wants to make this round. Did an Instagram post recently that I really respected from Rio. It's a photo of himself and then a photo of himself now and then covered by a photo of his younger self, and its success is 0% luck was his caption of it. And I just think that really sums up how hard Rio works and how much he wants it.
First priority with Maddie in the priority heat. That's why Italo had to give way to the green jersey of the local McGillivray. Bit of work to do in this heat at the moment. Hasn't really selected ways that have opened up for him, and a little bit of recurring theme on this one so far. Good enough to get the hit into a crumbly lip, but not loads of clean water, and you can just see him looking for those sections that haven't quite cooperated as yet. Talked about the local knowledge, that's good to have, but it's about finding those waves as well, and thus far he's been a little bit frustrated just in terms of what we're hoping for him as well, and in a really tough heat, Kaipo.
Yeah, things just aren't going his way, and he had a late start of this heat, right? So the whole non-priority part of this heat, Italo got kind of a jump on him, and so I think that's what he's paying for right now, is trying to make up, you know, in the back half of the priority part of this heat. I mean, look at this waves. It's going to be hard for him to get back into the heat with this kind of waves. He needs something a lot better than this. Nothing that's like, no outstanding points, right? So, but I can't see what he needs to turn on the screen, so maybe you could tell me.
Yeah, it's a big number actually. He's chasing something huge. 8.43 is that requirement for Matt McGillivray. Couple of solid sixes for Italo. Has picked up some momentum in this elimination round. Well, started with it really, the strong start, and he's just carried on from there. Here's live action of Rio, and really nice flow throughout. Big amplitude to the turns all the way from the bottom board, going through the lip, and then he'll just carve a big roundhouse in a pocket, set himself up again. Just tagging it, timing great for him. It's like a different surfer from the opening round. And he'll just slam the lid as well with a float on that inside section. So even his ways that haven't contributed to his total so far, they've been well surfed and well put together, but that looked like a really nice ride for Rio.
Yeah, that's more like it for Rio. So much energy, and he has this lively approach to his surfing that it almost puts a smile on your face when you watch Rio surf, just how smooth he is and how electric he is. He's got such a unique approach to surfing, and I love when he really connects, and he did on this wave. This is the Rio that we've all grown to know and love. Just so sparky, entire 3 fins, whole tail out the back of that turn. Came on rail, brought it back round to the foam, picked a great wave, a lot of pace, a lot of steep wall through to the end here, slapped that section, critical floater to finish as well. I mean, Rio surf with speed, style, power. I feel like the judges are going to be eating this one up. Look at that turn, so technical. The entire back half of the board completely out the back of the lip there. Re-engage the fins, absolutely no downtime between that turn into this really nice hard carve, back to the that power section. And the judges love when our competitors bring that board all the way back to the foam. It's just that redirection. It's giving them something else to think about. And Rio, that's got to feel good for him.
One of those surfers, isn't it? It's quite hard to pinpoint exactly what kind of surfer he is. You know, he's coming up against Cole Houshmand. He's a big guy. He's really powerful. It's kind of easy to talk about his strong points. In terms of Rio, maybe even we undersell him a bit about how hard he works, and that's not meant as a backhanded compliment because he's got so much talent as well, Kaipo.
No, he's not satisfied with mediocre. He's not satisfied with a quarterfinals. He's not satisfied with the semifinals. We saw that in the Challenger Series. He'd be winning events. He's looking forward for the next one. He was not satisfied in Fiji. He wanted to win there. He's got his goals set very, very high, and that's what winning is all about. The winning is running through the finish line, not to the finish line, and that's what we see with Rio Wider.
Yeah, he's picking up momentum as well in the non-prio heat here. His score, it's an improvement for him, 6.07. So just putting a little bit of a number on Cole. Still plenty of time to go. It's a 6.14. As we turn attentions to Italo Ferreira, 30 seconds to go in this heat, and so far he's kind of stitched up Matt McGillivray. who's still on the wrong side of an excellent number. 8.43 is that number. And Italo, having a little bit of chat, to be bubbly, happy, these two, sharing a nice moment.
Italo's happy when he's winning. Okay, so bravo right there. He'll be real chatty and stuff because he knows he won this heat. Let's be real about it. And, you know, and he deserved the win, so we're going to see him in the round 16. And you know he's irritated just being in the elimination round in the first place.
Definitely. I mean, it's definitely not where we're used to seeing Italo, but I feel like, you know, even though Maddie not getting that wild card run he was really looking for, Italo probably stoked that he didn't get pinched by another wild card this year. That Aussie treble, every single competition he got knocked out by a wild card. So Italo now getting the one up.
Little switch wave on the inside for Italo. Ferreira is blistering start to the season. Went off the boil a touch through the mid part of the season. Let's see how he goes about picking it up here in South Africa. So far, so good. Elimination round past a tricky wild card. We'll keep rolling with the ER here. More live action from Pump in J-Bay real soon.
Houshmand, you're in second position. Your two scores, a 5.93 and a 4.67. So blue, you're looking for a 6.14. Blue, looking for a 6.14. Here he goes, Houshmand, the powerhouse goofy foot. So blue, currently in second. Here we go. Up and riding, surfer in the white, the Indonesian, pops off the back. Meanwhile, we've started with heat number 5 out the back as well. That's red and green. It's Griffin Colapinto. And the Leonardo Muniz.
As we look at Heat 5, the elimination round, Griffin Colapinto taking on Alejo Muniz. And Griff, well, the panel basically decided it on that last exchange with Leo to send him here to the ER. The quality of his surfing was good enough, really, in most heats to avoid it. A dramatic finish was a really entertaining heat. Its form looks amazing. Alejo Muniz showed us signs of his strengths as well. In the opening round, he's going to have to draw upon that because Griffin is really peaking at a crucial time of the season. And Italo sharing some of those positive vibes for the Groms down here. A big crowd. They love to support this event. They love seeing some of the best in the world, a world champ right now, stoking out the Groms on the sands as we'll turn attention back to the lineup. Rio wider with priority and the lead. And now that heat. Number 4 featuring Rio, Houshmand. That'll have priority over Griff and Alejo. Rio's work so far, he's been much, much busier. We talked about his work rate and what it means to him, his career, how hard, how much he puts into it. Definitely paying off just in terms of rolling up his sleeves in this heat and getting real busy. Griff Colapinto will look to do that in his heat as well, early on with a glide over a released tail and then a softer section for him. Colapinto will wrap and then realize a little bit of a wobbly wave. Meanwhile, Rio again got involved in the wave and then a little caught in two minds, got out of there. Priority will go to Houshmand, who's been relatively quiet in this, still 16 minutes, not a massive number that he's chasing down by any stretch, but he will need to show us a little bit more than his high score. Came on his first wave, 5.93. We're waiting for him to fire up here. Let's check out Alejo. Full-bodied approach, and he'll fling everything at sections. Let's see what happens, and he'll go pushing on a rail, pushing pretty hard, and then straight into a bottom turn, and that wave pretty much going right up the rocks here, so no more sections available to him. He'll try and squeeze every single bit of juice and energy out of this wave here. But it's going to be tough against Griff, who's got a really good read on this from what we saw earlier on, but different lineup at the moment, different heat.
Yeah, completely different heat, but Griffin, he really does suit this wave. He has a really nice tempo in the pocket. Alejo here really trying to get some damage done, apply some pressure early on in this heat against Griffin. A lot of speed coming down the line. Pretty shallow bottom turn there. You can see resets, goes really deep on that one, but a lot of foam on the back half of that wave there. So good call for Alejo to get out of there. And then Griff, look at this, surfing with so much speed, comes around to this first section and gets real funky with it. Drifts the fins, pulls it around, up and over the foam. But this wave had a ridge to it. It almost had a high road and a low road. He did really well to drive that carve through that dead section there. You can see how fast and lively that board is, but that wave wasn't really anything of substance.
Again, a replay right here, Cole Houshmand. Trying to get back in the heat, but gets a little hung up right there. So these are a couple of waves that we missed that we're seeing in replay. And we got another one of Rio Aida.
Rio looking alive. I feel like he's starting to build some momentum in this heat after that last wave. It was really fast and electric. Let's see if he can transfer it through on this one. Bigger looking wall ahead of him. Got a really nice carve done there. Massive turn in the pocket there for Rio. Lays into it and air drops out of it there. He's really starting to feel the momentum in this heat. I mean, he's got to keep his cool. He's got to keep it going for the next 14 minutes, but it feels like he's building.
All right, let's get down and hear it from Marco Mignot with Rosie Hodge.
Marco, really great heat there in the elimination round. You had, you know, that kind of buzzer beater loss against Ethan Ewing this morning. How did you kind of rechannel your energy to really attack that elimination round?
Yeah, definitely this morning was a tough one. Just in the last few seconds, I lost from a weird decision. But yeah, I'm just super happy. I said to myself, I felt like I surfed really well in the first heat. I just said, you know what, let's go out there and forget about the past, regroup, accept whatever happened, and just give it my best. You know, like having my dad and my little brother, they crossed the whole planet to come here, and it would have been a bummer to lose in the first round. So that kind of gave me a little drive and motivation to be like, let's go. Yeah, Miguel Pupo was he's one of the best backhand on tour for sure, and I knew it was going to be a tough heat, and yeah, I've kind of had rhythm with my first six and kind of built from there.
And just being a rookie on tour, your first trip to J-Bay, figuring out this wave in such a quick amount of time, how's that been for you?
It's been amazing, to be honest. For me, I feel like it's something I really have to work on. It's my rail game, and coming here like 4 days before was hard. First session I was like, wow, do I even know how to surf? And then second, oh, okay, I got it. And just I built from there, and yeah, I'm really happy to have understood a bit the wave before the comp started, because it's definitely the place where it's an ultimate challenge for your real game, because it comes from transitions to knowing how to time well, and all these little things which I'm really happy to experience for my first year on tour.
And any surf clips that you're watching and surfers you'd like to emulate here at J-Bay?
Definitely a lot. I've been watching a lot of clips from Jordy. I saw Tom Curran too, and for sure Ethan. He's a guy who I like to see. But yeah, no, just a lot of Tom Curran and Jordy Smith.
Good, some really stylish surfers there. Great surfing. We'll see you in that round of 16.
Not a bad couple of role models as we're having a look at action here from Muniz in the green, giving it loads, lays back. Once again, he'll snap in the pocket and just relentless from him. He's tagging it. Sections pop up, he hits them. He'll glide a foam climb for a finish as well. Just wants to get involved in this heat. Doesn't want to sit there and watch waves go on around him.
So far here was hard. No, but if I had the first one, skip the second one, and then hit like upside down, would be 6 points. I missed the speed on the second one, and it was pretty hard to find the link. You know? I was happy you did that because I got the ski, right? Made you take the ski out.
Great insights there as we Ewing in on Italo with Reynas. Meanwhile, still leading this heat, Rio thought about fronting up to a section, just use it as a platform to get it out, but streaking down the line with the flow, still got that lead. Here's a meteor wave for Griff. That's so nicely done with so much polish and finesse. And then let's see if we'll get the double up part and a steeper section. Rail work, pretty seamless. Puts himself in a position to drive the bottom turn and then get going down the line with a ton of speed. Will he get back up? Yes, he absolutely will. Hang up a big float. And again, a great finish for him. That section, pretty intimidating, even for the best in the world. And he's going at it hammer and tongs.
That was a difficult wave to surf, and Griffin did a really good job of stitching up those sections and fitting them in the appropriate times, because right now the high tide and the onshore wind is definitely showing that it's messing up the lineup, okay? And so it's not the perfect J-Bay that we saw earlier today. It makes a new challenge for him, and Griffin is finding a way to fit into those gaps in the wave, and did it really made kind of something out of nothing as we take a look right here with Griffin Colapinto, and just notice how he's able to kind of flare out a little bit, gets the speed on, but he has to deal just with all this warble and stuff, but he still is able to fit in maneuvers in between the warble.
Just how smooth he is on his rail as well. There is absolutely no fumble at all from Griffin. I mean, even in that section, he got a bit of a speed check down the line to get up to that last floater, and that was super critical on a pretty chunky end section there as well, where Alejo, he found a lot of open face on this one. I mean, there's a lot of green water ahead of him. Bit of a slash, gets a little bit hung up on that first one, but that's the moment on this wave where he was really able to open up, pushes hard through that second car, stays in that top third of the wave to get him up through that moment there. Gets in a little bit caught behind though, so that one big hit on that where he laid back into that section, that's where the money turn was. That's where majority of the points were coming from. And then Rio just trying to keep this flow going in this heat, really wants to get out of this rut of 17ths here that he's in. Unfortunately goes down in that second turn, but I mean, these are the benefits of four-man heats. We just, or overlapping heats I should say, we just get so many waves just over and over and over. There is no time for anything else. Get an interview here or there, but mostly just surfing here at J-Bay.
They're coming thick and fast at the moment. We're expecting a pretty healthy number for Griff Colapinto to really get his involvement set up in his heat with Alejo Moniz. Non-priority, the 5th heat, the elimination round. Under 8 minutes to go in the priority heat, and that still sees Rio Wider with a lead over Cole Houshmand, who got his high score a long time ago. First wave he stood up on 5.93 and looking to improve since then. Hasn't been able to. Let's see what he can connect with in the remaining time in this.
Yeah, Coles needs to be patient. He's got priority over all 4 surfers in the lineup, all three other surfers in the lineup. Just got to be patient. Needs a little bit over a mid-range number. He can do it. Yeah, you just got to find one with a clean face and some size to it too. The pace of the wave is no problem right now with the high tide for the backsiders. Like, it's not spinning down the line like it would on a low tide. So there's no sections that he has to worry about beating. It's just about finding a wave with the ample power. And it looks like we got him going right here.
Here goes Cole. Setup work for him. A softer shoulder, and then spanks a section hard. It stood up steep, gave it the treatment again. Super vert, grabs the rail on the backhand bottom turn. And they are probing deep bottom turns, and that's a technical finish that he won't
And
get.
a broken board.
Oh no.
On top of that.
Oh, that was heartbreak right
So if he doesn't get the number here, time's going to really be an issue for him. Snap that board on that very last backhand snap. You could see that coming right there when the nose went down and he had all that front foot pressure on the board. Just snapped it. I mean, this is 200 pounds of power surfing. But I also want you to notice on this replay what I like about how he sits on his bottom turns. And that was a little bobble there, but again, sits on the bottom turn, really digs the heel in. One more time, touches rail. And so I think he might get the number even without the finish here, but the finish would have really been the closer.
Oh, that was exactly what he needed. I mean, that finish, it would have questioned excellence. I mean, he got a lot of damage done. He had really great flow between all of his maneuvers, but look at that. You got that so right, Kaipo. Came down so far on that front foot, and his legs, by any means, aren't small. They are pure muscle, they are strong, and that board just flexed and snapped straight under his feet, and also there was a lot of water coming back down behind him, so it's a recipe for disaster, unfortunately, there for Cole.
Let's get down here from Italo Ferreira with Rosie.
Yeah, we're just watching that last wave from Cole, and there are some treacherous sections out there, especially on your backhand. Can you talk to us about that, Italo?
Yeah, it's pretty hard to find like a clean wall, and then especially when the first wave, it's a lot of the bumpies, and then it's pretty hard to surf, and then sometimes you try to hit the wave, and then it's like too much like white water. Sometimes it's kind of like pretty hard, and but I got like nice couple like turns, and then I made the hit, so I'm so super stoked.
You're coming up against a local person out at somewhere like J-Bay, Maddie McGilvery. I mean, are there any nerves going into heats like that?
Yeah, I was kind of nervous a little bit because in the morning I didn't have a chance to surf. I just had like one wave, and then I was like waiting and then watch the heat, and then I saw like a lot of waves coming. I was like, okay, let's try like surf, you know, like catch every single wave. And then I was like super happy to have like opportunity to surf and then try to make the score. And then I saw Matt jump on the plane in the morning. That was pretty like nice, and then pretty hard like to see like from the tent. But yeah, it was pretty cool. He's a good guy. He surfed really good, and I hope he can make the tour again. And then yeah, it's always like fun surf with him.
So gracious, Italo. Well, we've seen that round of 16. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Rosie. It's all happening down here as we pick up.
Look at
Cole
this.
with a canter up the beach here.
Yeah, Crosby Colapinto step in step with him, give him some encouragement. He did take the lead, Paul, on that last wave.
Yeah, as you suspected, a crucial number, 693. So that'll make that run around and that paddle out a little bit less frantic. He'll still want to have something to say and have some involvement. If there's time left, he'll try and get there for sure, because he'll know Rio doesn't need a huge number. It's 637 is what's being chased down. But Cole breaking that board, but getting the score before he got there.
3 minutes? I don't know. I don't know if he's going to make it out there in 3 minutes. I mean, we'll see. I talked about the training that he's done. He's got a personal trainer, Cody Farah. He's a beast when it comes to fitness.
Slightly different lineup this morning, but I timed Kanoa, and he was 7 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
To get back and get a priority assignment, it took him a full 7 minutes to come in and get around.
Yeah.
So a different tide and, you know, different ocean, but it's going to take a few minutes at least, and you can't really just sprint down those rocks and jump on your board. You need
Exactly. Yeah, you got to work the maze there throughout the rocks, find your own little keyhole, your own little crevice to get out there. So great that you timed it, Paul, because yeah, I don't think it's enough time. So now it's all about the ocean and Rio Waida, 3.67.
So where's his head at?
6.3.
He's all on his own. It's not a big requirement. Rio, we talked about the work that he puts in. Now it's about really maintaining that focus, not getting rattled. Maybe it's weirder when your opponent isn't in the water with you, but it's pretty simple on paper in terms of what he needs to do and the sort of wave that he needs is in between his two scores at the moment.
I mean, he's done it before, and he's got to not let frustration take hold in a negative way. He's got to use it to his positive advantage here.
Oh, good looking opening section. Inside 2 minutes, check the speed. He'll load up here and a float to an exit. So he'll try and stay in contention here, see where he pops out in the lineup. He's got enough wave left down the point if the set does cooperate to give him an opportunity. But that wave, when it stood up, you were thinking, okay, he's going to go to town on this, but he had to just chase it.
I was thinking we're going to see one of those big Rio wider airs, maybe a full rotation into the flats, because he started to widen his stance and really try and pick up some speed down the line, but just getting the better of him that wave. So Rio, I mean, he's still got time. He's trying to get here, but the body language, it's not looking pretty right now.
Rio pulled the trigger there. Now have a look at the watch, and that'll tell him a minute to go in this heat. He's still chasing a number.
You know, we said it in the heat. The patience that Cole had, he didn't need a giant score. it's a priority play, you know, and having that patience to properly play the priority. Found that bigger wave. And he's a fast paddler, and he runs on rocks as well because he's got out there.
Talked about his athleticism.
Wow.
That is impressive.
Smoked that 7-minute mark there. Wow.
Setting a new record here.
New record. Boom, athlete.
That was athletic. I mean, given it's high tide, the wave's further in, but still, just to get over all those rocks and paddle out, wow.
Yes. Takes me like 12 minutes. I stand there really pick it apart.
Oh, for sure.
What moment I'm jumping out. Oh, good on him.
We'll count down here, and Cole is back in the ladder. He won't need to catch another wave. Look at the relief on his face as well, coming off another amazing win in his still relatively fledgling career, and then into the elimination round against a tough opponent who built up momentum, but Cole good enough to keep a cool head and crucially to tee off on a wave and get that 6-9 through. And he will advance out of the elimination round here. Rio Wider will be a little disappointed with the way that panned out, but no lack of effort whatsoever. Houshmand will keep swinging. So we've got another great looking matchup hitting the water and a very special guest into the studio too. We'll be right back.
Priority with red out the back, 19 minutes remaining.
Massive thanks to Johan Frey leading us through those few heats. And well, it's been a good day of surfing here at the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. Day 2 of the waiting period. Getting a little chilly now that the sun is setting. Especially behind all this big infrastructure. I have to say a big shout out to our local organizing team, to Ari Krog and your team behind the scenes. Thank you so much. We didn't think we could get any bigger, and we have. And it is a massive thanks to our title sponsor, Corona, for their investment, as well as to Red Bull as well. Thank you so much. To our other event partners, Coco Municipality, City Karma Water, Tapco, our third sponsor.
Don't forget to get your Corona Cero Open J-Bay merch. That's available in the shop right now. Become a part of this iconic event. The crowd, they're loving it here. They've been in full voice all afternoon. Pretty good reason for that as well, other than the fact that the surf's pumping. Strong showings from surfers from this nation at the moment. We'll bring in Joel Vaughan. He'll take on Zhao Xianka, two electrifying surfers. And it's all about really emerging from the elimination round. And to open this round, we saw a crazy heat with two South Africans. So the yellow jersey of Jordy Smith alongside this guy, Luke Thompson. Mate, welcome.
Thanks, guys. Thank you for having me.
First obvious question, mate, taking on Jordy. Was there a thought in your mind, oh, just let him have the win here. He's in the yellow jersey. He's going for a world title. Let him have it. No chance.
No way. Definitely not. I've been going on trips with Jordy for like the past year, like lots of trips. He's been looking after us and kind of like taking us under his wing, but it definitely didn't stop me. I kind of wanted to give it to him more. Like I even paddled out at Boneyards to get the inside, and then he actually didn't even challenge me, and then I still took off on a wave before the heat. But yeah, it was pretty cool. It was a special moment. Oh, show up now. Good heats in the water.
Here's live action from Zhao Xianka. He's lively, and he'll carve hard on that rail to put himself back. And then a fling off the top. He'll make a shape, and he'll throw loads of spray with that speed that he generated. Taking on Joel Vaughan. Meanwhile, Muniz off the bottom compresses hard and then gets that a little wrong. But yeah, so taking on Jordy out there, the crowd in full voice, and the great exchange to start off the heat as well. You're both up there in the sevens.
Yeah, I mean, we both had a good start. I think you got a 7 and I got a 7.83. And I knew after that, I was like, oh, okay, this is going to be a good heat. I kind of just wanted to like surf. I told my coach before the heat that obviously I wanted to win the heat, but I kind of just wanted to go and let myself surf. I feel like in the first round, I kind of just focused on surfing. Oh, Vaughnie up now. Oh, he's ripping this thing. He's been looking so good in the free surfs. Oh, wow. such a well-matched heat in the water with him and Joao. Oh, that board looks good under his feet. Good wave selection. Oh, that's going to be a nice one. Good wave selection. It's so hard with the tricky onshore winds now to get on those third waves of the set where it's cleaner. It's so much nicer and so much easier to surf. Like Joao's wave, you can see there's a lot more bump. I mean, he did so well through all the bump to like actually surf this wave well. But super tricky to surf when the wind's like this. Wow, that was really well surfed. Good exchange to start the heat off.
And Alejo, what happened here?
Wow, this looks like a good wave. Kind of clean. He's been ripping this whole year. Jeez. Oh, that's a nice little wave. It's a good score. No, it's still going. Ooh. Oh my word. That end section, if you don't get there early, is so scary.
Yeah.
You just get mangled.
It seems that way. You gave us a little bit of a tip, though. You said third wave of the set's kind of the good one. It's kind of the clean one.
Yeah,
I'm sure that's not all the time, but in general.
Yeah, I feel like now when the wind's like this, it's super hard. The first wave is always super bumped out, and you're just like catching all the rails you can to kind of surf it well. It's super hard. Oh, Griff up.
Here goes Colapinto drifting out of the lip. Once again, his flow has been on point throughout his ride so far in this matchup. And he'll go through with a load of speed under this inside. He'll combo up those turns as well. And then just lost control on that very end. We've been talking about how hard it is and how fast that section will come, pretty abrupt. We saw it break a board on Cole. Griff's equipment's okay, but he would have got a little bit bounced there. We saw Alejo just kind of shaking himself off a little bit after getting a bit of a drubbing himself as well prior to that. So 13 minutes and 40 odd seconds to go in that.
Take another look here. Colapinto. He's just trailing Alejo Muniz right now as we're live, but we're going to be waiting for this score. It's probably going to turn the heat back in his favor here. Just finds ways to work between the creases, I feel, in these really bumpy conditions. And that's really hard to do, isn't it, Luke?
Yeah, he surfed super well on that wave. I feel like the biggest thing is to have your timing on point when the conditions are like this. It definitely doesn't look as challenging as it is to surf on the wave. I mean, I feel like everyone thinks Supers is this perfect wave, but it's actually super hard to surf. It's easy to surf, but hard to surf well. Griff surfed that wave really well. Alejo's been shredding. Joel and Joao, their first two waves are really good. In conditions like these, when the wind's like this, it's super tricky. Like your wave selection has to be on point.
Alejo Muniz, 8 years to get back on the championship tour, struggling through QSs and challengers. Luke, are you prepared for 8 years?
Well, I am prepared, but hopefully I don't have to wait 8 years.
I was baiting you right there. I don't think it's going to take you 8 years. You're looking good right now. You're in second in the rankings. I just want to talk a little bit about yourself, you know, and you're coming through the Challenger Series. You're in a really good position after that win in Bolito.
Yeah, I mean, Bolito was a big one. I got there like a month before the event. I lost first heat in Newcastle, and I've been on such a program this year. Like, really wanted to put a lot of emphasis into this year. I've been on this thing for 3 years now, the Challenger Series, and Joel now.
Live action.
Oh, looks good.
From Joel Vaughan here. Clips the lip with glide, and then the white water will just grab hold of him and won't let him get further progress down the line. Looking to make his mark on that non-priority heat number 6.
So the Challenger Series is challenging, right, Luke? Because you don't get a non-elimination round. It's heartbreak out there, and there's so many good surfers on that Challenger Series. Coming into the CT next year, 26, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be elimination from the very get-go.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the whole format change next year is pretty crazy. I mean, taking the cutout is kind of nice because at least you get a full year on the CT, so you kind of get to showcase all your surfing. I feel like there's a few guys that are on the CT that like the back half really suits them, and then there's a few guys that the first half really suits them, and then like it kind of makes it weird then because like guys don't get to show their full kind of repertoire. But now with the full year on display, it's going to be cool because you're going to see a lot of guys like really stand out. Yeah, so I think it's good, but it's pretty cutthroat now that you can like travel around the whole world and lose round 1, heat 1.
But I feel like someone like you is used to that because that's what the Challenger Series is. You know, everything's on the line every heat.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's definitely called the Challenger Series for a reason. So you get a lot more used to it. It's so cutthroat, but you kind of got to accept it and just go for it. I mean, we've all kind of been like catered to surfing, like going for second instead of first sometimes. So I think next year, I think it's 2-man round 1. I don't really know how it works, but I think, yeah, I mean, we're going to get used to it. I think coming from the Challenger Series, you understand how like challenging it is. So it's just going to be like adapting and taking it into the CT, but still long years ahead. And I think, yeah.
Yeah, and you'll have a new challenge on the Challenger Series pipeline.
Yeah, that's crazy. I think it really needed an event like that on the Challenger Series. I think it's super cool to have an event of like heavy water and like like it's obviously got impact because it's pipeline, and I mean like the fear factor of it. I think it really needs that as like a mediator for the CT. It will definitely like shuffle out some ranks, and then you'll get guys that really belong on the CT performing at pipe. But yeah, I mean, the schedule's so sick. It's crazy that we get 7 events from having, I think, 6 events last year. But like Pipeline, Newcastle again, Brazil, Ericeira, like there's pretty much some CT class waves on there.
Yeah, more events, but from your point of view, getting that win, you've still got a bit of work to do. And we saw surfers miss out last year getting a win, and that was with a smaller tour. So still plenty of work left to do for you. I'm sure you're not resting on your laurels, but obviously great to have that momentum early on.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to get a win. It obviously makes it a lot easier, but it definitely doesn't stop you. It's a long year, and I feel like you kind of just got to go back to block 1 and just focus on like each wave, each heat, and try to get your job done. Because yeah, I think you can celebrate it too much and then you get lost.
Having a look at Griff Colapinto, he's got a crazy wave count. He really is hustling in the water right now, and he's loading up with a float, flying over a section, smooths out the bumps. He'll give it a hit off the top, and then he'll carve and slice in a smaller pocket. Colapinto doing loads of work, and he'll get a stab to finish as well, looking to build his numbers here. He's in the lead against Alejo, but there's not a lot in it. That was wave number 12, Kaipo.
Griffin doesn't leave anything to chance, right? I think he just improved upon his scoreline. Another score drop for Griffin, but I think he recognized that he wants to take a lot of swings at it, Paul.
So 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go in that heat featuring Griff and Alejo. Priorities with the Brazilian vet. Not a big number required, pending that score to come in for Colapinto. Actually, it drops. He'll get that marginal improvement, 4.7. He's nudging it up, but nothing like the kind of quality he would have been expecting, and really backing himself as he formulated the master plan for this heat. He's gone not really scattergun, but just super busy, just all over everything at the moment. Meanwhile, non-pro heat, Joel Vaughan floats a section. And then there's a dynamic hit where he goes super vert with the board. At the same time, he'll sting out the tail. So it's flashy, it's fast, it's precise. And he's also looking to build up some numbers here against Zhao Xianka, who will also be having something to say as well. Plenty of time left to go in that one. But if you can build up momentum in the non-priority portion and kind of shift in terms of the strategy, see about that. But Joel Vaughan looking pretty sprightly here.
Yeah, fast surfing from Joel, and you know, you can attest to that, Luke. How quickly Joel Vaughan's able to stitch stuff together.
Yeah, Joel's such a good surfer. Definitely deserves to be on tour. I was so stoked to see him qualify last year. But I'm going to make a big claim now.
I want to hear it.
But I've said this before, and I've had people disagree with me, but I really think that Joel's got the best forehand snap on tour. His forehand snap, that last wave is a perfect example. I've never seen someone that can, like, create such a good turn out of like such marginal little sections. Like even on the Challenger Series, he always did it. But I mean, just on that wave, it's a good example.
I agree with you because I saw him, I mean, on this level, okay, that's debatable, but like on the Challenger Series, for sure, that was one of his weapons because so many times you had to separate yourself, you know, not just head-to-head, but in four-man heats. And even if you're kidding, like in between waves, having that weapon as a forehand snap really paid off for Joel. I agree with you on that one.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's good to have that little pointer difference, and for him, that was definitely a thing on the Challenger Series. His air game's also extremely good. Looks like Leo having a look now. He needs to kind of get it going in this heat, but he's not looking for a big score. That was a nice turn. This way it's going to be hard to circle that bump, but he's doing pretty well. Oh, it just went so fast down the bottom there.
Let's go and hear from Cole Houshmand. He's at Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, Cole, you got exploded on your wave, and that's the same wave that you turned the heat on. Just talk us through that experience.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I knew when the wave came in, it looked like a pretty good wave, and then I just surfed in. You never know what's going to happen here, but yeah, I freaking hit the lip on the end section, and the thing just bottomed out on me, and I just tried to stick it, and the thing snapped right under my feet. And I knew it was going to be a good score still. I didn't know how high it was going to go, but yeah, I was so like in the moment. I did the run around. I was like, try to paddle back out at the bottom keyhole, and I was like, this isn't going to work. So I ran to the top, and it was like, it's crazy in the moment. You don't even think. You're just like, all I was thinking was I need to keep training because I was out of breath.
It feels like every event you need stamina. You guys have been non-stop. Coming off that huge win in Brazil, straight to J-Bay, a place you've never been before. How's that been?
Yeah, it's cool. I love it here. It's like I love going to new places because it's like a new experience, and yeah, I love it. It's like heaven on earth, you know. And I kind of like just from all the travel and stuff, kind of have a blown back. So I really only surfed twice, so I like barely know this wave. But just trying to figure it out in the heats, and you can kind of tell I've been struggling a little bit, but it's not always pretty. So I'm just stoked to grind it out.
I had no idea your back was sore. So the surfing's looking great, Cole. Thanks for the time. We're going to send it back to Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Rosie. Yeah, no signs of that from where we're looking. He looks to be in rude health.
Yeah. Yeah, he was walking up and down the beach the other day while the surf was kind of going off, and I asked him, and Cole, and he said, yeah, about the back and everything. And I told him, hey, man, fly business class, you know, fillet flats. Take care of your back. And he did, actually, on the way over here.
I was about to say,
take care of yourself.
He could afford it. He had a big win now in Brazil. I try to fly business class from Durban to J-Bay, but that's not available.
Oh, mate, that's the life you deserve, you know. That's something you can look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, flat out. I actually got straight on a flight, straight from Bolido, straight here. Pretty much like ran from the podium at prize giving, just made the flight by like 5 minutes, and yeah, straight to J-Bay. He was ripping though. When he was surfing, he was ripping. He always rips though.
When are you heading to Huntington?
I actually haven't booked my flight, but I'm gonna go like probably 8 days early, looking at like maybe flying on like the 20th and 19th. I feel like that's kind of a wave that you want to dial in quite nicely. So yeah, I just want to get there as early as I can and be as prepared as I can.
Yeah, good plan.
3 minutes to go in the priority heat. We're having a look at live action from Alejo Muniz out of Brazil, and he's rallying. He does not need a big number here. That's kind of the surprise in this, really, is how modest the scoring has been. 4.71, the requirement for Muniz at the moment. Not loads of time left to do it, but a very gettable score. A couple of those powerful turns linked together. He's well on his way to that. Griff will have the priority now, and we'll look to improve, but Griffin's been going, what, he said 14 attempts at getting a score higher than just a low mid-5, and hasn't been able to do it, which is kind of surprising from Griff.
I think it's all, I mean, it's all the conditions right now. It's tough out there, you know, when a point gets, a point's only as good as the line on the point, and when you have all these sections, it's kind of not as much of a point.
Yeah, I mean, Griffin's literally one of the best surfers in the world, and if he's got 14 chances to get above 10 points and he hasn't done it, then you know it's challenging.
Alejo will go again here, deep bottom turn, then gives that loads, blows the tail out the back of the wave, and then recovers, gets another angry snap. There's one more, just forcing the issue, busting that rail out of the water, arrives really late to a lip, a little too late for a completion. 4.71 is the question.
May still even turn the heat. even without that finish, it was a smaller wave. I don't know. I'm going to ask you, what do you think, Luke?
I think it'll be pretty generous if that goes into a 4.71. I mean, he's had so many opportunities. I always feel like
Very diplomatic. Very nicely put.
I mean, he served the wave super well, but I just feel like, yeah, it's kind of, you got to be on a good enough wave to get the 4.71, and I just feel like that wave was too small. I mean, he's such a good surfer. I was actually surprised because he's always the most like solid guy on tour. He's like never falls. He's always so solid. And I mean, he's had a couple of opportunities before this that he's fallen on. I think that just also goes into how hard the conditions are. But yeah, I mean, he's surfing really well. He's been surfing well the whole year.
I think you're right.
It'll come in a little under for him. Griff will swing. And he'll go over a crumbly section and then around a corner. And
well,
again.
that's the closer right there.
There it is.
Now there's no question.
Yeah, I feel like Leo kind of maybe got stuck in the headspace of like, obviously surfing heat against Griff, you think he's going to put up 14 points like minimum, and it's just one of those heats where he just like, couldn't really find his opportunity. I mean, that just shows how hard the conditions are. But like Leo probably could have just put some scores on the board, and then it would have been like a different scenario. But I mean, it just goes to show how good Griffin is on that last wave.
Yeah.
Colapinto making short with some sharp surfing. That one's still with the panel. He already had the lead though. It's like Moniz is down on the inside. Luke, it's been great having you in, mate. And now, after your wildcard show, super impressive. The crowd loved you here, but what do you do now? Turn full support crew cheering on Jordy?
Yeah, I'm going to go on the Big Brew support program. I've kind of been on the Big Brew support program this whole comp, even though he was in my heat. He's in my fancy, so he needs to get a big result. We got some big things on the line, so I'm hoping he gets a big result. I think for him, he just rides the energy here in South Africa, so he's looking so good. But everyone's looking good. It's going to be an entertaining comp. I'm going to enjoy it, but I'm going to get back in the training mode. My coach was laughing at me saying we're going to go surf Checkers Beachy now. But yeah, I'm just excited. I want to enjoy it, get back in the program, and just have fun.
Yeah, well, hey, thank you for a very, very entertaining heat. I think that was the most entertaining heat of the day, just with the energy, the crowd, and the surfing that both you and Jordy did.
Oh, thanks, guys. Thanks for the compliment. I appreciate it. Yeah, been loving it. Love it here. I'm just happy I kind of try to finish some waves.
It's been great having Luke Thompson in the studio here. Time for a quick break. We'll keep the action going in the elimination round for the men. We're going to bring in Joe, Jesse, Rosie for the call. More real soon from J-Bay.
Learning how to put fins in. Okay, let's try that again.
St. Francis is actually a lot closer to J-Bay than people realize. It's about a 20-minute drive from J-Bay to St. Francis.
Cape St. Francis is the place you go to when you need to surf a left. I remember getting to one of my first surf contests as a Grom and being so shocked that the wave was going left and I didn't know how to go left. So we came back from that event, had to put in some hours at the Cape St. Francis beach break and learn how to surf a left. One of my favorite places ever. I think some of my best memories growing up are here. Rich marine life, rich in lefts, really good rights too, and such a beautiful little fishing town.
Couple more heats left in the elimination round today as we're breaking this one down. Two surfers that have known each other for a very long time, both from the island of Oahu. Seth Moniz and Baron Mamiya, often traveling together as well on tour, and this tends to happen. You go head to head with a lot on the line for Baron. He wants to put himself with a chance to be in the world title race. For Seth, he had a big goal to start the season to win his first championship tour event. So both are going to be swinging for the fences in this one. Joe Trappell, Rosie Hodge, and Jesse Mendez here for the call as we just got to chat with Luke Thompson as he left the studio. What a bright future he has in front of him. What a class act. That was fun to hear more of his story in that last heat.
Yeah, just so rad. He's got so much to be proud of. He put on such an amazing performance, keeping pace with Jordy, and he just said, you know, that's a heat of a lifetime, coming up against world #1 Jordy Smith in J-Bay and going wave for wave.
And for sure, someone that he looked up to over the years. Obviously, like, he's one of the best in juniors in the world right now, and Jordy just the last 15, 18 years just putting on amazing performances and putting the performance to the highest level. So it's really fun and exciting to watch the new generation coming up and stacking up against those big names.
Here we go. Let's get caught up in this one. João Chianca getting the roll in on this wave, Rosie.
Yeah, that's a tall wave and some big sections there. Well timed with that floating maneuver. Coming around, you can tell that the conditions are really tricky at the moment. Lots of chop up the face with that easterly onshore wind. And this is a chunky looking wave. I mean, we've seen some heroics on the end section. Let's see if he can really attack this last section. He winds up, smashes that one and rides out. That was pretty insane, Jesse.
Yeah, that was very impressive. And even the cameras like that are usually very well positioned. Like, he was from behind. He probably rode that wave all the way to the inside, and it was a chunky, big wave. So it's like a messy wave as well for Joe Vaughn, a little bit flatter as far as pockets and curve of the wave. So he kind of has to just manage to try to keep the speed down the line. Now it seems like it starts to, no, not really. It doesn't really give him the opportunity. So definitely João getting the best out of that exchange.
And also Baron Mamiya getting a wave in here, Rosie.
Yeah, just tags it off the top there. Good to see Baron in good health and surfing strong. I know that he dropped excellent surfing in his opening round. Just going through the motions here, you can definitely tell there's maybe a little bit of tentativeness in his surfing, but that was his opening. That was kind of one of the first waves, and then Seth going down there.
Baron Mamiya having the injury to his knee over at lower trestles in the heat with the goat. Got the winning wave against Kelly, but it was hard to see him limp into the beach. You know, had it checked out, and they're actually thrilled to see it wasn't as severe as they thought it might be. And in Brazil, you could tell his first heat, he felt it out, you know, and then he was like, wait, it still feels okay. You're kind of learning to trust it and seeing what you can get away with. So Baron working with Luke Egan, felt he was in a good place. And then, yeah, like you mentioned, excellent scores. He was in the heat with Felipe in the opening round, and he got really barreled. Anytime Baron's getting barreled, he's pretty happy.
Mostly when you're telling Baron's getting very barreled, because like his standards are pretty high. He's probably one of the, I mean, he might be the best two-bratter on the World Tour right now. So I was actually having a chat right before Luke jumped in, and he was like, we were looking at the ocean, and he saw this kind of wind getting stronger and creeping even more than he was a little bit ago, and he was like, I did not want to be surfing right now because it's just so tricky. The speed, he was telling me that the speed that the wave pushes you down the line for you to maintain traction with the fins and with the rail, it gets even harder. So just very tricky moments for the surfers. They're just going to have to adapt to the situation that is in front of them, and it is what it is, you know. Changes moods.
We're on this together. It's interesting, right? When we got the forecast delivered, we're going, oh, awesome, we're finishing tomorrow. And yesterday, you know, it looked like a clear day on paper where you're running, you know, all day long. We ran 4 heats as we are adapting to the wind this afternoon along with Joel Vaughn. I did see Renato Hickel downstairs, and that big swell towards the tail end has actually improved a little bit. And still, you don't want to count on too much like we kind of did at the start of this event. As we watch João Chianca making the most of these sections. Carve then off the top. Always putting a lot into every single turn. Finds the wrap into the pocket. hard wave to surf with the wind and all that foam on the face, but he'll find a way to finish up nice and clean. So challenging ride, but doing really well to complete it. He's trying to better a 5 in the heat with Joel Vaughn. That's the priority heat. Joao Chianca has given us a lot of fireworks since he qualified for the tour, like really impactful moments. Even when he fell off tour, he had some of the most talked about heats in his rookie season. As we'll start this replay from the sky, Rosie.
Yeah, just some more foamy face to work with. You can just tell that engaging those fins, like you mentioned, Jesse, has been pretty tough. You want to push as hard as possible, but still, you know, maintain your composure on the board. And I think a lot of the surfers are finding that challenging, but going through the motions and getting that ride complete.
Yeah, and it's like you just mentioned, and there's a borderline of how much you can push. And when you're talking about perfect J-Bay, like we had a few hours ago with the winds being offshore, you can push as hard as you want pretty much. But when it's like this, it gets very tricky.
This is Baron Mamiya picking a couple of points to carve, finding the whitewater section there, Ro.
Yeah, just finding connection on this wave, trying to figure out the flow. Hits it up the top there. Lands that one. I will say, even chatting to Cole in that post-heat interview, saying he has that little bit of a back injury, and thinking about if you do have any niggling injuries, these would be really tough conditions to surf in, because the chatter that's going through every joint of your body, it's uncomfortable.
And one thing that we're probably going to notice with this increase of the texture of the water is less rail time. Like they're going to cut the turn short because you can't really fit the rail throughout the whole wall of the wave and the canvas that you have in front of you. So you're going to see the surfers trying to find clear water, but even though they're probably going to keep things a little bit tighter and just trying to time it perfectly so you get that explosion out of the lip to make things look bigger.
Joao Chianca jumping off the Red Bull ski. His rookie season fell off at the cut, finished 29th in the world, and then was sent back to the Challenger Series, something he didn't even want to think about. It just was really different. You know, the mid-season cut was kind of a new thing at the time, and it was, I think the first version of it might have been the most devastating. To walk into the Red Bull Athlete Zone, how emotional it was. It was kind of hard to even be near that space at that event, because no one really knew what it meant at the time. It was like, is this my career being over? A lot of them realized, like Chianca, like Fioravanti, like those that have come back stronger, Molly Picklum, that it was actually just the beginning in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and you work your guts out to be on this championship tour, and like those first few events fly by, and especially being a rookie, chatting to everyone, even at this event, going to places for the first time, trying to figure it out. There's just so much that goes into it.
Those famous heats that Joao had with John Florence, you know, at Pipeline, John's backyard. He really made a name for himself at that wave. You know, as a rookie, you go through that at every stop. What can this guy do here? But especially at Pipeline, where we got to see what he was made of.
I mean, I've obviously knew that side of Joao for a while, because he was surfing Jaws, no kidding, when he was 13 years old. He was just a little grown, so I knew that definitely had a few loose screws in the head. But for you to perform under pressure against someone like John on a jersey on the biggest stage, that's the toughest thing you can do mentally. So props to him. And I think that even though he fell off the tour, he knew he deserved to be there with performances like he had. So got back right up, made the finals next year.
His brother Lucas Chianca, one of the best big wave surfers really of all time, and spends more time than most at Nazaré in Portugal, because you get so much consistency with big waves. Joel Vaughn needing a 5.51 to catch up with Chianca, who has some talented surfing brothers as well. But for Chianca, he was really grateful that his brother Lucas called him and said, okay, you've been cut, you're a rookie on tour, let's go to Tahiti, it's bombing. And it was all part of the process to recover from that devastating feeling. Chianca had the wild card in Brazil later that year. He said he wasn't even ready to see the tour come to town. He was taking it that personally, falling off the tour. Came back, finished in the top 5. So impressive. Let's hear from Griffin on the glass with Jesse Starling.
Griff, you've surfed so many different phases of J-Bay today. I mean, this morning, such a close call in pumping conditions to grinding it out this afternoon. I mean, it's been a big day, but you got the job done.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, after I lost to Leo in the first heat, I was going, oh, I'm psyched to surf J-Bay again. Like, let's do this. And then paddle out of the wind just like started howling on shore. It got so hard. And my wave selection totally just went out the window. So, yeah, it was a scrappy one, but got away with it.
Griff, I want to talk to you about your year this year, because at the start it was a bit of an emotional roller coaster. You didn't know if you were going to make the cut after the first couple of events, and then you've come back and been on this excellent trajectory through this back half of the year. What's keeping the mojo going? What's keeping the flow just coming your way? Because you seem really confident in yourself.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a radical year for sure. Just started off with like 3/17 and a 9th and so far behind, and it was weird because I felt like I'd been doing the best surfing I'd ever done, and like my training wasn't wavering. I was dedicated as ever, and sometimes just the oceans, you know, the ocean calls the shots. That's what I've been saying this back half of the year. So yeah, and then it seems like this back half, like things were so going not in my favor at the start, and now like those little moments where I do blow it a couple times here or there, like I can get away with it right now. Like even that last year with Alejo, I had a couple moments that I fell on a wave, a couple of bad wave selections, but still was able to get away with one. And that's just like the spirit of this WSL tour, you know. It's just, you got to keep your head in the game. It's a marathon, and stay dedicated and excited all the way through.
And let's talk about J-Bay. You've had a lot of 9ths here in the past. You never quite cracked that 9th place finish. Your surfing suits this wave. You have everything it needs. You can ride barriers. You've got a great air game. You've got great rail game. What's it going to take to get you deeper in the draw here this year?
I think, yeah, like I said, ocean calls the shots. So I'm just going to trust that and, you know, just back myself. And I'm just excited to surf J-Bay again. You know, that's the dream. It's like, if you lose a heat, is like the sad part that you won't get to surf again. So, yeah, I'm just going to be grateful for my next opportunity.
J-Bay always wins at the end of the day. Thanks, Griff. Thank you.
Love it. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Griffin. Yeah, close one against Leo. Didn't get the score. Different conditions, tough onshore, and a battle with Alejo Muniz. Alejo, who's been established as a multiple-time finisher on finals day, had 3 quarters in a row, and that's what Griffin's trying to achieve for the first time. So big heat win there for Griff to keep this run alive. Like Jesse mentioned, tough start to the year, but came off a final in Rio, finaled in Margaret River, semifinal at his home break at Lower Trestle, semifinal at Bells Beach, and all of a sudden he's getting very close to being in the top 5 again.
And that was just such an insightful interview, just hearing how, you know, those little things that weren't going his way now falling in his favor. And it really is just the battle that is surfing and just keeping that positive mindset.
And like you mentioned, keeping the positive mindset, it's very important, because as soon as things starts going south for athletes, people start to question what are you doing, if it's right or wrong. And like he said, sometimes there's nothing wrong. He's put in the most work that he's ever done. Nothing has really changed besides him wanting more. It's just not going his way. So you really got to make sure you're positive and confident on yourself so you can keep pushing hard, even people going against you.
All athletes can get in their head a little bit. Sometimes you're changing your sticker placement and trying to find your magic bar of wax. Griffin just sticking to what's been working, and now it's coming his way. Getting through a couple of sections is Joao Chianca, but he'll slide out. Priorities with Joel Vaughn. 3 minutes to go. And Joel holding priorities as a good opportunity to get through this heat, chasing down a 5.51. And looks like Joel is going to go for this one. It's going to roll underneath him. That'll give Seth a chance to ride this wave in the non-priority heat. You can tell how tough it is to perform. Sticky rails. That one looked a little bit nicer, was able to open up a bit. He likes to throw the tail out for an exciting finish, but that one's going to be incomplete. Seth looking for a big result at J-Bay. It's been stuck in this round in the past, but a real exciting surfer when he connects with really good waves. can fly down the line just as fast as anyone on tour, has explosive maneuvers that he could bring, but you could tell this one took a while to really open up for him.
Yeah, and there were a couple moments there where you think he was going to lose it, and he kind of regains that composure, gets that rail set. Just trying to find that balance of sending it. Almost makes this one, Jesse, and just hucking it in such a difficult section as you watch it kind of come from both sides.
Now a nice section there for Joel Vaughn. Important wave as he's trying to pull this one off, maybe at the buzzer. The Australian rookie attacking the lip line, extending that wave into a foam climb, but he ends up falling on that turn. But he had a real clean wall, picked the right wave to try to make a comeback there.
I think he pulled the trigger at the right moment. Actually, perfect moment. That wave looked very clean. My only concern is that third turn got a little bit sticky and didn't made him not keep the flow for the closeout and ended up getting stuck. But this beautiful first start, generating projecting speed down the line. Second one again, and this one the wave slowed itself down. You get a bit sticky, stomps on that back foot. The wave has a little bit of chatter in front and just doesn't keep the rails clean. Judges are going to pay attention on that, so I'm not sure if that's going to be the 5.51.
Now Baron Mamiya throwing the wrap into the pocket in the non-party heat with Seth. Hits it off the top, finding a nice space to drift the tail. Tough to throw in variety, and a finishing move like that. Great job for Baron Mamiya. Called up Luke Egan in the offseason. Decided he wanted Luke's help to fill in the gaps. So a lot of the events on the road, especially with Luke's success as a competitor and a coach. As we see with 16 seconds left, Joao Chianca getting his last wave of the matchup with Joel Vaughn. Goes down the wrap and cut back. Gets out in front, throws some water off the rail. Nice rooftop float, but he can't hang on. A tough transition in the flats for Joao Chianca.
And that's a very scary, awkward fall when that back foot comes unglued as you landing off the floater. Kind of do the splits like Italo have done it before, obviously way worse. But it's always scary to fall that way.
So Joao Chianca probably felt the sense of urgency, knowing that Joel Vaughn had just got a dreamy wall all the way through. Joel Vaughn has a 5.5 and a 4.53, waiting for his last score to come through. And Joao Chianca trying to throw in a last wave just in case he needs it, as we wait for that decision from the panel.
Yeah, Joao surfing like he needs that score on that last wave, and yeah, you can seriously injure yourself when that back foot slips off like that on that floating maneuver, but he's putting everything into it. The indications of those last few waves that we saw ridden, it just seems like it had improved a little bit. Like those last like Seth's wave to Joel's to Joao's looked a little bit better, and Baron Mamiya too. I really like this wave from him.
Yeah, I loved it how he embraced that last turn. You know, like a nice blow tail to finish things off. You know, see him projecting a 9 and down that section right there. Instead of like, you know, maybe putting yourself a little bit over your heels, he got the blow tail done. Looks like someone went for a Hail Mary air right there, Joe Vaughn, but coming up stuck. But he embraced it, kept himself on top of the board throughout the whole time with all that noise on the lips. So very impressive from Baron Mamiya to finish it off that way in the conditions we have on offer.
Seeing Joao Chianca, very important wave to try to stay in the event here. And slicing in the right places. And that was just the awkward fall. That's always scary to watch, those free-falling floaters. Joao waiting for the result. His waves are in, 3.53, 2.2, 1.5, 5.0. Joao's keepers have been the same for a long time now. 5 and a 6 he got on his second and third wave of this 40-minute matchup. The one score we're waiting for is for Joel Vaughn. The rookie from North Shelley Board Riders in New South Wales. Coming up with some big performances this year. Incredible air game, but showing us that he's got everything on the open face as well with big combos. Joel's already got a crew of young surfers giving him a little escort up the beach. Let's watch this one again here. We got Baron on the finish. This was just the fall. from Joel Vaughn.
And we are way down the beach on that one. And I think even when we're watching the guys surf, it's off that car park section and a little bit further towards Impossible. So it's been interesting watching the positioning, because you've probably been warming up on one part of the reef and the section of this wave, and then having to reconfigure as the day's gone on. And we're just seeing Joel waiting for those scores.
So the important one was the combination of turns on the wall. Low score of 4.53 at the moment. So Joel Vaughn chasing a 5.51. Chianca's scores are all set. Didn't change his total with the 5 and the 6. Winners get reseeded into the round of 16. Both these guys on different roles in their times in their careers. Joel came off a top 5 finish, had the scary injury at Pipe, had a long time off to finally start surfing again, then start competing again. Chianca represented Brazil in the Olympic Games and had one of the most sensational performances in the heat with Ramsey Bukiam in giant chokes. And this year just trying to find the flow again. Got past the cut, hasn't really been in the talk of a world title threat this year, but he's working hard for it. As you can see, the tower there and all the priority screens. Judges are in that top floor of that contest area. They got a great view at J-Bay. They got big monitors to check out replays. As we'll watch this one again from Joel Vaughn.
Yeah, really nice wave from him. Tags that lip line. It just had a little bit more structure to this wave. And Joel capitalizes on it, needing that mid-range score to turn the heat.
And this was the wave where he went for the climb and fell.
That first turn was great. Like a lot of finesse, using that back foot to press on the tails and get a good release out of it. Combo it up well, just didn't finish. It's gotta be right in between João's smallest score and João's highest score, which is that finish close, that big closeout that he finished on the bigger wave.
It's almost better just to kick out after that second last turn, instead of trying to fit that foam climb in. Just finish clean, wipe your hands of it, and see, this is taking a while. He's already up at the athlete zone.
This is one of probably the most time the judges have taken in a heat in a long time.
Yeah, that's true. It is a very close heat, so I'm glad actually they're taking their time. But usually comes down a little bit quicker. They're probably having a look at all the waves that matter in this heat, which is João's 5-point ride, 6-point ride, and Joel Vaughn's 5.5 to get a comparison.
And that's the main thing for judges. They'll take their time. If they want to relook at the top scores of the heat, they can do that.
I bet you he's lost feeling in his arms. You know that adrenaline when you're just waiting and waiting.
Takes forever.
Now Joel chatting with J. Bottle Thompson.
I just hang clean.
Nick would have got it. Yeah? Oh, you got it, yeah. It's there. It's definitely higher than 4.
Yeah, I know.
Joel's dad saying it's right there.
They want to rewind it.
Yeah, go to the surf line cam.
Surf line rewind. Go check it.
Oh my God, I'm recording for that.
No, you see it?
I didn't see it.
Go to the surf line. Tell them to go to the surf line cam.
So a little bit of time for the judges to check out every angle of those top waves. Definitely having a long discussion upstairs, and Joel's just waiting for the outcome. João Chianca waiting as well. He had the 6 and the 5, but Joel Vaughn's going to wait to see if he did enough. Meanwhile, time's still ticking away for Barron and Seth, as they've got the whole lineup to themselves in this overlapping format. Connor and Al Cleland are waiting for their horn to start as we look at some more replays here, Rosie.
So mid-range 5 is what he needs, Joey. What's the number?
He's chasing a 5.51. We're looking at the last 2 waves for Joel.
Yeah.
So you think about the surfing that they've done. They've already got mid-range 5s. That's looking, I mean, right there. And I think that's why they're really contemplating it.
No, it's... Yeah. This guy keeps moving. It's this next one. I was right in front of that dude. I did it.
Your round took off on the wave after what is 3 and they started swimming.
Yeah. It's because he took off on a 1 and turned it into a 6-5. They didn't expect it.
So Joel Vaughn waiting for another wave. The wave where he did the turns and fell in the climb was scored at a 4.53. The 0.8 was an incomplete error. And there was one more wave ridden that we're now starting to see activity on the computer screen. So that was the hang up there.
Get on the rewind. Is it on there?
Imagine surfing.
Why don't they just do a survey? Like ask 50 of us, and if we all say you stop the full rotation.
So you can hear the conversation there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Joel Vaughn found a little moment for himself right before the heat came to a close.
So they saw you land.
And the judges wanted to make sure they had the right angles on everything. So this one taking a long time to sort out.
I'm cold. I'm getting in this hot tub. Yeah. Oh. No way.
After a long wait, the score that they're waiting for just came in at a 5.27. Joel and the whole crew with supporting him, all with the feeling that he had done enough on a wave that was ridden somewhere down the beach. Joel Vaughn ends up being upset after quite some time. And Joao Chianca will survive with a 6 and a 5.0. Heat number 6 comes to a close after a very long time of deliberation from the panel upstairs. Moving on. Baron Mamiya, Seth Moniz still have priority heat. Connor O'Leary, now Cleveland Jr. are paddling out now.
In the red heat, we've got Baron Mamiya in the lead. Seth Moniz in second. The scores to come through for both those surfers. And riding, this is Al Cleveland in white. Stepping through the zigzag wave.
Looking at this view here at Jeffreys Bay, never gets old. It's a beautiful Saturday. Got here at sunrise. We'll watch the sunset here on the Eastern Cape as the last heat of the round is ready for action. Big, powerful, goofy foot representing Japan, growing up in Cronulla in Australia. Connor O'Leary, world number 15, takes on the first surfer from Mexico to be full-time on the championship tour. Rookie named Alan Cleveland Jr., son of Al Sr., who had a nice little pro career. He got a lot of shots in the magazines, loves to get barrels, still loves to surf with his son. And just like Connor's parents, these surfing families create world-class surfers. Now they're here at Jeffreys Bay looking for a spot into the next round. Baron Mamiya and Seth Moniz just had a quiet one for a while we were settling the scores from the previous heat. Baron's out front with a 6.17 and a 5.33. And Seth Moniz is in the second spot, needing an 8.17 to try to extend his trip here in South Africa. Seth's brought some good friends with him from Hawaii. He's got his coach, Doug Silva, bringing the good vibes. Seth hasn't been really in that world title talk this year. but he's focused on winning an event. And Barron's, you know, really for the first time had a full year as being a world title threat. He's been in the yell in the past, especially with how good he is in Hawaii, finding so much consistency this year at some of the venues that he wanted to work on. Important heat for Baron Mamiya to put himself back in the top 5. See him coming off the top there. Little float. Driving down the line. There's a lot of white water crumbling down, and finds a way to fit in a final turn. Shows us that he likes it with the fist pump, and here comes Seth to answer. Big snap there for Seth Moniz. Well timed, put a lot of power in it. Felt good.
Yeah, that was just so sad that he didn't get another opportunity on that one, because that was a super impactful turn.
And now Connor O'Leary lighting up a section. He'll go down. Just saw an opportunity to maybe get one quickly under the priority. Certain surfers just really thrive in this format. You know, when you have all kinds of time, they can almost settle into the first half as a free surf a bit, kind of look for things they wouldn't in a normal heat. Jesse, how do you break it down, this overlapping format, as far as strategy when you kick off on the non-priority side?
I think it's just a good opportunity for you to try and find a backup. I think a lot of surfers is just trying to maximize the opportunity that they have in front of them, as far as expecting not to get the best waves that comes, because there's going to be obviously at least other two guys with priority on top of you. So if you're able to, on a condition like today, if you're able to get a 5 or even a 6-point ride, you'd be laughing right now. Like, it's very tricky. There's not many good waves of quality. So I would say try and get a backup. And if you get close to your heat to be started, maybe, you know, if you sit priority in your own heat, just wait for the clocks to run out for the other heat, and then you can, you know, be a little bit more selective.
5 minutes to go here for Baron and Seth. Chasing a 7:07. Connor O'Leary and Al Cleland Jr. just getting started. We'll be setting up the round of 16 for the men's. The quarters are already ready for the women, even a rematch from the final from 2023 with Molly Picklum taking on Lakey Peterson. Rematch from the world title race showdown last year. Caroline Marks and Katie Simmers. We'll watch wave number 5 ridden from Baron Mamiya here, Rosie.
Yeah, Baron just keeping that lead. Another good little wave from him. Finding that low road. Hitting it off the top there. A lot of spray. Whoa, does well there. That finishing maneuver, really strong. We'll see if it improves the situation.
Yeah, that's some good surfing from Baron. Like, a lot of drive throughout the lip. He was projecting down the line very nicely, and this looks like a different wave that he probably caught down the line. Get up and vertical once again. All those lip lines that he's doing, connecting very well timed, and projecting, generating speed and amplitude through the turn. So previous wave is going to be a healthy score for him, no doubt about it.
Al with some just casual moves down this cornering right and then stepping off. His first trip to J-Bay, and he's had more memorable rides than some that have been here for a decade. You know, got here for that first swell. One of those guys that had an instant connection with this place.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. And I feel like everywhere that we've stopped on tour, Al just seems to be like, this is my favorite place in the world. This is my favorite place in the world. He's like, just that happy-go-lucky kind of character. But it's cool. The rookies are adapting to J-Bay so quickly. I definitely think this is a place that suits Al, and also his stature. Just having that kind of heavy-footed approach, but also being able to adapt with the conditions is an advantage.
Yeah, I agree with you, because like with so much chop, obviously he's going against someone like Connor O'Leary that is very heavy-footed as well, but it's definitely better than being light-footed and, you know, kind of moving your board all the way around. So good point there, Rosie.
Connor crushing his sections, always winds up with so much power. Had to be a little softer on his final turn, as it was a soft inside corner. But definitely one of the most powerful competitors on the championship tour. He's been around a lot. You know, he's had some tough losses. He's had to fight on the Challenger Series, had a crucial win in the southwest of France over Michel Perez to get back on the top 34. Working with Richard Dog Marsh, who's known him basically his whole life. Dog from Kanoa. His coach moved to Europe, became kind of a scout for the Billabong team for many years. And now Dog, just one of the best coaches in the game. Watching Connor on this one, Rosie.
Yeah, just attacking that lip line. Love the way that those fins release there from Connor. And I think these kinds of waves, so tricky to surf on your backhand. You really got to stay tight to that pocket.
And try and find clean water too on your backhand. It's kind of tricky with the conditions. But as soon as you do, you can get up vertical a little bit easier. So like overall you have a disadvantage, but if you find that clean water, you're gonna be stoked because you can get a little bit tighter than the front side, easier.
Down to 1:22 on the priority heat. Two surfers from Hawaii battling it out for a spot in the round of 16. The high seed is Baron Mamiya, S-ing his way through some pretty smooth open face for how turbulent it's been. Quick little decision to go for a little power gouge into the pocket. Leans back into the next one. Now the lip showing up and crushes a finish. So Baron responding to some fun sections in front of him.
For the conditions today, that's excellent surfing. And I think his wave selection's been insane. And just, I think he thrives in pretty like tricky, chunky waves. I know
wild conditions.
Wild conditions. I know that him and his friends like to surf like Keiki Beach, which is kind of a novelty wave, and almost like surfing those kind of waves that are tricky is probably an advantage on a day like today.
I'm with you. I felt like he should be getting a little bit more score than he should have on the previous wave. He's been surfing attacking mode, which everyone's trying to find just clear water, and he's pushing the back foot, finding good waves, and the finishes have been impressive. You can notice he board slide that last turn, kind of gets a good grind off the lip, and then puts a weight on the front foot. Beautiful surfing from Baron Mamiya on that the last heat itself.
That was impressive. Great performance from Baron. Already has that heat won over his good friend Seth Moniz as we watch Al Cleland Jr. laying back into that finishing section. It's a common turn that we've seen from Al this year on tour. As Seth and Baron just came to a close, all scores are in. Seth's going to get a ride into the beach, and he'll prepare for one of his favorite events on the calendar, Teahupo in Tahiti, the end of the road, where he's shown up on finals days, on some of the scariest days we've had out there. And we'll see if he can win his first event of his career at the last stop of the regular season. Baron Mamiya will move on to the round of 16, and we will be finishing up the day with Connor and Al Cleland having the lineup to themselves, Rosie.
Yeah, we're going to finish just on dusk here. I think the sun's going to set around 5:30 today. And also just on about the high tide. I think it was like 4:54 that we saw the high of about a 5-footer.
I wonder if that's why we've seen a little bit more improvement on the waves, maybe getting a little bit more clear. You know, like with the lower tide and wind, usually it's not a good match. So a little bit more water makes things a bit smoother sometimes. So the surfer's actually getting better waves in this last heat and the heat that we have on offer now.
So Baron trying to fight back, hurt himself in the heat and lowers, and has been managing that knee pain. He said he's feeling great, and he wants to get a spot back in the top 5. He moves on, and we'll finish up the day with Connor and Al Cleland right after this.
After that,
Welcome back to the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. We're in the last heat of the day, but the fun is not ending because we're going to have the Corona Cero post-show right after this to wrap up all of today's action. It was epic action. Jesse Mendez, Rosie Hodge, they're going to be joining me at the Corona Cero post-show. Remember, Corona Cero, 0% APV, all natural ingredients, and it best drank with a beautiful lime. See you at the post-show.
Looking forward to it, Kaipo. Always in a great place at every venue on tour. Kaipo will lead you through some drama that we've had here on Saturday and some brilliant highlights as well. A lot to discuss. Maxing out the day and the daylight. So we're going right into the Corona Cero post show in about 16 minutes. Connor and now their goal is to jump into the highlight reel in the last heat of the day. As we're looking at some good numbers in this one, Al does have priority. He needs a big score now, an 8.67. Connor O'Leary just got a 7.5. Also has a 6.0. So Al needs got some work to do in this one. Things move so quickly with the overlapping format, and just like that, Connor just took over.
Well, thinking of their recent history, I mean, the same round happened at Lower Trestles, and Connor dominated that one against Al Cleland. I'm sure Al would love to get redemption from that, but Connor taking control of this heat.
He's trying to listen right there. Like, it's very tricky for the people, surfers that never obviously been on a heat before. You know that very well, Rosie. Like, when there's onshore winds, obviously it's blowing the sound away from yourself, so it's very tricky for you to listen, and he's trying to put his ear outside of the water to try and listen to what happened, but this is a 7.5.
What'd you see here, Rosie?
Just attacking big sections, great wave selection on that backhand, impeccable timing. I love all the spray too. I mean, he's finishing that turn and the spray is still hitting the outside of the water as we watch Al Cleland winding through this one.
Definitely cleaner waters. We've seen it so far in this last 20-30 minutes in the lineup, so giving the surfers a little bit of a more opportunity right there. That was a great turn, but unfortunately sometimes you do great turns, but the wave doesn't help you with the spray and to make it more dramatic and appear more for the judges. Mostly so much noise it's happening, there's so much going on that you need that spray out the back to make things look bigger. So that kept the score a little bit on the lower side, 4.83 for Al Cleland, and he's a lot of trouble right now, needing an 8.67, which is a big task no matter what, but with the conditions right now we have an offer. He feels this morning, perfect canvas in front of you, but now the work is twice as hard.
Connor O'Leary rolling into this one and just up and out. Earlier this year, it was fun to hear from Connor O'Leary on who made an impact on him as a young surfer, and he went straight to Rob Machado. A moment where he got to hang out with him. He said Hurley had a little program where he got to surf with Rob. He said he was always a hero, and then he met him as a person, and he just even grew more in a hero status in Connor's eyes, and said it made just such a great impact on him, just how he could plan on having a great career and finding parts of Rob's career he wanted to add to himself. And, you know, for inspiration as well, J-Bay, you know, we're always going to talk about Akir as being the benchmark, but Rob was brilliant at this wave, especially when he was on tour. One of the hardworking goofies that made a semifinal out here at Jeffreys Bay when he was competing in the world title race. There's some iconic images that stand the test of time, and there's a classic photo by Tom Survey of Rob Machado that is just seared into our memory forever. One of the all-time greats in professional surfing and Connor's all-time hero. Let's now hear from winner of the last heat, Joao Chianca, is with Jesse Starling.
Joao, crazy end to that last heat. A lot of tension, a lot of drama as well. Once the heat had finished, spent a long time waiting for that score to come in. How are you feeling? How are the nerves now?
Yeah, thanks. It feels amazing because I really like this place. I really like this venue. It's so overwhelming being here around the best surfers in the world and around the best waves in the world. So yeah, it's just you can never get enough from this place. And I was really having a hard time because I surfed perfect J-Bay this morning. The tides were perfect. I even got barrel, and at this afternoon was just really grindy, and I knew it would be a battle against Joe. Joe is such a good surfer. I think he could be Rookie of the Year this year. And yeah, definitely a guy that brings the best out of us. Like, I was giving everything I got out there, even through the hard conditions. So yeah, I think that's a positive point for me, and yeah, looking forward to surf more J-Bay by myself.
I mean, at grindy heats like this afternoon, you do get to reap the rewards of the next round, which should be in pretty perfect J-Bay. Seeing those lines roll in, getting those set waves, and getting that break with one other person out, that's got to be one of the coolest things in the world.
Definitely one of the coolest things on tour, and definitely one of the coolest venues that we have this year, because I mean, everybody gets so excited with the forecast. We know what this wave is capable of. We know what we are capable of on the right day at the right time at this wave. We can have like really special times out there. So yeah, a couple more 30 minutes on the clock for me, and I'm really happy and blessed.
We look forward to it, Joao. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Joao Chianca. That was a close one in the win over Joe Vaughn. As we now catch up with Connor O'Leary, just stepping off there. Had a nice little rhythm with speed. Just kind of ran out of space to perform there. And now it's our surfer from Mexico's turn. Also running out of room to perform on. Yeah, Joao kind of speaking to it. Had a perfect session this morning in ideal conditions at Supers, his heats in rough, challenging conditions. And then I would go the same way. He got here, got the waves of his life, going, shoot, I might win this event. And then, you know, your heats in onshore conditions, he probably hasn't surfed it yet on a day like today.
And it's such a fast pace in this event. I mean, you surf early this morning, you enter the elimination round, and all of a sudden it kind of slips through your fingers. So as we watch Connor on this one, just such speed and control, Jesse.
Yeah, and just drives off that back foot always. You can see how compressed he gets on that back knee right there, almost touching the bottom of the wave, the deck of the wave every time. Just also how heavy-footed he is, how big he is. It really helps in these conditions, being so chunky, that those surfers have to deal with right now.
Talking of heavy-footed, goofy foots, Mick Lowe, another guy that was able to make the final out here back in 2002. Michael Lowe also was able to win at events like Snapper Rock, super powerful, hard-charging goofy foot that made a big impact on this event at Jeffreys Bay when he was on tour. A guy that had a lot of range as well, Nathan Hedge for the Backsiders. Remember a 10-point ride he had out here. That was insane. Gosh, still has one of the best backhand whips in the business. Working hard with a lot of the Aussies these days. We saw him at a couple of the tour stops, backing up surfers like Morgan Siblick this year. Down to 8:25 on the clock. Corona Cero Post Show coming up next. And Connor O'Leary with a giant lead at the moment over Al Cleland. As you can see, the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Gabby Bryant's having a good time. Always enjoying herself. She had a great heat, and when conditions changed, it got really windy yesterday afternoon, and that could have knocked her down. Big 8-point ride straight to the quarters, as she has an opportunity to clinch a spot in the finals. We'll wait to see what happens in the final series, Rosie.
Yeah, just Gabby adjusting so well yesterday. Just impressed. I mean, she said she got kind of blown off her first wave and then readjusted and dropped that excellent wave. So going to be fun to see the damage that she can do as the event marches on. And cool just to see the camaraderie with Gabby down here supporting Connor O'Leary with that, you know, the dog camp, the dog. What are we calling dogs? Does he have a nickname?
Yeah, I think it's the Dog Pound, right? Okay, yeah, that's a pretty prestigious crew to be a part of. One of the best coaches in the game.
It's a very cool crew as well. Everyone's pretty funny. Everyone's pretty, like, they have the intensity in the water, but they're pretty chill outside. So good crew to hang out.
Yeah, and I think you've got to be smart about who you share your company with. And, you know, when you've got someone wanting to be in a crew, that's a big decision. It's not just the coach's decision. Obviously, it's up to the coach first, but you got to talk to all the players, because oftentimes you'll stay together, sharing cars together, you're sparring together, so you want to pick the right people.
So there's a vetting process. You don't want to disrupt the energy either, because if you've got good chemistry between your people that you're coaching, you can't really bring someone new in that brings that down. Yeah, ruin the vibe.
You don't want to ruin the vibe. So I guess Dog had to have a serious conversation when obviously Gabby got in the crew a little bit ago, and now Tyler. Everyone got approved, and then they're fine in, you know.
Your visa gets stamped.
Your visa gets stamped, yeah.
Yeah, they do have a lot of laughs enjoying this time on tour, being the best surfers in the world. Connor's got 6:15 on the clock. He was able to represent Japan in the Olympic Games last year. Had a wild heat, a lot of west in the swell at Chopes. Charles had a battle with Ethan Ewing at the end of a long day at the Olympics. Making his whole family proud, especially his mom, who is a professional surfer that competed around the world and in Japan. So it was really common for a lot of the Japanese surfers traveling to Australia would stay at the O'Leary household. Connor's mom was very helpful with obviously speaking Japanese and making sure that they were prepared for all their big events in Oz. Last heat was an all-Hawaiian matchup. Baron Mamiya got the jump on Seth Moniz. Mamiya's hanging out with Jesse Starling.
Baron, the wind is up. It is super grindy this afternoon, but you stayed so consistent out there. I was chatting to your coach. Catching waves was the plan, and job well done this afternoon.
Yeah, it was definitely a wave catching contest out there. It's like, whoa, you don't even know like what wave's good. I'm kind of just like looking down the line, like, oh, I think I see it at one section, and then like luckily my waves just stood up. I just kept catching waves, and yeah, they eventuated into something, and got a few nice turns at the end. But yeah, it was really hard out there.
Before I came here, I was asking a lot of the locals down here, you know, who are the people I should watch, or who are, you know, the past surfers who have been really good here. And your coach's name came up so many times. Have you watched Luke's past clips here at J-Bay?
Yeah, for sure, of course. I mean, the guy's, you know, he's so gnarly. He's been in the industry for, you know, whatever, 40 plus years, you know, and he was on tour for 20 plus years. And, you know, he grew up in that generation where they would just show up and blow up, and it was just it was sick, you know. And yeah, you know, working with Luke here, and even like, you know, at the rest of the events, the events before this, like it's just been super cool to like, you know, pick his brain. And he's got a lot of knowledge. He's been doing this for a very long time, so it's really nice to get his insight on certain things. And you know, coming here, this has always been a pretty challenging wave for me. And I've always had trouble with like trying to link it together, but it's all starting to come together now, and I'm feeling a lot better.
Yeah, Kanoa spoke about that this morning. He said his first couple of years here, he found it really hard to find the rhythm of the wave. As someone who doesn't surf a heat out there, and like a lot of the world who don't surf heats out there, what's the go-to of finding a rhythm, especially when you're under a time frame?
It's interesting because like you're out there and there's like no one out. Like even this morning, for example, you know, it was really good. You get these perfect lines coming in, and you're sitting out there and you're just like, oh, here it comes. And then you can take off on a wave, and then halfway through, the wave will like die. So it's kind of hard to get the wave, but once you kind of identify like which waves are good, then it's like, then you gotta, you know, put everything together on the one wave. So it's honestly like pretty hard to surf. Like everyone's like, oh, it's a perfect wave, J-Bay, this and that, and like, it is a perfect wave, but it's really hard and it's really fast. And if you can surf this wave good, I mean, I feel like you're like the best surfer in the world, you know? This is like, you're going so fast and you're doing maneuvers, and you know, you get this barrel section and this and the end section, and it's just, yeah, it's really hard to surf, but once you figure it out, it's the best wave.
Well, it looks like you're figuring it out, Baron. Congratulations, we'll see you in the next round.
A nice chat there with Baron Mamiya. He gave us a lot in that one with Jesse Starling, and you know, he has so much respect for the champions of this event, and that was kind of something that we were bringing up back on Dawn Patrol. You know, it's the Lions event, the big names that just take over the legacy of champions out here, from, you know, Kelly winning 4 times, Mick Fanning winning 4 times, Toledo winning 3 times. These are all world champions as well. Parco owning this event. Jordy being one of the best ever, going back-to-back. Jake the Snake Patterson going back-to-back. just these giants have just owned the narrative of this event for a very long time.
And been such a key event in that world title run for those surfers. So, yeah, there's just the icons that have done so well here. I mean, just it's fun to ask everyone who they try and emulate out at J-Bay, because everyone has an opinion on it. I feel like everyone watches footage and surf clips of people surfing perfect super tubes.
And his coach, as Jesse mentioned, Luke Egan, he made a semi-final out here back in 1996 at the championship tour stage. He had that specialty event win that got him the plot of land in the area as well. So Luke was not afraid to travel to South Africa, even if it was a specialty event, to be surfing with just one guy out at perfect super tubes. Sign him up. He'd still do it in a heartbeat. Minute 20 to go in the last heat of the day. Priority is with Al Cleland Jr., but it is Connor O'Leary setting this one up. Nice timing to tag the lip. Super strong in his stance. Great patience. Not giving him a clear section, so just set up work, and he will just end up laying down. Nothing going into his top two. And Allen just trying to find position in 45 seconds. A guy that's had big heats as a rookie this year. Getting the call up incredibly late with John Florence's decision to sail around the world. Beat Jack Robinson at Pipe, found instant success there. Taking out an event favorite. Beat Felipe Toledo at El Salvador as well. And learning on the fly at a lot of venues he hadn't been to before. Al, though, he's running out of time. Even though he's had like a surf trip experience at J-Bay, getting here in time for that first swell before the waiting period. And Connor O'Leary just putting together a brilliant performance and staying very active. 11 waves ridden for Connor. And Al does run out of time.
I feel for Al. It feels like J-Bay has just forsaken him. He couldn't do anything right in that heat.
Tough one for Al, but he'll get another chance to win an event. That'll be in Tahiti at the last stop of the regular season. And Connor O'Leary doing a great job as one of the lethal backhanders in the draw. Will be reseeded into the round of 16. What a huge day of competition here on Saturday at Jeffreys Bay. Overlapping format. We got to set up the round of 16 for the men. Quarterfinals are set up for the women as well. And all the highlights and the discussion will continue on the Corona Cero post show coming up next. We'll take a look at the Surfline forecast and try to identify what we might have tomorrow morning. Looking promising to maybe run at least 8 heats, if not more, as we still have a long way to go in this waiting period. All that's going to happen coming up next. Corona Cero post show with Kaipo Guerrero, Rosie Hodge, and Jesse Mendez. We'll see you then.
Okay.
It's the Corona Cero post-show, day number 2 of the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. We had a big day of competition here at J-Bay. It was a beautiful day, epic surf to talk of, and we got a lot to fill you in on today at this Corona Cero post-show. Remember, Corona Cero, drink it anytime, 0% APV, all natural ingredients. We like it with limes just like this. That's Rosie Hodge, she's wonderful. That's the articulate Jesse Mendez, and I happen to be Kaipo Guerrero. And I'm gonna start with you, Jesse. What a day.
It was incredible. The waves were firing this morning. Obviously, we had a little bit of an onshore wind, which was predictable already, but everyone still ripped. Connor O'Leary in the last heat was smashing, but yeah, hands down to Iago for that full rotation and the big Jordy.
We're going to go over all of that stuff. Rosie, you got to be so proud of your homeland over here because it's been delivering, and it's absolutely beautiful.
Oh, I'm so proud. I think everyone was down here on the beach today, some of the biggest crowds that I've ever seen, and everyone's surf IQ was firing. They were all down supporting the local crew, but also so amped to see the internationals. So, yeah, big ups to the South African crowd that showed up today.
Yeah, there was a lot of energy, and we had, you know, we had South African on South African battle. We're going to get into that with Luke Thompson and Jordy Smith. But first, let's look at our opening round this morning, heat number 6 with Leo Fioravanti, Griffin Colapinto, and Rio Waida. That heat was a very close heat and just got decided, you know, very, very much in the last minutes of that heat. Let's take a look here at that opening round heat with Griff and Leo. Jesse, Leo, pretty much taking control.
I feel like there's probably a lot of people that were debating who won that heat because I actually went into the contest area and it was such a close heat and both of them surfed so well, but just instinct. Leo just very powerful, cut into the water so nicely, mixing it up with the barrel, and always the finishes were very strong, as you see it right here. Massive finish on that wave. Beautiful surfing for Leo.
Yeah, he's been one to tangle with this year. He's always bringing in high scores and high-stake heat. But Griffin Colapinto, debatable, right?
Well, we're talking about, you know, Leo getting an 8-point ride on that open exchange. And then this one from Griffin was the 7.8. So the exchange right there tipping in Leo's favor. But it really was just a knife edge of who was in favor with every exchange that we saw from both of these surfers.
And all of these waves were kind of back-to-back as well. Like, obviously, this one more in the beginning of the heat, but then the other exchange, which is the one that I'm talking about, as Leo is taking off on that wave, the bigger waves are like right on the end, and those surfers came on the first one, the one came on the wave behind, and it's just very aggressive and fun to watch.
Look at these waves, Rosie.
Absolutely firing this morning, and this aggressive attack for the 813 from Leo was just insane. And then you got to compare it to Griffin Colapinto's 787. He takes off behind Leo and really lays it on rail on this one.
Look at the drive through this layback right here. Like, you see it, so many people just stomping on the back foot and relaying on the fins, but right there he made sure he was using every inch of that inside rail that he had left. So beautiful work, very critical from both of those surfers, and man, I'm glad both of them are going to have another chance the next day.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, we did lose Rio Waida in the elimination round, but with this close finish between Leo Fioravanti and Griffin Colapinto, just a note, Griffin did survive his elimination round heat, so we're going to see both Fioravanti and Colapinto in that round of 16.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a, you know, really outstanding performance from both of those guys, but it was cool to see Leo get one back on Griffin. Just before we went into that heat, we watched Griffin get the 10-point ride in Margaret River and take out Leo Fioravanti. So I'm sure that victory was so sweet for Leo.
Yeah, they've had some great battles, right?
And it feels like Leo's the type of guy that a lot of times gets the short end of the stick, you know, have a lot of close heats but doesn't go his way, and this time is going. I'm sure he's excited and proud and moving forward.
Yeah, I agree with you. Leo Fioravanti has had a lot of high-scoring heats, and they've been so high-scoring, but still just not getting the nudge, and that's got to be, you know, break your spirit just a little bit, but that was a good one for Leo, and he's building momentum here in J-Bay. Well, right now, a guy that survived the last heat of the day and is building momentum. The goofy foot, he was throwing down hammers. I'm talking about Connor O'Leary. Let's hear from Connor after his elimination round when he's with Jess Starling.
I'm calling Connor the magician this afternoon, finding 7.5 this afternoon when everyone else was struggling to get 6s.
Oh, I don't know where that wave came from, but yeah, keep it simple, stupid, I guess. Waves are horrible. Yeah, hopefully we'll never have to surf like that again. It just deteriorated real fast, but you know, looking at the forecast, you know, we had to run heats today and bang them all out, so it gives us puts us in a better position for the last few days of the swell. So yeah, got it done. Got to get through those grindy ones, and yeah, hopefully next one the conditions are a little better.
Yeah, you're going to reap the rewards the next round. It's going to be perfect. We're going to see Connor going upside down on his back end, and the world's going to smile when that happens.
Hopefully. I embarrassed myself pretty hard this morning. I fell on the takeoff on like a crazy good wave, so that was a little better. And yeah, well, it's a little momentum shifter, and yeah, a bit of confidence into the next one for sure.
And I'm going to do it. I'm going to let you send a message home to Romy Girl and Steph.
Oh yeah, yeah. Steph, you're an absolute power woman, you know, staying at home while I'm traveling and doing this. Yeah, she's means the world to me, and you know, she's doing all the hard work at home. So yeah, I'm just trying to do as best as I can here, so it makes it worthwhile for me to go home and yeah, spend a lot of quality time with Romy and Steph. So yeah. Thanks, Steph. Love you. Probably not watching because middle of the night, and to be honest, who would have watched that heat anyway? But yeah, hopefully, yeah, we'll go into the next one with a little bit better waves, and yeah, it should be fun.
We'll tell her to watch the interview on the replay then. Thanks, Connor.
Now sit back, watch the Springboks.
Oh man, that's good stuff. Hey. It's a full day. I told you we're giving you a full day of competition. We started here in the dark. We just ended in the dark. The last interview's in the dark.
And we got to see some black oyster catchers flying home.
That's what those were, the black oyster catchers.
Yeah.
They're beautiful birds. Well, changing a subject off of birds into the women's elimination round, because we had a matchup of a two-time world champion the way of Tyler Wright up against just the prodigy of Erin Brooks, Rosie. And this was a challenge for Tyler Wright because Erin Brooks was attacking.
She was, and Tyler kind of said she got a little bit mad in the beginning stages of this heat, just questioning the priority, attacking and coming back. I mean, Erin just seemed like she was coming into this event with a lot of momentum. The rookie on tour really figuring out this wave so quickly.
There's like leopard versus leopard in this heat, Jesse.
Literally, and I mean, she makes a name for the wetsuit. The way she just transitions throughout the turns and acceleration in the turn itself, you can see she's always gaining speed, so aggressive. But it was just down to this last wave of Tyler Wright, kind of a smaller wave. Erin lets it go by, kind of like, sounded like it was very smart at the time because it was a small wave, but the wave just kept peeling and Tyler Wright just kept providing amazing turns. That's some of the best surfing I've seen her do. Best surfing in this event so far. Beautiful carves. Changing rail to tail all the time. Just had that one little wobble that kind of set herself up to failure in the end, but Erin feeling bummed right there that she let that wave go.
Yeah, Tyler got it. She needed like a 6.6 and got a 7.07 right at the last minute. And we're going to see Tyler Wright moving on into the quarterfinals. There's the numbers right there, and there was that valuable 7.7 that Tyler was able to get on the last wave of the heat.
And good to hear from her in that post-heat interview. She's been struggling with hip and back pain, and it's finally starting to feel a little bit better. So a healthy Tyler Wright is dangerous.
Yeah, on a roll, you know, and this is a place where we look at Tyler and her finishes here. She's finaled here. Last time she surfed here, she was in the semifinals. She's one that's kind of due for a victory here at J-Bay if she keeps on putting stuff together like she is so far in this event.
And that's that kind of wave that ignites that momentum. And I mean, even an injured Tyler Wright is dangerous. The woman is, yeah, unpredictable and really a threat.
Well, we started the elimination round with an incredible heat. It was two South Africans out there, Jordy Smith and Luke Thompson. And this, Jesse, to me, was the heat so far of the event.
Yeah, I agree with you. Just how Jordy was able to mix it up on this first wave, and you're thinking about it all. Jordy is going to get away very easily in this heat going against someone that doesn't have experience on the tour level. Beautiful power surfing for the big bro right there. Finish it off strong, but then Luke just answered even better.
Yeah, Luke got a 7.83 on the first exchange.
And that's, I mean, a huge, when you break down the heat and you're taking away the positives, to beat Jordy on an opening exchange, I mean, that's massive. And Luke did so well keeping pace with Jordy the whole way. This heat was so interesting. I mean, after this exchange, we went on wildlife hold, so there was a lot that went on here.
Yeah, really composed there and broke his board right at the beginning. Jordy fought back though, Jesse, and just went excellent.
Yeah, right there. That first little hiccup maybe for a guy like Jordy, how much we expect from him. But after that, it was just damage after damage. One turn better than the other. And you can see that he gains momentum and apply even more pressure. Each turn, bringing the board back around, using that rail to the most extension that he could. And then it felt like the wave was going to close out. Not for him. Massive floater. Comes back around and finish it off with a combo of 2 nice turns.
He mentioned that he surfed this wave almost into his living room. He's like, his home just near the end keyhole there. So
and then Luke fought back. 8.13, Rosie.
Yeah, insane. He needed about an 8.6 to turn the heat on Jordy, and he got so close.
Yeah, that's some solid surfing. Like, I'm excited to see this kid do some more damage even on the Challenger Series. This type of surfing, it's going to suit very well on the World Tour.
And, you know, you have surfers on the Championship Tour that are full-time that struggle to get excellent scores from the judges. So just to get that 8-1, 8-1-3 against Jordy, I mean, massive accomplishment.
Yeah, bright future for the young South African Luke Thompson, #2 on the Challenger Series currently, and looking good in his effort to get onto the championship tour. But it's the big brew, like you said, went really excellent there. 16.43, that 9.43 was just outstanding.
Yeah, connected the wave, the pace, like everything that we spoke about him previously, he did it on that heat and on that wave. Just great pace, knows the wave exactly every inch of it.
Well, that leads us to the Sealand wave of the day. And the wave of the day, which one could it be?
Well, we had Yago Dora was insane, and Jordy Smith was, you know, both those surfers throwing down 9s, but cool to see the brew.
Yeah, he was a 1/10 of a point higher, 9.43 versus the 9.33 for Yago Dora, but this was inspiring,
That
Jesse.
second carve was so impressive, but I feel like I spoke about this wave about 10 times today. It's just, but it doesn't really get old. Better and better every time you look, just clean rails throughout the whole pace of the wave. And we're talking about, for you to keep your concentration on a wave that is 10 seconds long, it's one thing, but that wave was about 40 seconds. So
this surprise section at the end, just getting over that, I thought the wave was over, and he got 2 more snaps in.
And just the bottom turns, how he generates speeds and momentum to get on the right timing, and it never feels like he's catching up to the wave. It's so impressive.
Yeah, that was impressive stuff. It was a great day of surfing. What's going to happen tomorrow? What's going to happen with the rest of our event window? Well, we always call up Surfline and see what they have to say. Let's take a look at our Surfline forecast for tomorrow and a few days out. See what's happening here. There at J-Bay. Rosie, looks like there's some action.
Yeah, we still got a lot of activity, a lot of energy making its way to J-Bay. I think we're still going to see remnants of this swell tomorrow, Jesse, but there's so much to look forward to on the longer range forecast.
Yeah, there's definitely, tomorrow is a tough day because it looks like there's still going to be some potential of like solid waves. We see sets out the back here, but just the wind is not the best for tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
But then it gets better later on, which the waves are going to drop already.
I see that right there. Sideshore in the morning and then, you know, offshore in the afternoon. So we're good. We're going to be playing a game. You know, keep in touch. You know, just go to worldsurfleague.com, check on all the updates and see how we go tomorrow. One thing that we do, Rosie, and you know, you've inspired a lot of young women, and we continue to do that at a lot of the stops. That J-Bay's no exception. We had the Rising Tides here, and I think it was a great event.
Yeah, really awesome turnout, and it's just been cool to see that next generation of young South African women get involved and get to rub shoulders with their heroes. I think they surfed down at Point trading waves, and yeah, it's been just so cool just to get the froth from all of the groms as you walk up and down this contest structure, and everyone's just enjoying their time here.
So good. Let's take a look at the J-Bay edition of the Rising Tides.
I know that most of you girls have been on the beach since about 9 o'clock waiting to see some of your heroes. I really want you to have fun, enjoy this time. When I was your age, we didn't get an opportunity like this. So a big thank you to WSL. Welcome to Jeffreys Bay for the 2025 WSL Rising Tides. And we're here to celebrate women's surfing. We're here to empower the future generation, not just from South Africa, but from other African countries as well.
There's so many girls here. It's kind of an honor to get to spend time out there with them.
Every year we come back, there's more and more girls in the lineup at J-Bay, which is so cool. And being able to inspire, you know, even just one young girl out there is like why we do what we do. It makes Rising Tides like so special.
Come here and like surf really good J-Bay with all of my heroes. I think it's really awesome.
There's obviously been an increase in females in the lineup. Hopefully in the next few years we get equal amount of guys and girls out in the lineup and just showing the guys that we can also rip.
If I can make a little girl's day and go catch a wave with them, I'll do it anytime I can.
The performance levels of the surfer girls are rising, and it's for a variety of reasons, but the Rising Tides is definitely one of them.
I don't know, I love to see it. I can't wait to see them in a few more years. I'm sure they'll be rivaling us out there in the contest, so it'll be cool.
Hopefully I can be like them when I'm older. For that to be your job, that's like the best job in the world.
These girls now go back to their towns and their communities, and they just feel like we can be the next champ, you know? We can be a part of this bigger picture.
How good was that?
Pretty sick.
Yeah, and
So rad.
what a perfect wave right there for all the girls to surf. That's epic.
Well, do you know what happens too when you come here to J-Bay when you're a Grom? That's like the entry level, right? You surf the point and you graduate out to Super Tubes. So that's kind of the proving ground, and then you get to surf the more perfect waves up the point. So cool to see so many young girls paddling out with their heroes.
Yeah, that was rad. Well, you know what's rad? The top 5 moments of today. We got some top 5 moments for you. There's some big moments today. It was a big day of competition. It's an exciting day of competition. Exciting what? Flying planes? Where was Matthew McGillivray? Number 5, Jesse. Look at this entrance by Matty McGillivray.
I mean, he was doing side flips before he even got to the water. Very impressive from him. And I was actually talking to someone on my way here on the airport, like he should jump off the, you know, the plane and just...
He heard you.
Base jump in. And that's what he did. I did not talk to him, though. I did not expect he was actually going to do that.
That's a great. Number 4, Katie Simmers, and her surfing out here in J-Bay.
Oh man, it just seems like she suits this wave so well. But in a post-heat interview, she said she struggled to get over like a 4-point ride, a 5-point ride, and she's doing so well here, really figuring this place out in the elimination round.
Yeah, sharp rail work by the defending world champ. Number 3, Jack Robinson and his performance out here, Jesse.
I mean, Jack Robbo is such a scary guy anywhere. Beautiful alley-oop, very tricky to land. You can see he has to put a lot of pressure on that front foot to put the board down, but this is what's impressive. How's that entry for the barrel? So much chandelier, he probably could not see anything in front. And then regroups once again, gets another second bonus section right there. He knows the barrel better than anyone.
Yeah. Bending water. Jack Robinson. Fans love him too. And number 2, Air Yago, Rosie.
This was just incredible. I think you talk about creativity as part of the criteria. This is just such a great example of it. And chatting to Yago after this heat, just mentioning, you know, he was a little bit scared going so fast at the section.
I would be too.
And flying. You said, Jesse, like the bravery to like huck it without knowing, like on your backhand, just attempt that section.
Oh. And I think he expected for the air to be landed a little bit earlier, so he starts to extend, and then he kind of gets almost away from the board and then compresses all the way down to the knees. Very impressive. And
that was a 9.33, but how about our number 1 moment today? This is a 9.43 for the big brood, Jordy Smith.
Yeah, you know, this one was just, it was just goosebumps. I heard the crowd erupt and everyone just going mad. Just such a big moment for Jordy to meet the timing of this and to be against a fellow South African, Luke Thompson. Everyone is here behind him, backing him, and they know the gravity of the moment.
And with the back against the wall too, against the Grom that it's coming up from the same town as him, so he needed to show that he was still the owner of the country. So it was a big pressure for him to do it.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Rosie. Can someone pass me a beer right here? It is a little bit difficult.
You got it.
All right. So we're going to toast the end of day number 2 here at the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. Well done. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Rosie.
See you guys tomorrow.
Thank you, Jesse. And we'll see you folks tomorrow. Check in at worldsurfleague.com, 7:15 local South African time for a possible 7:30 start. Cheers.
Stepping with the heat, bringing that action till mission's complete. It's automatic, adrenaline addict, life is cinematic, and I'm on the scene. Please, you don't want drama with me. Might meet your maker, player, make you cease. Might start a rager, break up everything. You don't want enemies, there is no remedy. Let's go get it, I'm bout it, you bout it, I'm with it, you with it. We go the mile and don't waste a minute. I had no limits, I'm about to kill it. Let's go get it, I'm bout it, you bout it, I'm with it, you with it. We go the mile and don't waste a minute. I have no limits, I think it, I will it. Lights, cameras, ready, let's go. Ready for the world and I'm ready for some more. The movement is moving, we the main attraction. And we bringing that action. Lights, cameras, ready, let's go. Ready for the world and I'm ready for some more. The movement is moving, we the main attraction. And we bringing that action. Action. Bring that 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 action. Action. Bring that action. Bring that action. Bringing that action. Bringing that action. Bringing that action. Lights, cameras, ready, let's go. Ready for the world and I'm ready for some more. The movement is moving, we the main attraction. And we bringing that action. Lights, cameras, ready, let's go. Ready for the world and I'm ready for some more. The movement is moving, we the main attraction. And we bringing that action. Action. Bringing that 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 action. Action. Bringing that action. Bringing that action. Bringing that action. Bringing that action. Action. Bringing that 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 action. Action. Bringing that 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 action.
By the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.